Eastern Domain. Demonhood. Yongning Mountain. On the mountain peak black clouds pressed down like a heavy weight, and demonic chi surged like tidal waves. The Demonhood stood towering and imposing. In the center of the great hall, several spiritual energy chains bound a woman's limbs tightly to a stone pillar. Her white robe was already torn and tattered, revealing large patches of blood-stained skin. Her face was bruised with dried blood at the corners of her lips. Her long black hair fell in disheveled strands over her shoulders. Even in such a wretched state, her face was breathtakingly beautiful, like the bright moon of the nine heavens. Even fallen into the mud, it could not conceal her inherent purity and holiness. She raised her head, her tear-filled eyes fixed on the figure before her, filled with resentment, anger, and a deep despair. Before her stood a young man. His hair was white as snow, his face handsome beyond measure, with sharp brows and starry eyes, angular features. He wore a black brocade robe that accentuated his fierce and somber aura. Xianxia. Xianxia's voice was hoarse, almost grinding the words out between her teeth. Her chest heaved violently, and the chains clattered harshly as she struggled. Why are you doing this to me? Her voice trembled, and the tears that had been gathering finally fell. I am your master. Clearly you weren't like this before. Her voice broke into sobs by the end. The young man who once bowed respectfully before her, calling her master, with every word, who was meticulous in his cultivation and revered the sect's rules. How had he become this demonic fiend radiating demonic energy? Xianxia sneered. He said nothing, slowly stepping forward. He stopped before Xianxia. Then he raised his hand. Slap. A crisp slap landed solidly on that beautiful face. Xianxia's head was knocked to the side, and she was stunned for several seconds. Her eyes widened, pupils trembling slightly, as if she hadn't registered what just happened. It hurt. Her cheek was burning with pain. But more than the physical pain, it was the heart-wrenching ache in her chest. Xianxia, the #1 immortal of the Eastern Domain, a peak nascent soul elder of Luoyun's sect, who had cultivated for over 700 years. When had she ever suffered such humiliation? And now she was imprisoned here, bound like this, slapped by the disciple she had personally accepted. Tears silently fell. Xianxia slowly turned her head to look at the white-haired youth before her, the hatred in her eyes almost tangible. She had misjudged him. The youth who had knelt before her with sincere eyes begging to join Luoyun's sect was a lie. The disciple who respectfully called her master was a lie. The real Xianxia was the demon before her, the slaughterer, without mercy, the master of Demonhood, the terror of the entire Eastern Domain. She had been blinded by Lard Eye. Completely foolish to bring such a person back to the sect. Xianxia withdrew his hand and was about to speak when his body suddenly stiffened. A cold mechanical voice exploded in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for activating the corruption system. Target-bound Xianxia. System. Xianxia's brow furrowed almost imperceptibly, then relaxed again. He had lived in another world in his previous life, a world where there was something called web novels, and systems were common golden fingers in those novels. Since being sent away by that damn truck, he had reincarnated into the Shanhuang realm, and it had been exactly 308 years. He hadn't heard that word in over 300 years, and for a moment it made him dazed. But in an instant his gaze fell back on Xianxia. What this woman said earlier was not wrong. He was indeed a great demon who had committed all kinds of evil. Over the years the blood on his hands was countless, and he had destroyed more than a dozen sects, large and small. And Xianxia was indeed his master. Many years ago he was not yet the master of Demonhood, but a young boy just entering the path of cultivation. At that time Xianxia was already the famous immortal of the Eastern Domain, the foremost under the divine transformation stage, admired by countless cultivators. He joined Luoyun's sect and became her disciple. At that time Xianxia was not without ulterior motives. Facing such a master with unparalleled beauty and ethereal temperament, anyone would harbor some unspeakable thoughts. He was no exception. But Xianxia had always treated him only as a master to a disciple. She taught him techniques, guided his cultivation, fulfilling all the duties a master should. As for anything else, there was not a trace. Later something happened, and he had to leave Luoyun's sect. After his annihilation, immortal devil body awakened, his cultivation advanced by leaps and bounds, but he also completely embarked on the demonic path. When he met Xianxia again, the possessiveness that had accumulated over the years and the corrosive energy of the annihilation immortal devil body erupted together, no longer suppressible. That battle he defeated Xianxia and forcibly took her away. Coming back to his senses, Xianxia's gaze refocused. System, what use are you? He asked silently in his mind. The system's voice rang again. The bound target will have a corruption value. The host only needs to discipline the bound target to increase the corruption value. When the corruption value reaches a certain level, the host will receive corresponding rewards. Xianxia's gaze fell on Xianxia again. This time he saw something completely different. A semi-transparent panel floated beside Xianxia, clearly listing her information. Name Xianxia. Age 780 years. Cultivation peak nascent soul. Appearance 100 max. Corruption value 0. Xianxia looked at the panel, his gaze pausing on the appearance 100 line, and a slight smile curled at the corner of his mouth. He had not misjudged. In the system's evaluation, Xianxia's appearance was maxed out. It was not surprising you after all, in the entire Eastern domain, no female cultivator could rival her in beauty. He had a thought, and opened his own panel. Name Xianxia. Age 308 years. Cultivation early divine transformation. Appearance 100. Fortune points 0. Physique annihilation immortal devil body, 10 development. Xianxia quickly scanned the data and nodded slightly. Age cultivation appearance, all matched, no issues. As for the fortune points at the bottom, it was the first time he had seen this term. The system's explanation soon came. Anyone in the world carries fortune, killing them can plunder it. Especially some children of fortune, who carry far more fortune than ordinary people. Fortune points can be used to exchange for various rewards in the system shop, or for lottery draws. Xianxia understood and dismissed the system panel. The hall fell silent again. He looked up at the woman who was silently crying. Xianxia lowered her head, her hair covering half her face, her shoulders trembling slightly. The slap had left a clear red handprint on her left cheek, starkly contrasting with her fair skin. Beneath her torn clothes, glimpses of her skin were covered in wounds from the previous battle. Even so, the woman's ethereal and aloof aura had not completely dissipated. She was like a snow lotus battered by a storm. Petals withered, but the stem still stood. Xianxia took a step forward. Xianxia's body instinctively tensed as she looked up, a flicker of fear in her eyes, but more of that bone-deep hatred. In the grand hall, the cold gleam of chains reflected upon Xianxia's face, illuminating her blood-stained visage with an even paler cast. Yet despite it all, her beauty remained so striking it made one's heart ache. Her brows arched like distant mountains, her eyes resembled autumn waters. The skin revealed through her torn garments looked like the finest mutton fat jade. Even beneath countless wounds, her innate cold and ethereal grace could not be concealed. Xianxia stared at her momentarily, unable to look away. This was his former master, Xianxia of Luoyun sect, the foremost fairy of the Eastern domain. Back when he had cultivated at Luoyun sect, he had gazed countless times at that white-robed figure drifting across the clouds, her sleeves billowing like a celestial maiden descending upon the mortal world. At that time he had wondered how anyone in this world could be so beautiful. Now that very person stood before him, bound tightly by spiritual chains, covered in wounds, eyes brimming with tears. An indescribable emotion welled up within Xianxia's heart. Was it possessiveness? A sense of conquest? An obsession suppressed for over 100 years surged upward, all at once burning hot against his chest. He wanted her. Once this thought arose, it could no longer be suppressed. Could he be blamed? Xianxia asked himself, and immediately provided his own answer. No. Who told her to resist? Who told her to keep thinking of escape? If she had not struggled, not fled, would he have needed to bind her here with chains? If she had been obedient, how could he have brought himself to harm her? Everything was perfectly reasonable. Thus Xianxia completed his self-persuasion. He slowly raised his hand, reaching toward Xianxia's face. Seeing that hand approach, Xianxia almost instinctively closed her eyes. Her lashes trembled lightly, her breath caught. Her body stiffened slightly, awaiting new pain to descend. The burning sting of that slap still lingered upon her cheek. This demon was about to torment her again. Yet the agony she had anticipated did not come. What descended was a hand. That hand covered the side of her face where the red imprint of a slap still lingered, the touch unexpectedly gentle. His rough fingertips slowly traced across her cheek, as though caressing some precious porcelain. Xianxia was stunned. She opened her eyes and met Xianxia's faintly bloodshot pupils. He lowered his head, watching her. In his gaze was a complexity of emotion she had never seen before. That hand continued to wander across her face, sliding slowly along the edge of the palm print, careful in a way that did not befit a demon who killed without blinking. Xianxia gazed at the red mark upon her face, a flicker of regret stirring within him. If only he had not struck so hard. He opened his mouth to ask, voice low. Xianxia opened her mouth instinctively, wanting to be defiant. She was an elder of Luoyun sect, a great cultivator at the peak of nascent soul. How could she show weakness before this demon? She turned her face away, avoiding his gaze, and forced out a single word. Before the word had fully left her lips, Xianxia's expression chilled. He raised an eyebrow, lifted his hand as if to strike again, and said coldly. Xianxia's pupils contracted sharply. The memory of that slap, still fresh, she almost reflexively cried out. The word escaped her lips, carrying a tremor she herself had not noticed. The hand that had been raised high stopped in midair, then slowly descended. As it fell, it transformed once more into a gentle caress. His palm pressed against her cheek, warmth passing through skin to skin, causing Xianxia's heartbeat to skip an unexpected beat. Xianxia's lips curved slightly into a smile, his tone carrying a hint of amusement. Xianxia did not know what to say. She could not fathom this man's mercurial nature. One moment he was about to strike her, the next he seemed to be coaxing her. She lowered her eyes and looked away from him. But Xianxia would not let her go. His fingers slid from her cheek to her chin, applying slight pressure to tilt her face up, forcing her to meet his eyes. He began to speak slowly, his voice carrying an emotion suppressed for far too long. He told her that through all the years since leaving Luoyun sect, he had thought of her without cease. Xianxia's body trembled faintly. Xianxia's gaze grew deep and distant, as if piercing through time itself back to a long-vanished past. He told her how back then at Luoyun sect the sect master's son had framed him for stealing a secret technique. The Council of Elders had condemned him without hesitation. They pierced his heart, sealed his spiritual power, and cast him into the cold abyss valley. His voice was very calm as he spoke. He asked whether she knew of that place. The valley was sealed by 10,000-year ice, so cold that even spiritual power froze solid. He had lain at the bottom for 3 days and nights, the wound over his heart, freezing, cracking, freezing again. Back then he had kept thinking that his master would surely come to save him. But he had waited so long that his body grew numb and cold, and he knew at last that she would not come. He paused, lowered his head, his gaze piercing straight into the depths of Xianxia's eyes. He asked in the softest voice, a question like a blunt blade cutting into her heart, one stroke at a time. Her lips trembled. She wanted to say something, but found her throat sealed as though blocked by something, unable to produce any sound at all. What could she say? She truly did not know. Back then she had been in closed-door cultivation, attempting to break through to the deity transformation bottleneck sealed away for 30 full years. By the time she emerged, she had only been told that her disciple Xianxia had gone missing on an external mission. She had questioned every person in the sect, yet all of them told her they did not know Xianxia's whereabouts. She searched for decades more, but never found him. She could only hope that Xianxia still lived. Later, a deity transformation demonic cultivator appeared in the eastern domain, founding the heaven-devouring demon palace, named Xianxia. When she heard that name, her first reaction was disbelief. She could not believe that her own respectful and courteous disciple had become a demon. Until yesterday, after visiting the Bisui Palace, she rode the clouds home. Passing through the Luoxia mountain range, the sky suddenly darkened, and demonic energy poured in from all directions like living things. The accompanying Luoyun sect deity transformation elder could not last even 10 breaths before being gravely wounded and coughing blood by a terrifying force. A hand reached out from the demonic mist and seized her neck directly. She struggled with all her might, unleashing the full power of her peak nascent soul cultivation without reservation. Yet before that person, it was like a mayfly trying to shake a great tree. The opponent had not even exerted full strength, dissolving all her attacks into nothingness. When the demonic mist parted, she finally saw that face clearly. White hair, blood-red pupils, a countenance so handsome it bordered on the demonic. That face had matured far beyond 300 years ago, the youthful innocence shed replaced by sharpness and depth. Yet the contours of his brows and eyes remained. She recognized him at once. This was Xianxia, her disciple. Her disciple's cultivation had already far surpassed her own. In that instant, an overwhelming sense of absurdity surged within her. The disciple she had taught had become someone she could no longer recognize at all. What she could not comprehend even more was why the hatred and obsession in his eyes ran so deep. What had she done wrong? Xianxia came back to herself and realized Xianxia was still waiting for her answer. She lowered her eyes, avoiding his gaze, and said nothing. Xianxia stared at her for a moment, not receiving the response he desired, yet he did not grow angry. A system notification chimed softly in his mind. A system notification sounded within his mind. Xianxia's lips curved slowly into an arc. Already rising so quickly, it seemed his dear master's heart, though her lips stayed silent, had already begun to waver. Any wavering at all, even hatred, fear, resentment, was a crack. Where there is a crack, there is room for seepage. Xianxia smiled. But to Xianxia, that smile was utterly terrifying. Her reflection shimmered in his blood-red pupils, the curve of his lips carrying an air of absolute certainty. What was he going to do to her? Disembowelment, soul extraction, and refinement. She had heard plenty about the heaven-devouring demon palace's methods of torment outside. Any single one of them could make life worse than death. She dared not think further. Xianxia reached out, lifting her chin, his thumb gently tracing along the edge of her lips. His touch was very light, as though handling a work of art or marking what belonged to him. He spoke in a low, unwavering voice. His voice was low and absolute, leaving no room for discussion. He asked whether she understood. Xianxia remained silent, offering no reply. She knew words were useless. The person before her was no longer the disciple who once bowed in respectful greeting. He was the master of the heaven-devouring demon palace, a great demon of deity transformation rank, one of the scourges of the entire eastern domain. What he said was law. There was no room for her to argue back. Xianxia did not mind her silence. He raised his hand and swept it aside, and the spiritual energy chains binding her clattered loose. Xianxia's body lost its support, and she nearly went limp, on the verge of collapsing to the ground. Xianxia reached out and steadied her arm with one hand while his other pressed lightly against her dantian, driving a sealing barrier into her that locked away her cultivation at the peak of the nascent soul stage with absolute tightness. Having done this, he released her and turned to walk out of the main hall. His black brocade robe trailed behind him, casting a long shadow, the tips of his white hair gleaming coldly in the dim lamplight. He did not look back. His footsteps gradually faded until they disappeared entirely into the darkness beyond the hall entrance. The hall fell silent. Xianxia collapsed onto the cold stone floor, her whole body trembling. A profound sense of collapse, as though she had survived a catastrophe. She wrapped her arms tightly around herself, her nails almost digging into her flesh. Not long after, the sound of light footsteps came from outside the hall. A maid in a plain silk dress entered, carrying a jade tray. She was young, perhaps only 16 or 17, with gentle features and a light, nimble gait. Several exquisite small porcelain bottles rested on the tray. The maid approached Xianxia, squatted down, and set the tray aside. "Matriarch, this servant will apply medicine for you." Her voice was soft, her manner respectful, as though treating a distinguished guest rather than a prisoner. She unscrewed one of the small bottles, scooped out a portion of pale green ointment, and carefully tended to a sword wound on Xianxia's arm. The moment the ointment touched the wound, a wave of coolness spread outward, and the burning pain was greatly alleviated. Xianxia raised her head and glanced at the maid. Her lips moved slightly as though wanting to deny the title of matriarch, but ultimately she said nothing. The maid kept her head lowered, focused entirely on applying the medicine, as if she had not noticed the complicated emotions in Xianxia's gaze at all. Every wound on Xianxia's body had been carefully tended. Those sword cuts, so deep they had reached the bone, no longer bled under the effect of the ointment, and the swelling and redness on her face had subsided considerably. The maid tidied the medicine bottles and gauze, offered a respectful bow, and then guided her through the twisting corridors of the heavenly demon palace all the way toward the mountain behind. The night was dense and murky. Under the demonic aura enveloping Mount Yongning, not a single star could be seen. Dim spirit lamps hung along both sides of the corridor, emitting a pallid white glow that stretched the shadows of the two figures alternately long and short. Xianxia followed silently behind the maid, her thoughts churning violently. She did not know where Su Qingchang intended to confine her, whether it would be a lightless dungeon or a sealed chamber bristling with barriers. In a place like the Heavenly Demon Palace, there were hardly any pleasant destinations to be expected. After roughly the time it took to steep a pot of tea, the maid came to a halt before a small courtyard. "Matriarch, this is your residence." The maid dipped a slight bow, pushed open the courtyard gate, and stepped aside, remaining with her head lowered in respectful silence. Her demeanor had been flawlessly respectful from start to finish, as though Xianxia were indeed the rightful mistress of the Heavenly Demon Palace. Xianxia's brows furrowed, but she said nothing. She lifted her head and looked through the gateway into the courtyard. The moment her gaze fell upon it, her entire body froze stiff. It was a tranquil and refined little courtyard. White walls and dark tiles, dancing bamboo shadows, and in the corner a few spiritual plants whose branches were dotted with tiny fluorescent blossoms, bathing the entire courtyard in a gentle warm glow. Directly ahead were three main rooms. To the left stood a study, to the right a small spirit herb garden, and in the center a bluestone path wound its way toward the steps at the front of the house. Every brick, every tile, every tree's placement was identical to her residence at the Falling Cloud sect. Even the pot of 9-leaf lingji she had cultivated for hundreds of years on the study windowsill had been replicated exactly and placed there down to the cracks in the flower pot, flawlessly faithful to the original. Xianxia's body trembled involuntarily. She stood there, one hand gripping the doorframe, her fingertips whitening from the force of her grip. Everything before her was like a heavy hammer, striking the softest, most tender part of her heart. She opened her mouth wanting to say something, but found she could not form a single word. The maid offered a bow and silently withdrew, leaving Xianxia alone at the courtyard entrance. The night wind blew through and the bamboo leaves rustled softly. Xianxia slowly walked into the courtyard, each step feeling as though she were treading on blades. Her hand brushed across the stone table in the yard. Carved into its surface was a chessboard pattern, and near one corner of the board ran a shallow scratch, a mark she had accidentally left years ago while practicing her sword. That scratch had been replicated here as well, identical in depth and length. Her eyes stung and immediately reddened. Why was Su Qingchang doing this? What exactly did he want? He claimed he had been framed by the sect master's son, stabbed through the heart, and thrown into the cold abyss valley. She did not know whether his words were true or false. Those in the demonic path were cunning by nature, prone to weaving lies to cloud and destabilize the mind. But what if he was telling the truth? What if back when she was in seclusion her disciple had truly endured all of that, and she as his master had known nothing at all? Xianxia dared not think further. She only knew that the Su Qingchang of today was no longer the respectful and deferential boy of years past. He was a demonic powerhouse at the soul transformation stage, the lord of the Heavenly Demon Palace, an existence that kept the righteous path of the entire eastern region restless and anxious. And she had become his prisoner. Prisoner. The three words struck her like a bucket of ice water poured from head to toe. She was an elder of the Falling Cloud sect, having cultivated for over 700 years. She had never imagined that one day she would find herself in such a predicament. Imprisoned by her own disciple, her cultivation sealed away, confined within a copied courtyard, stripped of all freedom like a bird in a cage. More terrifying still, she did not know when this suffering would end. Perhaps it would never have an end. Su Qingchang's eyes, tinged with bloodshot hue, surfaced in her mind. That gaze burning with a possessiveness so intense it sent panic through her heart. He did not intend to kill her. He wanted her, this person. This realization terrified Xianxia more than any torture ever could. The road ahead was shrouded in complete darkness. Her life had veered completely off course since yesterday, hurtling in a direction she had absolutely no power to control. Why? Xianxia stood in the courtyard, tilting her head to gaze up at the pitch-black night sky. Tears rolled down her cheeks silently. She raised her hand to wipe them away, but the more she wiped, the more they flowed. Tears slipped through her fingers and dripped onto the bluestone floor, soaking into small damp marks. She thought of her life, her family destroyed, left utterly alone and forlorn. Only after painstakingly establishing herself at the Falling Cloud sect had she reached the peak of the nascent soul stage. She had believed her fate was firmly in her own hands, yet in the end everything felt like a cruel joke. She wiped her tears away, drew a deep breath, and pushed open the door, stepping inside. And then she saw the one person she least wanted to see. Su Qingchang sat in the center of the room on a chair, his white hair cascading over his shoulders, his black robes pooling on the floor. In his hand, he idly turned a white jade teacup. Hearing the sound of the door opening, he lifted his head. His blood-red eyes reflected Xiao Hanyu's figure, and the corners of his mouth slowly curled upward. Xiao Hanyu turned to leave almost instinctively. But before her foot could even move, her vision blurred. Su Qingchang's figure appeared before her like a phantom, blocking her path. He was a full head taller than her, looking down at her with a hint of amusement in his gaze. What? You've already come all this way, and you still wish to leave? Su Qingchang reached out his long fingers, gathering a stray lock of her hair and twirling it gently around his fingertip. Master, you have been quite disobedient. Xiao Hanyu stumbled backward, wrenching free from his grip. She looked up, her eyes brimming with tears, yet her gaze stubbornly locked onto his, carrying a desperate, reckless resolve. What exactly are you trying to do? Her voice trembled as she struggled to maintain a shred of dignity. Humiliate me? Torture me? If that's your goal, then for the sake of our past master-disciple bond, grant me a swift death and kill me. As she uttered the last sentence, a flicker of lifeless despair glimmered in her eyes. Upon hearing these words, the smile on Su Changqing's face instantly froze. Kill me. Those 4 words pierced his heart like a red-hot iron nail. The demon-slaying devil physique within him, which he had barely managed to suppress, erupted into a violent frenzy at that very moment. Torrents of raging demonic chi surged from his dantian, rampaging through his meridians like an enraged beast, roaring and snarling within his flesh and blood. A fierce, murderous aura flooded Su Changqing's eyes, and his already bloodshot pupils turned a deep scarlet red. He stepped forward, raised his hand, and seized Xiao Hanyue by the throat. The force was astonishing. Xiao Hanyue's feet nearly left the ground, and the immense pressure on her neck instantly choked her. Her hands instinctively grabbed Su Changqing's wrist, desperately trying to pry open the iron-like grip, but without her cultivation, how could she budge a divine transformation stage cultivator in the slightest? NNGH. Her face turned purplish blue at a visible rate. Her vision began to blur, and her consciousness was slowly swallowed by darkness. Her body erupted with the most primal survival instinct, her legs kicking feebly. Just as she thought she was about to die, Su Changqing suddenly released his grip. Xiao Hanyue collapsed, limply falling onto the cold ground, clutching her neck and coughing violently as she gasped for air. Tears mixed with saliva from her physiological reaction as she knelt on the ground, trembling like a leaf in the wind. Su Changqing stood still, his chest heaving violently. He closed his eyes, forcibly suppressing the rampaging demonic chi within him, the scarlet in his eyes gradually receding to their original bloodshot hue. He looked down at the woman curled up on the ground. Her hair was disheveled, her robes in disarray, and a shocking bruise of purple-black had formed on her neck where he had choked her. She knelt on the ground, coughing heart-wrenchingly, tears dripping from her chin onto the floor, utterly shattered and disheveled. The once lofty, aloof, and ethereal immortal Xiao Hanyue, now reduced to this state by his hands. A pang of indescribable bitterness rose in Su Changqing's heart. He had known Xiao Hanyue for 300 years. Now forced to the point of uttering "kill me," it was clear how deep her despair ran. But could he be blamed? He didn't want this. He never wanted this. 300 years ago, he was a young man just starting his cultivation journey, who by chance joined the Luoyuan sect and became Xiao Hanyue's disciple. Back then, Xiao Hanyue was already a nascent soul late-stage grand cultivator, the youngest elder of Luoyuan sect, and the fairy of every male cultivator's dreams in the eastern domain. He still remembered the first time she taught him sword flight. His legs trembled so badly, and she laughed heartily beside him. "Changqing, why aren't you cultivating properly again?" She stood at the entrance of the training hall, hands on her hips, glaring at him with feigned sternness. But there was clearly a smile hidden in her eyes, and her tone carried a hint of helplessness and affection. "Changqing, here's a top-grade chi-gathering pill your master refined. Take it quickly." She pressed a jade bottle into his hand. The bottle still held the warmth of her palm. As he took the bottle, he stole a glance at her and noticed the faint weariness in her eyes. Refining this pill must have cost her considerable effort. Another time he caught a spirit rabbit and roasted it. She passed by, her eyes wide with shock. "Disciple, how can you eat such a cute little bunny?" He tore off a rabbit leg and offered it to her. "Master, have a taste. It's delicious." "How could I possibly eat?" She refused with righteous indignation, but the aroma of roasted rabbit kept sneaking into her nose. After hesitating for a long while, she finally took the leg and bit a small piece. It actually is quite tasty." No, Su Changqing, don't you dare lead your master astray." And then there were the little secrets she thought she had hidden so well. More than once he had caught her secretly reading storybooks in the study, her eyes red as a rabbit's, when she reached the heart-wrenching parts, wiping away tears on the sly. When she noticed him, she would immediately sit up straight, put on a stern face, and ask him if he had finished his lessons. as if the one who had been crying just moments ago wasn't her at all. Those days were the warmest memories of his 300 years. Later, Xianxia was about to go into seclusion to break through to the peak of nascent soul. Before leaving, she called him over and instructed him repeatedly, "Xianxia, I'm going into seclusion. Take care of yourself and wait for me to come out okay." He smiled and said yes, standing at the entrance of her cave dwelling as he watched her walk into the stone chamber. He thought to himself, when Master emerges, he would make sure she saw a much stronger version of himself. But he never got to see that day. Shortly after Xianxia entered seclusion, the sect leader's son, Li Feng, came looking for him. That day, Li Feng led the enforcement hall into his residence and publicly accused him of stealing the sect's core cultivation technique. He protested, he resisted, but no one listened. Because Li Feng was the sect leader's son, and he was just a disciple with no outside backing. The enforcement elder personally struck, piercing his heart with a sword, then sealed his spiritual power and threw him off a 10,000-foot cliff. As he fell, he heard Li Feng laughing from above, a nobody with no background. "How dare you be a disciple of immortal Xiao? Die far away." Hanyuan Valley, a barren land frozen for 10,000 years. He lay at the bottom of the valley for 3 days and 3 nights. The wound on his heart froze over, then cracked open, then froze again. His consciousness was torn between ice and pain, and the only thought that kept him alive was that Master was still in seclusion. She would surely come to save him once she emerged. But she never came. It was only later that he recalled Xianxia was still in seclusion, completely unaware of what had happened outside. But at that time, all he knew was that his heart had been pierced. He had been thrown into Hanyuan Valley, and his master, the one he trusted most, had never appeared. Just as he was about to die, the demon-slaying devil physique awakened. It was a forbidden constitution from ancient times, a demonic bloodline, said to be capable of slaying even immortals. The moment the devil physique awakened, the 10,000-year-old profound ice in Hanyuan Valley was shattered to dust. Raging demonic chi poured into his body through his crown, pushing his cultivation from foundation establishment all the way to golden core. He survived. Through a hidden path in Hanyuan Valley, he escaped the territory of Luoyun's sect. Over the next 200 years, he fought his way from the lowest rogue cultivator to the divine transformation stage. During those 2 centuries, he faced countless life and death moments. Hunted by righteous cultivators, besieged by the orthodox path, betrayed by fellow demonic sect members. He climbed to his current position atop the corpses of countless others, founded the Demon Heaven Hall, and became a demon lord whose name struck terror throughout the Eastern Domain. Now looking back, the hardships and bloodshed of those years no longer mattered. What mattered was that the woman he wanted was now right before him. Su Changqing snapped back to the present, looking down at Xianxia, still trembling on the ground. Her tears continued to flow, her shoulders hitched with sobs, and the bruise on her neck stood out starkly against her fair skin. He bent down, slid one arm under her knees and the other behind her back, and lifted her from the ground. Xianxia's body trembled violently in his arms like a captured beast wanting to struggle, but daring not to move. Su Changqing looked down at her, his eyes swirling with a possessiveness so intense it seemed ready to overflow. This woman, he had desired her for 300 years. Back then he dared not. She was his master, he was her disciple, bound by an insurmountable barrier. But now everything was different. Now she was his captive, the caged canary locked in his grasp, and no one could take her away from him. He carried her step by step into the inner chamber and laid her upon the bed. His movements were gentle, as if afraid of breaking something fragile. Xianxia lay on the bed, her body rigid, her tear-filled eyes fixed on him, uncertain of what he would do next. Su Changqing sat on the edge of the bed, reached out, and smoothed her disheveled hair. His fingertips traced from her forehead to her cheek, then from her cheek to her jaw. His movements were so gentle, so different from the moment he had choked her. "Master." He spoke, his voice low and calm, but beneath the calmness lay a chilling certainty. "I don't want a repeat of today's incident." His thumb gently stroked her chin, her reflection in his blood-red pupils. "From now on you will obey me. No room for negotiation, no possibility of resistance." Xianxia closed her eyes, tears silently sliding down her cheeks and soaking into the pillow. After settling Xianxia down, Su Changqing returned to his room alone. Leaning against the couch, he closed his eyes, and her image immediately surfaced in his mind. The way she had curled up on the bed. The bluish-purple bruise on her neck, the undried tear stains at the corners of her eyes, and those eyes that had once been as cold and clear as moonlight now brimming with fear and despair. A strange emotion surged from the depths of his heart. Su Changqing opened his eyes, his brow faintly furrowed. He had almost killed her just now. His fingers unconsciously tightened. The immortal slaying demon body had many advantages, except that when his emotions spiraled out of control, it became utterly terrifying. In that moment, he had genuinely harbored the intent to kill. Had he not forcibly suppressed the raging demon Shi at the final juncture, Xianxia would already be a corpse. Should he not have treated her this way? The moment this thought surfaced, Su Changqing's expression cooled. He brutally crushed this sense of guilt, as if pressing a stone into the depths of a still pond, allowing not even a single ripple to form. No, he had done nothing wrong. Xianxia could only belong to him. This fate was sealed the moment 300 years ago when he became her disciple. She was his master, the first woman he ever gazed upon with admiration, and the first woman he ever desired to possess. This love had lain dormant in his heart for 300 years, fermenting for 300 years, growing dense with obsession that seeped into his bones and merged with his very bloodline, impossible to extract. He loved her. No one in this world loved her more than he did. Those hypocritical elders of Luoyun's sect, those cultivators of the eastern domain who admired her beauty, how could any of them truly understand her? Who among them deserved her? Only Su Changqing, from 300 years past to 300 years hence, had always carried only her in his heart. Admittedly, his methods were indeed extreme. But so what? As long as the outcome was good, the process mattered little. He would let her gradually accept, gradually grow accustomed, until she willingly remained by his side. He had plenty of time, plenty of patience. Su Changqing drew a deep breath, gathering all these turbulent thoughts. With a flick of his wrist, a spear materialized in his palm. The spear measured approximately 7 chi in length, its body a deep, lustrous dark gold, with intricate patterns of traveling dragons flowing across its surface. Dozens of small golden dragons swam leisurely along the spear shaft, at times coiling, at times lifting their heads, exhaling wisps of ethereal dragon breath. The spear tip blazed with murderous intent, a gleam of cold light dancing along its blade, causing the very air to warp around it. The Great Void Traveling Dragon Spear. A superior, innate spirit treasure. Su Changqing laid the spear across his knees, his fingertips gliding slowly over its body. The golden dragons grew restless at his touch, emitting low humming sounds, as if responding to his call. A surge of warmth emanated from the spear, flowing through his fingertips into his meridians, merging seamlessly with his spiritual power. Magnificent weapon. A satisfied smile curved Su Changqing's lips. In the divine wasteland realm, treasures were classified into 5 ranks: magic artifacts, dharma treasures, spirit treasures, innate spirit treasures, and heavenly passage supreme treasures. Magic artifacts were the most commonplace, with nearly every foundation establishment cultivator owning one. Dharma treasures were considered precious. In smaller sects, only sect leaders and elders were entitled to possess them. Spirit treasures were even rarer. Even in a major sect like Luoyun's sect, the number of spirit treasures could be counted on one's fingers. As for innate spirit treasures, they were the stuff of legend. Every emergence would shake the heavens and earth. Even returned to Void and Unity stage, great ones would fight tooth and nail for them. As for heavenly passage supreme treasures, those were true world-protecting treasures. Ordinary cultivators did not even possess the qualification to glimpse them. The magic sword Su Changqing currently wielded was merely a superior spirit treasure. Yet compared to the Great Void Traveling Dragon Spear before him, that sword was no better than kindling. Such was the power of the system. What rewards might be granted if Xiao Hanyue's degeneration value rose to 10%, 20%, or 50%? Su Changqing's heart stirred with anticipation. He sheathed the Great Void Traveling Dragon Spear within his body, then with a thought opened Xiao Hanyue's system interface once more. Name: Xiao Hanyue. Age 780 years. Cultivation: nascent soul, apex sealed. Appearance: 100 maximum. Degeneration value 2. It was already 2%. Meaning, from the moment he slapped her, bound her with chains, strangled her in the courtyard, then carried her to the bed, every single one of these actions had been steadily driving her degeneration value upward. Though the increase was slow, it was undeniably real. Su Changqing's mood unexpectedly lifted. 2% might be insignificant, but it was a beginning. As long as he had found the right direction, the rest was merely a matter of time. He was confident he could properly educate this cold and proud master of his. The day her degeneration value reached 100%, she would completely become his. Her body and soul, her cultivation, and her very being wholly and utterly belonging to him. Su Changqing dismissed the system interface, his gaze deep and unfathomable as he stared toward the window. The demonic chi of Yongning Mountain churned in the night wind, much like the restless thoughts roiling within his heart. And then there was Luoyun's sect. He would make that place so that not even a chicken or a dog would survive. Li Feng, the sect master's son, the chief culprit who had framed him. This man he would kill with his own hands. The enforcement elder, that old thing who had pierced his heart with a single sword. He would let him experience suffering 10,000 times worse than the Abyssal Valley. And the Luoyun sect master, those high and mighty elders, those fellow disciples who stood by and watched, none of them would escape. There was one more person's life he intended to take personally, and before killing her, he would make her suffer endless torment. Xiao Hanyue's master. The previous sect master of Luoyun's sect, the woman, now secluding herself in the sect's rear mountain forbidden grounds. Su Changqing's eyes flashed with bone-penetrating killing intent when he thought of that woman. From the moment Xiao Hanyue set foot on the path of cultivation, that woman had ceaselessly suppressed her, denied her, and manipulated her. Xiao Hanyue had to seek her approval for every action, had to defer to her whims for every decision. That woman, wielding the banner of "It's for your own good," had turned Xiao Hanyue into nothing more than a marionette dancing on her strings. This is textbook oppressive control. Xiao Hanyue, trapped in the game, could not see clearly, but he as an observer saw it all too clearly. That wretched woman was utterly unworthy of being Xiao Hanyue's master. Sooner or later, he would personally ascend to the Falling Cloud sect, and before Xiao Hanyue's eyes, sever that woman's head from her shoulders. Su Changqing reined in his thoughts, suppressing the murderous intent for the time being. Now was not yet the time. Though his strength had reached the early nascent soul stage, the Falling Cloud sect was ultimately a preeminent righteous sect of the Eastern Domain with deep foundations, not something to be casually trampled. He needed time more trump cards, and the system was his greatest asset. The next day at noon, Su Changqing carried a tray and pushed open the courtyard gate. On the tray were several exquisite dishes with a steamed spirit fish at the center. The fish flesh was snow white and tender, topped with a few strands of emerald spirit scallions drizzled with a thin layer of sauce. Wisps of steam rose carrying a fresh fragrance. The fish was a specialty of the Azure Water Spirit Lake with smooth succulent flesh and abundant spiritual energy. Most importantly, it was Xiao Hanyu's favorite dish. Su Changqing arranged the dishes and utensils neatly on the stone table in the courtyard. He glanced at the main room's door, then stepped inside. Xiao Hanyu was already awake, or rather she had never slept at all. She sat on the edge of the bed. After a night's rest, most of her wounds had healed, but the bruise on her neck remained stark and alarming. Hearing footsteps, her body instinctively tensed, but she did not look up, only stared fixedly at her own toes. "Come out and eat." Su Changqing's tone brooked no refusal. Xiao Hanyu sat motionless, her lips pressed into a thin line. The silence was like a silent protest. Su Changqing raised an eyebrow, said no more. He stepped forward, seized her wrist, and pulled her up from the bed. Stumbling, Xiao Hanyu tried to break free, but the grip on her wrist was like an iron band, unmoving. She could only follow him obediently out of the room. In the courtyard, the food on the stone table was still steaming. He pressed her down onto a stone stool and sat opposite her. He picked up his chopsticks, scanned the dishes, then picked up a piece of the fish belly, the plumpest part, and placed it into Xiao Hanyu's bowl. "Master, eat." Su Changqing set down his chopsticks, his voice much gentler than the night before. "You used to love this." Xiao Hanyu lowered her head, staring at the piece of fish belly in her bowl. The snow-white fish was soaked in sauce, the edges slightly curled, glossy with oil. Steamed spirit fish, she truly loved it. At the Falling Cloud sect, she would often send disciples to the Azure Water Spirit Lake to buy several, and she especially loved the fish belly, as it was the most tender part, melting in the mouth. Su Changqing remembered all this. No, he remembered far more than that. This courtyard, every plant and blade of grass, the 9-leaf spirit Ganoderma on the study windowsill, the chessboard on the stone table, and the shallow sword scar on it, and the steamed spirit fish on the table. Every detail told her how deeply Su Changqing understood her. In the Demon Heaven Palace, he had replicated an identical courtyard, remembered even her favorite food. The effort he had invested was profound. Yet it was precisely this thoughtfulness that filled her with immense grievance and sorrow. Why? Why did he have to treat her like this? That innocent, kind-hearted disciple of the past. The youth who would wait obediently outside her cave, when she was training the disciple who would blush and hand her a roasted rabbit leg. How had he become this domineering, paranoid demon? He was a liar. His respectful and courteous behavior when he first joined the Falling Cloud sect was fake. His pure and harmless demeanor when he called her master was fake. He had deceived her, deceived the Falling Cloud sect, deceived everyone. Now he had torn off the mask and revealed his true face. A madman who would stop at nothing to keep her imprisoned by his side. Xiao Hanyu's eyes reddened again. She reached for her chopsticks, picked up the piece of fish belly, and slowly brought it to her mouth. The fish melted on her tongue, releasing a fresh, savory flavor exactly the same as it had been back then. Even the saltiness of the sauce and the amount of scallions matched the taste from the Falling Cloud sect's dining hall perfectly. 300 years of time seemed to compress into a single instant. In a daze, she felt she was still sitting in the small courtyard of the Falling Cloud sect, and across from her was still that youth whose hair had not turned white, whose eyes held no bloodshot glare. He would smile and serve her food. She would put on a stern face and lecture him to cultivate diligently. The sunlight fell on them both, and everything could still be set right. But when she looked up and saw Su Changqing's pupils faintly tinged with blood red, all the illusions shattered instantly. They could never go back. From the moment he was thrown into the cold abyss valley, from the moment she went into seclusion and did not go to save him, an insurmountable abyss had opened between them. This abyss was filled with 300 years of misunderstandings, resentment, obsession, and blood debts. So deep it had no bottom, no path across. It was all her fault. Xiao Hanyu lowered her head, tears streaming from the corners of her eyes, dripping into her bowl. If only she had not gone into seclusion back then. If she had not been in such a hurry to break through to the nascent soul peak, but had stayed outside, perhaps she would have discovered Li Feng's conspiracy and could have prevented all that from happening. Her disciple would not have had his heart pierced, would not have been thrown into the cold abyss valley, would not have become the demonic lord of the Demon Heaven Palace, reeking of demonic energy. But there was no if only. She had gone into seclusion and missed it. By the time she emerged, everything was already beyond repair. Xiao Hanyu kept her head down, her shoulders trembling slightly, tears falling one by one into the bowl. She bit her lip desperately, trying not to sob, but the bitterness within her, like a breached dam, could not be stemmed. Su Changqing sat opposite, watching her silently. He did not speak, nor did he approach. He just sat there watching her weep as she ate small bites of the fish belly in her bowl, an indescribable emotion churning deep in his eyes. The sunlight fell between them, casting the distance of a world apart into stark relief. The meal concluded in utter silence. Most of the dishes on the table had been consumed, leaving only the complete skeleton of the steamed spirit fish. Xianxia sat on the stone bench, her bowl, empty chopsticks neatly placed across its rim. She kept her head lowered, her expression hidden from view. The only movement was the occasional flutter of her long eyelashes like the weary wings of a butterfly. She had eaten the meal without tasting a thing. No matter how delicate the fish flesh, it could never outweigh the surging bitterness in her heart. Yet nonetheless she had finished it, perhaps out of hunger, perhaps because she dared not defy Su Changqing, or perhaps a mixture of both. Su Changqing leaned back against his chair, his gaze sweeping over the empty bowls and plates on the table. A faint smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. He did not know if Xianxia felt comfortable, but to be honest he himself felt somewhat relieved. Watching her sit before him, obediently eating the meal he had personally prepared, even if she remained silent throughout, not even lifting her head. This sense of, she is under my control, brought him a considerable measure of comfort. He stood up. Almost simultaneously, Xianxia on the stone bench tensed her shoulders, instinctively shrinking, her fingers clutching the hem of her clothes. Her reaction was swift, like a perpetually alert rabbit ready to flee at the slightest disturbance. He had risen before her. This simple action seemed fraught with uncertainty in Xianxia's eyes. Was he about to leave, or was he going to do something else? The slap from yesterday, the hand that had gripped her throat last night, all of it had instilled in her a bone-deep terror of this man. Indeed, Su Changqing did not leave. He turned around and looked down at her from his full height. The noonday sunlight streamed down from behind him, casting his tall figure into a dark silhouette, his white hair shimmering with a cold silver gleam in the light. His blood-red eyes were hidden in the shadows, their expression unreadable, but Xianxia could feel his gaze resting on her, heavy like a mountain that could collapse at any moment. Terrified and panicked, her heart thundered like a drum in her chest. What was he going to do now? Hit her? Choke her? Or? A large hand reached out. Xianxia instinctively wanted to dodge, but she forcibly suppressed her body's reflex. She knew she could not evade nor resist. With her cultivation at the peak of nascent soul sealed, she was nothing more than a helpless, fragile woman before Su Changqing. That hand landed on her cheek, surprisingly gentle in its motion. The palm was dry and warm, the fingertips bearing thin calluses, marks left by years of gripping a sword. He caressed her cheek, his thumb slowly tracing along her cheekbone, the pressure, so light, as if afraid of breaking something fragile. Xianxia trembled. She could not control it. This gentleness frightened her more than rage, for she could not fathom what Su Changqing would do next. Was he truly feeling sorry for her, or was he brewing another form of torment? She had already experienced his volatility. One moment he smiled and placed food in her bowl, the next he gripped her throat and nearly killed her. She dared not gamble. Su Changqing's fingers slid from her cheek to her neck, stopping at the bluish-purple bruise. Overnight the mark had deepened, standing out starkly against her fair skin. His fingertips brushed over the mark with the utmost lightness, and his brow furrowed almost imperceptibly. Regret. He had lost control last night. Although the rampage of the annihilating immortal demon body had been forcibly suppressed, the consequences had already been wrought. This bruise would take several days to fade. His fingers moved from her neck to the crown of her head, his long slender digits threading through her soft dark hair, combing through it stroke by stroke. He stroked her long hair, as if soothing a frightened cat. Her hair carried a faint fragrance of orchid, exactly the same as it had been 300 years ago. A morbid reddish glow rose in Su Changqing's eyes, denser and more scorching than usual. Master, he spoke, his voice low and hoarse, ground out from the depths of his throat. Do you know how much I love you? Xianxia did not answer. She remained silent, allowing his hand to wander through her hair. But in her heart she laughed coldly. Love her? How could anyone love a person in such a manner? Slapping her, choking her, beating her until she was covered in injuries, tying her with chains to the stone pillar of the hall, sealing her cultivation, and imprisoning her in this imitation courtyard. This is love. This was clearly torture, humiliation, the violence inflicted upon her by a madman for his own amusement. She did not believe in his love. In her eyes, everything Su Changqing did was merely to satisfy his twisted possessiveness. He treated her as an object, a plaything belonging to him, not a living, breathing person. Su Changqing looked down at the silent Xianxia, seemingly reading her thoughts from her pressed lips and unconsciously clenched fists. A shadow flickered in his eyes, but the smile at the corners of his mouth did not disappear. She didn't believe him. It didn't matter. He had plenty of time, plenty of patience. He would teach her bit by bit, make her understand, make her accept, make her willingly acknowledge that he was the only person in the world who truly loved her. Those righteous cultivators, those admirers who had worshipped her, those sanctimonious fellow disciples of Luoyin's sect, which one of them would cherish her the way he did? Which one could remember a casual remark she made 300 years ago about the belly of the fish being the best part? No one. Except him. Master, you are not allowed to go anywhere from now on. Su Changqing's fingers slid out from her hair and gently lifted her chin, forcing her to meet his gaze. No one outside truly loves you. Only I do. You will understand this truth sooner or later. He paused, his tone suddenly softening, as if coaxing a capricious child. If you behave obediently, I can lift the seal on your cultivation. As his words fell, a light blazed in Xianxua's eyes. It was the gleam of a drowning person spotting a floating log, the instinctive reaction of someone trapped in darkness for too long, catching a glimmer of daylight. Her lips parted slightly as she looked at Su Changqing in disbelief, her voice carrying cautious probing and barely suppressed hope. Oh really? Su Changqing nodded. Xiao Hanyue's breathing quickened. Her cultivation was her greatest asset and the thing she most desperately wanted back. If her cultivation could be restored, even just a part of it, she would no longer be a fish on the chopping block. With power, she would have room to choose the ability to protect herself and perhaps even a chance to escape. She struggled to control her excitement, striving to keep her voice calm as she cautiously raised another question then. Can I go outside in the future? The moment the words left her mouth, she regretted them. Because Su Changqing's expression darkened visibly. The gentleness that had lingered a moment ago vanished, replaced by a cold scrutiny. Master, are you trying to leave me? His voice was light as a feather falling to the ground. But Xiao Hanyue could sense the abyss hidden beneath that feather. No, it's not. Xiao Hanyue shook her head hastily, a trace of panic in her voice. I just wanted to see what's outside. I haven't been out in a long time. She spoke the truth. Ever since Su Changqing brought her to Yongning Mountain, she had been confined to this courtyard. Though the courtyard was an exact replica of her residence in the Luoyan sect, it was ultimately a counterfeit of forgery, a cage that imprisoned her. She wanted to step outside to gaze upon the sky beyond, to feel the wind upon her face. It was merely the primal longing of one who had been confined for far too long. Su Changqing stared at her for a long while, as if weighing the truth of her words. After a lengthy pause, the shadows on his face gradually receded, and he let out an ambiguous soft chuckle. Her master had better not entertain any other thoughts. His fingers lightly pinched her chin, then released their hold. Yongning Mountain is vast. You may roam freely within its bounds. If you behave yourself. He leaned down slightly, whispering beside her ear, his breath grazing her skin and raising a fine layer of goosebumps. I might even take you beyond these mountains. Do you understand? Xiao Hanyue nodded vigorously, afraid that a moment's hesitation would provoke his wrath. She lowered her head, her eyes still brimming with grievance. She had done nothing wrong, but she was the one who had been wronged. Yet why must she tread so carefully, ingratiating herself to him like this? Why must she rely on good behavior to earn even a sliver of freedom? It was profoundly unjust, but she dared not voice it. She could only swallow all her grievances, choking them down with her tears. Su Changqing watched the silent Xiao Hanyue, a thought stirring within him. He opened her system panel once more. Name Xiao Hanyue. Age 780 years. Cultivation, nascent soul peak, sealed cultivation, flawed technique, prevents breakthrough. Appearance 100 max. Corruption value 3. A slight increase from last night. Su Changqing's gaze swept casually over the data, but when his eyes landed on the cultivation column, his pupils abruptly contracted. Flawed technique, unable to break through. Those words pierced his vision like a needle. His expression turned cold, a chill rising from the depths of his heart, spreading through his meridians to every limb. His gaze fixed on the words flawed technique, as countless thoughts churned in his mind. He had suspected it long ago. Back when he first became a disciple under Xiao Hanyue, he had heard the elders of the sect speak of the legend of Elder Xiao. Forming her golden core at 30, reaching nascent soul at 100. Her talent was so formidable that few in the entire Eastern domain could rival her. Back then, even a divine transformation stage senior had declared that given her aptitude, Xiao Hanyue would surely attain divine transformation within 500 years, becoming the youngest divine transformation powerhouse in the Eastern domain's history. But what happened afterward? At 500, Xiao Hanyue was still at nascent soul late stage. At 600, she remained at nascent soul late stage. Now at 780, she had finally reached nascent soul peak. Yet compared to the peerless genius who had formed a nascent soul in a century, this pace was bafflingly slow. Of course, the chasm between nascent soul and divine transformation was a heavenly moat. Countless cultivators spent their entire lives stuck at this step, and fewer than 1 in 10,000 ever crossed it. So the fact that Xiao Hanyue had not broken through to divine transformation by 780 was not considered slow among the cultivators of the Eastern domain. In fact, she still ranked among the top prodigies. But Su Changqing knew that with her talent, she should have been more than this. She should have soared further. A piercing cold flickered in Su Changqing's eyes. He shifted his gaze from the system panel back to Xiao Hanyue. She still had her head lowered, utterly unaware that the cultivation technique she had practiced for centuries had been tampered with. She might even be blaming herself, thinking her lack of talent or diligence was the reason she could not break through to divine transformation, a bottleneck of her own aptitude. Luoyan sect. Technique. Flaw. These words pieced together in Su Changqing's mind, gradually forming a silhouette that stirred a raging murderous intent within him. He was almost certain that Xiao Hanyue's technique had been sabotaged, and the culprit was among the old bastards of the Luoyan sect. No wonder someone of her caliber had been stuck at nascent soul peak for so many years. It was never her fault. From the very beginning, someone had been pulling strings in the shadows. They did not want her to break through to divine transformation. Someone was deliberately suppressing her, preventing her from going further. Su Changqing took a deep breath, forcing the surging bloodlust back down layer by layer. But one thing he did not need to investigate. Regardless of who it was, for whatever reason, that person had to die. He dismissed the system panel, donned a calm expression again, and reached out to ruffle Xiao Hanyue's hair. Remember what I said. Be good, His voice was warm and firm as if coaxing a child, yet also delivering an irrefutable command. Xiao Hanyue did not lift her head, only nodded gently. She did not know what Su Chongqing had been thinking during those silent moments. All she knew was that this man's tenderness and brutality were never separated by any transition. She was walking on thin ice, every step requiring extreme caution. The Luoyun sect Grand Council Hall. The atmosphere was heavy. Over a dozen elders sat on both sides, their faces grim. At the head, seated on the golden throne, Luoyun sect's sect leader, Li Ke, sat like a bell clad in dark brocade robes. His expression was as placid as an ancient well, but the slight tightening of his fingers betrayed the turmoil within. Breaking the silence was his son. "Father, what did you say?" Li Feng shot up from his seat, eyes wide, disbelief etched across his face. He was now at the early divine transformation stage, and a stray wisp of his aura shook the spiritual wood chair behind him, making it creak. But at this moment he could not care less about decorum. He stared fixedly at his father on the main seat, as if trying to confirm that what he had heard was not an illusion. "The Demon Heaven Hall's lord, is that Su Chongqing from back then? And he abducted Fairy Xiao?" His voice echoed through the empty hall, every word thick with disbelief. Su Chongqing, the brat he had kicked into the abyss over 200 years ago. The one who could not even fight back the ant he had branded with the crime of stealing techniques and sent to perdition. He was not dead, not only alive, but had become the lord of the Demon Heaven Hall, a divine transformation stage demon. How was that possible? Li Feng had reached divine transformation through a tremendous stroke of fortune. He was now 800 years old. 30 years ago he was merely at the mid-nascent soul stage. Though considered a prodigy within the sect, there were many among his peers in the Eastern Domain who surpassed him. It was not until that expedition into a secret realm where he broke through a life-and-death crisis and stumbled into the legacy of a Harmony Stage Grandmaster that he obtained the complete inheritance. That was when he soared like a comet, crossing the threshold in just 30 years that countless cultivators could never cross in a lifetime, stepping into the divine transformation stage. That was already a fortune beyond measure, a blessing from the heavens. But what about Su Chongqing? He had been stabbed through the heart, his spiritual power sealed, and thrown into the Hanyuan abyss, a death trap where even nascent soul cultivators would barely survive. How did someone with crippled cultivation manage to survive? And how did he cultivate to the divine transformation stage in just 200 or 300 years? Was Su Chongqing's fortune even greater than his own? Could it be that he too possessed some heaven-defying opportunity? Li Feng's expression shifted unpredictably, jealousy, anger, and unease churning and intertwining within his heart. He was not afraid that Su Chongqing had returned from death, but he feared that Xiao Hanyu might learn the truth. Though he had handled matters cleanly back, then what if Su Chongqing had told Xiao Hanyu something? And what if she believed him? He dared not let his thoughts go further. "We must rescue her." Li Feng clenched his fist and spoke without hesitation. "Fairy Xiao is an elder of our Luoyun sect. How can she fall into the hands of the demonic path? I am willing to lead the expedition myself and crush the heavenly demon sect. Enough." Li Ke's voice was quiet, yet it descended like a towering mountain, silencing Li Feng mid-sentence. All the elders' gazes converged upon the sect master of Luoyun sect. Li Ke's expression remained as still as a tranquil pool, though a profound weariness had settled between his brows. He looked at his spirited son and spoke slowly. "The heavenly demon sect's gates are hidden with extreme depth. We don't even know where they are. How can we hope to find them? Even if we did locate it, that realm lies deep within demonic territory, riddled with arrays from top to bottom. A nascent soul cultivator rushing in might not escape unscathed. How many of Luoyun sect's disciples are you willing to sacrifice?" Li Feng opened his mouth, but found no rebuttal. Though the heavenly demon sect had risen in merely decades, surviving among the three great demonic powers demonstrated they were far from ordinary opponents. Su Chongqing himself was particularly formidable. Despite only being at the early nascent soul stage, he had slain a mid-stage nascent soul expert, earning renown across the Eastern Domain. "Then, shall we just let this go?" Li Feng asked reluctantly. Li Ke did not answer directly. The sect master who had guided Luoyun sect for centuries slowly surveyed the assembled elders, his gaze profound as he contemplated a weighty decision. The hall fell silent enough to hear the crackling of spirit lamps. Every elder instinctively straightened their posture, knowing that whatever the sect master was about to say would not be simple. "This matter cannot be allowed to diminish Luoyun sect's honor." Li Ke spoke in a tone so measured it sounded like a trivial concern. "Xiao Hanyu harbored ambitions long before now, secretly intending to defect to the demonic path. This was her own initiative, her secret collusion with the heavenly demon sect's lord all along. From this day forward, she shall be expunged from Luoyun sect." The words sent shockwaves through the assembly. Several elders' expressions shifted instantly, their glances exchanging astonishment and complexity. They knew the sect master wielded firm authority, but they had not anticipated such severity. Who was Xiao Hanyu after all? She was the direct disciple of the former sect master, an elder who had rendered extraordinary service to the sect, and a revered fairy enjoying the highest reputation among the righteous factions of the Eastern Domain. Li Ke's single sentence had effectively destroyed her reputation. Yet he appeared unmoved by the reactions around him, continuing in the same calm tone. "Furthermore, issue a wanted decree. Let all factions of the Eastern Domain know that Xiao Hanyu has betrayed Luoyun's sect and defected to the demonic path. Her crimes deserve nothing less than death. Any who slay her or return her to Luoyun's sect shall be rewarded with a mid-grade spiritual treasure from our sect. The mention of such a reward sent another chill through the assembled elders. A treasure at the spiritual artifact level was extraordinarily rare across the entire Eastern Domain. Even Luoyun's sect, a sect of such stature, possessed only a handful of spiritual treasures. Offering a mid-grade spiritual treasure as a bounty was no small gesture. But more unsettling than the bounty itself was the true intent behind Li Kei's actions. He wanted Xiao Hanyu dead, or rather he would not allow her to survive in demonic hands, for she knew too many of Luoyun's sect's secrets. Rather than risk her revealing information under interrogation at the Heavenly Demon sect, it was far wiser to strike first, branding her forever as a traitor and turning all righteous forces across the Eastern Domain against her. That way, even if Xiao Hanyu attempted to speak the truth, no one would believe her. Who would trust the words of a traitor? Each elder weighed the implications privately, yet not a single one spoke in opposition. The law enforcement elder remained silent. The transmission master bowed his head. Even Elder Bianfeng, who had long maintained a close relationship with Xiao Hanyu, merely moved his lips before falling quiet. Standing in the hall, Li Feng's expression shifted from shock to complexity, then gradually twisted into a dark satisfaction. He had not lacked desires for Xiao Hanyu. What man would not wish to possess a woman so ethereally detached? But since he could not have her, no one else would either. Rather than letting Su Changqing claim her, it was far better to reduce her to a hunted outcast pursued by every righteous faction across the Eastern Domain. Excellent. Truly excellent. The Luoyun sects wanted proclamation spread that very day. Spirit pigeons scattered in every direction while transmission jade talismans flashed through the sky. Before half the day had passed, news of Xiao Hanyu's betrayal and the sect's reward of a mid-grade spiritual artifact had reached every corner of the Eastern Domain's righteous camps. Alliances erupted into discussion, some expressing regret, others schadenfreude, and still more eagerly sharpening their ambitions. The lure of a mid-grade spiritual treasure was enough to stir even the most secluded ancient beings. Meanwhile, at the Heavenly Demon sect's main peak council hall, in stark contrast to Luoyun sect's solemn atmosphere, this place exuded an air of relaxed, yet biting demonic energy. Dark red spirit crystals embedded in the walls cast the entire hall in a crimson glow resembling blood. Upon the central dais rested a complete black tiger pelt. Su Changqing reclined upon it, one leg draped casually over the armrest, elbow propped beneath his chin, white hair cascading over his shoulders. His expression was languid and indifferent. He gazed downward at the elderly figure standing before him. The old man was gaunt and withered, his face like cracked bark, yet sharp light gleamed from his sunken eyes. A faint aura of darkness coiled about his form. His nascent soul cultivation revealed itself, openly meeting Su Changqing's demonic energy in careful equilibrium, neither yielding nor aggressive. The Myriad Demons sect elder Mo Sheng. Su Changqing remembered the name. The Grand Elder of the Myriad Demons sect at the early nascent soul stage, said to have devoted nearly a millennium to this realm, his foundations profoundly deep. The Myriad Demons sect, Yinyang Pavilion, and the Huangquan Heavenly Palace. These three colossi represented the highest powers of the demonic path in the Eastern Domain, each carrying tens of thousands of years of heritage, with not one or two, but several nascent soul cultivators within their ranks. Their depths were unfathomable. His Heavenly Demon sect, by contrast, had existed only decades. Its rise had been astonishing, yet its foundations remained shallow. At most 10,000 disciples, only 4 nascent soul elders. The entire sect rested almost entirely upon Su Changqing's shoulders. What brings a distinguished guest from the Myriad Demons sect? Su Changqing spoke with detached neutrality, his tone neither cordial nor dismissive. Exactly the bearing a sect lord should maintain. Elder Mo Sheng offered a hand clasp, a dry smile stretching across his wooden face. I am Mo Sheng, paying respects to the lord of the Heavenly Demon sect. I have come representing the Myriad Demons sect to propose a cooperation. Su Changqing's gaze rested upon him for a moment before he gave a slight nod. Proceed. Without preamble, Elder Mo Sheng stated plainly, the aging emperor of the Great Li dynasty has abdicated. I trust you have heard of this. Su Changqing nodded. The Great Li dynasty was a colossus spanning nearly half the Eastern Domain, its territories home to hundreds of billions of mortal subjects. The righteous factions of the cultivation world had long maintained this dynasty's equilibrium in secret. While the succession of secular imperial power appeared to be a mortal affair, the interests involved were so vast that no cultivation force could afford to remain idle. Whoever claimed the throne would see the spirit stone veins, medicinal herb territories, and talent selection across those vast lands shift entirely in their favor. Elder Mo Sheng continued, with the old emperor's abdication comes a new coronation. Among the princes, the only genuine contender is the crown prince himself. The crown prince's claim has always been recognized as legitimate, backed by Luoyun sect and other orthodox great sects, a formidable force. He paused, a glint of sharp calculation flashing through his aged eyes. But your highness, Prince Yin has come seeking us out. He pledges that upon securing the throne. Su Changqing's eyebrow lifted slightly. The offer was exceedingly generous. Top-grade spirit veins meant endless cultivation resources. The Great Li Dynasty's millennium-spanning treasury, filled with secret techniques and arts, could make even nascent soul master cultivators envious. More importantly, if Prince Yin truly brought his entire kingdom into the demonic path, it would carve a substantial wound from the righteous Eastern Domain's territory, a strategic gain far surpassing any material wealth. In that case, Su Changqing shifted his posture, leaning slightly forward with his elbows resting on his knees, fingers interlaced before him. His crimson eyes fell upon Elder Mo Sheng's weathered features, weighing him with scrutiny. Why does the myriad demon sect seek me out? Even if your faction alone cannot consume the spoils of the Great Li Dynasty, you could simply call upon Yinyang Pavilion and the Huangquan Heavenly Palace. The three great demonic sects joining forces would easily elevate Prince Yin to the throne. Why make the unnecessary effort to recruit a minor sect such as mine? His words were blunt. Though the Heavenly Demon sect had risen in prominence in recent years, it still lagged considerably behind the three great demonic powers. Su Changqing did not favor beating around the bush. If the myriad demons sect approached him of their own accord, he refused to believe there was no hidden agenda. Elder Mo Sheng's thin face creased into a bitter smile, deep wrinkles converging, as if aging further in that instant. He shook his head and sighed. My dear friend Su, you do not understand. Had the three factions been able to join forces, I would never have troubled myself to knock upon this sect's door today. The truth is, both of those factions are currently unable to spare themselves. Su Changqing raised an eyebrow, but did not interrupt. The old demon Mo cleared his throat, his tone turning subtle. The Yinyang Pavilion has encountered a rather significant incident. Have you fellow Taoists Su ever heard of their elder Ji Xiao? Su Changqing gave a slight nod. Ji Xiao, the youngest nascent soul elder of the Yinyang Pavilion, was born with an innate allure and cultivated the art of Yinyang Union. He had gained considerable notoriety in the Eastern Domain's demonic path. Yet that reputation was mostly infamous. He was a lecher who had defiled no small number of female cultivators. This elder Ji recently traveled to the Azure Water Spirit Lake, where he encountered Fairy Pei Yuxian of the Heavenly Sword sect, who was also gathering herbs there. The old demon Mo lowered his voice by a third. He schemed and took the fairy's purity. Su Changqing's gaze sharpened slightly. The Heavenly Sword sect Pei Yuxian. He had heard that name. The only daughter of the Heavenly Sword sect's leader, born with a sword heart, she had formed her nascent soul at the age of 120, the most exceptional sword prodigy in tens of thousands of years. More importantly, the Heavenly Sword sect itself was a traditional great sect in the Eastern Domain, with deep foundations and strength no less than that of the Falling Cloud sect. Such a sect valued its honor above all. To have its pearl defiled was akin to being slapped in the face publicly. The old demon Mo continued. When the Heavenly Sword sect learned of this, they flew into a fury and issued a sword decree that very day, vowing to fight the Yinyang Pavilion to the death. Though a full-scale nascent soul war had yet to break out, conflicts among disciples below the elder level were constant. Just days ago, an elder of the Yinyang Pavilion was ambushed and slain by three nascent soul sword cultivators of the Heavenly Sword sect. He paused, his tone tinged with a sense of mourning for the fallen. The Yinyang Pavilion is now fully occupied dealing with the Heavenly Sword sect's retaliation. They have no spare hands to involve themselves in the affairs of the Great Li Dynasty. As for the Yellow Spring Heavenly Palace, they have not stirred up trouble, but their sect is far away in the western border, while the Great Li Dynasty lies deep in the eastern domain. Separated by mountains and rivers, they are not so keen on this venture. They have only agreed to send one nascent soul cultivator to assist. So the old demon Mo clasped his hands once more, his demeanor even more earnest than before. I am here today to sincerely invite you fellow Taoists Su to lend your aid. Although the Demon Heaven Hall was established only recently, your strength fellow Taoist Su is among the few in the Eastern Domain's nascent soul stage that can be considered a match for you. With your help, this matter carries much more certainty. Su Changqing leaned back in his chair, tapped two fingers lightly on the armrest, then nodded. The old demon Mo's withered face broke into a smile, and he bowed again. Thank you fellow Taoist Su. After the deed is done, one of the two high-grade spirit veins offered by the Prince of Yin shall belong to the Demon Heaven Hall. With that he took his leave, bowed, and turned away. His gaunt figure vanished like a wisp of black smoke into the demonic mist outside the hall within a few breaths. Su Changqing gazed at the direction he had disappeared, shaking his head. A spirit vein after the deed. Nicely put. The 10,000 Demon sect, a demonic power with tens of thousands of years of heritage, had a reputation for trustworthiness that depended entirely on circumstances. Today the old demon Mo had visited with such a humble attitude, likely because the Yinyang Pavilion and the Yellow Spring Heavenly Palace were unavailable. He had come to Su Changqing only because he truly needed help. Whether the 10,000 Demon sect would honor their promise after the deed was another matter entirely. But, true or false, it mattered not. He had already sensed it. The bottleneck within him was loosening, and the threshold of the mid-nascent soul stage was close at hand. Soon he would cross it smoothly. When that time came, with the tyrannical power of the immortal slaying demon body and the Taishu wandering dragon spear in his hand, he would be invincible among nascent soul cultivators. If the 10,000 Demon sect faithfully fulfilled their agreement, all would be well. If they tried any tricks, he would not hesitate to test his spear on them. Lord of the Hall. A soft, alluring voice came from the side of the hall. Su Xianxia turned his head and saw a figure in red entering gracefully. The newcomer was a woman, her well-fitted red dress accentuating her voluptuous curves, a slender waist, a full bosom, and a slit revealing a pale leg. She was exceedingly beautiful with phoenix eyes, willowy brows, and a slightly upturned red mouth. When she smiled, she resembled a thorny rose of beauty laced with deadly danger. Xianxia, one of the 4 protectors of the Demon Heaven Hall, a cultivator at the late nascent soul stage, whom Su Xianxia had taken in years ago. She cultivated the art of seduction, was ruthless in her methods, and had countless cultivators killed by her hand. But in Su Xianxia's eyes, no woman, no matter how beautiful, could compare to Xianxia. Xianxia's allure was indeed captivating, but alongside Xianxia's ethereal, pure, and cold beauty, it seemed merely vulgar. One was a poisonous rose, the other a moon in the high heavens. An insurmountable chasm lay between them. What is it? Su Xianxia withdrew his gaze, his tone flat. Xianxia bowed slightly, her red lips parting. Lord of the Hall, news has come from the Falling Cloud sect. She raised her head, her phoenix eyes carrying a hint of gravity. Half a day ago, the Falling Cloud sect announced that Xianxia had long planned to defect to the demonic path, and they have expelled her from the sect. At the same time, they issued a bounty offering a mid-grade spiritual treasure for her capture. As her words fell, the temperature in the hall dropped several degrees. Su Xianxia said nothing. His expression did not change much, but deep within his blood-red eyes surged a cold, murderous intent so thick it seemed to condense into substance. The Falling Cloud sect. These hypocritical, sanctimonious bastards had indeed resorted to such despicable tactics. They dared not come to rescue her. They could not find the Demon Heaven Hall's mountain gate, and even if they could not breach it. But ruining a person's reputation was more vicious than killing them. By splashing this filth on Xianxia, the entire righteous path of the Eastern Domain would see her as a traitor. She could never return. But so what? Su Xianxia's murderous intent slowly receded, replaced by a cold smile. The Falling Cloud sect's action had actually helped him. Xianxia could not return, which meant she could only stay here by his side. The righteous path did not want her, he did. Her reputation was ruined. Even better, then no one would come to snatch her away. Li Ke, Li Feng, and every single person in the Falling Cloud sect. He had marked them all in his heart. Once the matter of the Great Li dynasty was settled, he would settle accounts with them slowly. Pay it no mind. Let them spread the word. Su Xianxia waved his hand, his tone dismissive. In the secluded courtyard behind the Demon Heaven Hall, the sunlight filtered through layers of demonic chi cast a pale gray light on the blue stone ground of the courtyard. Beside the pond, Xianxia sat alone on a smooth stone, her arms wrapped around her knees, staring blankly at the water. Several koi fish swam leisurely, their red and white scales shimmering under the water's surface. They swam back and forth in this confined pond day after day, year after year. They would probably never know how vast the outside world was, how wide the rivers and lakes. Just like her, Xianxia looked at the koi and suddenly felt a sting in her eyes. The fish were trapped in the pond, unable to return to the rivers and seas for their entire lives. And she was trapped in this courtyard, her cultivation sealed, held tightly in the palm of a paranoid, insane man, unsure if she would ever regain her freedom. She sighed, a sound as light as a fallen leaf. Su Xianxia said he loved her. Loved her. Xianxia closed her eyes, and in her mind appeared the look in Su Xianxia's eyes when he gazed at her. Those bloodshot pupils churning with emotions and intense, suffocating possessiveness. That was the gaze of a madman staring at his prey, the declaration of a demon lord's exclusive claim over a plaything. That was not love. That was sickness, obsession. He had no heart. How could a heartless person love? Xianxia opened her eyes and looked at her reflection in the water. Her face was pale, her eyes slightly reddened, the bruises on her neck not yet fully faded. She buried her face in her knees, her shoulders curling inward. The koi in the pond swam tirelessly, one circle after another, forever unable to escape the walls that confined them. As the courtyard gate was pushed open, it let out a faint creak. Su Xianxia stepped over the threshold, swept his gaze across the courtyard, and immediately saw the figure sitting in the pavilion. Xianxia sat with her back to him on a stone stool by the pond, hugging her knees, her entire body curled into a small ball. Her hair, not tied up, loosely draped over her shoulders, gently swaying in the breeze that carried the demonic chi. She did not notice his arrival, still staring blankly at the koi swimming in the pond, motionless like a white jade statue forgotten in a corner. Su Xianxia took a few steps closer and saw her profile clearly. Her eyes were red with a trace of an undried tear at the corner, and the tip of her nose was slightly flushed. Clearly, she had just been crying. Her face was reflected in the pond water. That stunningly beautiful face held no trace of color, pale to the point of near transparency. Her eyelashes, wet and stuck together, trembled slightly from time to time, as if she was enduring something with great effort. Crying again. Su Xianxia stood not far behind her, his brow furrowed almost imperceptibly. How long had he been gone? Less than the time it takes to eat a meal, and she was already hiding here, shedding tears. This woman, why did she have so many tears? Footsteps sounded on the stone floor of the pavilion. Xianxia suddenly turned her head. The moment she saw it was Su Xianxia, her body instinctively stiffened. Her shoulders tightened, her back straightened, and her hands unconsciously pulled at her skirt. A flicker of panic flashed in her reddened eyes. Su Changqing took in all these subtle reactions and indescribable feelings stirring in his heart. He stepped into the pavilion, stopped in front of her, and looked down at her from above. Xiao Hanyu lowered her head, not daring to meet his gaze. She could feel his eyes on the top of her head, heavy and oppressive, suffocating her. A hand reached out. Long, powerful fingers cupped her chin and lifted her face without allowing any resistance. Su Changqing looked down to examine her. Red-rimmed eyes, wet eyelashes, a pitiful, aggrieved expression like a small animal that had been bullied but dared not make a sound. This sight would likely stir pity in anyone. Master, you are really not being good. Su Changqing spoke, his tone tinged with a mix of helplessness and reproach, as if scolding a disobedient child. Why are you crying again? He tilted his head slightly, his blood-red pupils reflecting her disheveled face. Could it be that you think I am not good to you? Xiao Hanyu heard this and nearly choked on her breath. Good to you? She cursed wildly in her heart. Beating me, slapping my face, tying me to the stone pillar in the hall, choking me almost to death, sealing my cultivation, and locking me in this artificial courtyard like a caged canary. And you call this good? Is there any such way of treating someone well in this world? Su Changqing, is there something seriously wrong with your understanding of the word good? But she dared not say it aloud. She was afraid that if she opened her mouth, this moody demon would turn hostile again. The hand that had gripped her neck last night was so strong she thought she was truly going to die. The suffocating fear still lingered in her body, making her throat ache at the mere memory. No, no. She spoke cautiously, her voice as thin as a mosquito's buzz, trying hard to make her tone sound obedient. But as soon as she finished speaking, tears burst from her eyes like a burst dam, rolling down one by one, sliding along her pale cheeks, and dripping onto the back of Su Changqing's hand that held her chin. She didn't want to cry. She knew that crying in front of him would only make her appear weaker and more pathetic. But she couldn't control it. The events of the past 2 days had been too violent for her. The pride and dignity she had accumulated over 780 years were shattered by this man in just 2 days. Her psychological defenses were riddled with holes. Any gust of wind could cause them to collapse. Su Changqing watched her crying while saying no, and sighed silently in his heart. It seemed that these 2 days had indeed traumatized her. He extended his other hand and placed it on her cheek. The skin in his palm was warm and smooth as jade, delicate and radiant, with a slight coolness, feeling like the finest suet white jade. His hand slowly caressed her face, his thumb brushing over the corner of her eye to wipe away the tears that kept falling. He did this very gently, as if afraid of breaking something. Master, whether you resent me or hate me, his voice was low and firm, intense emotions surging in his blood-red pupils. I will never let you leave me. From now on you can only belong to me. Only I love you. As he spoke, he gently wiped the tears from the corner of her eye with his thumb, his movements so tender they were like a completely different person from the one who slapped her yesterday. Xiao Hanyu's eyes widened. In her tear-blurred vision, Su Changqing's face drew closer and closer. Then under her extremely astonished gaze, he lowered his head and directly kissed her lips. Xiao Hanyu's mind went blank. First kiss. The first kiss she had preserved for 780 years was taken by this demon just like that. His lips were much warmer than she had imagined, carrying a faint scent of pine wood, pressing domineeringly against hers, allowing no room for her to dodge. She froze for a moment, then instinctively raised her hands to push him away. Her palms pressed against his chest, pushing with all her might, but her strength was a joke before a spirit transformation cultivator. Su Changqing did not move an inch, even freeing one hand to hold the back of her head, pressing the kiss deeper. She had no cultivation, no power, no means of resistance. 780 years of cultivation, the peak of nascent soul, all turned to nothing in this moment. She was just a mortal woman with her spiritual energy sealed, held tightly in the arms of a strong, domineering man, without even the right to push him away. After a long time their lips parted. Su Changqing drew back slightly and looked down at her. Xiao Hanyu's lips were kissed, slightly red, and her tear-reddened eyes were brimming with tears, looking at him with an indescribable expression. There was resentment, grievance, fear, and a hint of bewilderment she herself did not notice. Then the accumulated tears finally burst forth. Whoa. Xiao Hanyu sobbed aloud. Her shoulders shook, tears streamed down in large drops like a little girl who had suffered an immense injustice. I was once your master. Her voice was intermittent, choked with sobs, almost inaudible. Why are you treating me like this? What? Su Changqing watched her cry like this, and a twisted sense of satisfaction surged in his heart. She was his master, the first immortal of the eastern domain, the bright moon that countless cultivators looked up to. But now this moon only cried in front of him alone, and only he saw her in this disheveled state. Her tears, her grievances, her trembling, all belonged to him. Because he reached out and pulled her into his arms again, wrapping his arms tightly around her back, pressing her face against his chest. Master, I love you. When he uttered these 3 words, his voice was so low, as if it were squeezed from the deepest recesses of his chest. Xiao Hanyue was tightly held in his embrace, her entire being enveloped by his presence. His chest was broad and firm, his heartbeat steady and powerful, thumping one after another into her ears. Her face pressed against his robe. She cried even harder. Yet as she wept, her body unconsciously relaxed. His embrace was so warm that it made one want to close their eyes and fall into a deep slumber. The fear, pain, and despair of the past 2 days seemed to be shut out by this embrace. Though it was but a fleeting illusion, her sobs gradually subsided. Su Changqing held her, feeling the soft, fragrant body in his arms, and a certain string in his heart was gently plucked. The fatigue, irritability, and the restlessness of the demon-slaying qi within him over these days seemed to find some relief at this moment. He tightened his arms, rested his chin on the top of her head, and closed his eyes. He did not want to let go, to hold her like this forever until the end of time. After an unknown length of time, he finally loosened his arms. Xianxia withdrew from his embrace. Her eyes were still red and traces of tears lingered on her face, but at least she had stopped crying. She lowered her head, not daring to look at him, yet a faint blush crept up to the tips of her ears. During that moment in his arms, a thought had flashed through her mind. Perhaps she should just submit to him. After all, resistance was futile. He was harsh to her, but it seemed that perhaps there was a shred of sincerity. No. Xianxia shook her head fiercely within her heart. She must not be deceived by this demon lord's honeyed words. He only coveted her beauty, only wanted to possess her. It was not true love. She had to endure to survive and wait for an opportunity to escape. She must not yield. Master, Su Changqing's voice interrupted her thoughts. From now on you cannot leave me. You are mine alone. Do you understand? Xianxia opened her mouth, wanting to be defiant for once, but the words died in her throat. She recalled the bruise on her neck, the hand that had nearly crushed her throat. You understood, she whispered, her voice still carrying a trace of lingering grievance. Hearing this, Su Changqing finally broke into a smile. When he smiled, the ferocity between his brows dissipated slightly. Good master. He reached out and ruffled her hair, his tone laced with a hint of indulgence. Don't worry, from now on I'll let you continue cultivating. Your talent hasn't been destroyed, it's just that your cultivation technique has been tampered with. Once I find out who did it and eliminate that hidden danger for you, you will be able to break through to the nascent soul deity transformation and even the legendary true immortal realm. His voice gradually softened as if painting a beautiful future. By then the two of us will have eternal lifespans forever together. No one can separate us. Xianxia listened to his words, and her heart stirred slightly. The cultivation technique had been tampered with. She had always thought her inability to break through was due to a bottleneck in her talent. Could it be that someone had interfered with her cultivation technique? Before she could ponder further, Su Changqing pulled her into his arms again. Xianxia was held tightly, her cheek pressed against his chest, his powerful heartbeat echoing in her ears. She closed her eyes and silently told herself that this was only temporary submission. Just to survive. She must never ever truly fall for him. By the way, master. Su Changqing suddenly released her, as if remembering something. I brought you a gift. Xianxia was stunned, wondering what he was up to now. With a flick of his wrist, a pure white rabbit appeared in Su Changqing's palm. It was a soft-boned rabbit, the most common spiritual rabbit in the eastern domain. Its fur was snow-white and fluffy, 2 long ears standing upright on its head, twitching occasionally. A pair of ruby-like eyes curiously surveyed the surroundings. It was not large, just enough to be cupped in 2 hands nestled in Su Changqing's palm like a soft, fluffy snowball. This is a high-grade soft-boned rabbit, gentle in nature and easy to raise. Su Changqing handed the rabbit to her. It's a female to keep you company. Xianxia stared at the rabbit, frozen in place. A soft-boned rabbit. Back in the days at Falling Cloud Sect, she had also raised a soft-boned rabbit. She had found it in the wild, pure, white, almost identical to this one. She had kept it for many years until its lifespan ended, and it quietly closed its eyes in her arms. Since then she had never raised another spiritual pet. He remembered. He actually remembered. Su Changqing gently placed the rabbit into her arms. The little rabbit obediently curled up in her embrace, its soft fur brushing against her wrist, warm and comforting. It looked up at Xianxia, then lowered its head to sniff her sleeve before settling down quietly, as if it had accepted its new owner. Xianxia looked down at the rabbit in her arms, her fingers unconsciously stroking its soft ears. The little rabbit squinted in contentment and let out a tiny cooing sound. She raised her head to look at Su Changqing. He was looking down at her, a smile playing at the corners of his lips. A genuine warm smile. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the demonic energy, falling upon his white hair and casting a faint halo around his stern profile. For a moment Xianxia felt as if she had returned to 300 years ago. The kind and innocent disciple, the youth who would blush and offer her roasted rabbit legs, the apprentice who would cheerfully say, "Don't worry, master," before she went into seclusion. He stood before her holding a snow-white rabbit, his smile warm enough to melt all the ice in the cold Abyss Valley. If only this were real. If only he had not fallen into the demonic path. If only he had not become the lord of the heavenly demon hall. If only none of that had happened back then. What kind of person would he be now? What would their relationship be like? Xianxua's eyes reddened again, but this time she did not let the tears fall. She simply lowered her head, burying her face in the rabbit's soft fur to hide her expression from Su Changqing. The little rabbit shifted in her arms, found a more comfortable position, and closed its eyes peacefully. Su Changqing stood before her, watching this scene, the red light in his eyes softening. He did not speak, merely watched her quietly, as if admiring a painting he had regained after losing it. Su Changqing stood in the pavilion, one hand gently stroking Xiao Hanyue's hair, a faint smile curling at the corners of his lips as the system prompt echoed in his mind. Ding, Xiao Hanyue's corruption value has reached 5. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the heaven-grade mid-rank divine ability, 3 Fiend Demon God Fist. A heaven-grade mid-rank divine ability. Su Changqing's eyes flickered with satisfaction. In the Divine Wasteland realm, divine abilities and techniques were divided into 4 tiers: Heaven, Earth, Xian, and Yellow, each further split into lower, mid, and upper ranks. Even across the entire Eastern domain, heaven-grade divine abilities were scarce. The 3 Fiend Demon God Fist, from its very name, evoked an unparalleled, slaughterous, demonic supremacy, exactly to his liking. Yet more than the ability itself, what delighted Su Changqing was the shift in corruption value. 5%. From 1 to 2, from 2 to 3, and now to 5. Every upward tick signified another layer of Xiao Hanyue's mental defenses crumbling under his assault. She spoke of hatred and resentment, but subconsciously she was already accepting him. That was undeniable. The system's numbers never lied. Ha ha ha. Su Changqing let out a low laugh, echoing in the quiet pavilion, dripping with unspeakable smugness. His hand continued to caress Xiao Hanyue's long hair, slender fingers weaving through her silky tresses stroke after stroke, as if petting a cherished pet. Xiao Hanyue sat there, letting his hand roam through her hair. She said nothing, but her body still trembled uncontrollably. The slap and the chokehold from 2 days ago were still too vivid, imprinting an instinctive stress response onto her body. Whenever Su Changqing approached, whenever his hand touched her, her muscles would involuntarily tense. She had been beaten into fear. Su Changqing naturally noticed her trembling, but paid it no mind. Fear was good. It meant she had learned her lesson. As for the rest, it would come gradually. Master, it's late. Rest early. He withdrew his hand, his tone gentle, as if coaxing a child. After a pause, he added, in a few days. I'll take you out to play. At his words, a light suddenly flickered in Xiao Hanyue's eyes. She lifted her gaze to Su Changqing, a cautious, incredulous hope surfacing in her eyes. Oh, really? Her voice trembled, caught between anticipation and dread. Anticipation at finally having a chance to leave this cage, dread that Su Changqing was merely toying with her and would turn hostile the next moment. To go out. If she could just get out, there might be a chance to escape. Outside wasn't Yongning Mountain, wasn't the Demon Heaven Hall. There weren't that many demonic arrays and restrictions. As long as she could slip out of Su Changqing's sight, as long as she could find an opening, she might be able to flee back to the Cloudfall sect, back to her former life. Su Changqing looked into her eyes. His smile remained unchanged, but his gaze held a hint of meaningful scrutiny. He reached out and pinched her cheek, not hard, but with a sense of dominance, pulling her face slightly closer. Master, are you thinking about something dangerous? Xiao Hanyue's pupils contracted slightly, her heart almost skipping a beat. She quickly lowered her eyes, not daring to meet his gaze, and mumbled vaguely, No. Su Changqing stared at her for a few breaths, pinching her cheek gently, as if warning or teasing. Then he released his hand, not pressing further. Then, Master, rest early. As the words fell, he bent down, sliding one arm under her knees and the other supporting her back, lifting her horizontally in a seamless motion. The entire movement was fluid. Xiao Hanyue's body rose into the air, and she instinctively grabbed his robe. The soft fur rabbit in her arms squirmed, grumbling twice, then jumped out and scurried to a cushion in the corner of the pavilion. Su Changqing carried her out of the pavilion, across the courtyard, pushed open the door, and entered the inner bedroom. The room was elegantly and warmly furnished with a spiritual lamp, casting a soft, warm glow by the bedside. The bed was thickly cushioned, clean and tidy, exuding a faint fragrance of incense. He gently laid her down, pulled up the quilt, and carefully tucked her in, smoothing the corners neatly. He straightened up and looked down at her. The light of the spiritual lamp fell on his white hair, softening his strikingly handsome, almost demonic features. His movements were so natural, as if he did this every night, as if carrying her to bed and covering her was the most ordinary thing in the world. Xiao Hanyue lay in the quilt, only her face visible, her hair spread on the pillow, her eyes watchful and bewildered. An outsider seeing this scene might truly mistake them for a loving couple. A husband tenderly carrying his wife to bed, the wife quietly tucked in. The picture was warm and sweet, but only Xiao Hanyue knew. That tenderness and gentleness were merely a sugar coating wrapped around a toy by a paranoid madman. Su Changqing gave her one last glance, said nothing more, and turned to leave the bedroom. The door closed softly behind him, and his footsteps faded away. Xiao Hanyue lay in the darkness, staring at the ceiling. Her hand clenched under the quilt, nails digging into her palm. To go out. As long as she could get out, there was a chance. She repeated this silently in her mind, as if encouraging herself. The Great Li Dynasty Yin Prince's mansion. The night was as dark as ink, yet the mansion's lights blazed glaringly. In the council hall, a towering figure sat at the head, exuding the terrifying aura of a nascent soul peak cultivator. The spiritual energy fluctuations like tangible waves pressed outward in all directions, causing the furniture in the hall to creak. Several maids and guards knelt on the ground, foreheads pressed to the floor, not daring to breathe loudly. Prince Yin Jiangdi. He was tall and imposing, with thick brows and tiger-like eyes, his angular face now contorted with fury. One hand gripped the armrest of his chair, already cracking the spiritual wood. Your Highness, the The Crown Prince. He has ascended the throne. The scout reporting below trembled violently, his voice stuttering and barely coherent. He was startled by the almost tangible killing intent emanating from Prince Yen. Bang! Jiang Di slammed his palm onto the table before him, reducing the high-grade spiritual wood table to dust. As wood chips flew, he rose abruptly, his spiritual energy surging like boiling magma. Jiang Yunwen, you insolent wretch! His roar exploded above the mansion, startling countless birds. The servants in the mansion prostrated themselves, trembling, fearing that the prince's wrath would fall upon them. Jiang Di's eyes nearly burst. What was Jiang Yunwen? A mere golden core stage waste over 1300 years old. Mediocre in cultivation talent, mediocre in governance, accomplished in neither arts nor martial arts. The only thing he could claim was that so-called eldest legitimate son status. Relying on that status, the Cloudfall sect and those righteous factions had coddled him like a treasure, lifting him to the position of crown prince, and now they had actually let him ascend the throne. A golden core stage puppet emperor worthy of sitting on the dragon throne of the Great Li dynasty. On what grounds? He, Jiang Di, had cultivated for 1200 years, reached the peak of nascent soul, and was but a step away from soul transformation. In terms of cultivation talent and strategic vision, he surpassed Jiang Yunwen by 10 streets. Yet simply because he was the second son, this throne was denied to him. He refused to accept it. Your Highness, what? What should we do? A strategist beside him asked with a trembling voice. Jiang Di's fury slowly subsided, replaced by a sinister smirk. How, what should we do? He turned his gaze to the guard standing silently nearby, his trusted personal guard commander, loyal for years without a second thought. Go secretly to the other princes' residences. Tell them. In 3 days we rise up. The guard's expression tightened, and he cupped his fists, saying in a low voice, yes. Before the words faded, his figure vanished into the night like a phantom. Jiang Di stood alone in the brightly lit hall, his fists clenched. The world should belong to the capable. He murmured to himself, his voice carrying an unshakable certainty. Deep within the cave, demonic chi surged like a tide. The demonic chi of the entire Yongning Mountain frantically converged from all directions toward the innermost chamber of the demonic heaven hall. Thick demonic chi formed a colossal vortex in the sky, with black clouds churning, blotting out the sun and sky. Even the beasts in the mountains sensed this terrifying pressure, prostrating themselves on the ground and trembling in fear. Inside the chamber, Su Changqing sat cross-legged, his white hair stirring without wind. His body was enveloped in dense demonic chi, those jet-black currents moving like living beings across his skin, sometimes burrowing into pores, sometimes erupting from acupoints. The annihilating immortal demon body within him operated at full power, continuously converting the incoming demonic chi into his own cultivation. After an unknown span of time, he abruptly opened his eyes. 2 beams of blood light shot from his pupils, directly piercing 2 fist-sized holes through the stone wall of the chamber. An aura several times more formidable than before erupted from his body, causing the entire chamber to tremble. The spirit crystals embedded in the walls shattered one after another under the impact, emitting a series of crisp cracking sounds. Middle stage nascent soul achieved. Su Changqing felt the surging power within him more than doubled, and a slow smile curved at the corners of his mouth. The gap between each minor realm within the nascent soul stage was like a chasm. Stepping from early stage to middle stage, both the quantity and purity of his spiritual power had undergone a qualitative leap. The power of the annihilating immortal demon body would also increase with his rising cultivation, coupled with the void soaring dragon spear and the 3 calamities demon god fist. Now among those in the nascent soul stage, only the ancient relics would be able to stand against him in a direct confrontation. He stood up, stretching his limbs, and his joints emitted crisp cracking sounds. Master truly has a face that brings good fortune to her husband, he muttered to himself, a hint of smugness in his tone. Ever since he captured Xiaohanyue, the system had activated his cultivation, had broken through, and he had even obtained a top-grade innate spiritual treasure and a heaven-grade divine ability. Xiaohanyue was simply his lucky star. In the small courtyard, Xiaohanyue was crouching by the pond, holding a leaf of spirit vegetable in her hand, teasing the soft-boned rabbit in her arms. The little rabbit had grown a bit rounder over the past few days, its snow white fur even fluffier and glossier. Now it was gnawing on the vegetable leaf with crunchy sounds, its long ears twitching with each chew, exuding an indescribably adorable demeanor. Xiaohanyue looked down at it, a faint smile unconsciously lifting the corners of her mouth. This was the only thing that had brought her any comfort since she was imprisoned. Just then a terrifying aura emanated from the depths of the earth, like a dormant ferocious beast awakening, enveloping the entire Yongning Mountain under its oppressive might. The vegetable leaf fell from Xiaohanyue's hand. Although her cultivation was sealed and her divine sense could not be released, the trembling sensation from the depths of her soul could not be faked. It was the instinctive fear of a low-level cultivator facing a higher existence of vigilance engraved in her bones by 780 years of cultivation experience. It was Su Changqing's aura, but far more formidable than before. He had broken through again. A complex emotion surged in Xiaohanyue's heart. When Su Changqing was at the early nascent soul stage, he was already invincible within his realm, capable of crossing realms to slay stronger opponents. Now that he had stepped into the middle nascent soul stage among those in the nascent soul stage aside from the reclusive old monsters who could still suppress him, could she really escape? She lowered her head looking at her own hands. No cultivation, no spiritual power, even her divine sense was sealed within her body. Her current strength was no different from that of an ordinary mortal woman. And Xianxia. He was a middle-stage nascent soul demonic overlord, the master of the demonic heaven hall, whom even the entire righteous path of the eastern domain could not subdue. The gap between the two of them had grown to a despairing magnitude. The hope of escape was as faint as lighting a candle in a storm. But if she didn't run, was she really going to accept her fate? Was she really going to be trapped here, forever a prisoner of this demon? Xianxia's thoughts were in chaos. She recalled the events of the past few days. Xianxia had indeed hit her, slapped her face, choked her neck, trampling her dignity underfoot again and again. But what about after that? He had applied medicine to her wounds, cooked her favorite steamed spirit fish, arranged the courtyard to look exactly like the Falling Cloud sect, and even given her a soft-boned rabbit. Apart from the beating 2 days ago, he seemed to have treated her quite well, actually. Every day, he personally brought meals and ate with her, and although he didn't grant her freedom, his attitude had become much gentler than at the beginning. When he stroked her hair, his touch was light, without hurting her. When he carried her back to her room at night, his movements were also careful, as if afraid of bumping or hurting her. Even the rabbit he gave her was her favorite soft-boned rabbit. No. Xianxia violently shook her head, as if trying to shake off those dangerous thoughts. She raised her hands and slapped her cheeks, sharply producing a crisp sound. Xianxia, what are you thinking? She scolded herself fiercely in her heart. How can you be so self-deprecating? Xianxia is a demon lord, a man of the demonic path, who has killed countless people and committed all kinds of evil. I am a righteous cultivator and elder of the Falling Cloud sect. How can I be moved by him? How can I submit to him? She took a deep breath, trying to calm her emotions. It's all my fault. She lowered her gaze, looking at her reflection in the pond. I was once his master. If a disciple is not taught, it is the master's fault. For him to become like this, I as his master cannot evade responsibility. Perhaps this is the punishment I deserve. She sighed, her voice full of bitterness. If she hadn't gone into seclusion back then, if she had uncovered Li Feng's conspiracy earlier, if she had been able to protect her disciple, Xianxia might not have fallen into the demonic path, might not have become the blood-soaked demon he was now. The source of it all lay with her. As she was lost in thought, a pair of strong arms suddenly reached from behind, pulling her into a broad embrace. Xianxia's body jolted, almost letting out a startled cry. But she quickly recognized the embrace. The faint scent of pine, with the arms locked around her waist like iron clamps, and the weight of the person's chin resting on her shoulder. Xianxia. He had appeared behind her again, without a sound. A blush crept onto Xianxia's cheeks, whether from fright or from the embarrassment of this overly intimate embrace. She stiffened in Xianxia's arms, not daring to move, feeling his breath on her ear, warm and ticklish. Master, I have broken through to the middle nascent soul stage. Xianxia's voice sounded in her ear, low and pleased, as if sharing good news. What do you think? Should I go kill a few righteous nascent soul cultivators to celebrate? Xianxia's face instantly turned pale. She knew that Xianxia was not joking. This demon was capable of anything. No, don't. She almost instinctively spoke, her voice pleading. After all, she was still a righteous cultivator. She could not stand by idly while Xianxia killed her fellow righteous disciples. Xianxia let out a light laugh, as if he had long anticipated her reaction. He tightened his arms, pressing her back closer against his chest. Then, master, as my wife, what should you do? Xianxia's face flushed bright red from her cheeks to the tips of her ears. This damned demon, so shameless, actually calling her his wife. When had they ever gotten married? When had she ever agreed to marry him? This was clearly forcing a woman to submit, forcibly taking her, and he had the audacity to say that. But she did not refute him, because she knew that arguing would be useless and would only anger him. In front of this demon, she had no room for bargaining. She turned around awkwardly, and Xianxia's arms stood on tiptoe, and with a red face, quickly pecked him on the cheek. The moment her lips touched his cheek, she felt her entire body burning, the shame almost overwhelming her. In 780 years, this was the first time she had voluntarily kissed a man. No, it was forced, it was forced. She frantically told herself in her mind this was all forced. Sooner or later she would take revenge, trample this demon underfoot, and reclaim all the humiliation she had suffered with interest. Xianxia, having been kissed by her, smiled even more deeply. He raised his hand and touched her cheek, his gesture both frivolous and intimate. Master is so obedient. His gaze swept over her neck. The bruise he had left a few days ago had completely faded, and her skin had returned to its original fair and delicate state. He nodded in satisfaction and lightly pinched her cheek. Ding, Xianxia's corruption value has reached 7. The system prompt echoed in his mind, and Xianxia's smile grew even brighter. 7%. It was rising faster than he had anticipated. It seemed that the recent conditioning had been quite effective, though Master refused to admit it verbally. Her body and mind were gradually accepting him. Master, you must listen to me from now on, understand. Xianxia bit her lip in grievance, but still obediently nodded. She dared not refuse to nod, because she did not know what this capricious demon would do if she shook her head. Su Chongqing rubbed the top of her head, as if rewarding an obedient pet. Let's go, we'll eat. He took her hand and led her toward the stone table. Xiao Hanyue lowered her head, letting him lead her, holding the snow-white soft-boned rabbit in her other hand. The little rabbit was completely unaware of its owner's complicated feelings at the moment, still munching on vegetable leaves, its ruby-like eyes squinting in contentment. The Great Li Dynasty. The vast territory which had been peaceful and prosperous just half a month ago was now in complete chaos. Before the joyous news of the new emperor's ascension could spread across the nation, Prince Yin Zhongdi was the first to raise the banner of rebellion. Following closely were over a dozen princes, including Prince Ning, Prince Qi, and Prince Wei, who raised their armies in response under the banner of cleansing the sovereign side and rectifying the court. Over half the dynasty was engulfed in flames of war overnight. Countless cities changed hands amid swords and blades, and smoke filled every inch of the land. Among the princes, Prince Yin Zhongdi launched the most ferocious assault. His army swept through like a plague of locusts, conquering nearly half the northern region in just over 10 days. 3 major strongholds were breached, and 7 commanderies changed hands. Prince Yin himself took the front line. His cultivation at the peak of the nascent Soul realm made him a god of slaughter on the battlefield, and no general could withstand 3 exchanges under his hands. Northern cities surrendered at the mere news, and the Yin army's banners pushed southward with unstoppable momentum. The capital of Great Li, the Imperial Palace. In the Golden Throne Hall, the newly ascended Emperor Jiang Yunwen sat on the dragon throne, his face ashen, as if about to drip with ink. Before him knelt a large group of civil and military officials, each with their heads lowered, none daring to meet the emperor's gaze. Report. Urgent dispatch from the northern border. Prince Yan's army has breached Kanglan Pass, and the defending general has fallen. Report. Urgent dispatch from the western border. Prince Qi and Prince Wei have joined forces, capturing 4 cities in succession, and 3 commanderies in the west have fallen into enemy hands. Report. Urgent dispatch from the southern border. Prince Ning's army advances by land and water, and the southern navy has been completely annihilated. Report. Urgent dispatch from the eastern border. Enough. Jiang Yunwen slammed his hand on the armrest of the dragon, throne, veins bulging on his forehead. He had only been on the throne for a few days, and the world had already fallen into chaos. Bad news came from all directions. Not a single one was good, all telling of which stronghold had been breached, which commandery had been lost. If this continued, he might become the shortest reigning emperor in the history of the Great Li Dynasty. The court is adjourned. He gritted his teeth and forced out these 2 words. The officials, as if granted amnesty, scrambled out of the hall. After the hall emptied, Jiang Yunwen leaned back on the dragon throne and raised his hand to rub his throbbing temples. He knew that he was merely a puppet emperor propped up by the orthodox path. His cultivation was only at the golden core stage. In the cultivation world where strength reigns supreme, a golden core emperor could not suppress any faction. He had been able to ascend to this position solely thanks to the support of the Luoyun sect and the other great orthodox sects. And now the only ones he could rely on were precisely them. Footsteps sounded. 3 figures in white robes walked in from outside the hall. On the chest of their white robes was embroidered the unique seal of the Luoyun sect. A celestial mountain floating amidst the clouds. That was the emblem of the Luoyun sect. Leading them was a middle-aged man with a slender build, a stern countenance, and a silver-white long sword hanging at his waist. The scabbard was engraved with dense runes emitting a faint cold light. Behind him followed 2 others, a man and a woman, both with an ethereal aura and unfathomable depths of energy. 3 divine transformation cultivators. Jiang Yunwen quickly stood up from the dragon throne, hurried down the steps, and bowed respectfully. I, the Emperor of Great Li, pay my respects to the 3 seniors of the Luoyun sect. He assumed a very humble posture, completely devoid of the air of a sovereign. Before divine transformation cultivators, he, a golden core emperor, was nothing. No matter how vast the territory of the Great Li Dynasty or how numerous its people, they were no match for a single finger of a divine transformation cultivator. The leading white-robed sword cultivator nodded slightly, his gaze carrying a condescending arrogance. He swept his eyes over the resplendent golden throne hall, his expression utterly unmoved, as if looking at a mundane, thatched hut. Rest assured, Your Majesty. His voice was calm and firm, carrying an unassailable confidence. We orthodox cultivators will certainly support you as the legitimate ruler. That rebellious Prince Yin is nothing but a clown. Jiang Yunwen breathed a long sigh of relief and repeatedly expressed his gratitude. 3 divine transformation cultivators. With them taking action, even if Prince Yin Zhongdi was strong, he was merely at the peak of nascent soul. The gap between divine transformation and nascent soul was the difference between heaven and earth. As long as these 3 seniors were willing to act, the rebels' offensive would surely be halted and his throne would be secured. The white-robed sword cultivator watched his relieved expression, a faint, barely perceptible smile curling at the corner of his mouth. The orthodox path supports the legitimate ruler. Of course. But the price for this, I'm afraid this young emperor was not yet fully aware. From now on, the Great Li Dynasty's spirit minds, heavenly treasures, and talent selection would all have to be prioritized for the orthodox sects. Especially the Luoyun sect. This world, after all, belongs to cultivators. The emperor, merely a pawn in their hands. Xianxia was in a dazed slumber, her consciousness still immersed in chaotic dreams. She had a jumbled dream where the green mountains and mist of Luoyun sect appeared along with a snow-white soft-boned rabbit hopping among the bamboo grove. But even in her dream, she could feel a pair of warm hands gently caressing her face, sliding from her forehead to the ends of her brows, then from her brows to her cheeks. The movements were extremely light and slow, as if caressing a rare treasure. She slowly opened her eyes. What met her gaze was a face so handsome it was almost demonic. White hair cascading down blood-red pupils shimmering faintly, and a subtle ambiguous smile, curving at the corners of his mouth. Su Changqing sat on the edge of the bed, one hand resting on her cheek, his thumb occasionally stroking her cheekbone. Xianxia's body trembled almost instinctively, her drowsiness instantly vanishing. She instinctively shrank back, her back pressing against the soft cushion at the headboard, leaving no room to retreat. "Don't you want to see me, master?" Su Changqing spoke, his tone carrying a hint of teasing, but there was little amusement in those blood-red eyes. "No, it's not that," Xianxia quickly replied, her voice still hoarse from sleep. In her heart, she had already cursed him 800 times through gritted teeth. Coming to scare her so early in the morning. This demon must feel uncomfortable if he goes a day without frightening her. But on her face, she dared not show the slightest discontent, only striving to make her expression appear obedient. She must endure, she repeatedly told herself, she must endure. Su Changqing seemed pleased with her reaction, and the smile at the corners of his mouth deepened. "Master, I have good news to tell you." As he spoke, he continued to stroke her face. His hand began from her cheek, slowly moving downward, his fingertips brushing past her delicate jawline, and coming to rest on her neck. His movements were gentle, as if playing a zither or tracing the outline of a fine porcelain piece. Xianxia's neck was long and fair, her skin so fine that pores were almost invisible. His hand covering it could feel the slight pulse of her carotid artery. Xianxia let out a soft, subtle whimper, her body trembling slightly. His fingers carried a warm magic, and wherever they passed they raised a fine layer of goosebumps on her skin. She bit her lower lip, trying hard not to make any more sounds. "Haven't you always wanted to go out?" Su Changqing's voice was low and gentle, as if coaxing a child. "You can go out now? Leave the Demon Heaven Palace." Xianxia's eyes suddenly lit up with a brilliance brighter than the morning sunlight, piercing through the demonic aura. Her heart skipped a beat. Had he finally seen the light? Had his conscience finally awoken, and he was going to let her go? However, before she could rejoice for long, Su Changqing continued, speaking, a mischievous glint in his eyes. "I'm going to the Dali dynasty, so of course I must bring my beloved master along." Xianxia's eyes instantly dimmed, as if doused with cold water. Sure enough, she knew it. How could this demon be so kind as to let her go? He was merely going out on business and taking along his beloved toy, so it wouldn't gather dust at home. Oh well, she quickly adjusted her mindset. At least she could get some fresh air. Trapped in this courtyard for so many days, she was almost bored to death. Even being escorted out was better than staring at those few koi all day long. "Come, master, have some kanji." Su Changqing reached out and picked up a celadon bowl from the jade tray on the bedside. "I made this myself for you." In the bowl was a fish fillet kanji, the rice grains cooked until soft and blooming, the fish fillets snow-white and translucent, topped with a few green spiritual scallion bits. Steam rose curling, carrying a sweet and savory aroma. Su Changqing scooped up a spoonful of kanji, gently blew on it, then took a small sip to test the temperature. Feeling it was about right, he handed the bowl to Xianxia. Xianxia looked at the bowl of kanji, hesitating. He had just drunk from it, and now he was handing it to her. Wasn't this an indirect kiss? Her cheeks flushed slightly, but she soon deflated. Oh well, they had already kissed. What did drinking from his cup matter? She resignedly opened her small mouth and drank the spoonful of kanji from Su Changqing's hand. The savory fragrance of the fish fillet spread on her tongue. The kanji was cooked to perfection, melting in her mouth with just the right amount of saltiness. The taste was indeed excellent, much better than she had imagined. Su Changqing watched her obediently drinking the kanji, his expression becoming increasingly satisfied, a morbid red light flickering in his eyes. Yes, that's it. Master must no longer resist him, must obediently listen to him, exist only for him alone. What he wanted was this kind of Xianxia, docile, obedient, a Xianxia who would not struggle, not resist, not think of running away. This was what he had desired most for over 200 years, and now she was gradually becoming what he wanted. This breakfast was finished in an atmosphere that was both warm and strange. A man holding a bowl, feeding a woman kanji. It looked exactly like a loving couple. When Xianxia finished the last mouthful, Su Changqing put the bowl aside and stood up. "Let's go, master." He bent down, sliding one hand under her knees and the other supporting her back, lifting her horizontally. Xianxia instinctively reached up to wrap her arms around his neck, then immediately felt the gesture was too intimate and wanted to let go, but being suspended in the air, she dared not release her grip, so she could only maintain the position with a red face. She buried her face in the hollow of his shoulder, not daring to look up, afraid he would see her blush. Su Changqing carried her out of the small courtyard, walking along the corridor toward the square outside the Demon Heaven Palace. The guards and maids they encountered along the way all knelt in salute, their heads bowed low, none daring to steal a glance at the woman in the palace lord's arms. Zuoqiu was already waiting in the square. Seeing Su Changqing carrying Xiao Hanyue out, a flicker of complex light passed through his eyes, but he quickly lowered his head and bowed respectfully. Ready? Su Changqing asked. All is in order, Palace Lord. Zuoqiu replied respectfully. Su Changqing nodded slightly, then with a light push of his foot he soared into the air, still holding Xiao Hanyue. His figure was like a black bolt of lightning piercing through layers of demonic mist in a few breaths and arriving above Yongning Mountain. Xiao Hanyue looked up and saw a sight she would never forget for the rest of her life. In the sky, a black flood dragon 1,000 zhang long was circling. The dragon's body was covered with palm-sized black scales, each one glinting with a metallic cold light under the sun. Its head was the size of a small hall, its two vertical pupils a deep dark gold reflecting the figures of Su Changqing and Xiao Hanyue. The flood dragon's 4 sharp claws were tucked under its belly, their tips gleaming with a chilling cold light. No one would doubt that one swipe of those claws could level a mountain peak. Even more exaggeratedly behind this flood dragon was a massive carriage. No, it was an entire mobile palace. Crafted entirely from black spirit wood, it stood 3 stories high with upturned, eased intricate carvings and engraved beams and painted pillars. At each of its 4 corners hung a fist-sized night pearl, emitting a soft, ethereal glow even in broad daylight. The underside of the palace was inscribed with dense floating runes connected to the flood dragon by several chains shimmering with spiritual light. From afar it looked like a miniature palace suspended in midair. This flood dragon was a great demon at the early divine transformation stage that Su Changqing had tamed 20 years ago. Of course, Su Changqing's so-called taming was purely through physical means. Refuse. Beat. Still refuse. Beat again. He would not stop until scales shattered, bones snapped, and the 1,000 zhang flood dragon lay prostrate on the ground, voluntarily offering a strand of its soul imprint and begging him to spare its life. From then on, this flood dragon became the guardian beast of the heavenly demon sect and the exclusive mount of the sect master. It dared not go east when told, west pulled the carriage when commanded, and was more obedient than a dog. Greetings to the sect master and greetings to the sect master's lady. The 4 protectors appeared simultaneously in the high sky, kneeling on one knee and bowing their heads in salute. They were Zui, Xiuqing Xian, and the other 2 nascent soul protectors of the heavenly demon sect. 2,000 elite disciples formed ranks below a pitch-black sea of figures exuding a killing aura that pierced the heavens. Upon hearing the words sect master's lady, Xiao Hanyue's face instantly flushed crimson. She instinctively wanted to refute. She was not his lady, she was merely a captive forced by him. Forced, that was it. She would never submit, never. But as she looked at the 2,000 disciples and the 4 nascent soul protectors below, she swallowed all those words back down. In front of so many people, she dared not contradict Su Changqing's dignity. Sobbed she was truly useless. Su Changqing swept his gaze over the 4 protectors and spoke indifferently. Zhua, Xiuqing, Xian, you too will lead 2,000 elite disciples and accompany me to the Great Li dynasty. Yes, sect master. The 2 answered in unison, their voices shaking the clouds. Su Changqing nodded with satisfaction, then embraced Xiao Hanyue, and with a flicker appeared inside the mobile palace. The interior of the palace was far more spacious than Xiao Hanyue had imagined. From the outside it appeared to be a 3-story pavilion, and in the center of the main hall lay a complete white tiger pelt. On the walls hung spirit treasures of no mean grade, and in the incense burner burned premium ambergris incense, its curling smoke enveloping the entire hall in a faint, elegant mist. Beneath her feet was a soft plush spirit carpet. Stepping on it felt like treading on clouds. The luxury within was likely even more extravagant than the imperial palace of the Great Li dynasty. Su Changqing casually walked to a wide grand seat in the center of the hall and sat down, sinking into it. Then he pulled Xiao Hanyue onto his lap, making her sit in his embrace. His arms encircled her waist, his chin rested on her shoulder, locking her securely in his arms. Sitting on his lap, her back pressed against his chest, Xiao Hanyue could clearly feel the steady, powerful beating of his heart within his chest. His body temperature was slightly higher than hers, transmitting through the fabric and enveloping her in a wave of warmth. This intimate posture made her extremely uncomfortable, but she dared not move, remaining stiff in his arms, not knowing where to place her hands. Finally, she folded them and placed them on her own lap. The palace trembled slightly, and the scenery outside the window began to slowly shift. The 1,000 zhang flood dragon let out a low, resonant roar, dragging the palace toward the direction of the Great Li dynasty. The outline of Yongning Mountain below grew smaller, and smaller layers of demonic mist receded behind them. The palace officially set off. Xiao Hanyue gazed at the distant Yongning Mountain fading away, her mind a whirl of thoughts. She was truly leaving the heavenly demon sect, even though she was still held in Su Changqing's arms, even though 2,000 elite demonic disciples accompanied them. She could see the distant continuous mountain ranges, the vast land beneath the clouds, and the long mist blue sky and white clouds. But soon another thought surged within her. Going to the Great Li dynasty, bringing 2 of the 4 nascent soul protectors, 2,000 elite disciples, and a flood dragon mount at the early divine transformation stage. This formation hardly looked like a friendly visit. A flicker of unease stirred in her heart. She cautiously asked, "What are we going to the Great Li dynasty for?" Su Changqing grinned when he heard her speak voluntarily. His smile was bright and unrestrained, carrying the spirited vigor of a young man. The new emperor of the Great Li dynasty is debauched and tyrannical, oppressing the people with harsh taxes, leaving the masses in misery. He spoke with solemnity, his tone impassioned, as if he were some righteous hero fighting for the people. The Prince of Yin has raised the banner of righteousness, leading an army to purge the sycophants and restore order. Such a just cause naturally deserves the support of the heavenly demon sect. Xianxia was utterly speechless after hearing this. Staring at Su Chongqing's self-righteous face, she was momentarily at a loss for words. With that speech, he sounded like a paragon of chivalry and righteousness. But the truth, he was one of the greatest demon lords in the Eastern domain. The mere name of the heavenly demon sect could stop children from crying at night. The blood on his hands was probably 100 times more than that of the debauched and tyrannical new emperor of the Great Li dynasty. A demonic overlord solemnly declaring he would support a righteous cause. How absurd a scene. Xianxia wisely chose not to press further. She knew Su Chongqing's visit to the Great Li dynasty was far from benign. Most likely he had struck a deal with the Prince of Yin. The new emperor was backed by the Falling Cloud sect and the orthodox factions. Su Chongqing's journey would inevitably involve a direct confrontation with righteous cultivators. A faint trace of worry suddenly arose in her heart. The orthodox side had several divine transformation cultivators. Su Chongqing was strong, but he was only one man. What if he got injured? What if he? Xianxia snapped back to reality and mentally slapped herself hard. What was she thinking? Was she actually worrying about the demon who had imprisoned her? She should be hoping he would be defeated, that the righteous cultivators would capture him and rescue her from this misery. Yes, that was it. She should side with the righteous. Yet inexplicably, that sliver of worry refused to vanish like a tiny thorn lodged in the softest part of her heart. Outside the window, clouds churned and rolled as the flood dragon dragged the palace southward through the sky. The Yin King's army swept forward with irresistible momentum. Within a mere fortnight, Yozhou, Yizhou, Qingzhou, and Bingzhou had all fallen in succession. Wherever the Yin King's banner passed, cities changed hands, garrison commanders either surrendered or perished, and the 4 prefectures fell entirely into the rebel forces' grasp. Now the Yin King's forces aimed directly at Xizhou, the very heart of the Great Li dynasty, where the capital Chanyang city lay. Should Xizhou fall, Chanyang would have no remaining barrier. The Great Li imperial palace, which had stood for millennia, would be laid bare before the Yin King's iron hooves. Muyun City, this majestic fortress perched upon Xizhou's border, served as the final gateway defending the capital. The city walls rose 100 zhang high, constructed entirely of hard basalt stones. Countless defensive runes were inscribed upon them, emanating a faint spiritual glow beneath the sunlight. In peaceful times, this fortress served as the most prosperous commercial hub along Xizhou's border, with carriages flowing like water and crowds coming and going. Yet now the 1,000 li of fertile wilderness beyond the city had transformed into scorched earth. The flames of war ignited from this point. Across the battlefield spanning 1,000 li, tens of millions of soldiers engaged in desperate combat. Viewed from high above, 2 massive armies resembled 2 surging torrents colliding with tremendous force. The thunder of war drums, horns, battle cries, and clashing weapons intertwined into a cacophony that made the very earth tremble. Yet among these tens of millions of soldiers, the vast majority were merely mortal footmen. Clad in armor and wielding blades, they charged into enemy formations at their commanders' orders, carving pathways through their own flesh and blood. They knew nothing of the true reasons behind this war, nor whose interests their sacrifices would ultimately serve, nor even for whom they truly fought. They only knew that when the general commanded them to advance, they advanced, then fell in waves, never to rise again. Those capable of truly determining the war's outcome were never these mortals. A Foundation establishment cultivator draped in black robes hovered above the battlefield, gazing down at the countless mortal soldiers resembling ants. A bloodthirsty excitement twisted his features. Gripping his blade with both hands, he channeled spiritual energy into the steel and slashed downward. A pitch-black blade light stretching hundreds of zhang swept forth like death's scythe, instantly crossing a corner of the battlefield. Wherever that blade light passed, over 1,000 soldiers were cleaved simultaneously in two. Blood and entrails sprayed across the ground, dyeing the scorched earth a dark crimson. Mere mortals daring to resist. The Foundation establishment cultivator licked his lips, his eyes brimming with contempt and satisfaction. In his view, these mortals were nothing but ants. Killing them held no more significance than crushing a few insects. He even savored this sensation of absolute power over life and death. Within the cultivation world, he was merely an insignificant Foundation establishment wandering cultivator, yet before these mortals he stood as a deity, determining their very existence. Just as he prepared to deliver another slash, a sudden premonition of danger struck him. He jerked his head upward to see a massive boulder large as a house plummeting from the heavens with a shrieking sound directly toward him. It was a mortal trebuchet. Insignificant tricks. The black-robed cultivator snorted coldly, launching a punch that shattered the boulder into powder mid-flight. Stone fragments scattered as he brushed the dust from his hands, his gaze sweeping past the smoke-shrouded battlefield to fix upon the row of trebuchets arrayed beneath the distant city walls. He gripped his blade once more, preparing to slice both the offending machinery and the operating soldiers into fragments. The moment his arm rose, a razor-sharp sword light descended from the heavens above. The sword light resembled a silver flash of lightning striking diagonally from his right shoulder. Blood erupted as an arm clutching a blade spiraled through the air. The black-robed cultivator let out a shrill scream tumbling from the sky. He clutched his severed shoulder, blood gushing between his fingers, his face etched with utter disbelief. High above, a white-robed swordsman stood upon empty air, his blade still dripping crimson. This was a patron of the greatly imperial family. He cast a cold glance at the fallen cultivator, offering no pursuit. Instead, he turned his gaze toward the more distant battlefield. The greatly imperial family possessed its own cultivator patrons as well. Though lacking the deep foundations of major sects like Luoyuan sect over 10,000 years, they had gathered numerous wandering cultivators and cultivated substantial direct-line disciples. These imperial patrons typically lived in seclusion, but when the dynasty faced collapse, they became the emperor's final trump card. As cultivators from both sides continued engaging, the battle's scope rapidly expanded from earth to sky. Foundation establishment cultivators clashed in the lower atmosphere, while golden core cultivators traded devastating blows at mid-level altitudes. The dazzling brilliance of various techniques and magical treasures exploded beneath the clouds in spectacular multicolored radiance. Yet behind this magnificent display, cultivators continuously fell from the sky, their cultivation destroyed and their lives extinguished. Yen King, get out here. A thunderous roar erupted from the 9 heavens, overwhelming all other noise upon the battlefield. A middle-aged man in golden battle armor manifested high in the sky, his aura exploding outward with tremendous force. The peak nascent soul pressure radiated like a tangible ocean wave, crushing everything in all directions. The clouds were shredded by this overwhelming presence. Soldiers across hundreds of li below all simultaneously spat blood, while those with weaker cultivation were instantly knocked unconscious. The Guardian Grand General Xianxia. His halberd gleamed with dazzling golden light, its tip pointing directly at the Yen King's central command tent. His voice rang like temple bells across the entire battlefield. The Guardian Grand General stands here today to execute the traitor. Ha ha ha, what a joke. A cold laugh rang from the Yen army ranks as Xianxia, the Yen King himself, dressed in battle armor, strode into the air. In his grasp was a spear entirely crimson red, its shaft inscribed with flame patterns that radiated intense heat. His peak nascent soul aura erupted without restraint, colliding forcefully with Xianxia's presence in the high heavens. A visible shockwave spiraled outward, tearing apart the clouds for 1,000 li in all directions and revealing a crystal-clear blue sky. It seems you are the true rebel. Xianxia's spear pointed at Xianxia from afar, a mocking sneer curling his lips. Placing a mere golden core child upon the throne, is that not a laughingstock to the world? Xianxia, you've lived 3,000 years, yet failed to break through to transcendent divinity in all that time. You're an old corpse, half in the grave already. Today I shall send you off entirely. Insolent fool. Xianxia erupted in fury, abandoning further words. Halberd raised, he charged directly at Xianxia. 2 mighty cultivators at the nascent soul peak clashed fiercely in the 9th heaven. Every collision of their halberd and spear erupted with terrifying shockwaves that could level entire mountains. Their battlefield spanned thousands of li across the sky, sweeping from east to west and back again. Wherever they passed, clouds scattered, and the very daylight was dyed into 2 hues by their spiritual radiance. Elsewhere on the battlefield, the rebel kings, Ning Wang, Rong Wang, Liao Wang, also made their moves, each engaging the court's other nascent soul generals. A dozen nascent soul cultivators dueled in pairs across the heavens, shattering the sky and dimming the sun and moon. The earth trembled, mountains crumbled, and a great river flowing at the edge of the battlefield was severed by a stray sword aura, exposing the mud beneath. The battle of nascent soul cultivators was truly terrifying. Even though they fought in the 9th heaven, deliberately keeping their battle far from the ground, the faintest ripples that leaked down were enough to cause catastrophic casualties among mortal soldiers. A stray palm wind could shatter hundreds of soldiers into bone fragments. A splash of stray spiritual light could instantly vaporize a 1,000-man squad. In such a war, mortals were not even cannon fodder, merely fish caught in the crossfire. At the edge of the battlefield, a young man in a gray robe at the chi refining stage carefully dodged the residual energy from above. He looked no more than 16 or 17 with a youthful face and a slender build. The hand gripping his sword trembled slightly. At his feet lay dozens of armored soldiers, all slain by his blade. He had already killed over 100 men. From vomiting uncontrollably to an impassive expression, it had taken him only half a day. The brutality of war forced everyone within it to grow rapidly, or rather to grow numb. The young man looked up at the cataclysmic nascent soul battle in the 9th heaven, his eyes filled with deep fear and longing. He wondered if he could ever attain such power in this lifetime. No, not even nascent soul. Breaking through to foundation establishment would be enough to satisfy his heart. Yao Lao, do you really think this method will work? The young man asked, in his mind, his tone tinged with obvious hesitation. An aged voice resounded in his mind, carrying impatience and temptation. Boy, if you want to become strong, do as I say. Just killing a few mortals, and you're already soft-hearted. The path of cultivation is defying heaven, climbing over corpses and bones. If you lack this ruthlessness, you dream of forming a golden core. And nascent soul, dream on. The young man gritted his teeth, the hesitation in his eyes gradually replaced by greed and desire. Without another thought, he formed a strange hand seal. The moment the seal was cast, the hundreds of corpses began to tremble violently, as if something within them had awakened. Then the skin of the corpses withered at a visible rate. Flesh, marrow, and organs all rapidly dried up, transforming into streams of dark red energy that surged from the 7 orifices. In less than 3 breaths, the fresh corpses became skeletal mummies, their faces contorted, eye sockets hollow, resembling starving ghosts crawling out of hell. The dark red energy extracted from the corpses converged in the air into a fist-sized sphere hovering above the young man's palm. The sphere glowed with an eerie dark red hue. Within its translucent form, thick blood could be seen slowly flowing, exuding a pungent metallic stench. The young man stared at the blood sphere, his atoms apple bobbing, a strong physical revulsion twisting his face. After all, it was refined from the dead. Just the smell churned his stomach. Swallow it now. Yao Lao's voice urged harshly in his mind. Don't vomit. If you can't bear this little hardship, what cultivation do you seek? The young man clenched his teeth, closed his eyes, and swallowed the blood sphere in one gulp. An indescribable rancid taste exploded in his mouth, nearly causing him to vomit on the spot. But he clamped his hand over his mouth, forcing down the surging nausea. Once the blood sphere entered his stomach, a violent energy erupted inside him, like an invisible hand rampaging through his meridians, smashing through blocked acupoints layer by layer. Oh! The young man threw back his head, letting out a pained yet exhilarated roar. The aura around him began to surge rapidly. Chi refining 9th layer, Chi refining peak. Then the foundation establishment bottleneck that had trapped him for 3 full years shattered under the assault of this wild energy. A surge of unprecedented power erupted from his body. Spiritual energy rushed through his meridians like a flood. In his dantian, the former gaseous spiritual energy began to condense into liquid, the mark of entering foundation establishment. Foundation establishment was achieved. The young man opened his eyes, his face brimming with ecstasy. He clenched his fist, feeling the power within him that was several times stronger than before, hardly believing it was real. He had been stuck at the peak of Chi refining for 3 years, unable to cross that threshold no matter how he cultivated. Now, in less than the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, he had transformed from a Chi refining practitioner into a true foundation establishment cultivator. Thank you, Senior Yao Lao, the young man exclaimed in his mind. This is nothing. Yao Lao's voice drawled with a hint of pride. Do as I say, and forming a golden core will be within reach. The young man nodded. His gaze swept past the dried corpses at his feet, fixing on the other mortal soldiers and low-level cultivators on the battlefield. His eyes no longer held fear or hesitation, but a naked greed. Those were not people. They were his cultivation resources. They were the stepping stones to a higher realm. The gray-robed young man licked his lips, tightened his grip on his sword, and strode toward the next pile of corpses. The battlefield was strewn with corpses, rivers of blood flowing across the land. The clash of over 10 million troops had raged for an entire day, from the first glimmer of dawn to the slanting rays of the setting sun. The scorched earth was carpeted with severed limbs and broken remains, while the air reeked with a nauseating stench of blood. Mortal soldiers, their eyes bloodshot from the frenzy, swung their blades mechanically, slash, hack, fall, only to be trampled by the comrades behind them. Golden Core and Foundation Establishment cultivators fought in the high and low skies respectively, the explosions of arcane spells and techniques echoing one after another, reducing the vast fertile lands beyond Million City to a ragged, pockmarked wasteland. Just as the battle reached a deadlock, a terrifying, oppressive aura descended from the heavens. 3 nascent soul-level pressures stacked together, crashing down like 3 colossal mountains 10,000 zhang high. The moment the oppressive aura enveloped the battlefield, spanning thousands of li, time seemed to freeze for a breath. Then over a dozen nascent soul cultivators battling in the sky were struck as if by an invisible giant palm, all plummeting from the heights. Their bodies slammed into the ground, creating a dozen enormous craters, sending dirt and shattered rocks skyward in a billowing haze of dust. The nascent soul cultivators struggled to rise, only to find that the oppressive aura weighed on their shoulders like shackles, preventing them from even standing upright. At that moment, the entire battlefield fell into a deathly silence. The once thunderous roar of battle instantly ceased. The mortal soldiers had no idea what had happened. They only knew that the immortal masters who had been flying through the sky had suddenly all fallen down. They looked up blankly at the sky. On the battlefield, only 2 people remained standing: Prince Yin Zhangdi and Grand Protector of the nation Xianxia. Both were at the peak of nascent soul, only a step away from becoming nascent soul. Thus they managed to withstand the oppressive aura. Zhangdi reacted swiftly. The moment the oppressive aura descended, he retreated, darting back in a few flashes to the safety of his own army. Standing before the central command tent, he pressed his hand on his long spear and looked up at the sky, his expression unprecedentedly grave. High above, 3 figures descended slowly. The foremost was a middle-aged man clad in the iconic white robe of the Luoyun sect, with a long sword hanging at his waist. His face was cold and stern as if carved by knife and chisel. His temples were slightly gray, and between his brows there was a sharp edge honed by years of immersion in the way of the sword. Just standing there, countless sword chi gathered around him, hidden, yet ready to burst forth, as if with a single thought, he could tear the very heavens and earth into shreds with endless sword intent. Xianxia, master of the sword god peak of the Luoyun sect, mid-stage nascent soul. He was universally recognized as the foremost swordsman of the Luoyun sect, only one step away from touching the very laws of the sword. Behind Xianxia stood two more white-robed nascent soul cultivators, a man and a woman, both at the early stage of nascent soul, also from the Luoyun sect. The three stood shoulder to shoulder, their three nascent soul auras interwoven like an invisible net of heaven, covering the entire battlefield. Xianxia looked down upon the millions of rebel troops below, his gaze as cold and indifferent as if he were observing a swarm of ants. There was no pity, no flicker of emotion in his eyes, just as a person looking down at an anthill would feel no sentiment toward the ants. Luoyun sect, why do you meddle in the internal affairs of the dynasty? Jiang Di's voice rose from below, laced with suppressed fury as he gripped his long spear. Xianxia's gaze fell upon Jiang Di as if regarding a wayward child. He spoke slowly, Prince. Yin, you have rebelled without authorization, thrown the entire Dali dynasty into chaos, causing millions of commoners to be displaced and countless lives to be lost. This crime deserves death 10,000 times over. Jiang Di paused for a breath, then burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha. His laughter echoed across the silent battlefield, carrying a tragic and mocking tone of burning one's bridges. Ridiculous. How utterly ridiculous. You, the Luoyun sect, say I am guilty. What right do you have to pronounce judgment on me? He pointed his long spear straight at Xianxia in the sky, his voice brimming with long-suppressed anger and indignation. Your Luoyun sect is nothing but leeches clinging to the Dali dynasty, sucking its blood these years. Every exorbitant tax and levy imposed by the Dali court was to satisfy your endless demands from the righteous path, wasn't it? Every year, if the tribute of spirit stones, spirit herbs, and ores fell short, by even a tenth, you sent people to scold and punish. You take the resources and leave, caring not a whit about natural disasters or human calamities within the realm. The northern region suffered a 3-year drought, leaving corpses strewn for thousands of li. Did you ever ask a single question? Southern floods submerged 17 prefectures. Did you send a single person to aid? Jiang Di's voice grew louder, more impassioned, each word bursting from his chest, as if wrenched out by force. Now that someone has rebelled and threatens your interests, you suddenly show up. You spout lofty words about benevolence and righteousness, but in the end it's all about protecting your own benefits. What difference is there between you righteous sects and the demonic paths? His words struck like thunder, exploding across the entire battlefield. Many among the millions of soldiers instinctively looked up at the three white-clad figures in the sky, their eyes no longer holding only awe, but also a touch of complicated emotion. Some words no one dared to speak, but that didn't mean no one thought them. Xianxia's expression remained unchanged, not even a twitch at the corner of his mouth. He merely drew the long sword from his waist. You seek death. 2 words spoken lightly, as if an offhand remark. Then he swung his sword once. A brilliant sword light, 10,000 zhang long, dazzling, as a Milky Way pouring down from the 9th heaven. The sword light slashed into the army of Prince Yin. Where it passed, the earth was cleaved into a bottomless fissure stretching 100 li long and dozens of zhang wide. The soldiers on either side of the fissure didn't even have time to scream before they were pulverized by the residual force of the sword chi. Countless people left no ashes behind. They simply evaporated into nothingness in the sword light. Blood gathered into streams on both sides of the fissure, gurgling into the bottomless abyss, as if the earth itself had been wounded and was bleeding dark red. This single strike killed not only Prince Yan's rebel troops, but also many of the Dali Imperial Army who had not retreated in time. But in Xianxia's eyes, all these people were mere ants. Rebels or Imperial troops. There was no difference between ants. When you step on one ant or a swarm of ants, do you need to distinguish which side they belong to? Indeed, the righteous are hypocritical. An aged laughter descended from the heavens, carrying undisguised mockery. A massive black, demonic claw materialized out of thin air, striking at the 10,000 zhang sword light that was still wantonly reaping lives. The sword light and the demonic claw collided, unleashing a visible shockwave that shattered the clouds for hundreds of li. The sword light shattered inch by inch under the claw's assault, dissolving into a sky full of fading light specks. Xianxia stepped out of the void, his gaunt figure blocking the path of Prince Yan's army. Beside him stood a middle-aged man in a purple robe, his face gloomy, exuding the unique netherworld aura of the Huangquan Tiangong. This was the early divine transformation cultivator sent by the Huangquan Tiangong. 2 early divine transformation cultivators now faced the 3 divine transformation cultivators of the Luoyun sect. Though outnumbered, the withered face of Xianxia showed no fear. Instead, a playful smile curled on his lips. I knew it. Xianxia looked at the 2 that appeared, his face betraying no surprise, but his tone grew colder. Prince Yin, merely a peak nascent soul stage, dares to raise an army to rebel. No wonder he has backers. So it's you mad dogs of the demonic path. His gaze swept over Xianxia, and the Huangquan Tiangong divine transformation cultivator, and he frowned slightly. Why only the two of you? Song Zi said calmly. Let me guess who is the third one. As he spoke, a deep dragon's roar echoed from the sky. The dragon roar pierced through the clouds, causing millions of soldiers on the battlefield to cover their ears. A black flood dragon emerged from the sea of clouds, its dark golden vertical pupils coldly gazing down upon the battlefield below, like a god looking down at ants. Behind it trailed chains shimmering with spiritual light, their ends connected to a 3-story palace-sized mobile residence. The entire structure was forged from black spirit wood with night pearls hanging from its 4 corners, emitting a soft glow in the dimness. A 1,000-zhang flood dragon, a beast at the early divine transformation stage. Such a creature in the entire eastern domain, few could tame it as a mount. Everyone on the battlefield instinctively looked up at the floating palace. Even Song Zi's gaze narrowed slightly. The 1,000-zhang flood dragon, a great demon at early divine transformation, would be troublesome even for him to deal with. Inside the palace, Xiao Hanyue's cheeks were flushed, her teeth biting her lips, a mix of shame and anger on her face. All along the way, Su Changqing had been holding her from Yongning Mountain to Muyun City, crossing who knows how many miles. His hands never left her body, sometimes stroking her hair, sometimes pinching her ears, sometimes holding her hand and rubbing it repeatedly. Xiao Hanyue could not resist nor dare to curse, so she could only let him have his way with a red face, cursing him 10,000 times in her heart. Su Changqing, however, seemed oblivious, or rather he simply did not care. His divine sense had already swept through the palace windows, scouring the battlefield below for thousands of li. Just then a system notification sounded, making him perk up. Beep detected a child of fortune nearby. Child of fortune. Su Changqing recalled the system's explanation. A child of fortune carries far more fortune than ordinary people. Killing them allows one to plunder a large amount of fortune points, which can be exchanged for rewards in the system store or used for draws. This was a walking ATM, more valuable than any spirit mine. His divine sense, like invisible tentacles, swept meticulously across the battlefield. Soon he noticed a strange phenomenon at the far edge of the battlefield. A gray-robed youth was moving among the piles of corpses. That youth was merely at the early foundation establishment stage, inconspicuous on this battlefield, but his behavior was extremely bizarre. He kept searching through the corpses, stopping at each pile of bodies, forming a hand seal with his hands, and then the corpses visibly withered, their flesh and blood essence extracted, turning into dark red streams that surged into his body. Su Changqing's eyes lit up. Interesting. He muttered to himself, a meaningful smile curling at the corner of his mouth. A youth who cultivates by refining corpses. Such a person's fortune must be extremely abundant, perfect for exchanging for system rewards. Master, it's time to watch the fun. Su Changqing stood up, ignoring Xiao Hanyue's struggles and protests, and scooped her up by the waist. Xiao Hanyue squirmed in his arms, trying to break free, but his arm around her waist was like iron, immovable. Put me down. I can walk by myself. Xiao Hanyue protested, her face red. Master's cultivation is sealed. What if you fall from the sky? Su Changqing looked down at her, his face full of self-righteousness, as if he were doing it for her own good. I can't bear to let Master walk alone. As for how her cultivation was sealed, don't ask. Xiao Hanyue was so angry she couldn't speak. This demon king clearly wanted to take advantage of her, yet he spoke so sanctimoniously. Su Changqing, holding her, flickered and appeared outside the palace. The moment his figure appeared above the battlefield, the eyes of all divine transformation and nascent soul cultivators present focused on him. White hair, blood-red pupils, black robe. This was the iconic image of Su Changqing, lord of the Tianma Hall, and no one present failed to recognize him. But the woman in his arms. A plain white dress, hair like a waterfall, features of unparalleled beauty. Even though her cultivation was sealed, even though she was held in such an intimate pose by a demon, her noble, ethereal, and untainted aura still shone, like a bright moon, glaringly conspicuous amid the battlefield of corpses and blood. Fairy Xiao, the premier fairy of the Eastern Domain, elder of the Luoyun sect, Xiao Hanyue. The nascent soul cultivators on the demonic side widened their eyes, and those on the righteous side also widened their eyes. Both righteous and demonic sides showed the same shocked expression. The news of Su Changqing abducting Xiao Hanyue had already spread wildly across the Eastern Domain. But to see with their own eyes old demon Su holding this most sacred fairy of the Eastern Domain in his arms, appearing boldly on the battlefield, as if she were his wife. This visual impact was more intense than any rumor. Mo Shenglaoren, standing in the void, his eyelids twitched violently. He knew Su Changqing was bold, but hadn't expected him to be this bold. Who was Xiao Hanyue? The most famous female cultivator in the Eastern Domain, a benchmark of the righteous path. Abducting her home was one thing, but openly carrying her onto the battlefield where righteous and demonic forces were confronting each other. If that wasn't blatant showing off, what was? Xiao Hanyue's expression was more complicated than anyone else's. Her gaze swept over the battlefield below. Mountains of corpses and seas of blood, severed limbs, and broken bodies, the air thick with a choking stench of blood. This was war, this was devastation. Her gaze continued upward, then suddenly froze. Those were the elders of the Luoyun sect. 3 divine transformation cultivators, white robes like snow, stood in the sky. The leading middle-aged man, Xianxia, Lord of the Sword God, peak, her lips parted slightly, a surge of impulse rising in her heart to call for help. But the impulse lasted less than a breath before cooling. She was now held in Su Changqing's arms, her cultivation sealed, utterly powerless. And although Xianxia was strong, he was only at the mid-divine transformation stage, the same realm as Su Changqing now. Even at early divine transformation, Su Changqing dared to claim invincibility among his peers. Now that he had stepped into mid-divine transformation, whether Xianxia could defeat him was uncertain. Moreover, more importantly, even if Xianxia could win, Su Changqing only needed to move his thought at the last moment to crush her throat. The cost of calling for help would likely be instant death. Xiaohanyue bit her lip and ultimately said nothing. She buried her face in Su Changqing's chest, afraid to look towards Xianxia and unable to bear the sight of the sea of corpses below. This was the only way she could escape. Escape from the various gazes from both righteous and demonic sides, escape from her own miserable situation. Xianxia's gaze fell on Su Changqing, then on Xiaohanyue in his arms, and his brow slowly furrowed. So it wasn't that simple. Prince Yin dared to rebel, so he must have backing from demonic forces. Among the demonic path in the eastern domain, Su Changqing, though not the strongest, was the most arrogant and the most troublesome. At early divine transformation, Su Changqing could already kill veteran divine transformation cultivators across realms. Now his aura was clearly that of mid-divine transformation. If it came to a fight, the outcome was uncertain. Xianxia's gaze lingered on Xiaohanyue for a moment, then he made a decision. Xiaohanyue must have been defiled by this demon. A female cultivator defiled by a demonic cultivator, even if rescued, would bring an indelible stain upon the Luoyun sect. A person without value did not need to waste the sect's resources to save. Rather than let her live and continue to disgrace the sect, it would be better to find an opportunity during the battle to kill her as well. To die at the hands of a demon sounded better than living and being possessed by a demon. A flicker of barely perceptible killing intent flashed in Xianxia's eyes, but his face remained calm as still water. His hand pressed on the sword hilt at his waist, and his sword intent began to slowly gather around him. Within a radius of 100 li, countless tiny sword chi began to appear like billions of transparent fish swimming silently in the heavens and earth. Su Changqing, holding Xiaohanyue, keenly caught the fleeting killing intent in Xianxia's eyes. The corners of his mouth slowly rose, and a cold killing intent surged in his blood-red pupils as well. He pulled Xiaohanyue closer, placing one hand on the back of her head, nestling her against his neck. "Master, don't be afraid." He lowered his head and whispered softly in her ear, his tone tender like a lover's murmur. "With me here, no one can hurt you." Xianxia stepped forth from the void, her crimson skirt standing vividly against the grim atmosphere of the battlefield. She alighted before Su Changqing, and Xiaohanyue knelt on one knee and bowed respectfully. "I pay my respects to the home master and his wife." Su Changqing nodded, gently releasing Xiaohanyue from his embrace, though one hand remained resting on her waist. He turned his head and instructed Xianxia, "Protect the home master's wife." "Yes." Xianxia responded in a solemn voice, without the slightest hesitation. "You?" Xiaohanyue was about to say something. But before the words could leave her mouth, Su Changqing turned around and gently pinched her cheek with his slender fingers. "Is it possible that master is worried about me?" he murmured with a teasing yet confident tone. "Rest assured, the battle will end soon." Xiaohanyue's face flushed crimson in an instant. She turned her head away, refusing to look at him, silently cursing within her heart. "Bah, who cares about you? How shameless, always flattering himself, his thick skin surpassing even the mountains of Yongning." Su Changqing watched her mixture of shame and indignation, his eyes deepening with amusement. He said nothing more, his figure flickering as he transformed into a streak of black light and soared toward the battlefield above the heavens. Xiaohanyue was left on a high ground far from the center of the battlefield. Beneath her feet lay scorched black earth, and in the distance the thunderous cries of combat echoed the air, thick with the pungent stench of blood mingled with gunpowder smoke. Xianxia guarded her side, without leaving her red skirt fluttering in the wind, her almond-shaped eyes vigilantly scanning the surroundings. Xianxia turned her head, gazing at this legendary fairy Xiao. "This subordinate is Xianxia, paying respects to the home master's wife." Xianxia spoke first, her tone carrying a hint of worldly understanding. "The home master is actually a very good person." Over these decades, countless beautiful cultivators from the eastern domain had sought to attract the home master's attention. The saintess of the Hahuan sect, the foremost courtesan of the Yinyang pavilion, and even female cultivators from the righteous path, who had secretly sent communication talismans. Yet the home master had ignored them all. His heart had only ever held space for you, madam. Xiaohanyue opened her mouth to respond, but found herself at a loss for words. Did Su Changqing truly love her? Would loving someone truly manifest in such a manner? A surge of tangled emotions welled up within Xiaohanyue's heart. She shook her head, forcefully casting those chaotic thoughts from her mind. What was she even thinking? Su Changqing was a demonic cultivator, a monster who had committed unforgivable evils, and that would never change. She was merely trapped beside him temporarily. As soon as she found an opportunity, she had to escape. She could not soften, could not hesitate. Boom! A terrifying shockwave detonated from the heavens above, sweeping outward like a physical tsunami in all directions. Clouds within thousands of li were torn apart by this shockwave. Soldiers on the ground fell in cascades, and even Foundation establishment cultivators with weaker cultivation struggled to remain standing. Xianxia activated her spiritual energy barrier. A dark red protective dome enveloped the two of them. The shockwave collided against the barrier, creating concentric ripples and producing a dull, thunderous roar. "Madam, be careful," Xianxia called out urgently, her hands forming seals as she reinforced the barrier. Xianxia lifted her head and gazed toward the heavens above. Her pupils contracted sharply. The nascent soul realm battle between the righteous and demonic factions had erupted in full force. Elder Mo Sheng had transformed into a churning mass of pitch-black, demonic mist locked in fierce combat with the female nascent soul cultivator from the Luoyun sect. From within the demonic mist, massive bone claws and grotesque, ghostly faces intermittently emerged, roaring as they lunged at their opponent. Meanwhile, that female nascent soul cultivator summoned a mirror resembling ice crystal. Wherever its radiance passed, the demonic mist froze and shattered. Yet Elder Mo Sheng's mist continued to flow endlessly, dissolving one layer only to surge forth another, leaving the two in a deadlock. On the other side, the purple-robed nascent soul cultivator from Huangquan Heavenly Palace faced off against another male cultivator at the early stage of nascent soul from the Luoyun sect. The purple-robed cultivator's techniques were exceedingly sinister, wreathed in a murky aura of death energy. Each strike was accompanied by the wailing of countless wronged souls. His opponent, however, was a body cultivator renowned for physical prowess. His muscles swelled like coiled dragons, and each punch carried the force of 10,000 June, shattering those tormented souls into oblivion. The two fought until heaven and earth grew dark, flattening hills within hundreds of li. And at the very center of the battlefield, at the highest point above the heavens, two of the most terrifying presences faced off against each other. Xianxia and Song Zi. When enemies meet, hatred burns all the more fierce. Xianxia stood suspended in midair, his white hair whipping wildly in the fierce wind, his black robes billowing around him. The demonic energy surging about his body resembled solid black flames, warping the very space around him. He gazed at the middle-aged man in blood-stained white robes across from him. The light within his blood-red pupils grew ever stronger, ever brighter, gradually shrouded in a crimson hue. He would never forget that night over 2 centuries ago. The enforcement hall of the Luoyun sect blazed with light as bright as day. Li Feng, the sect master's son, stood upon a raised platform with a triumphant smirk, publicly declaring that he had stolen the sect's core cultivation technique. He protested, he resisted, yet no one was willing to listen. When the enforcement elder's sword pierced through his heart, the bone-chilling agony of that moment remained vividly etched in his memory to this day. At that time, he lay in the valley below his heart, impaled, his spiritual energy sealed, waiting for death upon 10,000-year-old ice. He swore again and again within his heart. If he survived, he would tear the entire Luoyun sect root and branch, leaving not a single soul behind, not even a chicken or dog. He would make every person who had thrown him when he was down, every bystander who had watched in cold indifference, pay the ultimate price. Now he had returned alive. Xianxia. Song Zi gripped his long sword, the blade's sword intent slicing through the surrounding space, leaving behind countless fine cracks in reality itself. He gazed coldly at the white-haired demon opposite him, his voice brimming with icy, killing intent and a trace of barely perceptible regret. "Back then, the enforcement elder should have slain you directly, sparing us this catastrophe. Instead, you became this demonic scourge, bringing ruin upon the world." Xianxia laughed. His smile was radiant and arrogant, carrying a defiant and unruly malevolence. "Luoyun sect," he said slowly, each word seeming to be forced out between clenched teeth. "I will leave none of you alive, not even a single dog or chicken. Today it begins with you." As his words faded, he raised his hand and made a grasping motion, and a dark gold spear materialized in his palm out of thin air. The Tai Suyulong spear. Dozens of golden dragons on the spear's shaft simultaneously let out a low dragon roar, the dragon patterns swirling as golden light blazed forth. A terrifying pressure characteristic of a top-grade innate spiritual treasure surged outward like a tidal wave in all directions. Xianxia held the spear with one hand, its tip pointing at Song Zi from afar. The ninefold spear, one strike shatters myriad paths. The Tai Suyulong spear in his hand suddenly erupted with 10,000 feet of golden light. The spear's shaft expanded in the wind, instantly transforming into a colossal pillar tens of thousands of feet tall, a towering pillar that seemed to support the sky. At that moment, the golden dragon patterns that roamed the spear shaft seemed to come to life. Dozens of golden dragons broke free from the spears, circling and roaring around the 10,000-foot shaft, their dragon cries resounding through the 9 heavens. The 10,000-foot giant spear, carrying the force of world-destroying devastation, crashed down towards Song Zi. Where the spear tip passed, space shattered into fragments, revealing pitch-black spatial rifts. Violent space-time turbulence surged out from the cracks, but was forcibly pressed back by the pressure emanating from the spear. Song Zi's expression finally changed. He took a deep breath, tightened his grip on the longsword, and his sword intent soared wildly. Thousands of sword chi coalesced behind him into a colossal phantom of a heavenly sword, equally massive. That heavenly sword phantom stood thousands of feet tall, its blade inscribed with countless dense sword Dao runes emanating a piercing sword intent. Tian Yuan Zhan Shinju. Song Zi gripped his sword with both hands and swung it. The heavenly sword phantom behind him merged with the long sword in his hand, transforming into a dazzling sword light of unparalleled brilliance, rushing to meet the crushing 10,000-foot spear. The spear and the sword collided violently in the high sky. In that instant, the entire world seemed to lose its sound. A light more dazzling than the sun burst forth from the center of the impact, followed immediately by a roar enough to tear eardrums. A visible shockwave radiated in all directions. The ground within 1,000 li trembled violently, countless hills were flattened outright, and even the city walls of Muyun City were covered with cracks under the impact. When the light dissipated, the outcome was clear. Song Zi's figure fell from the high sky like a kite, with a broken string, blood spurting from his mouth, drawing a long crimson line in the air. His arm holding the sword twisted at an unnatural angle. The web of his hand burst open, blood dripping down the sword hilt. His white robe was largely stained red with his own blood. His originally stern face was now pale as paper, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. But the 10,000-foot giant spear only paused for a moment before continuing its crushing advance. Boom! Song Zi's body was smashed into a 10,000-foot mountain by the spear. The entire mountain exploded with a thunderous roar. Countless boulders and dust shot into the sky, forming a massive mushroom cloud. The deafening roar of the mountain's collapse echoed. Birds and beasts for hundreds of li fled in panic. The ground trembled violently for a full 10 breaths before gradually calming. The smoke and dust slowly dispersed. The original 10,000-foot mountain had vanished, replaced by a bottomless giant pit. Song Zi lay at the deepest part of the pit, covered in blood, his aura extremely weak and depressed. His longsword was stuck in the ground, not far away, its blade covered with cracks. This spiritual treasure-level sword had suffered irreversible damage from that blow. Song Zi struggled to his feet from the bottom of the pit and flew unsteadily back into the high sky. His white robe had been dyed a dark red by blood, his hair disheveled, his face covered in blood and grime, completely losing the majestic bearing of the master of the sword god Peak. He stared fixedly at Su Chongqing. Across from him, waves of shock surging in his heart. Su Chongqing's aura was clearly only that of a breakthrough to the middle stage of the divine transformation realm, and even had a slight, unsteady floating feeling. Clearly he had just broken through and hadn't had time to consolidate. But why? Why was he so ridiculously strong? His own Tian Yuan Zhan Shinju was an earth-grade divine ability combined with the cultivation of the middle stage of divine transformation and thousands of years of sword Dao accumulation. Yet he couldn't even withstand a single spear strike from the opponent. This is a monster. An absolute monster. On the high ground below, Xiao Hanyue watched the battle in the sky, her mouth hanging open in shock, unable to close for a long time. She knew Song Zi's strength well. He was the foremost sword cultivator of Luo Yun's sect, at the peak of the middle stage of divine transformation, having been stuck at that realm for over 1,000 years. His sword Dao cultivation was unfathomable, just a step away from touching the laws of the sword. Across the entire eastern domain, the number of divine transformation cultivators who could reliably defeat him in one-on-one combat could be counted on one hand. But now this master of the sword god Peak was being beaten like a drowned dog by Su Chongqing, a junior, who had just broken through to the middle stage of divine transformation. One move, just one move, had smashed him and his sword into a mountain. How strong was Su Chongqing? An indescribable feeling welled up in her heart involuntarily. Was it fear? Oh, or a faint sense of relief she was unwilling to admit. She dared not analyze it and did not want to. Madam, watch out. Zuoqiu's sharp cry pulled Xiao Hanyue abruptly out of her daze. She turned instinctively just in time to see Zuoqiu struck by a fierce palm wind. He flew backward like a cannonball, slamming heavily into a nearby mountain peak. Rocks collapsed, dust rose everywhere, and Zuoqiu's aura vanished in an instant. Xiao Hanyue's heart clenched. Hanyu. A familiar voice sounded before her. Xiao Hanyue turned stiffly and saw a figure slowly emerging from the dust. It was a woman. She wore an emerald green long dress with a graceful figure and a beautiful face, carrying a gentle temperament in her brows and eyes. A faint smile hung at the corners of her mouth, as gentle as a spring breeze, as warm as reuniting with an old friend. Nangong Yuyan. The Peak Master of Biyun Peak was one of the few close friends Xiao Hanyue had within the Luo Yun sect, as well as a fellow elder. They had known each other for centuries. Yuyan, is that you? Xiao Hanyue's voice trembled slightly, a surge of bitter warmth welling in her eyes. She had never expected to encounter Nangong Yuyan here. A wave of relief, as if she had narrowly escaped death, rose from the depths of her heart. Finally someone familiar had arrived. Finally someone had come to rescue her. Nangong Yuyan hurried forward, firmly grasping Xiao Hanyue's hand. Her eyes brimmed with concern and pity as she scrutinized the disheveled Xiao Hanyue from head to toe. Hanyue, I finally found you. Nangong Yuyan's voice carried a hint of tears. You have no idea how worried I was. I've been searching for you for days, scouring nearly the entire eastern domain. After I heard that demon had abducted you, I couldn't sleep a single night. As she spoke, her eyes reddened, and a few teardrops rolled down her cheeks. Come with me quickly. Let's return to the Luoyun sect. Once we're back at the sect you'll be safe. No one can harm you. She tugged at Xiao Hanyue's hand ready to turn and leave. Xiao Hanyue took 2 steps pulled along by her as a powerful impulse surged within her. Follow her. Just follow her, and she could leave Su Changqing leave this battlefield that felt like a slaughterhouse, return to the Luoyun sect, and go back to her former life. She had waited far too long for this chance. The opportunity was right before her. Was she finally about to escape this nightmare? Yet for some reason as she took those 2 steps, Su Changqing's face involuntarily surfaced in her mind. She recalled the warmth of his chest when he held her, the tender care with which he fed her porridge, and the gentle smile he wore when he gave her the soft fur rabbit. If she left, what would happen to him? Would he go mad? Xiao Hanyue was startled by her own thoughts. What was she thinking? Was she actually worried about the demon who had imprisoned her? She should be wishing for him to go insane, to be surrounded and slain by righteous cultivators. What are you waiting for? Let's go. Nan Gongyan tugged at her hand forcefully, urgency creeping into her voice. Xiao Hanyue snapped back to reality, opened her mouth, and was about to nod. Then she stopped. Her steps came to an abrupt halt. Something was wrong. The next moment a cold sword light exploded before her eyes. Nan Gongyan's grip on her hand released, replaced by a long sword gleaming with a chill sharpness. The blade slid from Nan Gongyan's sleeve, aiming straight for Xiao Hanyue's heart at a treacherous angle. The tip of the sword carried a frigid, killing intent inches away from its target. Xiao Hanyue's mind went blank. She was but a mortal without spiritual energy to protect her body, without any cultivation to draw upon. She could neither dodge nor block this strike. All she could do was watch helplessly as the blade hurtled toward her heart, the tip growing ever larger in her pupils. Why? Nan Gongyan, why would she want to kill her? And then the sword stopped. The tip pierced the outer layer of Xiao Hanyue's robe, but failed to advance a single inch further. A transparent barrier silently emerged on the surface of her body, like an invisible eggshell, firmly blocking the lethal strike. A faint ripple spread across the barrier, dissolving the sword's energy harmlessly. Xiao Hanyue was stunned. Nan Gongyan's expression shifted violently, a ferocious grimace flashing across her once gentle face. Damn it! How is this possible? Refusing to believe it, she withdrew the long sword, clenched her left fist, and poured all her nascent soul-stage spiritual energy into the blow, punching directly at Xiao Hanyue's face. The fist force tore through the air, producing a piercing sonic boom. Had a mortal been struck by this punch, their entire head would have been shattered into fragments. Yet even that punch was blocked by the transparent barrier. The barrier stood as firm as a mountain without so much as a tremor. Nan Gongyan. Xiao Hanyue's voice finally emerged, hoarse and trembling. Why? Why do you want to kill me? Nan Gongyan stepped back, the ferocity on her face gradually fading, replaced by a cold indifference. She knew she could no longer kill Xiao Hanyue. The barrier's existence was beyond her expectations. It must have been some protective restriction left by Su Changqing. She decided to stop pretending and withdrew the long sword back into her sleeve, staring coldly at the former sister before her. Since things have come to this, I'll tell you. Nan Gongyan's voice was calm and detached, as if discussing something trivial. Because you no longer hold any value in the Luoyun sect. Xiao Hanyue's body trembled slightly. The sect leader has issued a bounty. You probably haven't heard, have you? A mocking curl tugged at the corner of Nan Gongyan's lips. Xiao Hanyue, having long plotted to defect to the demonic path, has been expelled from the Luoyun sect. Whoever captures you alive or dead will receive a mid-grade spiritual treasure as a reward. She spread her hands, her tone laced with a hint of helplessness and a matter-of-fact selfishness. You know, I've been the peak master of Biyun Peak for centuries, and to this day, I still don't have a decent spiritual treasure. A mid-grade spiritual treasure, Hanyue. Do you know what that means? It would double my combat power and elevate my status within the sect by another level. As she spoke, her voice even took on a note of earnest pleading. Since you've already given yourself to that demon, you're completely tainted now. You can never go back. So why not do this last favor for your old sister? Consider it one final act of kindness. Xiao Hanyue stood rooted to the spot, her body trembling violently. Her lips quivered as she stared at the face before her, so familiar yet so alien, and found herself utterly unable to utter a single word. Clearly it was Su Changqing who had taken her away, who had imprisoned her in the demon palace, who had sealed her cultivation and restricted her freedom. Yet why in the eyes of the Luoyun sect had she become the one who willingly defected to the demonic path? Why had the sect she trusted most, instead of coming to rescue her, branded her a traitor and placed a bounty on her head? And now her best friend from those years, Nan Gongyan, who had cultivated alongside her for centuries and whom she considered a close confidant, had traveled thousands of miles just to hunt her down for a mid-grade spiritual treasure, to trade her life for a mere artifact. Xiao Hanyue's tears finally streamed down uncontrollably. Drop by drop they fell onto the scorched black earth, instantly stained a dark crimson by the blood and grime. She recalled Su Changqing's words. No one out there truly loves you. Only I do. At the time she had thought it was the mad ramblings of a demon, the twisted nonsense of possessive obsession. But now, looking at Nan Gongyan, whose face brimmed with self-righteousness, she suddenly found those words bitterly ironic. What of the righteous path? What of the Luoyun sect? Sisters of yesterday, enemies today. all for a single spiritual treasure. Her world had been turned upside down twice in a matter of days. The Taishu Yulong spear in Su Changqing's hand transformed once again into a colossal shadow spanning 10,000 zhang, its golden spear light blazing like a falling sun smashing Song Zi along with his sword into a towering mountain. The mountain collapsed, sending boulders soaring through the clouds as Song Zi's figure vanished beneath the rolling dust and smoke, his fate unknown. Suddenly Su Changqing's expression shifted. The restriction he had placed on Xiaohanyue had been triggered. It was a miniature array he had personally set, dense and countless, at least 100 layers, each one intricately linked to his mind. Whenever an external force attempted to harm Xiaohanyue, these arrays would activate simultaneously, shielding her while sending an alarm to him. And now those arrays were trembling violently. Someone was attacking his master. The blood-red light in Su Changqing's eyes burst forth like twin blood suns plunging into his pupils. A killing intent more terrifying than before erupted from within him, dyeing the clouds for 1,000 li in a dark crimson hue. He locked onto the location where the restriction had been triggered, his form turning into a bolt of blood-red lightning that tore through the sky, diving toward the ground. Rather than suffer endlessly under Su Changqing, why not help your sister out, and let me give you a quick death? Nangong Yuyan raised her longsword, the tip once again aimed at Xiaohanyue's heart. There was no sisterly affection in her eyes, only a burning desire for that mid-grade spiritual treasure, trading a cold-hearted best friend for a warm, coveted spiritual treasure. The translucent barrier had indeed blocked her sword, but she had not given up. One strike failed, so 10 failed, so 100. She refused to believe that this barrier could shield Xiaohanyue forever. Xiaohanyue stood still, staring at the raised sword, her gaze hollow and wooden. Just moments ago, Nangong Yuyan's words had pierced her heart like a sharper blade. Nothing hurt more than being betrayed by someone you trusted most. What difference would another sword strike make? Nangong Yuyan flicked her wrist, and the sword light surged again. Bitch, you're asking for death. A thunderous roar exploded from the heavens like a bolt from the 9 skies. Then a black shadow descended from the sky with unimaginable speed, crashing heavily onto the earth. The shockwave upon impact sent debris and corpses within thousands of zhang flying into the air, forcing even Nangong Yuyan back 7 or 8 steps before she could steady herself. Through the swirling dust, a pair of blood-red eyes gleamed. Su Changqing. Nangong Yuyan's face instantly turned pale. She had never expected Su Changqing to arrive so swiftly, nor had she anticipated Song Zi to be so utterly useless. The Lord of Jinshan Peak, a mid-stage divine transformation cultivator at the zenith, couldn't even stall a junior who had just broken through to the mid-stage. How long had the fight lasted? Had it even been the time it takes to drink a cup of tea? Su Changqing gave Nangong Yuyan no time to react. He took a step forward, appearing before her like a specter, and his large hand seized the blade of her sword. Nangong Yuyan's pupils contracted. She tried to pull her sword back and retreat, but found that hand clamped around the blade like a vice. Su Changqing tightened his 5 fingers, and the sword, a high-grade Dharma artifact, let out a mournful cry. Countless cracks spread across its surface, and with a bang it shattered into 1,000 pieces. A Dharma-level longsword was as fragile as a dry twig in his hands. Terrified, Nangong Yuyan leaped backward while forming hand seals. Misty rain sword art, she shouted, and a torrent of sword light erupted from her body. Countless fine threads of sword chi shot forth, turning into a misty rain that rained down upon Su Changqing from every direction. Each strand of sword chi was as thin as a cow's hair, but razor-sharp, designed to pierce protective spiritual armor. Even a nascent soul cultivator of the same realm caught in this rain of swords would be riddled with holes. Yet those sword chi strands capable of piercing metal and stone struck Su Changqing like raindrops on a boulder. Not even a white mark was left. Su Changqing strode forward step by step through the torrent of sword rain. The sword chi crackled against his body, but could not halt his advance for even a moment. He reached Nangong Yuyan, stretched out his hand, and seized her neck. His fingers closed with such force that her eyes bulged as if they might pop out of their sockets. Her feet left the ground. She desperately clawed at his fingers, her legs thrashing in the air, but it was futile. Su Changqing's hand was like an iron band locking her in midair. You wanted to kill my master. His voice was low and hoarse, the blood light in his eyes nearly overflowing. His face blurred and twisted in Nangong Yuyan's vision. The only clear thing was those blood-red pupils like a demon crawling out of hell. At that moment, a red figure limped out from the distant ruins. Zhuoqiu pressed a hand to her abdominal wound, blood seeping through her fingers, staining her crimson dress even deeper. Her face was pale, a dried streak of blood at the corner of her mouth, and every step was agonizing. Your Highness. I'm sorry. Her voice was weak and raspy, her eyes filled with self-reproach. She had been ordered to protect the mistress of the palace, but Nangong Yuyan had ambushed and knocked her away. If not for the protective measures the Lord had placed on the lady, the consequences would have been dire. Su Changqing glanced at her, his gaze lingering on the wound. That palm strike had done serious damage. Zhuoqiu's aura was clearly much weaker. He frowned slightly, but said no harsh words. I don't want to see this happen again. His tone was calm, yet beneath it lay a chilling coldness. Take the lady back. Yes, thank you for your mercy, Your Highness. Zhuoqiu, relieved beyond measure, bowed, and then walked to Xiao Hanyue's side, gently supporting her arm. Su Changqing. Xiao Hanyue looked at the scene before her, her lips moving as if to speak. Her gaze shifted between Su Changqing and the Nangong Yuyin. He held her eyes filled with complexity. Master, go back. Su Changqing did not turn around, but his voice softened slightly. I'll handle it. Nangong Yuyin trembled violently at these words. She twisted her head, desperately forcing out a voice from her throat. No, Xiao Hanyue. Save me. I was wrong. Help me. She knew that only Xiao Hanyue could save her now. Su Changqing was a madman, a complete lunatic. He was capable of anything. And Xiao Hanyue was the only one he cared about. If she spoke, there might still be a glimmer of hope. Xiao Hanyue stopped in her tracks. She turned her head and took one last look at Nangong Yuyin. That face, once gentle and beautiful, was now twisted with terror, streaked with tears, and snot, utterly wretched. Just a few breaths ago, this woman had raised her sword, saying she would grant her a quick death and trade her life for a mid-grade spiritual treasure. Xiao Hanyue's lips parted, but in the end she said nothing. She turned around and followed Xiao step by step toward the direction of the palace. Behind her came Nangong Yuyin's hysterical screams. Xiao Hanyue, you can't leave, come back. The screams abruptly ceased. Su Changqing slammed his fist into her face. This blow was purely the brute force of a divine transformation realm physique. But even sheer brute force was enough to crack mountains and shatter stones. Nangong Yuyin's nasal bridge shattered on the spot. Blood gushed from her mouth and nose. Her entire body flew backward like a kite, with a broken string crashing heavily onto the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. She struggled to get up, but the excruciating pain made her vision blur and darken. She could feel her face had been deformed. Her nose collapsed, teeth loosened, and her mouth was filled with the salty, metallic taste of blood. She had cultivated for centuries, yet had never suffered such humiliating injury. But she did not want to die. Nangong Yuyin abruptly bit her tongue, spraying a stream of essence blood from her mouth, which turned into a blood mist enveloping her entire body. Her aura surged several-fold in an instant. She was burning her essence, blood, and soul to gain a brief burst of power. Her body turned into a blur as she frantically fled toward the horizon. As long as she could escape, as long as she could return to her sect. With the sect leader and the elder council present, no matter how strong Su Changqing was, he would not dare to storm the Luoyun sect. As long as she could escape. Ridiculous. A colossal hand formed from demonic energy descended from the sky, swatting Nangong Yuyin out of midair like a fly, slamming her straight down. Her body crashed into the ground, creating a man-shaped pit several zhang deep. The explosive power she had gained by burning essence blood was as fragile as a joke before a mid-stage divine transformation demon. Nangong Yuyin lay at the bottom of the pit, countless bones broken, spiritual energy scattered, essence blood drained. She could not even move a single finger. Fear finally filled her eyes. Su Changqing stood at the edge of the pit looking down at her. No. Su Changqing. Please. She struggled to turn over, knelt on the ground, and pressed her forehead against the broken stones, kowtowing again and again. Back then I was also your senior uncle. When you were in Luoyun sect. Spare me. I beg you, spare me. Tears streamed down her face. Her Dao heart was on the verge of shattering completely at this moment. A nascent soul cultivator, a peak master of Luoyun sect, was now kneeling before a demon, kowtowing, like pounding garlic, as pathetic as a stray dog. I can be your woman. I can do even better than Xiao Hanyue. Su Changqing interrupted her, his voice calm and icy. You don't realize you're wrong. He reached out and grabbed Nangong Yuyin by one arm. You realize you're about to die. He twisted his wrist. Crack. The crisp sound of bone breaking was especially piercing in the silent battlefield. Nangong Yuyin's face instantly turned deathly pale. But before she could even scream, another wave of even more intense pain shot up from her arm. Su Changqing did not stop. After breaking her bones, he continued to twist the entire arm at a grotesque angle. Muscles tore, tendons snapped, and blood gushed from the ruptured skin. Aya! Nangong Yuyin's piercing scream cut through the clamor of the battlefield. Su Changqing frowned, then struck her throat with a palm, injecting a stream of spiritual energy into her vocal cords, instantly silencing her completely. He detested women who screamed and yelled. Nangong Yuyin's mouth was wide open, but no sound came out. Only silent howls and endless tears. Su Changqing's fingers hooked like claws, grabbing her hair and pulling her scalp taut. Then he lifted her head and smashed it viciously against the ground. Once. The ground cracked. Twice. Stones flew. Thrice. Blood splattered. Each time he precisely controlled the force, ensuring she would not die instantly, but would experience the utmost agony. The impact of a divine transformation physique was terrifying. Nangong Yuyin's once beautiful face became a bloody mess after repeated slams. Her nose was completely flattened, cheekbones shattered, one eyeball burst from the impact. Her entire face was unrecognizable. She could only let out silent whimpers, her body convulsing violently. Her hands clawed feebly at the ground, nails peeling off one by one, but the pain in her face had already drowned out all sensation. But this was not enough. Su Changqing raised his foot, aimed at her spine, and stomped down. Crack! The sound of her spine snapping was dull and crisp. Nangong Yuyin's body went limp like a broken puppet, her lower half completely numb. She twitched slightly in the pool of blood, her mouth opening and closing as if trying to say something. Perhaps words of plea, perhaps a curse, but no one would ever know. If she were a mere mortal, she would have died 10 times over by now. Yet the vitality of a nascent soul cultivator was tenacious. Even tortured to this extent, her heart still beat, her consciousness remained clear. And it was precisely this clarity that magnified her suffering countless times. Su Changqing straightened up and let out a long breath of turbid air. The raging fury that had nearly consumed him finally subsided slightly. He looked down at the unrecognizable mass of flesh and blood on the ground, his eyes devoid of any pity. Daring to lay a hand on Xianxia was simply asking for death. This was Su Changqing's true cruelty. And what he had done to Xianxia, a slap, a chokehold on the neck, tying her up with chains for half a day. Compared to this scene, it was nothing short of gentle to the extreme. Because that was Xianxia, his master, the one he cherished above all. Only he could strike Xianxia. No one else could even touch her. Touch her once, and they would face eternal damnation. A figure in green robes flew over from afar, landing before Su Changqing and kneeling on one knee. The newcomer was a middle-aged man, gaunt-faced, with a slender build exuding the aura of a peak nascent soul cultivator. He was Xianxia, the foremost of the 4 great guardians of the Tianma Hall. Xianxia's gaze swept over the bloody, unrecognizable human shape on the ground, and his eyelids twitched slightly. He had spent decades in the Tianma Hall and had witnessed countless horrors, but he had never seen the Hall Master angered to such an extent. This woman truly had a talent for provoking trouble. Hall Master. Xianxia lowered his head and bowed respectfully. Su Changqing pointed at the mangled Nangong Yuyan on the ground and said flatly, "Take her back to the Tianma Hall. Hand her over to Punishment Peak as a test subject. Then extract her soul and use it for the sky lamp." "Yes, Hall Master," Xianxia replied without hesitation. He stood up, walked over to Nangong Yuyan, looked down at her, and a flicker of pity passed through his eyes. This woman was far too foolish. Of all people to provoke, she had to provoke the Hall Master. He crouched down, expertly sealed Nangong Yuyan's cultivation completely, then took out a palm-sized azure jade bottle and absorbed her into it. Nangong Yuyan's body turned into a wisp of green smoke at the mouth of the bottle, vanishing inside. What awaited her were the agonizing tortures of Tianma Hall's Punishment Peak, torments worse than death itself, and the eternal torment of having her soul extracted and lit as a sky lamp. Xianxia put away the jade bottle, bowed once more to Su Changqing, and with a flicker of his figure disappeared from the spot. Above the firmament, the tide of battle shifted dramatically within mere moments. The 2 early nascent soul cultivators of the Falling Cloud sect, who were locked in combat with the ancient demon and the Netherworld Palace's nascent soul, sensed Song Zi's devastating defeat almost simultaneously. Their divine senses swept across the raised mountain range, detecting only the faint, nearly dissipated aura of Song Zi. The esteemed Sword God Peak Lord, a mid-nascent soul cultivator, had been utterly overwhelmed by a junior who had just stepped into the mid-nascent soul realm, crushed into the depths of the mountains, his life hanging in the balance. Fear instantly coiled around the hearts of the 2 nascent soul cultivators. They no longer wished to prolong the battle, and almost simultaneously made the same decision to flee. Both erupted with full power, forcing their opponents back a step, then, without hesitation, transformed into 2 streaks of light, madly escaping in different directions. The colossal demonic flood dragon coiled in the sky had already locked onto its prey since the moment Song Zi was smashed into the mountain. Its dark, golden vertical pupils coldly observed the battle below, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. When Song Zi finally struggled to rise from the rubble and attempted to flee the battlefield in a dim streak of light, the demonic dragon moved. A low dragon roar resounded through the 9 heavens, and the 1,000-zhong demonic dragon's massive body, like a mountain, crushed across the sky. Its speed was unimaginable. With a single flick of its tail, it crossed tens of miles and appeared on the path Song Zi must take to escape. Then it raised a giant claw covered in black scales, and as if swatting a fly, brought it down. Song Zi, already severely wounded by Su Changqing, could not withstand this blow. He was struck squarely by the giant claw, falling like a meteor from the sky and crashing violently into the ground. The earth shook violently, and a crater tens of miles wide instantly appeared. The soil and rocks around its edge rolled outward like waves, and the ground for hundreds of miles cracked and collapsed under the impact. Song Zi lay at the bottom of the crater, countless bones broken, blood gushing from his 7 orifices. He lacked even the strength to stand. The 2 fleeing Falling Cloud sect nascent soul cultivators, witnessing this, were terrified out of their wits. They dared not tarry a moment longer, burning their essence blood to push their speed to the limit, desperately fleeing into the distance. The ancient demon and the Netherworld Palace's nascent soul were forced back a step by their sudden outburst. By the time they tried to pursue, the 2 had already fled over 1,000 miles. The female nascent soul cultivator was the fastest. She was the weakest among the 3, but also the most cautious. She had already prepared to retreat the moment Song Zi was first smashed into the mountain. Now, merging her body with her sword, she transformed into a brilliant sword light that tore through the sky, crossing thousands of miles in mere breaths. Her divine sense swept behind her, finding no trace of pursuit. The tense string of her heart finally loosened, and a glimmer of joy at escaping death appeared in her eyes. Before her lips could even curl into a smile, a sharp sound of air splitting came from behind her. It was a spear. Crafted from dark gold, its shaft was adorned with dozens of golden dragons flowing. The sonic boom it made as it pierced the air was like a dragon's roar. Thrown by Xianxia from 1,000 miles away, it traveled at a speed too fast for her divine sense to react, piercing through the barrier of space, and struck her precisely from the back. The spear tip wrapped in destructive demonic flames, emerging from her chest, impaling her clean through. The female nascent soul cultivator's body stiffened, her face still frozen with the joy of survival, but her pupils dilated instantly. The demonic flames attached to the spear flooded into her body like living creatures, madly devouring her spiritual energy and vitality, sealing her cultivation layer by layer. Before she could even utter a scream, she fell from the sky like a bird with broken wings, crashing into the ground and raising a cloud of dust. Meanwhile, the male nascent soul cultivator, fleeing in another direction, did not escape either. His streak of light had already flown 2,000 miles, and he was about to leave the battlefield when he suddenly felt the sky darken. He instinctively looked up and saw a sky-covering hand formed from pitch-black demonic chi, its 5 fingers spread wide like a descending cage about to engulf him. He roared and exerted all his strength to break free, but the demonic hand simply closed, gently gripping him tightly in its palm. The protective spiritual aura of an early nascent soul cultivator shattered like an eggshell under the hand's grip. He was firmly trapped, unable to move even a finger. Xianxia's figure appeared before him, white hair flowing in the wind, blood red, eyes cold as ice. "No, you cannot kill me." The male cultivator's eyes were filled with terror, his voice sharp and trembling with fear. You were once a member of the Falling Cloud sect. Back then you cultivated in the Falling Cloud sect. You even called me Uncle Master. You cannot kill me." Xianxia let out a cold laugh. The demonic hand exerted a little force. The 5 fingers closed gently, and a series of dense crackling sounds came from the hand. The sound of bones breaking one after another, dense and continuous like a string of firecrackers being lit inside his body. Every bone in the male cultivator's body was ground into fragments. Inch by inch his meridians snapped, and his internal organs turned into a pulp under immense pressure. Yet his skin remained intact, appearing unharmed on the outside, while inside, he had become a sack of crushed bones and flesh wrapped in skin. Xianxia casually waved his hand, and threw the body, now as soft as a pile of mud, onto the ground. The male cultivator's eyes were still open, his mouth moving, but he no longer had the strength to make a sound. His consciousness remained clear, allowing him to feel himself dying slowly, and at that moment he wished he had died instantly. Xianxia did not spare him another glance. He turned and walked toward the direction where Xianxia had fallen. Xianxia was struggling to climb out of the crater tens of miles wide. His legs trembled violently, and blood gushed from his wounds with every movement. His white robe had become a blood-red robe, his hair disheveled, his face haggard, and his body was covered in injuries. "You?" He opened his mouth, wanting to say something. Perhaps a curse, perhaps a plea for mercy, perhaps a final farewell. Xianxia gave him no chance. His form flickered, appearing before Xianxia like a ghost, and he threw a punch. The punch landed precisely on Xianxia's dantian. The sound of the dantian shattering was like a jade object falling to the ground. Xianxia's body arched sharply, and a mouthful of hot blood sprayed from his mouth. He could feel his dantian completely collapsing under the punch. The spiritual energy stored there for thousands of years gushed out, like a breached dam, dissipating into the world. His cultivation, his mid-nascent soul cultivation that he had painstakingly cultivated for thousands of years, was reduced to nothing with Xianxia's punch. But it was not over yet. Xianxia's left hand formed into a claw, his 5 fingers, like 5 sharp blades, fiercely stabbing into Xianxia's chest. The fingertips pierced through flesh and ribs, reaching deep into the bones within his body. A cruel smile appeared on Xianxia's face. "I heard you have a sword bone." Xianxia's pupils suddenly contracted, and the color drained from his face in an instant. The sword bone. It was the root of his sword Dao talent. He was born with an extra bone, one that contained an innate sword Dao imprint. This sword bone allowed him to far surpass his peers in the sword Dao, making him the foremost sword cultivator of the Falling Cloud sect. "No!" Xianxia's scream was filled with despair and begging. The next second, Xianxia's hand withdrew from Xianxia's chest. In his hand, he held a bone that emitted a faint radiance. The bone was as smooth as jade, with a faint wave of sword intent flowing on its surface. Even separated from the body, it continued to emit sharp sword chi. This was the sword bone, a rare innate treasure found only in unparalleled sword Dao prodigies. Xianxia lowered his head to glance at the bone in his hand, then his fingers tightened. Crack! The sword bone crumbled to dust in his hand, scattering into specks of light that dissipated in the air. The bone that had accompanied Xianxia for thousands of years, carrying his lifelong sword Dao cultivation, was thus crushed to fragments by Xianxia's bare hands. Xianxia fell to his knees, the light in his eyes extinguished completely. His thousands of years of sword Dao accumulation, his proud talent, his lifelong pursuit, all were crushed into nothingness by Xianxia in that moment. Without the sword bone, even if he survived, he would be a useless cripple never able to touch the sword Dao again. Huh. Ha ha ha. He suddenly began to laugh. The laughter rose from low to high, from hoarse to shrill tears, and snot streaming down his face, his entire face twisted and distorted. He knelt on the ground, kowtowing repeatedly, his forehead hitting the rubble with a dull thud. After a few kowtows, he began rolling on the ground, laughing and crying like a madman, babbling unintelligibly. The esteemed sword god, peak lord of the falling cloud sect, a mid-nascent soul, sword Dao master, had gone mad. Having lost his cultivation, his sword bone, and all his pride and dignity, his spirit finally collapsed completely. Su Xianxia watched this emotionlessly, then raised his hand and slapped Song Zi on the back of the head, knocking him unconscious. The madman's laughter ceased abruptly, and the battlefield fell silent once more. Su Xianxia casually tossed the unconscious Song Zi to Xianxia behind him, and his gaze returned to the battlefield littered with corpses. His divine sense spread out like a tide, precisely locking onto a person. That gray-robed youth who was stealthily rummaging through corpses at the very edge of the battlefield. At this moment, Lin Fan's cultivation had already stepped into the middle stage of foundation establishment. In just half a day, he had broken through from the peak of Qi refining, crossed the threshold of foundation establishment, and then advanced further. Such a breakthrough speed was utterly shocking across the entire eastern domain. The price, however, was the thousands of dried corpses at his feet, drained of their vital essence. Those bodies lay scattered across the scorched black earth, their skin shriveled like tree bark, eye sockets, sunken mouths wide open. Their flesh and blood essence had been forcibly stripped away, transformed into the ascending cultivation power within the practitioner. Yet Lin Fan felt no sense of wrongdoing. He felt the power within him dozens of times stronger than before, his face filled with uncontrollable excitement and greed. Middle stage of foundation establishment. He had been stuck at the peak of Qi refining for a full 10 years. Enduring nothing but cold stares and ridicule from others, now he had stepped into the middle stage of foundation establishment in just half a day. This rocket-like promotion speed made him feel rather giddy. Alright, let's go. The voice of Yao Lao sounded in his mind, carrying more fatigue than before. You can't break through again in a short time. This is already the limit. If you absorb any more, your meridians won't be able to bear it, and your dantian will explode. Although Lin Fan was somewhat reluctant, he obediently nodded. He also understood the principle of knowing when to stop. The path of immortal cultivation required gradual progress, and biting off more than one could chew was unwise. This reasoning he clearly grasped. He cast one last reluctant glance at the corpses on the battlefield, then turned around to leave this blood-soaked place. Just then the voice of Yao Lao in his mind rang out again, this time carrying an unprecedented gravity and horror. Not good. Someone's coming. Let me take over your body. Before Lin Fan could react, an ancient and powerful soul force surged from the depths of his sea of consciousness, instantly seizing control of his body. His consciousness was pushed to a corner of the sea of consciousness, watching his own body fall out of his control like an observer. Lin Fan turned around, a glint of world weariness and depth that belied his age flashing in his eyes. He looked ahead, not far away, where a white-haired black-robed youth stood, arms crossed, a playful smile curling at the corners of his mouth. That gaze set off alarm bells in Yao Lao's heart. He had lived for thousands of years and seen countless powerful experts, but this demon cultivator at the middle stage of deity transformation gave him an entirely different feeling. The aura was deep as an abyss, who, despite being only at the middle stage of deity transformation, it sent a shudder through him, someone who had once stepped into the divine union realm. Oh, the old fellow has taken over. Su Xianxia raised an eyebrow, his tone carrying a hint of amused interest. Interesting. The Lin Fan possessed by Yao Lao cautiously stepped back a few paces, secretly mobilizing all the spiritual energy he could. Yao Lao swiftly calculated in his mind. If he were at his peak, a mere middle stage of deity transformation cultivator would be nothing to him, easily killed with a single palm strike. But now he was nothing but a wisp of a remnant soul dwelling in the sea of consciousness of this foundation establishment youth, with less than 1/10,000th of his former strength. And this demon cultivator before him was no ordinary deity transformation cultivator. The demonic Qi surging around him faintly carried the aura of an ancient demon god. If they actually fought, this remnant soul of his probably wouldn't last more than a few exchanges. Sir. Yao Lao, controlling Lin Fan's body, spoke slowly, his tone carrying a hint of probing and compromise. Give me some face. I am from the central dome. Before he could finish, Su Xianxia moved. He struck with full force right from the start, Three Evils Demon God Fist. This was a heaven-grade mid-tier divine ability rewarded by the system after he stepped into the middle stage of deity transformation, which he hadn't even used in his earlier battle with Song Zi. And now, facing a foundation establishment youth possessed by an old grandpa, he unhesitatingly unleashed this strongest trump card. Because Su Xianxia was very clear about the pattern of such an old grandpa taking over. On the surface, he seemed like a mere ant at foundation establishment, but once possessed by the old grandpa, his combat power would instantly skyrocket to a terrifying level. They had many tricks, thick trump cards, and each one was absurdly strong. If one wasn't careful, they would be defeated by the weak and turn the tables. In the web novels he had read in his previous life, how many villains had died from such carelessness and underestimation. He didn't want to make the same mistake. Although he didn't consider himself a villain, he was a righteous gentleman. He threw a punch. 3 distinct types of baleful chi burst forth from Su Changqing's body, intertwining and coiling around his fist. The first balefulness, the killing balefulness, condensed the murderous aura accumulated from slaughtering countless lives over 300 years, transforming into a ferocious Azura phantom wielding a blood blade, emitting a silent roar. The second balefulness, the demonic balefulness, came from the primal demonic chi of his immortal slaying demon body, black as ink and heavy as a mountain. Wherever it passed, space was crushed inch by inch. The third balefulness, the divine balefulness, was formless and intangible, yet it directly attacked the opponent's soul, like thousands of invisible steel needles piercing the sea of consciousness simultaneously. The 3 balefulnesses merged into one, forming a 10,000 zhang fist energy that spanned heaven and earth. Within the fist energy, demons danced wildly, and myriad ghosts wailed, as if the gates of hell had opened in the mortal world. Damn! Yao Lao's pupils contracted sharply. He wanted to dodge, but it was too late. The 10,000 zhang fist energy came too fast, so fast that he couldn't even execute any defensive technique. The fist energy slammed down with a roar. Lin Fan's foundation establishment body was as fragile as a sheet of paper before it instantly blasted into powder. Flesh, bones, meridians. Everything was reduced to nothing under the terrifying force of the fist. After the physical body shattered, 2 souls, one large and one small, emerged from the blood mist. The larger soul took the form of an ancient old man with white beard and white hair, his face gaunt and haggard. The smaller one was a young boy staring blankly at his own translucent hands, as if he hadn't yet realized what had happened. Damn it, let's go. Yao Lao reacted much faster than Lin Fan. The next instant after the body exploded, he wrapped Lin Fan's soul with his remnant soul, turned into a streak of light, and fled desperately into the distance. His soul blazed with a faint light in the air, moving at an astonishing speed, darting hundreds of miles in the blink of an eye. Trying to escape. Su Changqing let out a cold laugh. Without moving, he raised his fist again. When in doubt, 3 evils, demon god fist. Another 10,000 zhang fist energy carrying the earth-shattering roar of demon god slammed toward the direction of Yao Lao's escape. This punch was faster, fiercer, and more ruthless than the previous one. Where the fist energy passed, space shattered inch by inch, revealing dark spatial cracks. The ground was plowed into a bottomless chasm by the residual force of the fist energy, stretching from the edge of the battlefield to the horizon like a scar carved into the earth by a god's knife. Yao Lao glanced back, his soul terrified. Damn it, this demon is still chasing us. He abruptly stopped, his remnant soul burning fiercely, and with the last of his strength, he deployed a soul barrier in front of him. The barrier glowed faintly gold, covered in densely inscribed soul runes, exuding an ancient and desolate aura. This was the last life-saving measure of a divine union. Dao, Lord, his ultimate trump card. The fist aura slammed into the barrier. Yao Lao's expression instantly changed. He had never expected the power of this punch to be so terrifying. The soul barrier he thought could withstand at least a dozen breaths began to crack inch by inch under the crushing force of the fist aura, barely lasting a single breath. Cracks spread like a spiderweb across the barrier, and then with a bang the entire barrier shattered into a myriad of light specks. The fist aura pierced through the barrier, and with undiminished momentum struck Yao Lao's soul. Yao Lao let out a scream of extreme agony. The pain of a direct hit to the soul was 100 or 1,000 times more intense than any physical injury. His soul twisted violently within the fist aura, the once solid figure becoming translucent and ethereal, nearly shattering on the spot. As for Lin Fan's soul, it was utterly obliterated in the aftermath of that punch. That ambitious youth who dreamed of treading the path of immortality by devouring corpses did not even have time to utter a single cry before he dissipated into the world as if he had never existed. Ding! Congratulations to the host for slaying the chosen one, gaining 100 fortune points. 10,000 points. The corner of Su Changqing's mouth curled up slightly. The cold chosen one had turned into warm fortune points. Earlier he had slain 3 nascent soul experts and only obtained 1,000 points. On average, each nascent soul was worth just 300 or 400 points. But slaying a single chosen one directly gave him a full 10,000 points. The disparity was too stark. No wonder the system called the chosen one a walking ATM. Those words were absolutely true. He raised his hand, conjuring a massive hand of demonic chi that grabbed hold of Yao Lao's soul, writhing in agony in the void. The demonic hand closed its 5 fingers, gripping him tightly and dragging him back before Su Changqing. By now Yao Lao was in extreme weakness, his soul so translucent that its outline was barely visible. After enduring the full force of Su Changqing's 3-fiend godly fist, his remnant soul was on the verge of collapse, and any further impact would cause it to dissipate completely. Sir, spare me. Yao Lao's voice was weak and hoarse, stripped of its former composure and authority. I am willing to serve you. I can help you refine pills. Su Changqing looked down at this remnant soul that could vanish at any moment, his expression impassive, and asked, what use are you? Yao Lao, as if grasping at a lifeline, spoke hurriedly. This old man is an alchemist. a 7th grade nascent soul alchemist. This old man hails from the Qitian Alchemy Alliance in the Central Domain and holds a position there. I can refine all pills below the 7th grade with a success rate no lower than 80%. As long as my cultivation recovers to the nascent soul stage, I can refine 7th grade divine transformation pills. I beg you, sir, to spare me. The value of a 7th grade alchemist, sir, must surely understand. Su Changqing's brow twitched slightly. A 7th grade alchemist. This identity did stir a flicker of interest in him. In the divine wasteland, alchemists held a position of great reverence, and high-grade alchemists were the most sought-after prizes by all major powers. Although the Demon Heaven Hall had already risen to the ranks of the top demonic forces, it had always been lacking in the field of alchemy. He had many capable fighters under his command, but those who could refine pills were few and far between, and the highest grade among them was merely a 4th grade alchemist whose pills were of little use to a cultivator at the nascent soul stage. If he could have a 7th grade alchemist to oversee the hall, the overall strength of the Demon Heaven Hall would undergo a qualitative leap. Moreover, this man at his peak was a Unity Dao Lord. A former Unity Dao Lord possessed vast knowledge, experience, and connections, an immense treasure. Killing him would indeed be a pity. But his greatest concern was whether he could control this man. Although there were many methods of control within the demonic path, soul seals, blood pacts, soul lamps, life vows, each could firmly grasp a person's life and death. Yet these were all means for dealing with low-level cultivators. Whether they could control a former Unity Dao Lord was uncertain. Who knew what tricks an old monster who had lived for tens of thousands of years had up his sleeve? If one day the man regained his strength and found a way to break free from the control, turning around to bite in the loss would outweigh the gain. Should he spare his life or kill him to eliminate future trouble? Su Changqing weighed the pros and cons in his mind. Just then the system's voice echoed in his mind. Ding detected that the host possesses 100 fortune points. The system shop and system lottery function have been unlocked. System shop. Delight surged in Su Changqing's heart. He sank his consciousness into the system space and quickly browsed the shop interface. The shop displayed a dazzling array of treasures, cultivation techniques, magical artifacts, pills, heavenly materials, and earthly treasures, everything one could imagine, each marked with a corresponding fortune point price. He had no mind to look at the dazzling treasures and directly searched with his thoughts. Found it. It was indeed there. Soul contract. Those who sign this contract will have their souls completely under the host's control. The host can extinguish their soul with a single thought, and no matter how much they break through or recover their strength, it cannot be changed. Price 1000 fortune points. Soul contract. Was that the legendary kind where an icy cold fairy signs it with her yellow-haired apprentice and becomes outwardly cold but inwardly sweet? Su Changqing first opened his panel to confirm his balance. Name: Su Changqing. Age 308 years. Cultivation: nascent soul. Mid-stage appearance 100 fortune points. 11086 physique. Immortal. Slaying demon. Body development 11. Slaying the chosen one Lin Fan gave him 10,000 points plus the points from slaying the 3 nascent soul cultivators of the Falling Cloud sect, and the bits and pieces accumulated totaling over 11,000. He hesitated no longer and directly spent 1,000 points to exchange for the soul contract. The fortune points on the panel jumped once, showing 10086. Su Changqing took out the soul contract. It was a scroll faintly glowing with golden light woven entirely from soul power, engraved with dense ancient runes. The scroll emanated an ancient and solemn aura, as if bearing some unassailable law of heaven and earth. He unrolled the contract and presented it before Yao Lao. Sign the contract or die. His tone brooked no argument, leaving no room for negotiation. Either sign or die. There was no third path. Yao Lao looked at the soul contract, a complex expression flickering in his eyes. He could faintly sense the terror of this contract. Once he signed it, his life and death would be completely placed in the other's hands. A single thought from that man could reduce him to ashes. From then on, for all eternity, no matter how much strength he recovered or what realm he reached, he would never be able to shake off the binding of this contract. But he had no choice. If he didn't sign, Su Changqing would crush his soul right now. Tens of thousands of years of bitter cultivation, the glory of once dominating the scene, the position in the Qitian Alchemy Alliance. Everything would turn to nothing. He was unwilling to die here like this. As long as alive, there was still hope. Yes. Master, this old man will sign at once. Yao Lao's voice was utterly humble, stripped of any remaining pride of a Unity Dao Lord. He tremblingly extended a wisp of soul power and branded his soul imprint onto the soul contract. The moment the imprint fell, the contract burst into dazzling golden light, then automatically rolled up and turned into a stream of light, flying into Su Changqing's brow, vanishing without a trace. At the same time, the contract's physical form ignited without fire, turning into specks of golden light that dissipated into the air. Su Changqing sensed something added to his sea of consciousness, a golden thread as thin as a gossamer strand, but incredibly tough. The other end of this thread was firmly tied to the deepest part of Yao Lao's soul. With a mere thought, Su Changqing could tighten the thread and shatter Yao Lao's soul into fragments. Yao Lao clearly felt this control as well. His soul trembled slightly, then he bowed his head even more respectfully. Su Changqing nodded with satisfaction. After binding this remnant soul, he finally relaxed the demonic hand. Yao Lao's soul drifted out from the hand, hovering humbly by Su Changqing's side, adopting an extremely low posture. The once dominant Unity Dao Lord was now a prisoner of a nascent soul cultivator, a fall from grace indeed. But Yao Lao, having lived for tens of thousands of years, knew best how to read the situation. Master the blood-snatching nirvana art that this old man mentioned earlier. Yao Lao suddenly remembered something and hastily produced a jade slip from his remnant soul, offering it with both hands. This is it. Please take a look, Master. Su Changqing took the jade slip and carefully examined it with his divine sense first. There were no restrictions or hidden traps on the jade slip. It was clean. Yao Lao did not dare to tamper with it. His divine sense delved inside, and he began to peruse the technique named blood-snatching nirvana art. The more he read, the more shocked he became. This was indeed a fine work. The blood-snatching nirvana art was created by a Mahayana supreme from ancient times, following the path of snatching the essence and blood of all things in heaven and earth to nourish oneself. Snatching the essence, chi, and blood of all things to cultivate one's own body. When the art reaches perfection, all things become one's food. Refining humans, refining demons, and even refining heaven. Such a domineering technique indeed deserved the title of Supreme Demon Art. Su Changqing stored the jade slip away and glanced at Yao Lao's soul hovering beside him. At this moment, Yao Lao was so weak he was almost transparent. A gust of wind could blow him away. Enduring 2 strikes of the 3-fiend godly fist earlier had brought his soul to the brink of shattering. If Su Changqing hadn't held back the force at the last moment, he would have dissipated into the world like Lin Fan. Come in. Su Changqing raised his hand and drew Yao Lao's soul into a soul-nurturing bottle, sealed it, and casually hung it at his waist. A 7th-grade alchemist plus a peerless demonic art, the harvest of this trip far exceeded his expectations. Su Changqing's gaze fell upon the 3 nascent soul corpses lying amidst the ruins, a meaningful curve slowly forming on the corners of his lips. Song Zi, along with the 2 nascent soul elders from Luoyun sect. Their divine souls had already dissipated into nothingness, yet their physical bodies remained intact. The flesh of a nascent soul cultivator, even without the nourishment of their divine souls, remained a rare treasure in this world. The spiritual energy contained within their bones, the cultivation essence precipitated in their flesh and blood, and the primordial powers that had not yet dispersed. Each aspect was extraordinarily precious. If a low-ranking cultivator were to obtain even one of these bodies, they could likely break through to a higher realm directly. Yet in Su Changqing's eyes, these corpses held an even greater purpose. He raised his right hand, fingers slightly spread with palms facing the 3 corpses. The blood-devouring immortal art surged forward without hesitation. A dark crimson radiance erupted from his palm, spreading outward like a living thing to shroud all 3 nascent soul corpses in its embrace. An eerie hissing resonated through the air as something was being forcibly extracted. The once intact corpses began to wither before his eyes. Their skin first lost its luster, turning ashen and withered, then the muscles collapsed and contracted, clinging tightly to the bone. Finally, even the spiritual energy within their bones was stripped away completely. Once indestructible nascent soul skeletons turned as brittle as dead wood, crumbling to dust at the slightest touch. Within 10 breaths, all 3 nascent soul corpses had been reduced to desiccated husks. Within Su Changqing's palm, the extracted essence, blood, and spiritual energy converged and compressed, eventually condensing into a thumb-sized dark red pill. The pill was perfectly spherical, its surface shimmering with an eerie radiance that exuded a thick, heart-pounding aura of blood. It embodied the life's cultivation essence of 3 nascent soul cultivators, a value beyond measure in spirit stones. Without hesitation, Su Changqing tossed the blood pill into his mouth. It dissolved instantly, unleashing a massive surge of blood chi within him that could have burst ordinary cultivators apart. The blood chi surged through his meridians like a violent crimson flood, expanding painfully as it coursed through his body. A normal cultivator who swallowed this blood pill would have been torn apart by its power, for the cultivation essence of 3 nascent soul experts was far too intense to digest easily. But Su Changqing was no ordinary person. The demonic chi within his body, like a ravenous beast, lunged at the blood chi the moment it sensed it. It tore apart, devoured, and crushed that vast blood chi, converting it into pure primordial power that flooded his dantian and coursed through every limb and vessel. His aura fluctuated slightly within mere breaths, far from enough to achieve a breakthrough, yet deepening his foundation in the mid-nascent soul stage. Su Changqing opened his eyes, feeling the increasingly stable power within him, and nodded in satisfaction. Excellent. At least this saved me 20 years of arduous cultivation. He murmured to himself. The complete cultivation essence of 3 nascent soul cultivators, refined through the formidable blood-devouring immortal art, had effectively spared him 2 decades of meditative practice. If he could slay a few more nascent soul experts, he might just breach the late-stage nascent soul realm. Gathering the remaining spiritual energy into his body, he turned and walked toward the center of the battlefield. Greetings, Patriarch of Tianma Hall. Elder Mo Sheng and the purple-robed nascent soul expert from Huangquan Heavenly Palace had been waiting. As Su Changqing approached, both bowed deeply, showing greater deference than before. Their eyes no longer held the casual disregard of before, but rather genuine reverence, and a hint of unease. In the cultivation world, strength commanded respect, especially among demonic cultivators. Su Changqing had not only reached the mid-nascent soul stage, but had single-handedly slain 3 nascent soul cultivators from Luoyan sect, including Song Zi, a peak mid-nascent soul expert. Across the entire Eastern Demon territory, only a handful could claim such an achievement. Elder Mo Sheng knew. Even with his full power, he might not survive 100 exchanges against Song Zi. Su Changqing hadn't merely killed Song Zi, he had eliminated all 3 nascent soul cultivators in one stroke. This kind of combat prowess was more than enough to dominate the eastern region where no ancient experts had emerged. What of the spirit mines? Su Changqing asked coldly. He had no interest in idle chatter. Beyond his master, everyone else fell into either useful or worthless categories. Before the words had even left his lips, a burly figure came hurtling through the sky. Prince Yin Zhongdi landed before Su Changqing. The same rebellious king who had ridden proudly through armies of millions moments ago now knelt, without hesitation, showing even less deference than he would to his own father. Greetings, Senior Su. Zhongdi's voice rang out strong, though a faint undertone of barely suppressed tension betrayed his composure. Replying to your question, there are 2 high-grade spirit mine locations. One within Bingzhou territory, the other in Weizhou. Patriarch Su, Elder Mo Sheng interjected with a flattering smile. As we had agreed beforehand, once our mission is accomplished, Tianma Hall may claim either of the 2 spirit mines as it sees fit. Elder Mo Sheng did not break his word. Su Changqing appreciated the elder's tactfulness and wasted no time on unnecessary words. I want the one in Bingzhou. The Bingzhou spirit mine lay closest to Tianma Hall, roughly 10,000 li away, a journey any cultivator could complete from dawn to dusk. This distance proved ideal. With a nascent soul elder garrisoned there, and several major formations established, the mine could be securely claimed. I am deeply grateful for your support in this battle. Jiang Di rose to his feet, barely concealing the exhilaration and ambition gleaming in his eyes. Once we breach the imperial city and capture the usurper emperor, I shall throw an extravagant banquet and present you with treasures accumulated across the Dali dynasty's long history. He was already envisioning what would follow the fall of Chanyang City. Crown Prince Zhang Yunwen was nothing but a golden core mediocrity, and the 3 nascent soul experts Luoyan sect had dispatched had all fallen outside Mian City. Chanyang City now resembled an unprotected eggshell ripe for him to shatter and devour. The thought of all the spirit stones, cultivation techniques, spiritual herbs, and magical treasures the dynasty had accumulated over the years sent excitement surging through him. Su Changqing had intended to return directly to Yongning Mountain with Xiaohanyue, but hearing Jiang Di's words he reconsidered. His master had been trapped in Tianma Hall for so many days, and it would be a pity to return so soon after finally getting her out. Chanyang City, after all, was the capital of the Dali dynasty, far more prosperous than Yongning Mountain. He should treat this as an opportunity to help his master relax and enjoy herself. He nodded in agreement. A knowing smile played at the corners of his mouth as his gaze swept over the mountains of corpses scattered across the battlefield. I assume you have no use for those corpses. Elder Mo Sheng, sharp-witted as ever, immediately understood what Su Changqing intended. He quickly waved his hand. At your disposal, Patriarch Su. These commoners and low-level cultivator corpses are useless to me. If you need them, please take them freely. He genuinely had no desire to compete with Su Changqing over anything. A few corpses weren't worth provoking a demon star capable of killing someone as powerful as Song Zi. The spirit deity of the Huangquan Heavenly Palace stood nearby and hastily nodded in agreement, terrified that even the slightest delay might be misread as disrespect by Su Changqing. Though he hailed from one of the 3 great demonic sects, the white-haired demon before his eyes had just annihilated 3 fellow spirit deities of the same realm with merely 3 punches and 2 spear thrusts, one of whom was a sword grandmaster renowned for over 1,000 years. In the presence of Su Changqing, his early-stage spirit deity cultivation was utterly insignificant. Su Changqing's figure flashed and vanished from where he stood. The next instant he appeared 10,000 zhang high in the sky. Below his feet lay the battlefield spanning 1,000 li, scorched black earth strewn with corpses like hell's own reflection cast upon the mortal realm. The coppery scent of blood hung so thick in the air it seemed almost solid, and even the clouds on the horizon were dyed a dark crimson by the sea of bloodlight. He looked down upon this mountain of corpses and ocean of blood once more, then set his blood-devouring immortal art in motion. Dark red light surged from within him like a breached dam, sweeping outward in every direction with irresistible force. Wherever that radiance passed, all the corpses began to tremble violently, as though something within them were awakening and desperately striving to break free. Then thread after thread of dark red chi gushed upward from every corpse, some as fine as hair for ordinary mortals, some as thick as a little finger for foundation establishment cultivators, others as thick as a wrist for golden core cultivators. Countless streams of blood chi rose from every corner of the battlefield, converging in the sky like dark red rivers, all flowing towards Su Changqing as rivers run to the sea. To behold this from the ground was breathtaking. Millions upon millions of blood chi streams ascended simultaneously, dyeing the entire heavens an eerie, ominous crimson. The blood chi converged around Su Xianxia into a monstrous sphere 1,000 zhang in diameter, a dark red star hanging in the sky radiating an aura so terrifying it made the soul quake. A blood sacrifice of 1,000,000 souls. Old man Ma Sheng tilted his head back, gazing at the enormous blood sphere, his eyelids twitching violently. In his 3,000+ years of life, he had seen countless demonic arts. He knew the technique of blood sacrifice well enough. Given a properly arranged formation and ample time, he could likewise refine the blood chi of millions. But that required formations, required time, required extensive preparation. And Su Xianxia, no formation, no preparation, not even the hand seals to speak of. Yet with but a gesture of his hand, he had stripped the blood chi from 1,000,000 corpses. Terrifying indeed. Old man Ma Sheng muttered to himself, his wariness of Su Xianxia deepening another notch. He felt profound gratitude that he had shown such discretion moments ago. To compete with this man for gain would cost 10 lifetimes at best. Yan Wang Jiangdi, standing yet farther to the side, dared not even draw breath. Though he had long reached the peak of the nascent soul stage, and was but one step away from spirit deity before that blood sphere forged from 1,000,000 streams of blood chi, he felt a tremor rising from the very depths of his soul. If all that contained power were unleashed, it could flatten everything within 10,000 li. He did not dare imagine whether he could withstand even a single strike should Su Xianxia decide to target him. Soon the endless blood chi across the entire battlefield had been entirely siphoned by Su Xianxia. The 1,000 zhang blood sphere began to compress frantically under his control, shrinking ever smaller and darkening ever deeper. From 1,000 zhang to 100, from 100 to 10, from 10 to 1. At last the blood chi that could have filled an entire lake was compressed into 4 thumb-sized dark red pills hovering in the palm of his hand. These 4 blood pills were far more refined than the earlier one. Natural pill patterns shimmered upon their surfaces, radiating a blood chi density so intense it seemed ready to take physical form. 1,000,000 corpses' essence had been distilled into 4 small pills alone. The energy contained therein was so vast, it could drive any nascent soul cultivator into madness. Su Xianxia stowed the blood pills, his figure flashing as he returned to the ground. Xianxia. The moment the words left his lips, a cyan figure stepped forth from the void and knelt on one knee before him. It was Xianxia, head of the 4 guardians of the heavenly demonic hall, and a nascent soul peak cultivator. Earlier he had been ordered to escort Nan Gongyin back to the heavenly demonic hall, and with his evasion speed the round trip took barely the time of 1 incense stick. This subordinate greets his lordship. Xianxia kept his head bowed, his reverence reaching its absolute limit. Though he had not witnessed the full process of Su Xianxia slaying the 3 spirit deities of the Luoyun sect, the world-shaking fist shockwaves he had sensed from afar were more than enough to convince him that his hall master's strength had reached an utterly terrifying tier. You performed admirably in this battle. Su Xianxia spoke lightly, withdrawing the largest and most refined of the 4 blood pills and extending it toward Xianxia. Your cultivation has long remained stuck at the peak of nascent soul, unable to advance an inch. The cause of your bottleneck is something you know better than anyone. Take this pill, and you shall have confidence in breaking through to spirit deity. Xianxia jerked his head up, eyes wide with disbelief. His hands trembled as he accepted the dark red blood pill, feeling the surging blood chi within it, his lips quivering with suppressed emotion. Spirit deity. Those 4 characters. How many years had he desired them? The gap between nascent soul peak and spirit deity appeared to be but one step, yet in reality, it was as vast as a chasm between heaven and earth. He had been trapped at this juncture for 3 whole centuries, countless failed attempts at breaking through, until he had nearly given up all hope of advancing further in this lifetime. And now his hall master himself had pressed the blood pill, forged from 1,000,000 streams of blood chi, into his hands. This kindness was greater than the heavens themselves. Take these 2 pills back to the other 2 guardians, Su Xianxia continued, handing them over. Their cultivation has also reached the point where breakthrough is due. Thank you, his lordship. Xianxia cupped the pills with both hands, his eyes reddening, his voice thick with emotion. This subordinate vows never to fail your lordship's trust. This seclusion will surely result in entry into the spirit deity realm. Your lordship's grace is a debt this subordinate could never repay in this lifetime. Su Xianxia waved his hand, his tone breezy. Enough. You may return with everyone. The heavenly demonic hall cannot be left unguarded for long. You 4 guardians must all return and hold the fort. As for the affairs of the Dali dynasty, 1 is quite sufficient. Yes. Xianxia carefully stowed the 3 blood pills within his storage ring, paid his respects once more, then turned and departed. After a brief rest, Yan Wang's army marched on. War drums thundered anew, military banners snapped in the wind, and millions of troops surged forward like an iron torrent toward the capital of Dali. Muyun City had fallen, the gates of Suzhou stood wide open, and ahead lay no more obstacles. Chanyang City was already in sight. Jiang Di sat astride a jet-black spiritual steed, gazing toward the faint silhouette of the capital on the distant horizon, his eyes burning with an ambition ready to consume all before it. At his rear stood the spirit deity cultivators of the Wanma sect, Huangquan Heavenly Palace and Heavenly Demonic Hall. Though Su Changqing had not explicitly pledged to assist in the assault on Chanyang City, his mere presence upon this field was answer enough. Su Changqing stepped into the palace, and the doors slowly closed behind him, shutting out the clamor and bloodshed of the outside world. Zuiqiu was stationed by the gate, her abdominal wound carefully bandaged, but her face remained pale. Her red dress was stained with dust and blood, yet she stood as straight as a sword that refused to bend. Su Changqing glanced at her, retrieved the last blood pill from his bosom, and casually tossed it to her. Zuiqiu caught it with both hands. Lowering her gaze, her pupils dilated slightly. The dark red pill exuded a dense fluctuation of blood qi in her palm, though she did not understand what it was. Yet the energy contained within was enough to help her, who had been stuck at the late nascent soul stage for years, break through to the peak of nascent soul. You may not have merit in this battle, but you have your toil. Su Changqing's tone was flat and emotionless. This pill can help you reach the peak of nascent soul. Go back and seclude yourself well. Zuiqiu bent her knees and knelt heavily on the ground, her forehead nearly touching the floor, her voice trembling slightly. Thank you, master. A fortune bestowed by Su Changqing himself. Among the nascent soul cultivators in the Tianma Hall, she was not the only one, but the hall master had given this pill to her. This favor and trust stirred her heart more than the pill itself. Su Changqing paid her no further heed, and pushed open the inner chamber door to enter. The chamber was lit with soft lamplight, and the air was filled with a faint scent of ambergris. The sky outside the window had darkened. The dragon-drawn palace drifted slowly through the clouds, and moonlight streamed through the lattice, coating the floor with a layer of silver frost. Xianxia sat on a soft couch by the window, her back to the door, her black hair cascading over her shoulders. She remained motionless, gazing at the sea of clouds outside like a lost jade statue bereft of its soul. Su Changqing flickered behind her, soundlessly bent down, scooped her up from the couch, and held her in his arms. Xianxia's body trembled slightly, but she did not struggle. She merely stiffened against his chest like a wounded bird too exhausted even to flap its wings. Su Changqing sat down on the couch with her in his lap, one arm around her waist, the other lifting her chin to study her face in the moonlight. Her eyes were rimmed red. Master, what's wrong? Su Changqing's voice was softer than usual, a faint trace of concern flickering in his blood-red pupils. Did you get hurt? Did that bitch Nangong Yuan hurt you? Xianxia slowly raised her eyelids and looked at the face so close to hers. In the moonlight, Su Changqing's white hair shimmered with a faint silver glow. His features, handsome to the point of being almost otherworldly, now bore less of his usual ferocity and more of an anxious concern she had never seen before. A surge of indescribable complexity welled up in her heart. This man was the one she hated most. The one who imprisoned her, struck her, and forced her. Yet he was also the one who descended from the sky, without hesitation, when she was in the gravest danger, covering her with countless prohibitions just to protect her. But the sect she trusted most, her closest sister, had sought her life. Ding Xiaohanua's corruption value has reached 14. Ding Xiaohanua's corruption value has reached 10. Reward obtained, Heaven Grade Supreme, Taiyin Sacred Code. The system's prompt echoed in Su Changqing's mind, and the corner of his mouth lifted imperceptibly. The corruption value had jumped from 7 to 14, doubling in one go. It seemed that the betrayal of the Luo Yun sect had dealt a critical blow to his master. When a person is abandoned by the entire world, they are most likely to cling to the only driftwood nearby, even if that driftwood was once their cage. Taiyin Sacred Code. Su Changqing quickly scanned the system's introduction in his mind, and the light in his eyes grew brighter. A heaven-grade supreme cultivation technique, one of the highest scriptures of the Taiyin lineage. When cultivated to perfection, it could draw upon the power of the lunar star, granting infinite might. This technique was perfectly aligned with Xiaohanua's own path. She had cultivated within the Luo Yun sect for centuries, following the Insoft lineage. Her foundation was already solid, and switching to the Taiyin Sacred Code would pose almost no obstacles. He had been worried about the tampering of Xiaohanua's cultivation technique, and had planned to personally search for a few suitable techniques after this matter was settled. Unexpectedly, the system had directly delivered the most fitting one. This was truly a timely rain, saving him a great deal of effort. Xiaohanua opened her mouth, her voice hoarse and hesitant like a traveler in the desert who had finally found a well, but feared the water would be bitter. Nangong Yuan. How is she? In her heart, she already knew the answer. With Su Changqing's temperament, with his fierce aura, Nangong Yuan could not have met a good end in his hands. Yet she still wanted to ask, to hear him say the outcome aloud. Su Changqing did not answer her question. Instead, he raised his hand, his broad, warm palm, covering her face. His movements were extremely gentle, as if caressing a treasure he had regained. Master, be good, don't ask. His voice was low and resolute. I told you I am the only one who loves you. Whether it was 300 years ago, 200 years ago, or now. From the beginning to the end, only me. His pupils turned blood red again, the crimson hue appearing especially eerie in the moonlight. He lowered his head, and without giving her a chance to refuse, kissed her lips. Xiaohanua let out a faint whimper. Her hands instinctively pressed against his chest, but she only pushed weakly before giving up. Her entire body softened in that deep kiss, like ice melting under the scorching sun, gradually losing its shape. She could feel his lips and tongue domineeringly prying open her teeth, plundering every inch of breath inside her mouth. The faint scent of pine enveloped her entirely, making it hard to breathe, yet somehow she felt safe. She was being kissed forcibly again. Xiao Hanyue thought hazily, how many times will this man force himself on her before he stops? But this time she did not feel disgust, nor humiliation. Only confusion. Her heart tangled into a mess. Her mind was now full of contradictions. On one hand, she could not accept being abandoned by her sect and betrayed by her sister. The Luoyin sect was her home for centuries, and Nangong Yuyin was her friend of hundreds of years. Both pillars that had supported her life collapsed at the same moment. She felt as if she were standing amidst ruins, surrounded by broken walls with no place to set foot. A sliver of hope, a faint glimmer of wishful thinking still lingered in her heart. What if the sect had misunderstood? What if it was a decision made by an elder and the others were unaware? What if there was still a chance to make amends? Yet on the other hand, she knew clearly how ridiculous that hope was. The bounty order was issued by the Luoyin sect, offering a mid-grade spiritual treasure as a reward. A bounty of that level could only be authorized by the sect master. And Nangong Yin, her good sister, had held a sword and told her personally. She would trade her good sister for a future. Wasn't that clear enough? She had been abandoned by the sect utterly and completely. There was no going back to the Luoyin sect, nor to the righteous path of the Eastern Domain. She truly had nowhere else to go. Aside from staying by Su Chongqing's side, where else could she go? She recalled the moment Su Chongqing had appeared on the battlefield, descending from the heavens, his blood-red eyes churning with overwhelming killing intent, standing protectively before her. Did he truly love her? But if this was love, why did it have to come in the form of imprisonment and coercion? Why couldn't they simply talk to each other? But if this wasn't love, then why had he laid so many restrictions upon her? Why had he charged forward without regard for his own safety at her most dangerous moment? In his eyes, killing 3 nascent soul cultivators was far less important than coming to protect her. Master, don't overthink it. Su Chongqing gazed at Xiao Hanyue's face, twisted into an expression of such profound conflict, and couldn't help but tighten the arm wrapped around her waist, drawing her whole body even closer into his embrace. His chin rested against the crown of her head, his voice low and tender, as if coaxing a little girl who had been wronged. There is only one thing Master needs to know. In this entire world, no one but me is allowed to touch you. No one is allowed to strike you, no one is allowed to curse you, and absolutely no one is allowed to harm you. As he spoke, he reached out to knead Xiao Hanyue's cheek, deforming that pale, tender face slightly, a mischievous grin playing at the corner of his mouth. Only I am allowed. MMPH. Xiao Hanyue's mouth was squished into a pucker by his hand, producing only muffled protests. This fellow had just spoken so passionately, and now he was already bullying her again. Yet with his kneading and pinching, those heavy thoughts that had been crushing her were indeed dispersing considerably. She finally gathered her courage and spoke softly. She asked the question she had agonized over for so long, but had never dared to voice. But, is this truly what it means to love someone? The moment the words left her mouth, she felt a pang of regret. Su Chongqing's gaze slightly froze, and the tender smile in his eyes gradually faded away. Xiao Hanyue's heart lurched violently, her body instinctively tensing. Then what is it like? Su Chongqing's voice dropped low, carrying a dangerous tone of interrogation. Does Master perhaps wish to leave my side? Xiao Hanyue shook her head almost instinctively, her voice involuntarily weakening, carrying a hint of caution and conciliation. No, that's not it. Although she had indeed harbored thoughts of escape, now being stared at by him like this, how could she dare to utter a single word of refusal? Su Chongqing continued to watch her for a moment, the murderous aura in his eyes gradually dissipating, returning to that man who held her in his arms and spoke to her in gentle tones. His emotions came quickly and went quickly like a summer thunderstorm, rumbling and then suddenly clearing. Then that's all that matters. His hand returned to the back of her head, gently pressing her face into the crook of his neck. Master must stay by my side forever. You must not go anywhere. No one can harm you. I promise. Xiao Hanyue buried her face in the crook of his neck. She closed her eyes, and the strength that had sustained her through an entire grueling day finally gave way entirely. She was so exhausted. A dear friend's betrayal, the sect's heartless abandonment, her confusion about the future, and those complicated, indescribable feelings she harbored for Su Chongqing. All of these intertwined like a dense, impenetrable net, suffocating her. Both her body and mind teetered on the brink of collapse. She was merely holding on by a thread, refusing to fall. Master, if you're tired, just sleep. Su Chongqing gently caressed her head, his movements tender, as if lulling a child to sleep. Xiao Hanyue did not speak again. Leaning against his warm embrace, her consciousness began to fade gradually. In that half-dreaming, half-awake state, her thoughts drifted aimlessly. Perhaps what he said was true. Perhaps although this demon lord was brutal and overbearing, although he was volatile, although he expressed himself through entirely wrong methods, his feelings for her were not entirely false. After all, he was once her disciple. The one she had personally taught cultivation techniques, the one she had raised with her own hands. Though now he had become an unbridled disciple who defied his master, set on turning his own master into a wife. What could she possibly do? She had no strength to resist. She couldn't fight him, couldn't run from him, and didn't dare to curse him. Besides, Su Chongqing's appearance was truly exceptionally outstanding. That face was hardly matched by a few in the entire Eastern Domain. If it weren't for that terrifying demonic aura, if his notorious reputation for killing without blinking weren't so widespread, placing him among the orthodox cultivators, he might well have been celebrated as the #1 handsome man in the Eastern Domain. He'd just be slightly worse than all of you watching the screen. Xianxia thought drowsily, her cheeks flushing red once more. She cursed herself silently. Xianxia, oh Xianxia, you shameless creature. You were imprisoned by someone, forcibly kissed by someone, and yet here you are thinking about how attractive he is. Your reputation of several centuries has been thrown to the winds. And so in this mixture of self-loathing and tangled contradiction, she leaned against Su Changqing's chest, her consciousness slowly sinking into darkness. Su Changqing lowered his head to gaze at Xianxia, who had fallen into a deep sleep in his arms, and gently brushed aside a few strands of hair that had fallen across her cheek, tucking them behind her ear. Moonlight filtered through the window lattice, casting upon her face a complexion as beautiful as the finest mutton fat, jade long lashes casting a delicate shadow across her eyelids, her breathing even and peaceful. The corners of her lips even curved upward slightly, as if she had found a moment of tranquility in her dreams. He watched her for a long time, then lowered his head and gently pressed a kiss to her forehead. "Good night, master." He murmured these words softly, then gently laid her upon the soft couch, tucking the brocade quilt around her. He himself sat cross-legged on the meditation cushion beside the couch, his divine sense probing into the system space, beginning to study the detailed contents of the Taiyin divine canon. He intended to master this cultivation technique thoroughly before his master woke up. When she awakened, he could begin teaching her the method of transferring her cultivation. Outside the window, the thousand-zhang demonic flood dragon glided slowly through the sea of clouds, dragging the palace behind it, while below stretched the endless dragon column of Prince Yan's vast army, advancing majestically toward Xianxia City. Xianxia City, the heart of the Dali dynasty, was shrouded in an apocalyptic stillness. The lamps within the Golden Throne Hall still blazed brightly, yet they no longer carried the majesty and clamor of yesteryears. Between the vermilion pillars that once teemed with civil and military officials, only a few scattered figures now stood empty and desolate. The bronze crane incense burners on either side of the hall continued to emit delicate trails of blue smoke. The scent of dragon musk permeated the vast chamber, yet it could not suppress the pervasive aura of panic and decay that seeped in from all directions. Ever since the scouts brought back news of the battle outside Xianxia City, the civil and military officials had scattered like a tree falling and its monkeys fleeing. They gathered their valuables and fled the soon-to-be overthrown capital with their families in tow. The 10,000-year foundation of the Dali dynasty was tottering under the thunderous hooves of the Prince of Yan's iron cavalry. Only a handful were willing to stay with it until the very end. Jiang Yunwen slumped on the dragon throne. His black gold dragon robe, now wrinkled and ill-fitting, clung to his gaunt frame like a mountain too heavy, leaving him without the strength to straighten his back. His face was pale as paper, his eyes sunken, his lips parched. He stared vacantly at the gray sky beyond the hall. The three divine transformation elders of the Luo Yun sect. He had been firmly convinced that with these three divine transformation cultivators holding the fort, the Prince of Yan's rebels were mere clowns who could stir no great waves. But the news brought back by the scouts struck like a thunderbolt, shattering all his confidence into dust. The three divine transformation elders had all fallen in battle outside Xianxia City. The Prince of Yan's army was now marching straight toward Xianxia City with no obstacles left in its path. Why? Jiang Yunwen muttered to himself, his voice hoarse as if squeezed from the depths of his throat, each word tinged with blood. Even the elders of the Luo Yun sect personally intervened, and still lost. No one could answer him. Those who could had already fled. Only a few trembling old ministers remained in the hall, their hair white, their faces lined with wrinkles, and their eyes filled with no less terror and despair than his own. "Your Majesty, we must flee." An old minister with white hair and beard hobbled forward on his cane, his voice full of pleading. "According to the Prince of Yan's rebel army's marching speed, they will reach the capital in at most one day. Your Majesty, if we delay any longer, it will be too late." "I am the son of heaven of the Dali," Jiang Yunwen said, his voice hollow and wooden, as if stating a fact unrelated to himself. "I cannot leave. If I leave, Dali will truly fall." "Your Majesty." Another old minister fell to his knees with a thud, his forehead striking the golden bricks, producing a dull sound. "Please retreat first. As long as the Green Hills remain, there is no shortage of firewood. As long as your Majesty is alive, Dali still exists, and one day we can stage a comeback." "Indeed, your Majesty." Yet another old minister knelt, tears streaming down his aged face. "Your old servant implores your Majesty to move the court to the southeast. The southeastern prefectures still have troops loyal to the royal family. If your Majesty goes there in person, we can surely regroup. Your Majesty, make a decision quickly. Any more delay, and the vanguard of the rebels will arrive." The old ministers urged in a cacophony, their voices intertwining, echoing in a buzzing clamor within the Golden Throne Hall. But Jiang Yunwen seemed not to hear them. He slowly rose from the dragon throne, his body trembling violently, and walked step by step toward the outside of the hall. His steps were unsteady, as if each one trod on knife blades, or as if he might collapse at any moment. The old ministers exchanged glances, then stumbled along behind him. Jiang Yunwen walked out of the Golden Throne Hall, and stood on the high white jade steps looking down upon the entire Xianxia city from a vantage point. The setting sun cast a blood-red glow, dyeing the 10,000-year-old capital in a dark crimson. The long streets were empty, every household's doors and windows tightly shut. Only a few withered leaves lifted by the wind swirled in the deserted thoroughfares. In the distance, faint sounds of sporadic crying and clashing armor could be heard. It was the remaining defenders in the city reinforcing the gates, making their last futile struggle. This city had once been the most prosperous metropolis in the eastern domain, with bustling streets, lively taverns, and myriad lights like fallen stars at night. But now it resembled a hollow shell stripped of its soul, left with only an empty skeleton waiting for the final blow. Jiang Yunwen's eyes were rimmed with red. He stood high above the long wind, lifting the hem of his dragon robe, making his figure appear especially frail. He suddenly spoke, his voice echoing across the empty square before the hall, carrying a grief that had finally shattered after being suppressed to the extreme. Do you think that at this moment I must be overwhelmed with sorrow? His voice trembled thick with tears. Do you think I must have regrets that I cannot express? The old ministers were stunned, not knowing what His Majesty was about to say. Jiang Yunwen spun around abruptly, and tears finally spilled from his eyes. No, I cannot bear it. It is that I going this way shall have no burial place. His voice suddenly rose like a cuckoo crying blood, as if pouring out all the resentment and terror in his chest. As the son of heaven of the Dali, I should die for my country, perish beneath the gates of Xianxia city. Your Majesty, please reconsider. The old ministers knelt in unison, their foreheads striking the cold stone slabs with a dull thud. Their white hair scattered on their shoulders, tears streaming down their lined faces, soaking the stone slabs before them. Your Majesty. The old minister kneeling at the front raised his head, his voice hoarse, but carrying a stubborn sincerity. If we relocate to the southeast, there may still be a glimmer of hope. The southeastern prefectures are strategically located, easy to defend, and hard to attack. Millions of loyal troops are gathering. If your Majesty goes there in person, we will surely. Indeed, your Majesty. Another old minister shuffled forward on his knees, his aged hand grasping the hem of Jiang Yunwen's robe, as if afraid that if he let go, the emperor would turn and leap from the city wall. As long as your Majesty is here, we can obtain help from the Luoyun sect. Elder Song may have fallen, but the sect still has its sect leader, other divine transformation cultivators, and other righteous sects. They will not stand by and watch Dali fall. Jiang Yunwen took a few more steps forward, his steps unsteady, as if he might collapse at any moment. He looked down at the white-haired old ministers at his feet, at the tears streaming down their weathered faces, at the almost obsessive loyalty and pleading in their eyes. Your Majesty, I implore you to withdraw and leave Xianxia city. A resolute voice came from below the steps. The Imperial Guard commander, clad in blood-stained armor, strode up the steps and knelt on one knee before Jiang Yunwen. The Prince of Yan's army was only a day's march from Xianxia city. Even if all 3,000 of his remaining Imperial Guards died on the city walls, they could not hold back that million-strong army for even the time it takes to burn a stick of incense. Yet he still knelt here, begging the emperor to leave. Jiang Yunwen looked at the Imperial Guard commander, at the bloodstains on his armor, then at the old ministers whose foreheads had turned blue from kowtowing. Finally, he heaved a heavy sigh. That sigh was extremely long, as if in that single breath he expelled the last vestiges of vitality from his body. His shoulders sagged, his back bent, and he seemed to have aged 20 years in an instant. It seems I must leave Xianxia. His voice was low and hoarse, scarcely audible. I must leave the land where the ancestral tombs of the former emperors lie. He raised his head and gazed toward the vast mountain range north of Xianxia city. The tombs of successive Dali emperors lay there, one majestic mausoleum after another, burying the glory and heritage of this dynasty for thousands of years. His father, his grandfather, his ancestors, all were buried in that mountain range. And he, the emperor of the Dali dynasty, was about to abandon the city and flee as the rebel army approached, leaving the ancestral tombs and the capital's populace to the enemy. What a disgrace. But what else could he do? Staying would only add one more corpse, and his corpse would change nothing. The old ministers behind him, hearing that he had finally relented, immediately showed joy on their faces, almost shouting in unison, Your Majesty, let us leave this place at once. Soon several tall demon horses galloped from the direction of the palace gates, pulling a huge carriage the size of a pavilion, which stopped at the foot of the steps. Those demon horses were jet black, their manes like ink, exhaling white mist from their mouths, their hooves pawing the ground restlessly. Around the carriage stood the last group of Imperial Guards, each holding a long halberd, their eyes alertly scanning the surroundings. Jiang Yunwen, supported by several old ministers, walked down the steps one by one. He walked very slowly each step, as if bidding a final farewell to this imperial city. When he reached the carriage, he stopped, leaning on the shaft, but did not immediately board. He turned his head and took one last look at Xianxia city. The sun had already sunk below the horizon, leaving only a final glimmer of afterglow that tinged the skyline dark red. The myriad lights of Xianxia city did not flicker on. Those lights that once never went out through the night were now all extinguished. The entire city gradually sank into darkness in the twilight. On the city walls, a few figures of guards could be faintly seen leaning against the crenellations with their spears, whether standing guard or already asleep from exhaustion. Would he ever return here again? Jiang Yunwen silently asked himself. No one could answer him, not even himself. Perhaps he would eke out a miserable existence in some small town in the southeast waiting for the Luo Yun sect to send reinforcements again, waiting for some miracle to occur. Perhaps he would be caught by pursuers on the road and die amidst the chaos of battle. Perhaps he would never again see the walls of Chanyang City, nor the mountain of tombs to the north that buried his ancestors. He did not know. The only thing he knew was that from this moment on the fate of the Dali dynasty was no longer in his hands. Your Majesty, the old minister beside him urged softly. Jiang Yunwan withdrew his gaze and climbed into the carriage with difficulty. The carriage was lined with thick brocade cushions, and a dim oil lamp flickered, casting his pale face in shifting light and shadow. He sat down on the brocade cushion, his hands folded on his knees, his back straight. The carriage curtain slowly fell, obscuring his figure. The Imperial Guard commander mounted his horse, gave a low command, and the convoy slipped silently out of the palace gates under the cover of dusk through the empty long streets, and left the soon-to-be overthrown capital through the most inconspicuous side gate of Chanyang City. No one noticed them. The remaining citizens of the city had either fled or were cowering in their homes, trembling, unaware that their emperor had already departed quietly. The few guards on the city walls still leaned against the crenellations with their spears, oblivious that those they guarded were no longer there. The night was as dark as ink, swallowing the entire Chanyang City. On the distant horizon, the long dragon of torches from the Prince of Yan's army was slowly approaching like a fiery beast about to devour everything. And in the darkness toward the southeast, a light cavalry, escorting a carriage, hurried along the desolate official road. The young man inside the carriage clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging deep into his palms. He dared not look back nor think about whose banner would hang over the gates of Chanyang City when the sun rose tomorrow. He only knew that from this night onward his title of emperor was nothing but an empty shell, and he had only a road ahead, its length unknown. Su Changqing slowly opened his eyes, the light in his blood-red pupils flickering faintly in the morning glow. He turned his head to look at Xiao Hanyu reclining on the soft couch beside him. Just then she was groggily opening her eyes, and after a moment of dazed stillness her gaze finally focused on his face. Their eyes met. Xiao Hanyu's gaze still carried traces of lingering drowsiness, as well as a hint of bewilderment as she slowly emerged from her dream. Master awake. Su Changqing supported his head with one hand, turning sideways, to watch her, a faint smile playing at the corners of his lips. Xiao Hanyu gradually came to her senses, the warmth of that dream still lingering in her mind. She had dreamed of Luo Yun sect, the Luo Yun sect of her memories. Green mountains wreathed in mist, secluded paths through bamboo groves. She sat in the courtyard tending to the snow-white soft-bone rabbit, sunlight filtering through bamboo leaves and sprinkling across her skirt. Everything was serene and tranquil. And Su Changqing was there too, carrying a teacup toward her, calling her master, his voice clear as mountain spring water. Alas, dreams are but dreams. She gazed at this handsome yet bold face before her, its outline merging with that of the youth from her dream. Su Changqing had not changed, and yet he had. Her lips moved slightly, and she softly said, "Thank you." "Thank me for what?" Su Changqing raised an eyebrow, his tone carrying a touch of reckless levity. "You are my master, and you may also be my wife. Speak another word of courtesy, and I'll strike you next time." He flashed a devilish grin and pretended to raise his hand. Xiao Hanyu instinctively shrank her neck and burrowed deeper into the blankets. This subtle movement made Su Changqing burst out laughing. His master was like a startled little rabbit now, timid yet adorable. "Enough, master. Rise and get up." No longer teasing her, he reached out, wrapped an arm around her waist, and pulled her from beneath the covers, drawing her securely into his embrace. Xiao Hanyu sighed in his arms. It was always like this. He was always holding her, embracing her from dawn till dusk. Was her body some sort of cushion? Yet after these past few days she had been embraced countless times. Pushing him away was futile, struggling was worthless. She had long since abandoned such pointless resistance. His chest was warm, his embrace steady. When held by him, she even felt an inexplicable sense of peace. Of course, such an embarrassing sentiment would never leave her lips no matter what. However, the very next instant Xiao Hanyu realized she had given up far too soon. Su Changqing's hands grew restless, his fingers slowly gliding upward from her waist, moving with deliberate slowness as though unwrapping a carefully concealed treasure. His fingertips brushed past her ribs, then lightly traced along her shoulder blade before following the edge of her garment collar, inch by inch pressing inward. Xiao Hanyu's cheeks instantly flushed crimson, the blush spreading from her face to her ears, then cascading down her neck. She instinctively reached out to grasp Su Changqing's wrist, attempting to stop that mischievous hand, but her feeble strength amounted to nothing before a demon lord at the late stage of spirit severing. Su Changqing's brows lifted slightly, his expression one of savoring a peerless treasure. That sensation. He had imagined it for countless years, and today he was finally verifying it with his own hands. Master truly is. He paused, the smile deepening on his face. "I beg you." Xiao Hanyu's voice was as faint as a mosquito's hum, her entire face glowing red, her neck dyed a delicate shade of pink. She could feel her heart pounding frantically within her chest, beating so hard she could hardly draw breath. Having cultivated for 700 years, whether man or woman, no one had ever touched these places of hers. but this rebellious disciple of Su Changqing. The moment those sounds left her lips, her entire body froze. Was that a sound she had made? Would the cold and aloof Xiaohanyu ever make such a sound? Su Changqing had obviously heard it too. The light in those blood-red pupils blazed with an alarming intensity. He slowly withdrew his hand, the lingering warmth still clinging to his slender fingers, carrying a faint and delicate fragrance. He lowered his head and inhaled, a knowing smile spreading across his face. As expected of my master. So fragrant. Please stop talking. Xiaohanyu wished she could dig a hole right then and bury herself in it. Both hands covered her face, her ears visible through her fingers burning crimson. She shrank into Su Changqing's embrace like a boiled shrimp. She had cultivated for centuries. When had she ever lost her composure so completely? It was simply mortifying. And yet the culprit himself looked utterly triumphant, his smile nearly reaching the heavens. Seeing his master in this mortified and furious state, Su Changqing could not help but laugh aloud. He reached out and ruffled her hair, his tone carrying a hint of indulgence. All right, I won't tease you anymore. As I said before, I will help master continue her cultivation. Now is the time to honor that promise. Xiaohanyu was still immersed in her earlier shame and failed to grasp the meaning behind Su Changqing's words. Then she watched as Su Changqing raised his hand and gently pressed it against her chest. The placement was rather inappropriate. His palm fell precisely over that very warmth just moments ago. Xiaohanyu could not help but let out a soft cry of pleasure. Before she could protest, a torrent of powerful energy surged from Su Changqing's palm into her body. That was the sound of a seal shattering. Something within her seemed to snap with a crisp crack, and then a familiar yet long-lost surge of power erupted from the depths of her dantian. Like a flood long held back by a dam finally granted release when the gates opened. In that instant, her meridians were flooded anew with spiritual energy, and the exhilarating sensation of restored power caused her body to tremble slightly. The surrounding spiritual energy began to converge upon her with a frenzied intensity. Within the temporary palace, the spirit-gathering array was activated by this suction, and countless motes of light materialized in the air, like myriad tiny stars spinning and swirling, eagerly burrowing into her body. Her aura began to ascend at an astonishing rate. Chi refining foundation establishment, golden core, nascent soul, initial stage nascent soul, mid-stage nascent soul, late stage, until finally at the peak of nascent soul, it gradually came to a halt. In the span of a few breaths, she had transformed from a powerless mortal back into a grand cultivator at the peak of nascent soul, only a step away from divine transformation. The sensation of regaining her cultivation was utterly magnificent. Xiaohanyu closed her eyes, drew a deep breath, and an irrepressible rapture spread across her face. She raised her hand, and a wisp of pure spiritual energy danced at her fingertip, emitting a soft, gentle radiance. This was her power, her own power. During the time she had been sealed, she was like a bird whose wings had been clipped. She could see the sky, yet could never fly. But now her wings had been reattached, and she could soar once more. Only after losing something does one truly understand how precious it is. A sudden thought surfaced in her mind: should she execute her escape plan now? Taking advantage of his inattention, she could flee directly on a flying sword. Now that she had recovered her cultivation at the peak of nascent soul, although she was no match for Su Changqing, if she seized a suitable moment, when he was distracted or away, and exerted all her power in a fleeing technique, there might still be a chance. Even a 10% success rate was better than remaining here as his captive. But if she ran, what would happen to Su Changqing? Would he go mad? Would he, as on the battlefield at Muyun City, erupt with a world-shattering murderous intent and slaughter everyone around him? Would he be hurt? Would he grieve? With his stubbornness ingrained to the bone, if he discovered she had fled, he would likely turn the entire eastern domain upside down. And she had to admit, the righteous path had abandoned her. The sect had cast her out, and her former sisters wanted her dead. If she also left, Su Changqing, who in this world would truly treat her with sincerity? No, what was she thinking? Su Changqing was a demonic cultivator, the lord of the Tianma Hall, who murdered without mercy. They were irreconcilable by heaven's decree. She was a righteous cultivator. How could she soften her heart toward a demon? But he wasn't that evil, at least not toward her. True, he had struck her, choked her, and imprisoned her, but that was only in the beginning. Later, he had never truly harmed her again. Instead, he had saved her, protected her, given her a pet, cooked her favorite steamed spirit fish, and covered her with countless restrictions to ensure her safety. In Xiaohanyu's heart, two tiny figures seemed to materialize, locked in a fierce debate within her consciousness. The white figure, hands on hips, spoke with righteous indignation. He's a demonic cultivator. Righteousness and demonic arts are sworn enemies, utterly incompatible. You've recovered your cultivation. Why wait any longer? While he's not paying attention, flee at full speed on your flying sword. Even a 1 in 10 chance is better than waiting to die. Don't forget how he treated you. Slapping your face, grabbing your neck, chaining you in the hall. What's there to cling to in such a person? Run now, far away from him, the farther the better. The black figure shook its head slowly and deliberately. If you run, wouldn't that be ingratitude? Yes, he did hit you, but that was in a fit of anger. How has he treated you since then? He came to save you on the battlefield without a second thought, vented your grievances, cooked kanji for you with his own hands, gave you the soft-bone rabbit, and arranged the courtyard to look exactly like Luoyun's sect. More importantly, he was right. Luoyin's sect has abandoned you. Nangong Yuyin wants you dead, and the righteous path considers you a traitor. Where else can you go but to him? He just doesn't know how to express himself, but his feelings are genuine. You can't just run away. The white figure grew anxious. Feelings? What feelings? That's possessiveness, sickness, obsession. Do you want to be kept in a cage like a canary for the rest of your life? The black figure sighed. Canary or prisoner, at least he's the only one willing to risk his life for you. Do you think Nangong Yuyin would take a sword for you? Do you think Luoyin's sect would send 3 divine transformation cultivators to save you? You know the truth in your heart. The two figures quarreled endlessly, and Xianxia felt her head buzzing as if 100 bees were holding a convention inside. She shook her head vigorously, casting both annoying figures out of her mind. Fine, she wouldn't run for now. Not because she couldn't bear to leave, but because the time wasn't right. Yes, that was it. She was simply enduring for now. She would stay by his side, bide her time, and wait for a foolproof opportunity to make her move. It was definitely not because she was reluctant to leave that damned demon lord. Absolutely not. She used this excuse to comfort herself and felt much calmer inside. As for how fragile and self-deceiving this excuse was, she didn't want to dwell on it for now. Master, what are you thinking about? Su Changqing's voice suddenly sounded in her ear, pulling her back from her wild thoughts. He saw her eyes vacant, her expression alternating between conflict and relief, as if she were performing a one-woman show only she could see. Finding it amusing, he raised his hand and lightly tapped her on the head. MMPH, Xianxia cradled her tapped head and glared at him with grievance. Don't tap me like that, you'll make me stupid. Su Changqing looked at her pitiful yet restrained expression, his smile growing even brighter. Master, thanks to me you've recovered your cultivation. Shouldn't you properly thank me? Xianxia almost laughed in disbelief at his words. You sealed my cultivation first, and now lifting the seal becomes your merit. You want me to thank you? How thick can this man's skin be? The mountain of Yoning wasn't as thick as his face. She wanted to retort, but when she looked up she met Su Changqing's smiling blood-red eyes. He stared at her unblinkingly, his gaze mixed with a hint of expectation, a touch of mischief, and a tenderness she was unwilling to admit. Her heart skipped a beat under that gaze, and the words on her lips died away. Forget it, reasoning with this demon lord was futile. She had tried that before. After a moment of hesitation, she finally relented. She slowly approached Su Changqing, rose on tiptoes, and gently pressed a kiss on his cheek. In the instant her lips touched his cheek, her heart raced so fast it felt like it might burst from her chest. After the kiss, she quickly retreated, lowering her gaze, afraid to meet his eyes, her ears burning as if they would bleed. Su Changqing felt the lingering soft warmth on his face and curled his lips in satisfaction. No matter what his master said, her body was growing increasingly honest. By the way, master, I have another gift for you. Su Changqing's words made Xianxia pause slightly. Another gift? He had already given her the soft-bone rabbit, restored her cultivation. What else could he offer? Before she could react, she saw Su Changqing raise his hand, his index finger pointing toward her brow. A gentle radiance bloomed from his fingertip, warm and unobtrusive, yet carrying a power that stirred something deep within her very soul. Xianxia's heart clenched. The sea of consciousness. It was the most vulnerable and most vital place for a cultivator, the dwelling of the spirit, the foundation of all cultivation. If the sea of consciousness were damaged, the worst case would be a shattered spirit, utterly ruined cultivation, at the very least severe spiritual trauma, and even death, without hope of reincarnation. No cultivator would ever allow an outsider's power to enter their sea of consciousness so easily. This was the most fundamental and unbreakable rule of the cultivation world. Her instinct screamed to resist, to block that light from entering her sea of consciousness. Master, don't resist. Su Changqing's voice came low and gentle, without any coercion, as if he were patiently coaxing a frightened child. Hearing his words, for some reason, Xianxia's tense body gradually relaxed. Perhaps it was the trust built over these days that made her subconsciously yield, or perhaps the image of his reckless rescue still lingered in her mind. Whatever the reason, she let down her guard and allowed that light to sink into her brow, entering the depths of her sea of consciousness. A vast and profound knowledge unfolded slowly within her sea of consciousness, like a lamp being lit in the darkness of her mind. Several ancient characters first emerged, tying divine canon. Xianxia's breath caught. She began to browse the content of this technique instinctively, and the more she read, the more astonished she became, the more unsettled. The frost moon art she had practiced before, though considered a superior technique in the cultivation world, was like a firefly compared to the moon when set against the tying divine canon. More importantly, this technique aligned perfectly with her own path. Tying, the dark side of the moon, represented the ultimate yin and soft power, completely matching the yin foundation she had built over centuries of cultivation. Transitioning from the frost moon art to the tying divine canon would cause no conflict in her foundation. Instead, it was like merging a winding stream into a vast river. All her accumulated experience would be preserved intact, and every insight could ascend to a higher level. Half an incense stick's time passed quietly. Xianxia sat cross-legged on the soft couch, and a faint moonlight-like radiance began to emanate from her body. Under the guidance of the tying divine canon, the spiritual energy within her began to circulate on its own. The originally impure inattributed energy was refined and condensed layer by layer, becoming purer and deeper. When she opened her eyes again, she seemed utterly reborn. The Tian aura radiating from her was several times purer than before. She resembled a bright moon slowly rising from behind the clouds, cold yet gentle, soft yet dignified. That glow was not scorching like the sun, which could burn one to a crisp, but gentle and soft like moonlight falling silently, yet illuminating the deepest darkness. Su Changqing looked at Xiao Hanyue before him, his eyes unashamedly filled with admiration and possessiveness. She was like a moon that belonged only to him. No, she had always been his. He would turn her into his little moon, casting her pure light only for him, rising only in his night sky. No one could take her away, and no one would. But at this moment Xiao Hanyue's heart was churning with 1,000 waves. She felt the surging pure spiritual energy within her, the foundation of her cultivation, now more stable than before, and even faintly touched the bottleneck of the nascent soul stage that had trapped her for centuries. She could sense a crack in that barrier. She lifted her head and stared blankly at Su Changqing. Those clear eyes were filled with complexity. Gratitude, confusion, struggle, and a stirring she was reluctant to acknowledge. Ding. Xiao Hanyue's corruption value reaches 18. A meaningful smile slowly curled at the corner of Su Changqing's mouth. What's wrong? Is the technique good? He reached out and pinched Xiao Hanyue's cheek, his tone teasing. Xiao Hanyue let him pinch her cheek, her lips moving, her voice a little hoarse and filled with deep confusion. The technique is excellent. Truly excellent. But why are you giving it to me? I don't deserve this. Her eyes reddened slightly, her voice growing softer. And you know very well that I only submitted under your pressure. The righteous path and the demonic path are ultimately irreconcilable. From the very beginning, we were never on the same side. I don't want to deceive you. This kindness is too great. I'm afraid I'll never be able to repay it in my lifetime. Then how can I speak of leaving? As she spoke, her nails nearly dug into her palms. She was not good at lying, nor was she good at deception. Su Changqing had saved her, protected her, and given her such a precious technique. If she still harbored thoughts of leaving, how would she be any different from someone like Nangang Yuyin, who was ungrateful? But if she didn't leave, was she really supposed to resign herself to staying by his side, being his so-called wife? This contradiction was nearly tearing her apart. Su Changqing listened quietly, his face showing no surprise, as if he had expected her to say this. He reached out gently, pried open her fingers that were digging into her palm, took her hand, and rubbed his thumb lightly over the back of her hand. Master, I've already told you, because I love you deeply. His voice was calm and firm, as if stating an undeniable truth. What does it matter, the righteous path or the demonic path? What is righteousness? What is demonic? Master, you will come to understand eventually. There is no such thing as good and evil in this world, only interests and positions. And toward you, I have only a sincere heart. Xiao Hanyue opened her mouth to refute, but found herself utterly speechless. Because every word Su Changqing spoke was the truth, and truth cannot be refuted. Moreover, Su Changqing's tone suddenly turned playful, a glint of dark light flickering in his blood-red eyes. If Master were to leave me. Xiao Hanyue's heart leaped, and she almost instinctively asked, what would happen? She looked at Su Changqing cautiously, like a fawn tentatively approaching a predator. Su Changqing grinned, and in that instant his pupils turned blood-red, the crimson so thick it seemed ready to spill from his eyes. He leaned down close to Xiao Hanyue's ear, his voice low and dangerous, as if pronouncing an inevitable prophecy. Then I would capture Master, seal your cultivation, and lock you away with chains forever. I would make Master completely my exclusive possession. As he spoke, he reached out with both hands, slowly stroking down from Xiao Hanyue's shoulders over her arms and back to her waist. His movements were extremely slow and light, as if tracing the contours of a private object. So, Master, would you like to try? Xiao Hanyue swallowed hard, her body trembling uncontrollably. A scene involuntarily surfaced in her mind. She had escaped, but Su Changqing caught her. He pinned her to the ground, put a collar on her like a disobedient pet, and dragged her along the ground by the leash. During the day, he tied her to the chair beside him, casually kneading her body while handling the affairs of the demon palace. At night, he locked her entirely to the bed, then looked down at her with those bloodshot eyes, and then fiercely, I won't. Xiao Hanyue blurted out, her voice urgent and flustered, her cheeks burning bright red, her breathing quickening. She instinctively pressed her legs together and buried her face deep into Su Changqing's chest, not daring to look up and let him see her expression at that moment. Su Changqing smiled with satisfaction. He pulled Xiao Hanyue into his embrace, wrapping both arms around her completely, his chin resting gently on the top of her head, his voice as tender as if soothing a child who had a nightmare. There, that's settled. Don't worry, Master, as long as you don't try to run away, I won't treat you that way. He paused, his tone carrying a hint of meaningful amusement. Of course, if Master enjoys that kind of play, I'm willing to cooperate. Not at all. Xiao Hanyue muffled her protest in his arms, her voice both embarrassed and annoyed, but she didn't struggle. She knew struggling was useless, and she also knew how shameful the images in her mind just now were. For centuries of cultivation, she had never imagined that such humiliating scenes could appear in her mind. Yet strangely, she felt no anger or despair, only shame and a faint trace of anticipation. It was all Su Changqing's fault. He had completely corrupted her. The moment the Yan King's army set foot within Xianxia city, the last vestige of life in this thousand-year-old capital was irrevocably extinguished. The city gates had long stood open unguarded. On both sides of the long street, the doors and windows of civilian homes were tightly shut. Occasionally a pair of terrified eyes would peer through the cracks of a door, spying on the iron-blooded host. Strewn upon the bluestone-paved road were abandoned trunks and sundry items, along with a few stray dogs that poked their heads out from alleyways, sniffing the scent of blood that permeated the air. The mighty army surged through the long street, the grating sound of their iron armor washing over the empty city like a relentless tide. Along the way they encountered hardly any meaningful resistance. The last armed force of the capital, the most elite 3,000 armored soldiers of the Imperial Guard, had been taken away by Jiang Yunwen during his retreat. All that remained were the defenseless elderly women and children, along with the eunuchs and palace maids who had been unable to flee and now cowered in the corners of the palace walls. Jiang Di rode atop a thoroughly black spirit steed, his battle armor still stained with the blood from the great battle outside the city of Muyun. He raised his hand, and like wolves descending upon sheep, his elite personal guards surged towards the imperial city. Those eunuchs and palace maids who had hidden in the corridors and side halls were dragged out one by one. A flash of blades, and their cries abruptly ceased. Blood splattered upon the carved beams and painted rafters, upon the white jade steps, and upon the brocade curtains embroidered with dragons and phoenixes. Jiang Di stepped through the blood as he walked into the imperial city, not even sparing a glance at the corpses. High above the thousand-zhang demon serpent coiled calmly within the clouds, its enormous vertical pupils looking down upon the slaughter below, a contest whose outcome was already certain. Su Changqing stood atop the clouds, arms crossed, watching Jiang Di's bloody advance into the imperial city with clear interest. Xiaohanyue stood beside him, her brow deeply furrowed. She watched the defenseless palace maids being slaughtered below, watched the eunuchs begging for mercy being beheaded with a single blow, and finally, unable to bear it, turned her face away. She bit her lip, her voice carrying a suppressed note of confusion and compassion. The Yan King has already succeeded. Why must he create more bloodshed like this? These people, they are merely servants, they pose no obstacle to him. He is venting his frustrations. Su Changqing's voice came from beside her, calm and detached. Xiaohanyue turned her head to look at him. Su Changqing's gaze remained fixed below, his tone as placid as if he were recounting a story that had nothing to do with him. From the very day he began plotting his rebellion, he has probably been holding back. He has endured for decades, perhaps even centuries. Of the elite troops under his command who followed him from the Yan lands all the way to the capital after a series of battles, less than 30% remain. Those were his old subordinates who had served him for decades, or even centuries, the very foundation of his power built with elixirs and martial arts. Now not even 3 out of 10 survive. What do you suppose he feels in his heart? Su Changqing tilted his head slightly, his blood-red pupils reflecting the blood-soaked imperial city below. A single general's success is built upon 10,000 bones. He has already sacrificed too much to sit upon that dragon throne. These eunuchs and palace maids simply happened to be in the path of his blade. In his eyes, killing a few people to vent his anger is no different from stepping on a few ants. Xiaohanyue fell silent. She lowered her head, gazing at her own fingertips, as if pondering the profound meaning behind Su Changqing's words. Su Changqing suddenly let out a soft laugh. But even someone like Jiang Di is now in existence, second only to the emperor above 10,000 others. At least he doesn't have to wake up every day and wonder what to eat today or what to eat tomorrow. He no longer has to constantly think about mere survival. And in the future annals of the Great Li history will only record that the Yan King Jiang Di was brilliant and heroic, leading the royal army to defeat the false emperor and ascend the throne. As for the soldiers who died in battle, the displaced commoners, they cannot even serve as the background of history. The son of heaven remains the son of heaven in the underworld, and the slave remains a slave. Born into this world, nobility and baseness, honor and disgrace are all determined by heaven. Hierarchy is immutable, the rights are eternal. Xiaohanyue turned her head, staring blankly at Su Changqing's profile. Moonlight spilled onto his white hair, casting a faint silver halo around his silhouette. His expression was calm and indifferent. Yet it was precisely this placidity that stirred a complex, indescribable emotion within Xiaohanyue's heart. She had known Su Changqing for 300 years. No, she should say she knew the Su Changqing of 200 or 300 years ago, the respectful and disciplined young man. But this man before her now, this lord of the heavenly demon sect who stood atop the clouds observing the masses with a clear, penetrating view of the world's warmth and coldness, she suddenly realized she did not truly know him. What had he experienced during these 300 years? What had transformed him from an ordinary disciple of the falling cloud sect into the unfathomable giant of the demonic path he was today? And what had given him insights that surpassed even her own, despite her being his former master? Thinking of this, Xiaohanyue felt a twinge of shame. Although she had lived for over 700 years, she had entered the falling cloud sect for cultivation since childhood. For 7 centuries, most of her days had been spent in peaceful seclusion, meditating and comprehending cultivation techniques. She had almost never truly set foot upon the cruel side of the cultivation world. Her world was very simple. cultivation breakthroughs teaching disciples, and occasionally descending the mountain to eliminate a few reckless heretical cultivators. She thought that was all there was to the cultivation world. Only after being captured by Su Changqing and brought to the heavenly demon sect after being abandoned by her sect and betrayed by her sisters did she belatedly realize that her 7 centuries of peace were merely an illusion. To use Su Changqing's words, she was a bit foolish. Thinking of this, a blush crept onto Xiao Hanyue's cheeks. Of course she would never admit to that statement. Zhang Di, his blood-stained longsword in hand, walked step by step into the throne hall. His battle armor was smeared with blood, his own, his enemies, and that of the eunuchs and palace maids from moments before. The soles of his boots left dark red footprints on the golden bricks. The hall was empty. The dragon throne symbolizing supreme authority stood silently on the high platform, gleaming with a cold golden light in the dim lamplight. Zhang Di stood in the center of the hall, gazing up at the dragon throne. His breathing grew rapid, his chest heaving violently, and the hand holding the sword trembled slightly. How many years had it been? He had waited for this moment for an untold number of years. The humiliation of groveling before Jiang Yunwen, the crown prince, in the court, all those years the fear of walking on thin ice, while secretly contacting the demonic path. All those years of watching his trusted subordinates fall one by one on the battlefield. Everything surged into his heart at this moment. His expression gradually grew manic, and a wild, nearly uncontrollable fervor burned in his eyes. He abruptly sheathed his longsword, bounded up the high platform in 2 or 3 strides, and sat down heavily upon the dragon throne. The cold touch of the seat spread through him, yet it ignited a searing heat throughout his blood. From this day forward, I am the son of heaven. His laughter echoed through the throne hall, shaking dust from the rafters. The laughter carried a release after too long a suppression, a wild joy of a long-cherished wish fulfilled, and also a hint of emptiness that even he himself did not perceive. Suddenly his gaze swept across a dark corner of the hall. Several figures were huddled there, trembling, not daring to breathe a word. Who goes there? Zhang Di bellowed, his hand already on the hilt of his sword. The figures scrambled out of the corner, prostrating themselves on the ground, shivering violently. There were 3 of them dressed in gray-green official robes, wearing black gauze hats, and clutching brushes and bamboo slips tightly in their hands. Their robes were simpler than those of other court officials, yet also sterner. The leader was an old man with white hair and beard, trembling so much he could barely hold his brush. Responding to your highness, the Yin King. The old man began, his voice shaking like a guttering candle in the wind. We are imperial historians. We are specifically tasked with recording the major events of the court. We are feeble and unarmed, absolutely not assassins, absolutely not. Imperial historians. Zhang Di narrowed his eyes, looking down upon the 3 old scholars prostrated before him. A flicker of interest crossed his face. You are imperial historians. That is fitting. He leaned forward, one hand on his knee, the other pointing at the historians, his voice carrying an irresistible authority and menace. How will you write of me? The lead historian shuddered cautiously, raising his head and choosing his words carefully. Responding to your highness, the Yin King. Your highness led the army into Changyang City and replaced the son of heaven, Jiang Yunwen. This is a fact. We officials will record it according to the truth. Insolent. Zhang Di slammed his hand on the armrest of the dragon throne. The thunderous sound exploded in the empty hall, causing the 3 historians to prostrate themselves in unison, their foreheads pressed against the golden bricks, trembling like leaves in a storm. The old historian finally dropped his brush. It clattered to the floor, and he fumbled to pick it up again. Write down what I am about to say. Zhang Di's voice came down from the high platform, calm, yet carrying a chill that made one's spine crawl. The 3 historians hurriedly spread out new bamboo slips, dipped their brushes in ink, their hands trembling so much that the tips of the brushes quivered. The late emperor passed away from illness in the year 11571 of the Great Li. Zhang Di spoke slowly, enunciating each word with great clarity. On his deathbed, he bequeathed the throne to me, the Yin King Zhang Di. The traitorous subject Jiang Yunwen, in collusion with the Falling Cloud sect, altered the imperial edict and usurped the throne. Today I led the mighty army back to the capital, restored order, and formally ascended the throne as the son of heaven. The hall fell into a deathly silence. The tips of the 3 historians' brushes all hovered in midair, their faces paler than the bamboo slips. Every single word of that speech was a lie. The late emperor had not bequeathed the throne to Zhang Di on his deathbed, and Jiang Yunwen had not altered the imperial edict. But did they dare to say so? Their necks were not stronger than the still dripping longsword in the Yin King's hand. A young historian raised his head, his lips moving as if to say something. The old historian tugged sharply at his sleeve from below, stopping him with a look. The young historian gritted his teeth, but finally lowered his head. Not a single word changed. The old historian asked, his voice trembling. It was his last faint vestige of professional dignity. At the very least, he needed to know the extent of what the new son of heaven demanded of them. A smile finally spread across Zhang Di's face. It was the smile of a man who had achieved his ambition, having trampled all obstacles underfoot. He leaned back on the dragon throne, his hands resting on the armrests, his posture relaxed and comfortable. Yes, not a single word changed. His voice echoed through the hall, resounding and firm. Yes, your majesty. The 3 historians replied in unison, prostrating and kowtowing. The tips of their brushes once again touched the bamboo slips, this time without trembling. The rustling sound of writing filled the hall, etching a carefully falsified history stroke by stroke onto the bamboo slips. Zhang Di sat high upon the dragon throne, gazing at the three court historians prostrate on the ground, writing at the white jade steps stained crimson with blood outside the hall, and at the scattered lights gradually flickering back to life in the distant Xianxia city. The smile on his face slowly faded, replaced by a deep and complex silence. He had finally ascended this seat, yet the taste of it was not as he had imagined. 7/10 of the veteran subordinates who had followed him for years had perished, and the rest were stationed in various provinces. Only a handful stood in the hall to share this moment with him. The hall was too vast, so vast that after his laughter died away, even the echoes seemed desolate. Yet he did not allow this sentiment to linger. He straightened his back again, his gaze sweeping over every pillar, every golden brick, every mural in the hall. From this day forth, everything here belonged to him. The 10,000-year foundation of the great Li dynasty, a billion miles of rivers and mountains, hundreds of billions of subjects, all within his grasp. As for the rewritten history, the innocent lives he had slaughtered, the millions of soldiers reduced to bones on the battlefield. History is written by the victor, and he was the victor. Su Changqing, holding Xiao Hanyue's hand, stepped into the golden throne hall. The hall was ablaze with light. The demonic elder and the purple-robed divine transformation cultivator from the Yellow Springs heavenly palace had arrived earlier, standing aside in low conversation. As Su Changqing entered, they both cupped their hands in salute, their demeanor even more respectful than on the battlefield. Su Changqing merely nodded slightly in return, but his attention seemed elsewhere. His fingers idly kneaded Xiao Hanyue's palm, as if fondling a piece of warm, smooth jade. "Changqing, can you stop that?" Xiao Hanyue's voice was very low, a faint blush spreading across her cheeks. She tried to pull her hand from his grasp, but it didn't budge. She tried again, still no movement. She had to give up letting him hold it, yet a strong sense of dissonance surged within her. She was a righteous cultivator, a former elder of the Luoyun sect, yet now she stood at the heart of demonic forces, hand in hand with a demon lord walking through the golden throne hall that had just been washed in blood. What unsettled her more was that she felt no humiliation, only a hint of embarrassment. "Changqing," Xiao Hanyue called softly again, this time with a note of helplessness and indulgence she herself hadn't noticed. Su Changqing's steps paused slightly. He turned his head, looking at Xiao Hanyue's profile, a faint glimmer of recollection flashing in his eyes. This address, he hadn't heard it for over 200 years. The first time she had called him, that was in the bamboo courtyard of Luoyun sect, when he was still a boy of less than 10, standing before her timidly in an ill-fitting disciple robe. He remembered that day. Xiao Hanyue, clad in a water-blue immortal dress, crouched down to his level and gently ruffled his hair. Her voice was as tender as the spring breeze. "Little Changqing, from today on you are my disciple." She paused, then raised a finger with mock seriousness. "My only rule is that you must never betray your master. Do you remember?" He nodded vigorously, shouting that he did. She was amused by his earnest demeanor, her eyes curving into crescents, incredibly beautiful. Later he asked her why the mountain was so desolate with no senior brothers or sisters. She scratched her cheek, sheepishly grinning. "That's because I only have you as my disciple. I'm a first-time master too. Don't hold it against me if I'm not good at teaching." She indeed wasn't skilled at teaching. Other elders would scold, beat, or assign copying as punishment, but she always smiled, merely tapping his head lightly when she made a mistake in the technique, and saying, "Try again." She gave all her patience and tenderness to this sole disciple, as if she regarded him as her own child, or perhaps a younger brother. She couldn't quite define it herself, but her kindness toward him was genuine. Another time he secretly roasted a spirit rabbit. She followed the aroma, saying, "How could you eat such a cute bunny?" while her eyes were fixed on the golden, sizzling rabbit leg. In those days, Su Changqing had been raised by Xiao Hanyue. She taught him to read and write, holding his hand stroke by stroke on the sand table. She taught him cultivation, demonstrating the circulation of techniques over and over without ever tiring. When he was 10, he slew a demon beast for the first time alone. Though it was a narrow victory, he was severely wounded, collapsing bloody on the mountain path. When he woke, he saw Xiao Hanyue sitting by the bed, her eyes red with traces of tears still on her face. She pulled him into a tight embrace, her voice trembling. "Qing, don't be afraid. Master is here, master is here." That was the first time in his memory that he had been held so fiercely. The scent of orchids on her, the warmth of her embrace. During the 3 days and nights in Hanyuan Valley, it was the only belief that kept him alive. Su Changqing's fingers tightened, slightly gripping Xiao Hanyue's hand even more firmly. Xiao Hanyue felt the change in his grip and looked up at him, but he was staring ahead, his profile etched sharply in the hall's light, betraying no expression. She opened her mouth to ask what was wrong, but the words died on her lips. "I'm afraid that if I let go, master will leave me again." Su Changqing suddenly spoke, his voice so soft it seemed like a mutter to himself, yet also meant for her. Xiao Hanyue's body trembled lightly. She lowered her head, looking at their intertwined hands. His fingers were distinct, long, and strong, completely enveloping her hand in his palm. She asked herself, was Changqing resentful of her past self? Resentful that she had gone into seclusion and hadn't come to save him? Resentful that she had been absent when she was most needed? Resentful that she had left him to die alone in the frozen expanse of Hanyuan Valley? She wanted to explain, to say she truly hadn't known, that she had never given up on him. But she couldn't bring herself to speak. Because no matter the reason, her disciple had suffered 300 years of inhuman torment, and she as his master had indeed failed to protect him. She was once again lost in a storm of thoughts, her brows furrowed, lips tightly pressed, even her steps slowing by half a beat. Jiang Di rose from the dragon throne, the near-mad elation on his face now replaced with a composed and respectful expression. He knew better than anyone that standing in this golden hall was thanks to the formidable assistance of these demon path nascent soul cultivators before him. Moreover, he knew that Jiang Yunwen had fled south. He only controlled the northern part of Dali, with the far more prosperous southeastern prefectures still beyond his grasp. To continue his offensive and completely devour the Dali dynasty, he would need the demon path support. Before firmly securing his throne, he had to attend to these demon path overlords meticulously, without the slightest negligence. With this thought, the newly crowned emperor lifted the hem of his battle armor and knelt on one knee without hesitation, offering the three nascent soul cultivators an elaborate ceremonial bow. Thank you, seniors, for your invaluable assistance. Without your intervention, Jiang Di could never have stood here today. He lifted his head, speaking with sincerity and generosity. From this day forward, the forces affiliated with the three seniors, the 10,000 Devil's Gate, Yellow Springs, Heavenly Palace, and Heavenly Demon Hall, may freely enter Dali's territory, establish branch sects, and conduct trade, all exempted from any taxation. Dali's cities will forever welcome the disciples of the esteemed seniors. Upon hearing this, even Demon Birth Elder couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Previously, Dali was an unwavering righteous faction, deeply hostile to the demon path. Branch sects were unthinkable. Even a demon cultivator entering the territory would be hunted down. Now Jiang Di had torn apart this iron curtain with a single declaration. The sincerity behind this gesture was undeniably substantial. Su Chongqing and the others nodded with satisfaction. This man possessed remarkable flexibility. Moments ago, he had been laughing wildly on the dragon throne, yet now he knelt in subservience. A true gentleman. By the way, the seniors have traveled countless miles to arrive at Chongyang City, enduring the wearisome journey. This junior feels truly apologetic. Jiang Di rose with a knowing smile, carrying an unspoken understanding between men. I have instructed my subordinates to arrange a feast and beautiful companions in the side hall. Among them are the four great beauties of Dali, three of whom are currently in Chongyang City. If the seniors would honor us with their presence, please proceed to the side hall. Demon Birth Elder and the purple-robed nascent soul cultivator from the Yellow Springs Heavenly Palace exchanged glances, their aged faces simultaneously breaking into knowing smiles of kindred spirits. Demon Birth Elder stroked his withered beard, chuckling. Since your majesty is so gracious, we shall gladly accept your kind invitation. The two bowed to Su Chongqing before vanishing from the hall in a flash of movement, their speed rivaling their earlier battlefield escape. Only Su Chongqing, Xiao Hanyue, and Jiang Di remained in the grand hall. Xiao Hanyue's hand remained clasped in Su Chongqing's palm, yet now her fingers trembled slightly. She had heard Jiang Di's words. Three of the four great beauties of Dali were in Chongyang City, along with the feast and companions. She couldn't explain why her heart raced with such tension. By rational judgment, to escape Su Chongqing's control, shouldn't the wisest approach be to let him develop feelings for another woman? If his affection shifted elsewhere, she could slip away and reclaim her freedom. That would be the most advantageous development for her. Yet the mere thought of him embracing another woman twisted something sharp and painful within her chest. That aching sensation was precise and pervasive, like needles repeatedly piercing the most tender depths of her heart. Instinctively, her grip on his hand tightened. Su Chongqing sensed the shift in her grip, turning to look at her with an intriguing glint in his eye. Could it be that Master is feeling jealous? Her cheeks blazed crimson, spreading to her very ears. She nearly recoiled, shaking her head emphatically. No, I'm not jealous at all. Her vehemence only made the denial more transparent. Su Chongqing's amusement deepened further. Then if you're truly not jealous. He deliberately prolonged his words, making a show of releasing her hand. Perhaps I'll go join Demon Birth Elder and the others. They have fine wine and delicacies, not to mention the four great beauties of Dali for company. Far more entertaining than standing here idly. He had barely taken half a step before Xiao Hanyue seized his hand tightly. Don't. Her voice emerged quiet and small, carrying an unconscious plea she hadn't yet recognized. She gazed up at him, her clear eyes swimming with emotions she couldn't begin to articulate. Whether she feared his departure, his pursuit of other women, or simply dreaded being left alone in this cold, unfamiliar palace. She couldn't distinguish, nor did she wish to. Then does Master wish me to stay away from other women? Su Chongqing halted, turning to face her. His blood-red pupils glowed with an ominous crimson light in the lantern's glow, as if attempting to pierce through her very being. Xiao Hanyue bit her lip, hesitating, before finally giving a tiny nod. The nod was barely perceptible, yet it carried immense weight. A slow smile curved Su Chongqing's lips. Master, your words say one thing while your actions reveal something else entirely. The celestial maiden's descent into corruption had begun. He could sense her heart gradually inclining toward his own. She had started to care about him, to feel jealous because of him, to instinctively reject other women approaching him. This transformation remained largely unconscious to her, yet Su Changqing observed every subtle shift with perfect clarity. He squeezed her hand firmly, then turned to the anxious Jiang Di. His tone returned to its usual composed steadiness. The beauties won't be necessary. Jiang Di nodded hastily, his forehead already beaded with fine sweat. The moment those words had left his mouth, he'd regretted them deeply. Standing beside Su Changqing was Xianxia herself, the #1 fairy of the Eastern Realm whose beauty and grace rendered every other woman in the Dali dynasty insignificant by comparison. He had nearly made a fatal error casually suggesting other women to Su Changqing right before her very eyes. By the way, Su Changqing spoke as if recalling something, his tone casual. I've heard that Dali dynasty's treasure vault houses quite an impressive collection. With thousands of years of heritage, countless precious artifacts. Jiang Di eagerly seized upon this. Of course, Su Senior and the fairy may visit and browse freely. Should anything catch your eye, please don't hesitate to take it. He wiped the sweat from his forehead, privately relieved that Su Changqing's possessiveness toward Xianxia lived up to its fearsome reputation. Had he not responded swiftly, the treasure vault might have become a vault of corpses instead. Su Changqing pushed open the grand doors of the treasure pavilion, and a wave of spiritual wood fragrance that had accumulated for millennia swept over him. The doors slowly closed behind him, completely isolating the clamor and bloodshed outside, leaving only the serene hall filled with dazzling treasures. This treasure pavilion was the accumulated effort of countless emperors of the Dali dynasty over 10,000 years. The reason Zhang Yunqi had not taken these treasures away was to increase his chances of survival. He feared that if Su Changqing and his group of demons arrived here and found the pavilion empty, they would immediately head south and kill him. On towering rosewood shelves, magical artifacts, elixirs, jade slips of cultivation techniques, and heavenly treasures were arranged by category. Night pearls embedded in the walls emitted a soft fluorescence, illuminating the entire pavilion as bright as day. Each treasure was protected by a transparent barrier of restrictions with dense runes flowing across the barrier, exuding faint spiritual energy fluctuations. Changqing, is this really appropriate? Xianxia followed behind him, her steps hesitant, her voice tinged with unease. After all, she had been a righteous elder for centuries, and the ingrained rules and morality could not be erased overnight. Entering another nation's treasure pavilion uninvited and taking their treasured possessions at will. In her eyes, such an act was no different from banditry. Su Changqing stopped and turned around. He looked at Xianxia's face, which was etched with inner conflict, and couldn't help reaching out to pinch her cheek, slightly deforming her fair and tender skin. His tone carried a hint of helplessness. Master, your moral standards still need to be lowered. He released his hand, his tone now filled with unapologetic arrogance. I helped Jiang Di seize the throne, turning him from a prince of Yen into the emperor of Dali. If I hadn't killed Song Zi and those 2 divine transformation cultivators outside me and city, his army would have been crushed into dust by the Luoyun sect long ago. Asking for a few measly treasures as a reward. What's wrong with that? He got a great deal out of this. Xianxia opened her mouth to argue, but found that what he said was indeed reasonable. The help of the demonic path had been decisive in Jiang Di's ascension to the dragon throne, and Su Changqing's killing of the 3 divine transformation cultivators from Luoyun sect had turned the entire tide of the war. From this perspective, taking a few treasures was indeed not excessive. But Su Changqing clearly did not intend to rely solely on reason. He raised his chin slightly, a hint of unruly light flashing in his blood-red pupils, and his tone suddenly turned domineering. Besides, I am the demon lord. Whether I helped him or not, if I want to take something, would he dare to resist? Xianxia looked at his overbearing demeanor, feeling both helpless and bitter. The adorable and obedient disciple of the past, the youth who would blush and offer her roasted rabbit legs, now spoke incessantly of this lord, and exuded an intimidating aura, as if he had become a completely different person. It was all her fault. She couldn't help repeating the thought that had haunted her countless times. If she hadn't gone into seclusion back then, if she could have protected him, he wouldn't have become like this. Su Changqing did not notice the gloom in her eyes. His gaze had already shifted to the rows of rosewood shelves packed with treasures. He walked slowly along the aisle, sweeping his divine sense over the barrier restrictions on the shelves, appraising each item one by one. The legacy of the Dali dynasty is indeed not undeserved. He casually picked up a jade slip, glanced at it, and put it back. Although there are quite a few fakes and inferior items mixed in, there are also plenty of genuine articles. The quality is still decent. For nascent soul and golden core cultivators, it's a treasure trove. For divine transformation cultivators, though. He suddenly stopped, his gaze fixed on a compartment on the shelf before him. Inside lay a fist-sized orb, deep purple in color with fine lightning patterns slowly flowing across its surface. Even through the barrier restriction, one could feel the violent, thunderous power contained within. Heavenly Tribulation Pearl. Su Changqing picked up the orb, weighted in his palm, and his tone carried a rare note of satisfaction. A one-time consumable. Once activated, it unleashes a thunder tribulation equivalent to a full-force strike from an early divine transformation cultivator. The power is passable, but the key is that it doesn't consume your own spiritual energy. It can even be used when your cultivation is sealed. He turned around and casually tossed the Heavenly Tribulation Pearl to Xianxia behind him. Master, keep it for your protection. Xianxia fumbled to catch the lightning-veined orb, feeling the violent power within, and quickly shook her head. She tried to hand it back. No need, you keep it. You've already placed a restriction on me. Ooh, I don't need this. Before she could finish, a crisp sound abruptly rang out in the silent pavilion. Slap. Xianxia's body stiffened, and then a fiery pain spread from her rear. It took her a second to realize what had happened. Su Changqing had hit her again, and on that spot. Well, why do you keep hitting me? Xianxia reached back to cover the struck area, her face full of grievance and shame, tears already welling in her eyes. She was, after all, a 780-year-old peak nascent soul, grand cultivator, a former elder of the Luoyun sect. If word got out that her own disciple had struck her there, how could she ever show her face again? Fortunately, there was no one else in the pavilion. She looked around to confirm that they were alone, then breathed a slight sigh of relief, but the blush on her face refused to fade. This bastard was getting more and more outrageous. Su Changqing looked at her pitiful hand covering her buttocks expression, with no trace of guilt on his face. Instead, he said matter-of-factly, I told you to keep it, so keep it. As I said, a master must not disobey her disciple. Xianxia bit her lip and muttered softly, it's supposed to be a disciple must not disobey his master. Despite her verbal protest, she obediently tucked the heavenly tribulation pearl into her sleeve. Ding, Xianxia's corruption value has reached 19. Su Changqing heard the system notification in his mind, and a faint smile curled at the corner of his mouth. Xianxia's resistance to him was gradually melting away. The effects of his training were becoming apparent. Without another word, he turned and continued deeper into the treasure pavilion. Xianxia rubbed her still throbbing rear and followed silently behind him like a kitten that had been scolded and dared not stray far. Su Changqing picked up a silver-white longsword from the shelf, its blade engraved with dense runes, sharp and exuding a chilling cold. He glanced at it twice and put it back, low-grade magical artifact. Trash. Then he picked up a dark golden axe with a very flashy appearance, the surface carved with a roaring tiger, looking extremely imposing. He weighed it in his hand, then swung it casually, and a tiger's roar echoed through the pavilion. He nodded slightly. High-grade magical artifact. Even using it for chopping firewood would be too cumbersome. He tossed the axe back onto the shelf and continued forward. To be honest, every item in this treasure pavilion was a rare treasure for nascent soul and golden core cultivators. Any one of them could cause a frenzy among rogue cultivators. But for a divine transformation powerhouse, they were barely usable, far from being a pleasant surprise. At his level, even the least item that could catch his eye had to be at least a low-grade spiritual treasure, and such treasures were rare throughout the entire Eastern domain. Although the Dali dynasty had a long heritage, it was ultimately a secular dynasty. The highest grade item in the treasure pavilion was only a top-grade magical artifact. Su Changqing browsed casually as he walked, then suddenly stopped. Xianxia, following behind, didn't react in time and bumped into his broad back. Xianxia covered her stinging nose and stepped back half a pace. Su Changqing paid no attention to the minor incident behind him. His eyes were fixed on an inconspicuous wooden shelf in the corner. A thin layer of dust had accumulated on that shelf, clearly untouched for a long time. On the shelf lay a zheng of cyan color. The instrument was slender, its entire body a soft, elegant azure, as if carved from fine jade. The surface was carved with flowing cloud patterns, and 7 strings glimmered faintly in the soft light. The whole zheng lay there quietly, like a forgotten beauty from a bygone era. Su Changqing reached out and gently lifted the green zither from its stand. His movements were so light, as if he were picking up a fragment of a long-buried memory. By the way, master. He turned to face Xianxia's eyes, for once devoid of the usual ferocity and dominance, instead carrying a faint trace of nostalgia. I remember you have a talent for music as well. Back in the days at Luoyun sect, he often passed by Xianxia's small. The zither's notes were clear and graceful, like a mountain stream or a breeze beneath the moonlight. Every time it played, he would unconsciously slow his pace, leaning against the old tree outside the courtyard to listen quietly for a long while. He knew nothing of music, unable to comprehend the meaning of the melodies, only that the sound was beautiful. So beautiful that it made him forget the exhaustion of cultivation. Xianxia clearly recalled those memories as well. She gazed at the green zither in Su Changqing's hand, her eyes slightly distant. She was indeed skilled in music, often playing the zither in her spare time at Luoyun sect. But ever since he brought her to the celestial demon hall, she had never touched a zither again. She nodded and softly replied, What do you think of this zither? Su Changqing handed the zither to her. Xianxia reached out, her fingertips lightly brushing over the instrument, feeling its warm, smooth texture. The zither was crafted with exceptional materials, the body made from premium green spirit wood, and the strings from 1,000-year ice silkworm silk. Though its grade was not the highest, the workmanship was exquisite, every detail reflecting the artisan's dedication. She nodded slightly. It's very beautiful. Then it settled. Su Changqing nodded in satisfaction, then carefully probed the zither's spiritual energy fluctuations with his divine sense. After a moment, he frowned slightly. It was only a mid-grade magical artifact. This grade was too low for him. It couldn't even withstand the residual force of a casual strike, let alone be used to assist in battle. But he didn't put the zither back on the stand. Instead, he directly stored it in his spatial ring. This zither is only at the mid-grade magical artifact level too low in grade to be worthy of master. He explained, but I can take it back to the Celestial Demon Hall and have someone rework and upgrade it to a spirit treasure. I recall Xianxia is skilled in this area. I'll have her refine it and give it to you another day. Xianxia was stunned. She stared blankly at Su Changqing, her lips parting, and after a long moment, she whispered, Changqing. Thank you. Her voice trembled slightly, the emotions surging inside her so complex that even she could barely contain them. The Tying Divine Cannon was not enough. Now he was giving her a reforged spirit treasure zither. This debt of gratitude grew heavier and heavier, piling up like a mountain pressing on her heart. She had once harbored thoughts of escape, waiting for the right moment to leave. But now, she owed him too much, so much that she no longer knew how to repay it. Could it be that she truly couldn't leave Su Changqing? She asked herself silently in her heart. The answer, she dared not think about it. Su Changqing took another turn around the treasure vault, his divine sense sweeping over the remaining wooden shelves, finding nothing else that caught his eye. The accumulated wealth of the Great Li dynasty over 10,000 years was indeed considerable for a mortal dynasty, but ultimately, it could not compare to the great cultivation sects with histories spanning over 100,000 years. Without lingering further, he was about to call Xianxia to leave when he noticed she had stopped before a wooden shelf, staring intently at an unremarkable stone in the corner. What's wrong? Su Changqing walked over to her, following her gaze. It was a fist-sized raw stone. Most of its surface was covered in a gray-brown stone crust with only a small patch at the edge revealing a hint of azure luster, as if someone had chiseled a tiny window in the crust through which one could see the deep abyssal blue within. The entire stone emitted no spiritual energy fluctuations. Compared to the dazzling treasures around it, this raw stone seemed like something picked up randomly by the roadside. I have a feeling in my body. It desperately wants this stone. Xianxia pointed at the raw stone, her tone carrying a certainty she herself couldn't fully explain. This feeling was peculiar. The tying force flowing within her was silently urging her, take it, it is yours. Su Changqing reached out and lifted the raw stone from the wooden shelf. It felt heavy in his hand, several times heavier than an ordinary stone. He probed it with his divine sense, but his divine sense could not penetrate it, a rare occurrence. He simply murmured in his mind, system scan. Scan successful. Hao stone, a rare celestial treasure containing immense tying force formed from a fragment of a tying star that fell to the mortal world buried deep underground for 10,000 years to mature. Upon absorption and refinement, a possessor of the tying sacred body can awaken the tying sacred body. Tying sacred body. Su Changqing's eyes sharpened. He had read about the tying sacred body in ancient texts. It was one of the top-tier special physiques in the world, on par with the Sun Divine Body and the Chaos Tao Body. Those with the tying sacred body would achieve twice the result with half the effort when cultivating inattribute techniques. Moreover, they could draw upon the power of the tying star for their own use, with moonlight following their every move. More importantly, the tying sacred body was naturally attuned to the great Yin Dao, making the bottleneck at the unity realm much weaker than for ordinary cultivators. No wonder Xianxia felt an attraction to this stone. It turned out she already possessed the tying sacred body but had never awakened it. And this Hao stone was precisely the key to bridging that gap. He took Xianxia's hand, gently placed the Hao stone in her palm, and briefly explained the information the system had provided. Tying sacred body. Xianxia looked down at the unremarkable raw stone in her palm, her fingers tightening slightly. She had read about it in ancient texts. The tying sacred body, one of the most supreme physiques in the world of fortune, countless cultivators dreamed of but could never attain in their lifetimes. And all of this was given to her by Su Changqing. Without Su Changqing bringing her to the treasure vault, she would have walked right past this stone without a second glance. From cultivation techniques, to treasures, from protection, to trust, from his self-sacrifice on the battlefield, to these casual gifts in the treasure vault. Every single thing he gave her silently eroded the defenses in her heart. Could it be that Master is moved? Su Changqing leaned close to her face, a mischievous smile curling at the corner of his lips, his crimson eyes shimmering with playful light. Xianxia quickly turned her head away, clutching the Hao stone tightly in her hand, unable to meet his gaze. Her voice was very soft, her confidence clearly wavering, and the blush spreading to her ears had already betrayed her true feelings. Ding. Xianxia's corruption value has reached 22. Ding. Detected that Xianxia's corruption value has reached 20. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the Immortal Grade Supreme Cultivation Art Devouring Dao Demon Codex. Su Changqing's expression momentarily froze upon hearing the system notification. Immortal Grade Supreme. Within the cultivation system of the Divine Wasteland Realm, cultivation arts are divided into 4 ranks: Heaven, Earth, Mystery, and Yellow, with each rank further divided into 4 grades: Lower, Middle, Upper, and Supreme. The Heaven Grade Supreme was already the most top-tier cultivation art in the entire cultivation world. But the Immortal Grade, that was something from legend, the cultivation method of true immortals, something that should never appear in the mortal realm. His consciousness sank into the system space, rapidly flipping through the introduction of this cultivation art. Devouring Dao Demon Codex, a forbidden cultivation art left behind from the ancient chaos epic born for devouring the Dao. By slaying enemies, one can plunder their law's great Tao and lifetime of comprehension, transforming them for one's own use. The cultivation art is divided into 7 layers. Cultivated to its extreme, one can devour all Daos across the heavens and myriad worlds, nourishing the self with countless Daos, transcending the bonds of the great Tao and achieving the status of Lord of devouring the Tao. Su Changqing slowly opened his eyes, and within his heart massive waves were already churning, plundering others' laws and great Tao. After stepping into the return to Void Realm, cultivators who wished to break through to unity needed to comprehend the laws of heaven and earth. The difficulty of comprehending laws was immense. Countless return to Void cultivators could not take that step their entire lives. Yet the devouring Tao Demon Codex could actually directly plunder others' comprehension of laws, turning others' Tao into one's own stepping stone. What shocked him even more was the description of the cultivation art's highest realm, devouring all Daos across the heavens, transcending the great Tao. This completely exceeded his cognitive scope of cultivation. If the system introduction was not exaggerated, this cultivation art's value was probably even more terrifying than the destroying immortal demon body. Master, you truly gave me quite the windfall. Su Changqing sighed from the bottom of his heart. His gaze toward Xianxia grew even more fervent. He came back to his senses and gently spoke. All right, master, let's go back. Su Changqing took Xianxia's hand, and before she could react, both their figures vanished from the treasure vault, appearing the next instant in the inner chamber of the palace. The palace hall was softly lit, the lingering scent of dragon's amber still curling through the air, and the moonlight outside was bright. Master, if you're bored, just sleep. I need to cultivate. Su Changqing released her hand, walked directly to the meditation cushion in the center of the inner chamber, sat cross-legged, took out the devouring Tao Demon Codex jade slip, and sank his divine sense into it. Xianxia stood to the side, watching Su Changqing close his eyes as faint demonic energy began to waft around him. For a moment, she didn't know what to do. Sleep. She leaned against the soft couch, initially still thinking about all sorts of random thoughts. Should she escape while he was cultivating? Now that her cultivation was restored, and with the Heaven Tribulation Pearl in hand, taking advantage of his meditative state and fully deploying escape techniques, she might really be able to run away. But the moment this thought surfaced, she crushed it herself. She didn't even have time to analyze the pros and cons. A voice from deep within her heart had already made the decision for her. She didn't know the reason behind this decision. Not wanting to owe him kindness. Fearing the even more terrifying punishment after he went mad chasing her. Or something else she was unwilling to admit. She didn't want to explore this further. She simply leaned against the soft couch, quietly watching Su Changqing's face. Moonlight poured through the window lattice onto his profile, and his white hair glistened with a faint silver glow beneath the moonlight. He had his eyes closed, his eyelashes casting a faint shadow on his eyelids, a high nose bridge, and a well-defined jawline. That face was handsome to the point of being almost demonic, but now in this quiet moment, the boy who used to blush calling her master, and this current demon, who had killed countless people, gradually overlapped in her eyes. She was so engrossed that she didn't even notice her body unconsciously moving toward Su Changqing's direction. Little by little, getting closer and closer. By the time she came to her senses, her face was already almost pressed against Su Changqing's shoulder. It seemed like she truly couldn't leave him. This thought surfaced in her mind without the previous entanglement and resistance, just calmly, slowly, like a falling leaf floating on water. Just at this moment, Su Changqing opened his eyes. After merely half an hour of cultivation, the first layer of the devouring Tao Demon Codex had already reached the introductory level. Although it was only initially achieved, the changes within his body could be described as earth-shaking. The already pure demonic energy, after being condensed by the devouring Tao Demon Codex, became even more profound and solidified. His physical body's strength also elevated another level during the half hour of tempering, a layer of dim luster faintly flowing beneath his skin. He roughly estimated his current combat power. If he encountered another soul transformation middle stage peak cultivator like Xianxia, he could kill them with just one serious thrust of his Tai Su Yu long spear. What pleased him even more was the effect accompanying the first layer, devouring defense. By consuming internal demonic power, he could form a layer of devouring barrier around himself, directly devouring and dissolving the opponent's attacks. When the opponent's attack struck him, not only would it fail to harm him, but it would instead be converted into his demonic power. This meant that when facing opponents of similar or even slightly greater strength, he could grow stronger with each battle, while his opponent would only grow weaker. If the first layer was already so overpowered, what about the second and third layers? As for the seventh layer mentioned in the system introduction, devouring the heavens, what kind of terrifying realm would that be? As he was thinking this, opening his eyes, he saw a face mere inches away. Xianxia had somehow already moved from the soft couch to his side, her body slightly leaning forward, her face no more than half a foot from his. She seemed unprepared for him to suddenly open, his eyes frozen in place, unable to advance or retreat, like a kitten caught secretly approaching. Su Changqing didn't give her a chance to retreat. He stretched out his long arm and pulled Xianxia into his embrace, settling her firmly on his lap. His arm encircled her waist, his chin resting in the hollow of her shoulder, a satisfied smile hanging at the corner of his mouth. Master, you've performed quite well being so proactive. Ding. Xiao Hanyue's corruption value has reached 24. Xiao Hanyue's cheeks instantly burned crimson, even her ear roots turning red. She cursed herself furiously in her heart. Xiao Hanyue, Xiao Hanyue, you're shameless. This wicked, rebellious disciple. It's him who has trained you into this. How could you be dazed just from looking at him? How could you actively move closer to him? You cannot obey him, absolutely not. She was in the midst of fierce self-criticism when she suddenly felt her lips grow moist. Su Changqing had already lowered his head to kiss her, not giving her any time to react. This kiss carried a hint of cherishment, and doting like savoring a hard-won treasure. Yet even so, Xiao Hanyue was kissed until her entire body went soft, her hands weakly pushing against his chest, yet unable to push him away no matter what. After a long while their lips parted. Xiao Hanyue gasped heavily, her entire body limp in his embrace, the blush on her face already spreading to her neck. She raised her hand to wipe her lips, but felt this action too deliberate, so she could only bite her lip and glare at him resentfully. This glare held absolutely no intimidation, looking more like flirting. Su Changqing, seeing her in this embarrassed, annoyed, and helpless state, couldn't help but laugh, pulling her even tighter into his arms. 24%. Another step closer to 30%. He looked forward to what good things the system would give him when it reached 30%. But compared to the system's rewards, he looked forward even more to the day when the woman in his arms would completely fall. In the forbidden grounds behind Luoyun's sect, thick spiritual mist shrouded the area year-round, impenetrable even by sunlight. A stone gate overgrown with green vines and silent for countless years suddenly emitted a deep rumble and slowly slid open inward. A figure emerged from behind the stone gate, stepping onto the moss-covered stone steps. Though her footsteps were silent, the spiritual energy within a radius of several hundred miles seemed to pause for a moment. She was a woman appearing to be no more than 30 or 40, yet still retaining an air of graceful charm. A dark green robe perfectly accentuated her tall and voluptuous figure. Her black hair was tied into a simple bun casually secured with a jade hairpin. Her face was remarkably well preserved with fair and smooth skin, only a few fine lines at the corners of her eyes revealed her true age. A faint aura of pressure emanated from her. Return to Void, a realm that would shake the entire Eastern Domain cultivation world. Divine transformation cultivators were already the pillars of major sects, but cultivators at the Return to Void stage, barely a handful were known across the entire Eastern Domain. Lu Rian was the supreme elder of Luoyun sect and the previous sect leader. She had just concluded a long seclusion. Exhaling a mouthful of turbid qi, she felt the gains were substantial. Though she had not broken through to the middle stage of Return to Void, her foundation at the early stage was now thoroughly consolidated. In a relatively good mood, she habitually extended her divine sense toward Qingyue Peak, curious to see how her disciple was progressing in cultivation. Over 700 years ago, she had taken Xiao Hanyue as her disciple, nurturing her with immense dedication. Now her disciple had reached the peak of nascent soul and was renowned throughout the Eastern Domain, a source of pride for her as a master. Yet when her divine sense swept over Qingyue Peak, it found nothing. The small courtyard on the peak remained tidy, spirit plants lush and green, and a half-finished chess game still lay on the stone table. But the familiar white-robed figure who was either meditating or playing the zither in the courtyard had vanished. Lu Rian's brow furrowed as she extended her divine sense again, this time covering the entire Luoyun sect. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths, still no trace. Her expression darkened, and with a flicker of her form she appeared before the entrance of the sect leader's cave dwelling. Deep inside the cave, sect leader Li Ke sat cross-legged in meditation, spiritual energy flowing slowly around him. Sensing the familiar yet formidable aura outside his door, he was startled. Hastily withdrawing his cultivation, he rose and hurried to open the door, his face brimming with surprise and respect. He bowed deeply. Greetings, Supreme Elder. Lifting his head, his eyes were full of anticipation. Supreme Elder, you. Have you perhaps broken through to Return to Void? Lu Rian nodded, faintly, not lingering on the topic. Her impression of Li Ke, the current sect leader, was neither good nor bad. His cultivation at the peak of divine transformation was outstanding among the sect, but his personality was overly diplomatic, often indecisive, lacking the decisive spirit befitting a sect leader. But these were minor matters. Only one thing concerned her now. Where is Xiao Hanyue? Li Ke's heart skipped a beat, and a fine layer of cold sweat instantly emerged on his forehead. This was what he dreaded most. How could he explain Xiao Hanyue's situation to the Supreme Elder? She was the Supreme Elder's personal disciple, the one she had picked up from among mortals and raised with her own hands. Carefully choosing his words, he spoke cautiously. She has defected to the demonic sect. Lu Rian's eyes narrowed slightly. Li Ke forced himself to continue fabricating the story. She once took a disciple named Su Changqing. You might recall him. That disciple fell into the demonic path, and is now the master of the Demon Heaven Hall, wreaking havoc across the Eastern Domain. As his master, Xiao Hanyue not only failed to capture him and bring him back to the sect for punishment, but instead followed her disciple in abandoning the righteous path and joining the demonic way. This matter has spread far and wide, greatly damaging the reputation of Luoyun's sect. Before he could finish, a terrifying pressure descended like a mountain, nearly buckling Li Ke's knees. Lu Rian's voice turned as cold as 10,000-year-old ice. Li Ke, do you take me for a fool? Tell me the truth. With those words, she unleashed the full terrifying aura of the return to void stage without restraint. The entire cave dwelling trembled slightly. Spirit crystals embedded in the walls cracked and popped under the pressure, spiderweb-like fissures spreading across their surfaces. Li Ke felt as though a towering mountain had been pressed onto his shoulders. His peak divine transformation cultivation was utterly helpless against this overwhelming force. He fell to his knees with a thud, large beads of sweat dripping from his forehead. His lips quivered, and he could no longer hold out. Ancestor, please calm down. I merely speculated. His voice trembled as he dared to conceal no more. He poured out the entire chain of events from beginning to end. But Xiaohanyue was indeed taken away by Su Changqing. That Su Changqing must have obtained some incredible fortune. In just over 200 years he rose from a rogue cultivator to divine transformation, and he possesses the demon-destroying immortal physique, making his combat prowess terrifying. At the battle outside Million City, he fought 3 opponents alone and slaughtered all 3 divine transformation elders of Luoyan sect, including Elder Songzi. At that time Xiaohanyue was by his side. In the short term we could not locate the Demon Heaven Hall's mountain gate, and the matter had already spread outside. All the righteous sects were watching Luoyun's sect's disgrace. Under such circumstances I was forced to announce that Xiaohanyue had voluntarily joined the demonic path in order to preserve the sect's face. He glanced at Lu Ruyan with a guilty conscience. Everything he said was true. He had only slightly rearranged the order. Lu Ruyan's expression grew increasingly grim, the darkness in her eyes almost tangible. When she heard that 3 divine transformation elders had been slain, her aura fluctuated noticeably, a surge of barely contained fury. But she was after all an ancient monster who had lived for millennia. Taking a deep breath, she forcibly suppressed the flames of rage. What was done was done. Her anger was useless now. Without another word to Li Ke, she vanished and reappeared in the courtyard of Qinghua Peak. Everything in the courtyard remained as before. Bamboo shadows swayed, the stone table was cold, and the air still held a faint trace of Taiyin power, the lingering aura left by Xiaohanyue's years of cultivation here. Standing in the courtyard, Lu Ruyan raised her hand, and a complex array emerged from the ground. This array was extremely well hidden, seamlessly integrated with the spirit-gathering formation of Qinghua Peak, making it imperceptible even to the divine sense of a divine transformation cultivator. At the core of the array there should have been 2 strands of qi interlinking and responding to each other, one belonging to Xiaohanyue, the other to herself. But now the link belonging to Xiaohanyue was completely severed, leaving only her own solitary aura lingering in the formation. A severed link meant only one thing: Xiaohanyue had switched to a different cultivation art. Lu Ruyan's expression darkened as if it might drip with water. 700 years of scheming, and in just half a month such a massive flaw had appeared. Yet on second thought, she felt slightly reassured. Changing cultivation arts did not necessarily mean discovering the hidden manipulations within the art. Those manipulations were buried extremely deep, laid by her own hand. Even a divine transformation cultivator might not detect them. Xiaohanyue, only at the peak of nascent soul, was even less likely to notice. Even if she changed her art, it only meant losing the opportunity to continue siphoning her essence. But Xiaohanyue herself, she was the most important prize. Taiyin's sacred body. Those 4 words churned within Lu Ruyan's heart, and a glint of uncontrollable greed and fervor flickered in her eyes. That was the Taiyin's sacred body, one of the most supreme special physiques in the world, her only hope of breaking through to the integration Dao Lord realm. Even a fraction of the Taiyin's sacred body's essence would be enough to push her cultivation to unprecedented heights. She knew better than anyone just how formidable Xiaohanyue's talent was. 700 years ago, she had taken Xiaohanyue as her disciple, teaching her meticulously and imparting everything she knew. To outsiders it seemed like a deep bond between master and disciple, a special fondness for this extraordinarily gifted child. But only Lu Ruyan herself knew that what she coveted was never Xiaohanyue's talent, but her yet unawakened Taiyin's sacred body. The hidden restriction embedded within the spirit-gathering formation of Qinghua Peak silently siphoned away most of the essence Xiaohanyue accumulated through daily cultivation, channeling it imperceptibly into Lu Ruyan's own body. For 700 years Xiaohanyue had cultivated day and night, unaware that the majority of the spiritual power and essence she gained each day was being taken by her master. This was using her disciples' cultivation achievements to nourish her own path. 700 years ago, when Xiaohanyue had first become her disciple, Lu Ruyan was only at the late stage of divine transformation. In just 7 centuries, by continuously absorbing Xiaohanyue's essence, she had surged into the early stage of return to void. This speed was nothing short of miraculous in the entire cultivation history of the Eastern Domain. In her original plan, once Xiaohanyue reached the peak of divine transformation and the Taiyin's sacred body's essence fully matured, she would completely devour Xiaohanyue. At that time, even if she could not fully seize the Taiyin's sacred body, the terrifying essence would be enough to propel her into the realm of integration Dao Lord. Integration. That was the realm she had dreamed of, the true pinnacle of the Eastern Domain. For this goal she had schemed for 700 years, investing countless efforts and patience. But now the plan had completely fallen apart. Xiao Hanyue had not only been taken away, but had also switched to a different cultivation art. The formation link was severed, so she could no longer extract Xiao Hanyue's essence, nor could she sense where Xiao Hanyue was. 700 years of scheming ruined in an instant. How could she not be furious? It was all that damned Su Changqing's fault. She repeated his name in her mind, the killing intent in her eyes growing ever stronger. A mere divine transformation demon lord dared to touch her people and ruin her plans. She cared not how strong Su Changqing was, as long as he was still a divine transformation. Before a return to Void Cultivator, he was nothing but a laughable ant. Once she found the mountain gate of Demon Heaven Hall, she would tear Su Changqing limb from limb and bring Xiao Hanyue back. Her disciple, her medicine, her hope of breaking through to integration. No one would take that away. The demon crocodile's enormous body swept across the sky above Yongning Mountain, its thousand-zhang dragon shadow obscuring most of the mountain range, resembling a moving dark cloud against the backdrop of demonic energy. It descended slowly onto the plaza before Tianma Hall, gently setting down the palace it carried behind, then let out a languid growl, and tail swaying to its own rhythm swam back to the crocodile cavern in the rear mountains to sleep. Su Changqing led Xiao Heyue out of the palace's feet, once again touching the ground of Tianma Hall. He released her hand, looked down at Xiao Heyue, his tone gentle yet firm. Master, you should return first. I need to arrange some matters. Xiao Heyue nodded, almost instinctively, the words out before she could stop them. Then come back early. Before she realized what she had said, she was stunned by her own words. A flicker of delight flashed across Su Changqing's eyes, and the corners of his mouth rose slowly into a meaningful curve. He reached out and gently pinched her cheek, his blood-red pupils brimming with both amusement and possession. Rest assured, master. Wait for me to return for dinner. With that, his figure vanished in an instant, leaving Xiao Heyue standing alone in the plaza, cheeks flushed red and hands at a loss. Xiao Heyue stood frozen in place. What had she just said? Come back early. The tone sounded exactly like a wife reminding her husband away on business to return home soon. Wasn't she supposed to be a captive prisoner? When had her role shifted to that of a wife awaiting her husband's return? Frustrated, she raised her fist and pounded it forcefully against her chest, scolding herself in her heart 800 times over. Xiao Heyue, oh Xiao Heyue, how could you fall so far? You are a cultivator of the righteous path, a former elder of Luoyuan sect, not the wife of some demon lord. But after scolding herself, she stood there dazed for a while longer, and eventually walked obediently toward the small courtyard at the back of the mountain. Passing by the bamboo grove, she specially plucked a few fresh bamboo leaves, intending to feed the rugu rabbit that had gone hungry all day. Inside the main hall of Tianma Hall, Su Changqing sat upon the black tiger skin throne at the head, with 4 figures standing respectfully on either side. The atmosphere in the hall was solemn and quiet, broken only by the occasional faint crackling of burning spirit crystals. The one standing closest on the left was Xianxia. His aura had grown far more formidable than before. After refining the blood pill bestowed by Su Changqing, he had finally shattered the bottleneck that had trapped him for hundreds of years and entered the long-desired divine transformation realm. He stood there composed in demeanor, yet the excitement and gratitude deep in his eyes had not fully subsided. He understood better than anyone that without the Hall Master's blood pill, he might never have reached the threshold of divine transformation in this lifetime. Zuoqiu stood beside Xianxia, her crimson skirt blazing like fire. Her aura had also grown far more profound, having steadily advanced from the late stage of nascent soul to its peak. Her complexion was rosy, and her phoenix-shaped eyes held a contained brilliance. The other 2 guardians stood to the right, a man and a woman with 5 parts resemblance, both appearing to be in their early 30s. The man was named Xianling, tall and slender with refined features and a faint scholarly air between his brows. The woman was named Xianyu, gracefully built, her temperament cold and sharp, a deep blue long sword hanging at her waist. These 2 were the siblings Xianling and Xianyu, the 2 most low-key among the 4 great guardians of Tianma Hall. They had originally belonged to the righteous path, hailing from a mid-tier immortal sect, but had accidentally offended a nascent soul elder of a major immortal sect. Framed with baseless accusations, their entire clan was uprooted. The siblings barely escaped, with their lives pursued by the righteous path for 30 relentless years. It was Su Changqing who eventually took them in, giving them shelter and the power for revenge. Now, having consumed the blood pills, both had advanced to the late stage of nascent soul cultivation. Su Changqing's gaze swept across the 4 of them, in turn his fingers tapping twice lightly on the armrest. Our Tianma Hall has newly acquired a top-grade spiritual mine located in Bingzhou of the Dali region, merely 10,000 li from Tianma Hall. His voice was not loud, yet it carried clearly to each person. Operating the spiritual mine requires capable leadership to guard against thieves and coordinate mining affairs. Xianling, you will be in charge. Depart immediately and lead 500 elite disciples to Bingzhou. Xianling stepped forward and knelt on one knee, his tone clear and resolute. Yes, my lord Hall Master. This subordinate shall not fail your mission. Su Changqing gave a slight nod and continued another matter. Since Tianma Hall's founding, we have followed the path of excellence, breaking through overwhelming numbers. Though our members number only about 10,000, every one of them is elite. Yet compared to the righteous immortal sects and demonic great houses whose followers number in the millions, we remain inevitably weak. I have decided to establish a branch altar in the Dali dynasty to recruit fresh blood and expand our ranks. Xianxia, you will oversee this matter. Take my warrant to the Dali capital and coordinate with Prince Yin Zhongdi on the site selection and establishment of the branch altar. No mistakes are to be tolerated. Xianxia stepped forward and knelt beside her brother, her voice cold and decisive. My Lord Hall Master, this subordinate shall not fail in this trust. I will surely recruit the finest talents from across the world for Tianma Hall. Su Changqing turned his gaze to Zhuqiu. He paused briefly as though weighing his words, then spoke slowly. There is one more thing. Since the establishment of Tianma Hall, we have only ever had 4 great guardians. Now that we are expanding our sphere of influence, the number of guardian positions should naturally increase accordingly. This matter falls to Zhuqiu. Carefully select suitable candidates from within Tianma Hall, regardless of when they joined. Only ability and loyalty matter. Once chosen, bring them to me personally for approval. A flicker of surprise passed through Zhuqiu's eyes, quickly giving way to solemnity. She knelt on one knee, her voice carrying barely suppressed excitement. This subordinate obeys. I shall not fail the Hall Master's trust. She understood better than the other 3 guardians the weight of this assignment. Selecting new guardians was equivalent to grasping the key to Tianma Hall's future power structure. Having arranged these 3 matters, Su Changqing raised his hand and tapped lightly against his waist. A soul-nourishing bottle entirely dark as night opened at his touch, and a frail, aging spirit wisped out from within, slowly coalescing in the air into the figure of an old man. White beard, white hair, a withered face. This was the medicine elder, Yao, whose soul had been crippled by Su Changqing's 2 strikes of the 3-fiend god-slaying fist before he signed a soul contract. He had remained in slumber, his damaged soul nourished by the spirit energy within the soul-nourishing bottle. Now awakened, his eyes still held some confusion, but the moment he looked up and saw Su Changqing seated upon the main throne, all uncertainty vanished like smoke. Without a word, the medicine elder knelt sharply on one knee, a posture infinitely more humble than when he had once stood as the imposing void integration Tao Venerable. His voice was reverent and hoarse. Yao Qing pays respects to my liege. Su Changqing raised his hand, slightly rise. His gaze swept across the 4 guardians present, his tone calm, yet carrying unquestionable authority. From this day forward, Yao Qing shall serve as the pill refining elder of Tianma Hall, overseeing all matters on the pill peak. The 4 guardians exchanged glances among themselves. Though they did not know where their hall master had obtained such a spirit elder, the way he was treated made it clear that this person was by no means ordinary. Qing Xian recovered first, raising his hands in a respectful bow toward the medicine elder. The other 3 quickly followed, and Yao Qing hastened to return the gesture, not daring to presume. Su Changqing added, Qing Xian, arrange a mountain peak for Yaqing as the alchemy peak. Equip it with the highest specifications, alchemy furnaces, herb repositories, and ground fire channels. Draw whatever resources needed directly from the main treasury. Qing Xian bowed respectfully. Your subordinate understands. Su Changqing then turned to Yao Lao. Someday, I shall find you a forming transformation physical body, freeing you from this state. A trace of irrepressible joy flickered across Yao Lao's face. With a peak in alchemy furnace and medicinal herbs, he could begin refining pills once more. Moreover, Su Changqing had promised to find him a forming transformation body. Once he possessed a physical form, he would no longer need to fear his spiritual soul power slowly dissipating. He could even cultivate anew and restore his former realm. Although after signing the soul contract he could never defy Su Changqing's will, it was still far better than being scattered into oblivion. He knelt once more on one knee, his voice carrying genuine gratitude from the depths of his heart. This old one thanks Master. Master's great kindness this old one shall never forget, even unto death. Su Changqing waved his hand, dismissively indicating he need not stand on ceremony. Then after giving a few more instructions, he rose to his feet. His form flickered and vanished from the main hall in an instant. He had arranged everything that needed arranging. Now it was time to return and find his master. Staying here was nowhere near as interesting as going to tease his master. In the small courtyard, Xianxia crouched by the pond, scattering a handful of fish feed into the water. Several koi darted over at the sound, their red and white scales glinting and rippling through the crystal clear water as they vied for the floating food. Watching these greedy little fish, the corners of her lips couldn't help but curve slightly upward. After feeding the koi, she stood and walked to the corner of the pavilion where a soft cushion lay. There a rabbit with snow-white fur huddled pathetically into a ball. Its long ears drooped on either side of its head, and a pair of ruby-like eyes gazed up at her with a watery plea, as if accusing its master of why it had been left unfed for so long. Sorry, little white, I forgot to feed you. I've starved you flat. Xianxia knelt down and took fresh bamboo leaves from her storage pouch, placing them before the soft-boned rabbit. The little rabbit caught the scent of the bamboo leaves and immediately perked up. Its 2 front paws clutched the leaves as it began crunching away contentedly. Xianxia reached out and gently stroked the rabbit's fluffy back, the touch warm and soft. Watching the little rabbit eat so happily, an unfamiliar lightness filled her heart. A faint smile already hung upon her lips. This was no longer the desperate half-dead appearance she had worn when Su Changqing first imprisoned her. Though still confined to this small courtyard, still unable to leave this mountain, somehow the suffocating misery of her first days had eased. Gazing at Little White Rabbit happily munching away, a question suddenly surfaced in her mind. Changqing had told her to wait for him to come back for dinner, so when he returned there should be a proper meal on the table. In her days at Luoyun sect, she had often cooked. Back then Changqing was still a tiny little thing who loved nothing more than the fish soup she simmered. Ever since Su Changqing had left, she hadn't made fish soup again. Wait, no? How could she possibly cook a meal for him? Had she forgotten? She was his prisoner, confined here like a canary in a gilded cage. Xiao Hanyue's hand paused mid-stroke on the rabbit's fur, her brow creasing with conflicting emotions. She told herself this was merely to numb him. Yes, just to numb him. Let him believe she had submitted, that she had accepted her fate. That way he would lower his guard and opportunities to escape would come more easily. In any case, this was merely strategy, mere forbearance. A temporary concession, a matter of expedience. It was absolutely not because she cared about him, still less because she worried he might go hungry. Definitely not. Having found herself a decent excuse, she stood up with a clear conscience, brushed the dust from her skirts, gathered the rabbit, still nibbling on its leafy greens, and headed toward the small courtyard's kitchen. The kitchen was not large, but it was spotlessly clean. The stove was constructed from top-quality fire-resistant spiritual bricks, and within the hearth burned a fire spirit crystal that perpetually radiated gentle warmth. In a bamboo basket on one side lay the fresh ingredients delivered daily by the serving maid. The vegetables glistened a vibrant green, the spiritual mushrooms were plump and tender, and fresh fish still wagged their tails in a water basin. The serving maid who delivered the ingredients had probably come just this morning. The produce was all remarkably fresh. Xiao Hanyue rolled up her sleeves, revealing a pale and slender wrist. She lifted a plump spirit fish from the basin and skillfully scaled it, removed the gills, cleaned the cavity, and rinsed it clean. The knife work was swift and precise. The way she wielded this kitchen blade carried echoes of how she once wielded a sword. She cut the cleaned fish into uniform pieces, placed them in a heated wok to pan fry until both sides turned golden, then added ginger slices, spiritual scallion segments, and a few herbs for removing fishy flavor. She poured in clear water, covered the pot, and reduced the flame to a slow simmer. Soon a rich, savory aroma began wafting from the pot. The milky white broth bubbled and rolled gently, the fish meat trembling within as it released an absolutely mouth-watering fragrance. She then took down several vegetables and spiritual mushrooms from a wooden shelf, washed, and chopped them, preparing to stir-fry a couple of light and refreshing side dishes. In her days at Luoyun sect, she had occasionally enjoyed experimenting with these culinary arts. But later, as her cultivation grew increasingly demanding, she rarely set foot in the kitchen anymore. As she chopped the vegetables, she wondered what expression Su Changqing would wear when he returned to see a table laden with home-cooked dishes. He would probably flash that insufferably smug grin and say something utterly infuriating like, "Master is becoming more and more obedient." Well, let him say what he wanted. What could it possibly change? She would never admit anything aloud anyway. Outside the window, bamboo shadows swayed gently. The fire spirit crystal in the hearth cast its warm red glow, and the pot bubbled away cheerfully. This scene, complete with the waiting wife preparing a meal for her returning husband, could not have been more perfectly composed. Su Changqing pushed open the courtyard gate, and a rich aroma swept over him. He paused for a moment, reminded of the same fragrance that used to drift from the kitchen at dusk 300 years ago in that small bamboo courtyard of the Falling Cloud sect. He stepped into the yard, his gaze falling upon the stone table beneath the pavilion. The meal was already laid out. A large pot of fish soup, its milky white broth still gently simmering, revealed several pieces of snow-white fish flesh half submerged on the surface. Beside it was a plate of steamed spirit chicken, the skin golden and translucent, the meat tender and delicate. It had been carefully sliced into even pieces, neatly arranged and drizzled with a thin layer of savory sauce. On the side was a plate of stir-fried seasonal greens, the leaves of vivid emerald green, the fragrance of garlic cloves mingling with the unique scent of spirit plants. The bowls and chopsticks were already set neatly, 2 sets placed facing each other, as if waiting for the master of the courtyard to take his seat. Xiao Hanyue stood by the stone table, her hands clasped awkwardly in front of her. A small smudge of kitchen ash clung to her pristine white skirt, though she seemed not to notice. She watched Su Changqing push open the door and enter, 2 unnatural blushes rising on her cheeks, as if she had applied a thin layer of rouge. She opened her mouth, wanting to say something to explain the presence of this meal, but after thinking it over, she could not come up with a reasonable excuse. Finally she stammered, "I just made it casually. If you want to eat, then come on in." Her words came out haltingly, lacking all confidence, like a young girl who had cooked for her crush for the first time and was too embarrassed to admit it. The corners of Su Changqing's mouth slowly lifted. He walked to the stone table and sat down beside Xiao Hanyue. He sat so close that his shoulder almost touched hers, close enough to smell the faint orchid fragrance on her, mingled with the scent of smoke and fire she had picked up in the kitchen, creating an indescribable warmth. Xiao Hanyue's body stiffened slightly, but she did not move away. She only lowered her head and said nothing, allowing him to sit so near. Su Changqing picked up the soup ladle and served himself a bowl of fish soup. The soup was milky white like milk with several pieces of snow-white fish resting at the bottom. Green scallion bits floated on the surface, the aroma curling upward. He raised the bowl, blew on it to cool it, and took a large gulp. The soup glided over his tongue, fresh and rich, yet not greasy, the essence of the fish fully infused into the broth. This is really good. Su Changqing let out a heartfelt compliment, squinting his eyes, as if savoring some divine nectar. He then picked up a piece of steamed chicken and put it into his mouth. He set down his chopsticks, turned to look at Xiao Hanyue, his eyes filled with unguarded admiration and satisfaction. Master, you are truly a virtuous wife. Xiao Hanyue's cheeks instantly blazed like a sunset. The blush spread from her cheeks to her ears, and from her ears to her neck. She lowered her head, her fingers twisting together beneath the table, her voice as faint as a mosquito's drone. Changqing, can you not say such things? Her protest lacked any conviction, and even she herself felt it sounded like coaxing. Does master mean you don't want to be my wife? Su Changqing tilted his head, staring into her eyes, a faint, enigmatic smile playing at the corners of his lips. His blood-red pupils glowed with a dark light in the twilight, as if watching a little bird that had already fallen into his palm, still fluttering weakly. Xiao Hanyue opened her mouth, wanting to say no, but the words died in her throat. She stole a glance at Su Changqing's face, so close to hers. Those blood-red eyes were fixed on her without blinking, as if the moment she uttered a single no, they would surge with the fierceness she feared most. She swallowed and finally suppressed her true feelings. In an aggrieved tone, she whispered no. Her voice was barely audible, but Su Changqing heard it clearly. He withdrew his gaze with satisfaction and continued drinking his soup. Xiao Hanyue lowered her head, picked up her chopsticks, and poked at her bowl, pretending to eat, while inwardly cursing him furiously. This demon was wicked to the bone. She was his master, yet he kept talking about her being his wife. She had kindly cooked him a meal, and he still took advantage of her. When she found an opportunity, she would take her revenge. She would stomp on him hard, stomp on his face, stomp on his chest, until he knelt and begged for mercy. Her mind began to race, conjuring an image. In it she stood over Su Changqing, looking down at him, while he cried out, "Master, spare me. This disciple knows his wrongs." The mere thought lifted her spirits considerably. It was a classic case of mental victory. But the scene in her imagination remained just that, imagination. In reality, she still sat obediently beside Su Changqing, sipping her soup in small mouthfuls, daring only to glare at him stealthily. Su Changqing watched her pitiful, aggrieved expression, and his smile deepened. He loved seeing his master like this. Though she cursed him 10,000 times in her heart, she dared not show the slightest hint on her face. The feeling of plucking a high, untouchable flower and cupping it in his palm piece by piece was simply exhilarating. No wonder the righteous sect said demon cultivators were psychologically twisted. Perhaps he himself had a tiny bit of that too. A small snow-white fur ball emerged from under the table. Its round body brushed against Su Changqing's foot, leaving a small tuft of white fur. The soft-boned rabbit raised its head, its long ears erect on top of its head, its ruby-like eyes gazing curiously at the two people eating. Su Changqing reached down, picked up the rabbit, and held it in his palm. The little rabbit did not struggle in his hand. Instead, it lay down comfortably, its ears drooping to the sides of its head, its eyes half closed in a look of pure contentment. Su Changqing gently stroked the soft fur on its back with his finger, not looking up as he asked, "Does it have a name?" "It's called Little White." Xiao Hanyue watched Su Changqing play with the rabbit, and her earlier resentment dissipated slightly. Su Changqing curled his lip at the name, his expression showing undisguised disdain. What a crude name. Xiao Hanyue immediately felt indignant. She had thought long and hard to come up with that name, and he dared to say that. She mustered the courage to retort, "Then what name do you think is good, oi?" Su Changqing looked down at the snow-white rabbit in his palm, his expression becoming unusually serious. He furrowed his brow, slightly sinking into deep thought. Xiao Hanyue was intrigued by his solemn manner. Could he really come up with a better name than Little White? Though Changqing had become a demon lord, he still had some literary talent deep down. Perhaps he could produce a refined and elegant name. Su Changqing pondered for a moment, then raised his head, speaking with a serious and resolute tone. "I think we should call it the Cosmic Super Invincible Dino Warrior." Xiao Hanyue, who had just taken a mouthful of fish soup, involuntarily spat it out. She hurriedly set down her bowl, coughing violently, as she wiped the soup from her mouth with her sleeve, a small patch of her chest wet from the spray. She coughed several times before recovering. Looking up at Su Changqing, she found him still wearing a face of utmost seriousness, as if he genuinely believed the name he had come up with was excellent. Xiao Hanyue's expression completely crumbled. The composure she had maintained for centuries was shattered by Su Changqing that very day. "Isn't that a cool name?" Su Changqing spread his hands, looking innocent. "Why is master reacting so strongly?" Xiao Hanyue barely managed to stifle her laughter. Looking at Su Changqing's righteous face, she suddenly felt that this rebellious disciple, though domineering, cruel, and moody, still showed a hint of foolishness at times. Perhaps even he did not realize that in that moment the fierceness in his demeanor had faded, the cold light in his blood-red eyes had dimmed, and he looked somewhat like that stubborn young man who used to argue with her over whether the rabbit leg should have chili. Su Changqing looked at Xiao Hanyue's radiant smile, his gaze lingering on her face for a few seconds, then shifting back to the rabbit in his palm. He rubbed the little rabbit's head, his tone unusually gentle. Forget it, let's just call it Little White. After all, I spoil my master so much. Whatever name master chooses, even if it's crude, I have to accept it. Xianxia was once again rendered speechless. This man always spoke in such a way that the first half moved her, and the second half made her want to smash the bowl over his head. She raised her bowl to hide her slightly flushed face, pretending to concentrate on her soup. Her voice came out muffled from behind the bowl. Eat. The soup is getting cold. The soft-boned rabbit tilted its head, its ruby-like eyes darting between the two of them, completely unaware that it had just narrowly missed being bestowed with a mighty new name. It simply rolled over in Xianxia's palm, exposing its snow-white belly, and let out a couple of contented coos. Moonlight filtered through the bamboo grove, spilling into the small courtyard. A man and a woman sat close together by the stone table, the fish soup between them emitting wisps of warm steam. This scene was no different from any ordinary couple in the world, except that one of the parties refused to admit it, while the other was thoroughly enjoying it. As the meal drew to a close, the dishes on the stone table were nearly empty. The relationship between them had thawed rapidly over this repast. Xianxia leaned back on the stone bench, tilting his head slightly, to look at Xianxia, beside him, a smile tugging at the corners of his lips. Half a month ago this woman had glared at him with gritted teeth. Now she sat beside him, chatting idly, her tone calm and natural, as if this was how they were always meant to be. By the way, Xianxia. Xianxia set down her chopsticks, hesitated for a moment, then asked softly, how have you been? All these years. How did you end up on the demonic path? Xianxia turned to look at her, raising an eyebrow. Does master truly wish to know? Xianxia nodded, a glimmer of earnest concern in her eyes. I won't tell you. Xianxia's face instantly puffed up like a pufferfish that had been poked in the belly. She gave a humph, turned her head away, pretending to gaze at the koi in the pond, and muttered, If you won't say, then don't. I don't actually care at all. Despite her words, her fingers fidgeted on the edge of the table, clearly stifled by the curiosity that had been provoked only to be abruptly cut off. Xianxia watched her sulking with a low chuckle, but he offered no explanation. After pouting for a while, Xianxia couldn't hold back any longer and switched topics. Then do you feel any difference in your cultivation now, compared to before? Xianxia nodded, this time his tone growing more serious. There is a difference. Back in Luoyun sect, I cultivated orthodox techniques, step by step, slow and plodding. At that pace, I wouldn't have reached divine transformation even in 1,000 years. Xianxia's curiosity was thoroughly piqued. She leaned forward, lowering her voice to ask, Then how did you cultivate? By slaughtering mortals to cultivate. Her voice dropped noticeably, a complex expression flickering in her eyes. In her days at Luoyun sect, the demonic path was always spoken of as a den of heinous criminals, massacring cities and destroying nations as casually as drinking water, using mortal blood and essence for alchemy, refining infant souls into artifacts. Every demonic cultivator bore countless blood debts. Whenever the sect elders spoke of the demonic path, they gnashed their teeth, as if demonic cultivators were born evil. If Xianxia was also raising his cultivation by slaughtering mortals, she truly didn't know how she would face him. Xianxia rolled his eyes at her, his gaze like that of someone looking at a fool who believed rumors. That's what evil cultivators do. He paused as if he felt obligated to educate his master on the basics of the demonic path. Though this former righteous fairy had probably never imagined she would one day sit here listening to a demonic cultivator lecture on demonic common sense, since she asked, he didn't mind elaborating. The cultivation method of the demonic path is actually quite similar to the righteous path. We also use pills and spirit stones, drawing in the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and transforming it into demonic energy. The righteous path, on the other hand, transforms it into spiritual power. In essence, both absorb spiritual energy from the world. There's no difference. He picked up his bowl and took a sip of tea to moisten his throat, then continued patiently explaining the similarities and differences between the demonic and righteous paths to Xianxia. The difference lies in the techniques. Demonic techniques are indeed mostly harsher, allowing faster cultivation with lower talent requirements, but the price is a higher risk of falling into demonic deviation. For example, the righteous path emphasizes gradual progress, building a solid foundation before advancing. The demonic path, however, rushes forward first, then uses external forces to compensate for an unstable foundation. Pills, blood, essence, malevolent energy, whatever works they use. That's why demonic cultivators are more susceptible to inner demons, and their personalities become violent and bloodthirsty under the influence of their techniques. Add to that the demonic path's creed of an eye for an eye, tenfold repayment, often leading to the massacre of entire families. So from the outside, the demonic path, indeed, seems no different from evil cultivators. He put down his tea bowl, his tone shifting to a cold, sardonic note. As for evil cultivators, those are the ones who massacre entire cities and nations for their own cultivation, regardless of any personal grudge. The righteous path's propaganda lumps evil cultivators and the demonic path together, which isn't entirely unjust, because some demonic cultivators do stray onto the evil path during their practice. But ultimately, not every demonic cultivator is an evil cultivator, and not every evil cultivator belongs to the demonic path. There are also those on the righteous side who practice evil arts. They just hide it better. Xiao Hanyue listened intently, this information starkly contrasting with the education she had received over centuries at Luoyun's sect. In the sect's propaganda, the demonic path was simply the demonic path. They ate children's hot pot, drank human blood, committed every atrocity, devouring 3 children per meal, more terrifying than the monsters in mortal folklore. Having grown up hearing these tales, she had developed a deep-seated aversion and fear of the demonic path. So when she learned that Su Changqing had fallen to the demonic path, her first reaction was anger and resentment. She thought he had changed into one of those monsters from the stories that devoured people without a trace. Thus, on the first day she was taken to the demon heavenly hall, she fought desperately, cursing and biting, even trying to detonate the sealed spiritual energy within her to end them both. Then, as a chain reaction, Su Changqing was provoked. He slapped her across the face. With one palm, he shattered the fairy's dream. This disciple is now a demonic cultivator. If she hadn't resisted so fiercely, would he not have struck her? If he had spoken to her gently, would she not have been so afraid? Was it actually her fault in the end? Xiao Hanyue snapped back to reality, shaking her head vigorously to banish the dangerous thought. No matter what, hitting her was wrong, imprisoning her was wrong, sealing her cultivation was wrong. And he even wanted to marry her. She was his master. A disciple falling in love with his master was a grave taboo in the righteous path, something to be scorned by all. So this was even more wrong. Su Changqing, however, was unaware of the fierce inner struggle she was experiencing. He leaned back, gazing at the bright moon in the night sky, his tone unusually calm and candid. Most of those on the demonic path are people of mediocre talent, rogue cultivators hunted by immortal sects, or those who have nowhere to turn on the righteous path. These people gathered together, warming each other, and gradually formed the rudiments of the demonic path. Later came the division between righteous and demonic, with the righteous proclaiming themselves orthodox and condemning the demonic as heretics. The demonic path in turn scorns the hypocrisy of the righteous, believing they preach benevolence and righteousness, while secretly committing deeds that devour people without a trace. He withdrew his gaze and looked at Xiao Hanyue, her reflection in his crimson eyes. But in my view, the righteous path and the demonic path are essentially the same. Both defy the heavens and pursue the great Tao of immortality. The righteous have hypocrites, the demonic have true souls. The righteous have genuinely good people, the demonic have utter madmen. You can't lump them all together. Xiao Hanyue was silent for a long time, then nodded gently. So this was the demonic path. They didn't eat children nor drink human blood. Just a group of people pushed to the opposite side of the righteous path by fate, pursuing the same goal as righteous cultivators by a different means, immortality. She suddenly found it ironic, after centuries of cultivation, her understanding of the demonic path had grown less in all that time than in the span of this single meal. Soft moonlight filtered through the gaps of bamboo leaves, scattering fragmented patches of light across the small courtyard. Xiao Hanyue sat by the stone table, slightly tilting her head to gaze at the bright, pure moon in the night sky. The moonlight fell upon her pale face, casting a gentle silver glow over her cold, sharp features. She let out a soft sigh. During the meal, she and Su Changqing had talked extensively, from his cultivation of demonic arts to the origins of the distinction between righteous and demonic paths. For the first time, she realized that this rebellious disciple possessed a broader insight than her own. Yet this tranquility did not last long. As she was lost in thought, gazing at the moon, a pair of strong arms reached from behind and lifted her horizontally. Xiao Hanyue's body instinctively struggled a few times, letting out a vague protest, then ceased moving. Whether it was because she knew resistance was futile, or because her body had grown accustomed to the warmth and pressure of his embrace, Su Changqing looked down at his quietly resting master in his arms, feeling the fragrant soft form, and the corners of his mouth involuntarily lifted. Her body was light, almost weightless in his arms, yet soft in a perfect way, like a piece of warm, smooth jade. He lowered his head, his nose brushing against her hair, and the faint scent of orchid entered his nostrils, lifting his spirits. Master, it's late. Time to sleep. His voice was low and gentle, with a hint of domineering affection. Tomorrow I'll help awaken your constitution. With that, he carried Xiao Hanyue toward the bedroom. Su Changqing pushed the door open with his knee, entered the inner chamber, and gently laid her on the bed. Her body sank into the soft bedding, her hair scattered on the pillow. Moonlight streamed through the window lattice, casting her exquisite face in a glow like fine white jade. Then he straightened up, turned to the door, and slowly closed it. Xiao Hanyue's heart leaped at the crisp sound. Su Changqing often carried her around, but every time he brought her to the room, he would leave and go to the adjacent chamber to rest. But today, he locked the door. What did he intend to do? Is there something? She propped herself up from the bedding, her voice tinged with barely suppressed tension. Her hand tightened on the corner of the blanket, her clear eyes flickering with panic under the moonlight. Su Changqing turned around, looking at Xiao Hanyue, whose breathing had quickened in nervousness. He wore a knowing smile. Of course there is. I need to sleep too. Sleep? There's another room next door. You can sleep there. Xiao Hanyue's voice carried a pleading tone, her eyes unconsciously drifting toward the corner, as if hoping a door would magically appear for her to escape. Su Changqing shook his head, his tone serious and firm, as if stating an undeniable truth. Master, when I was a child you often slept with me. So it's perfectly normal for master and disciple to sleep together. Moreover, you are my wife, husband, and wife sharing a bed is only natural. Xiao Hanyue's face flushed crimson, spreading from her cheeks to her ears and down to her neck. Her lips trembled slightly as she tried to refute his absurd reasoning. What did he mean by master and disciple sleeping together is normal? When had she ever slept with him? After a moment she recalled that when Su Changqing was 10 he was attacked by a demonic beast on the back mountain. Though he killed the beast, he was severely injured and developed a high fever. She stayed by his bedside all night tending to him. Eventually exhausted, she leaned against the edge of the bed and dozed off. In his feverish delirium, he kept calling out for her not to leave his small hand, gripping her finger. Her heart softened, and she held him in her arms, humming softly to lull him to sleep. At that time Su Changqing was a mere 10-year-old child, while she was already a centuries-old nascent soul cultivator. She held him like a child. No, he was a child. But now Su Changqing had grown up, surpassed her in cultivation, and was using that childhood incident as an excuse to share her bed. Could it be the same? 300 years had passed, and that little boy had become a nascent soul demon lord, a full head taller than her, with an overwhelming demonic aura. How could it be the same? But before she could form these words into a sentence, Su Changqing no longer gave her a chance to argue. He strode to the bed, lifted the covers, and slipped in. The bed dipped slightly, and his body heat radiated through the thin fabric, burning her senses, making her freeze like a block of wood. No. She instinctively shrank toward the corner of the bed, her voice trembling with pleading. She had lived for centuries and never shared a bed with any man. His hands, his body, his scent, everything stirred her taut nerves. Master, your protests are useless. I am your husband. As he spoke, his long arm reached out, pulling her back from the corner and into his embrace. His movements were forceful, yet not rough, like scooping up a kitten trying to retreat into a corner, neither hurting her nor allowing her to escape. Xiao Hanyue was trapped in his arms, her back pressed against his chest, clearly feeling the steady, powerful beat of his heart. Every muscle in her body tensed, yet she dared not struggle forcefully, fearing he would only hold her tighter. Su Changqing lowered his head and kissed her lips directly. Xiao Hanyue let out a muffled protest, her hands pressing against his chest to push him away, but his chest was as hard as a wall, immovable. After what seemed like an eternity, Xiao Hanyue's body went from rigid to limp, her hands sliding from his chest to his arms, no longer resisting, only weakly gripping. Su Changqing pulled back slightly, as if soothing a child afraid of the dark. Don't worry, it's normal for master and disciple to sleep together. Besides, you're my wife. Don't you want to share a room with me? Xiao Hanyue bit her lip, a trace of moisture still at the corner of her eyes. Inside she was screaming hysterically. Damn it, he had captured her without her consent, declared her his wife, and now asked if she was willing. How could anyone be so unreasonable? She was about to speak, but when she looked up into Su Changqing's blood-red pupils glowing darkly in the moonlight, the words died in her throat. Su Changqing's large hand grew restless, sneaking into her robes. Xiao Hanyue's body stiffened abruptly, a stifled moan escaping her lips, her legs involuntarily clamping together. Her body was far more honest than her heart, trembling under his touch like a string plucked by the wind. Please. Her eyes glistened with tears, her voice soft as melting sugar. She knew this moment would come eventually, from the day he abducted her. But she hadn't expected it so soon. Su Changqing released his hand, gently stroking her back. A teasing smile crept into his voice. Master, what's wrong? I'm fine. Xiao Hanyue's voice was faint as a thread, not daring to open her eyes to meet his gaze. Su Changqing frowned slightly. He instinctively murmured, The next moment, he threw off the covers. Beside him, Xiao Hanyue had buried her face entirely in her arms, curling into a tight ball, letting out a barely audible whimper. How shameful. In her centuries of cultivation, she had never been so embarrassed. She wished she could dig a hole and bury herself, face and all. Su Changqing cleared his throat softly, said nothing more, simply lifted her from the bed and placed her on a nearby couch, then swiftly changed the sheets. He worked quickly, restoring the bed in moments, then carried Xiao Hanyue back and tucked her in. He lay beside her, pulling her into his arms again, one hand gently patting her back as if soothing a frightened kitten. He had indeed planned to go further, but seeing her so mortified that she looked ready to faint, he suppressed those thoughts. Another round, and she might truly pass out. He decided to stop here for tonight, letting her get used to it gradually. Training a master couldn't be rushed, it required patience. Master, good night. He closed his eyes and whispered in her ear, his voice gentle and calm. After a long silence, a soft but clear voice came from his arms. Good night, Xianxia. The two slept embraced in each other's arms, the moonlight flowing like water, bathing the entire Yongning Mountain in a tranquil night. Yet little did they know that under the same moonlight, the entire cultivation world of the Eastern Domain was in an uproar. Two major events, like consecutive thunderclaps, stirred the once calm Eastern Domain into tumultuous waves, and both pointed to the same name, Su Changqing, the master of the Demon Heaven Palace. The first incident, the foremost fairy of the Eastern Domain, Xiao Hanyue, had fallen into the demonic path and was abducted by Su Changqing. If it were merely an abduction, it might be manageable, but the Luoyun sect subsequently declared to the outside world that Xiao Hanyue had long premeditated and voluntarily joined the demonic path. Yet this claim appeared feeble against the reputation Xiao Hanyue had built over centuries. Everyone in the righteous cultivation world of the Eastern Domain knew her character. For hundreds of years, she had never been ambiguous with any male cultivator, and she was always at the forefront in vanquishing demons and upholding the Tao. How could a fairy like her willingly join the demonic path? Only the Luoyun sect itself would believe that. The second incident was even more terrifying. Outside Miyun City, Su Changqing slew 3 divine transformation elders of the Luoyun sect, including Song Zi, the master of the sword god Peak, who was at the mid-stage of divine transformation. All 3 divine transformation cultivators fell, none survived. The Luoyun sect suffered a severe blow, its reputation plummeting among the 4 great righteous sects of the Eastern Domain. Cultivators across the Eastern Domain buzzed with speculation, who exactly was this master of the Demon Heaven Palace? Among the 4 great sects, the reaction was particularly intense. At the divine sun peak of the Xianxia sect, Yi Lingtian slammed his palm onto the spirit sandalwood table before him. The table, worth thousands of spirit stones and harder than gold and iron, exploded into powder under his palm strike. Amid the flying wood chips, he abruptly stood up, his face filled with uncontrollable anger and jealousy. He was the most talented cultivator the Xianxia sect had seen in tens of thousands of years. Born with the Xianxia Dao body, he had already reached the mid-stage of divine transformation after 1,000 years of cultivation. The sect's seclusive body integration ancestor had taken him under personal tutelage. In status, though not officially the sect master, he was treated as an equal. In talent, among the younger generation of the righteous path, in the entire Eastern Domain, no one could match him. Such a prodigy was naturally proud. He never regarded any of his peers, yet he could not stop thinking about one person. Xianxia. He was her foremost admirer, a fact that was no secret in the Xianxia sect, and even the entire cultivation world of the Eastern Domain. Whenever Xianxia appeared in any public setting, he would be there standing far from the crowd, gazing at her with what he believed to be a deeply affectionate look. Although Xianxia did not even know his name, and might never have given him a single glance, that did not stop him from weaving a perfect fantasy in his mind. Sooner or later he would appear before her with unparalleled grace, slay demons, rescue the beauty, and she would be captivated by his brilliance, secretly giving him her heart. But now he had never even touched her hand, yet that demon had taken her entirely. Having been captured by Su Changqing for so long, a pure and chaste woman, like Fairy, Xiao must have been thoroughly defiled by that villain. He clenched his fists, his knuckles cracking, his eyes burning with a flame of jealousy and resentment. No, I must rescue Fairy Xiao. He murmured to himself, his tone gradually turning fanatical and resolute. Even if she has already taken Su Changqing's form, so what? As long as I storm into the Demon Heaven Palace and rescue her, I will not only not disdain her, but also risk my life to save her. She will surely be moved. Then at that moment I will confess my feelings, and she will certainly agree to be with me. I just hope that damned Su Changqing will be gentle and never stand up. And so he immersed himself in his own deluded fantasy of a love-struck fool. In the Yaoqi Gate the scene was entirely different. This sect, with more female disciples than male, was dominated by female cultivators who loved to gather and gossip about others. From the romantic affairs of demonic overlords to the secret scandals of righteous fairies, there was nothing they could not chat about for half a day. And the hottest topic in the entire Eastern Domain right now was undoubtedly Xianxia and Su Changqing. Have you heard? Fairy Xiao has been abducted by old demon Su. Your news is already outdated. I heard it wasn't an abduction at all. Fairy Xiao has actually been in love with Su Changqing for a long time. This time she simply took the opportunity to leave the sect and openly run away with her lover. Haven't you seen how the Luoyun sect is jumping with rage? If she were truly abducted, would they soil their own fairy's reputation? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Fairy Xiao is so pure, she hates demonic cultivators the most. How could she be in love with a demon? Let me tell you a secret. My second uncle's son-in-law's father's cousin is a golden core deacon in the Luoyun sect. The information is absolutely reliable. 200 or 300 years ago, Su Changqing was actually Xianxia's disciple, her only student. The surrounding Yaoqi disciples all gasped in unison. This was too much information, they didn't know where to start processing it. Master and disciple. Su Changqing was Xianxia's disciple. Doesn't that mean Su Changqing not only abducted a righteous fairy, but the one he abducted was his own master? A disciple personally capturing his own master and imprisoning her. This relationship instantly multiplied the taboo and thrill of the whole affair tenfold. Isn't this exactly the obsessive pathological love of confinement often written in storybooks? A round-faced female disciple's eyes sparkled. She was clearly a seasoned reader of romance novels. And it's a disciple who defies his master. This kind of plot is rarely dared to be written in storybooks. It's so thrilling. But speaking of which, don't you think Fairy Xiao is desperate? A composed female disciple suddenly spoke up, her tone tinged with regret and sympathy. Raised by her own hands, her disciple fell into the demonic path and turned around to imprison her. Not only did the Luoyun sect not come to rescue her, but they also slandered her to distance themselves, saying she willingly joined the demonic path. Now she can neither return to the sect nor escape from the demon's lair, and there is no one to speak up for her. Upon hearing this, the excited gossip slightly cooled down. Recalling Xianxia's former aloof and ethereal presence, they couldn't help but feel sympathy and concern for her. Another female disciple lowered her voice and added mysteriously, I've heard that Su Changqing, that demon, never gets close to women. In the past, many righteous fairies tried to seduce him with their beauty, but every single one was killed by him. He captured Xiao Hanyu probably to humiliate her severely. Just think, doing such a thing to his own master. How thrilling must that be for a heartless demonic cultivator? When he's had enough humiliation and is bored, he'll probably torture Fairy Xiao even more, eventually torturing her to death. The Yaoqi disciples listened with fear, imagining Xiao Hanyue's cold and holy face, and then the legendary ruthless white-haired demon Lord Su Changqing. They all shuddered. For a moment, everyone's sympathy for Xiao Hanyue reached its peak. Su Changqing slowly opened his eyes, carrying a rare sense of languid contentment. This sleep had been exceptionally peaceful. Upon reflection, it was one of the few restful sleeps he had enjoyed in over 2 centuries. He stirred, attempting to sit up in bed, but found himself unable to do so. Something was holding him back. Looking down, he saw a soft, fragrant figure clinging to him. Xiao Hanyue had somehow entwined herself around him entirely. One arm tightly wrapped around his waist, one leg draped over her face buried in his chest, her breathing steady and deep, a faint smile playing at the corners of her lips. She slept soundly, utterly oblivious to the intimacy of her posture, like a koala clinging to a tree trunk. Even in sleep, she was breathtakingly beautiful. Long eyelashes casting delicate shadows on her eyelids, the tip of her nose quivering slightly, her lips slightly pursed, as if savoring some delicious flavor in a dream. Su Changqing gazed at the woman in his arms in no hurry to wake her. He reached out, gently brushing a stray strand of hair from her cheek and tucking it behind her ear, his fingertips lingering on the curve of her earlobe. Perhaps his movement startled her, for Xiao Hanyue's eyelashes fluttered lightly, and she slowly opened her eyes. Her eyes were still hazy, with a thin film of moisture, unfocused and bewildered, clearly not yet fully awake from her slumber. "Good morning, master." Su Changqing looked down at the sleep-dusted face and the crook of his arm, a slight smile curving his lips. His voice was low and gentle, as if afraid to disturb the rare tranquility. "Morning," Xiao Hanyue replied drowsily, her voice soft and indistinct. Her eyes blinked several times, gradually focusing on Su Changqing's face so close to hers. Then realization dawned. Wait, what was this posture? She abruptly looked down and found herself clinging to Su Changqing like a giant body pillow. Her arms were wrapped around his waist, her fingers clutching the fabric of his robe, their bodies pressed together almost seamlessly. Her cheeks flared crimson. Damn it. Before falling asleep, she had deliberately scooted to the edge of the bed and rolled the blanket into a barrier between them, specifically to keep her distance and prevent this beast from acting on his impulses. How had she ended up clinging to him instead? Xiao Hanyue, why is your body so disobedient? She silently berated herself, mercilessly, frantically, trying to extricate herself from Su Changqing's embrace. But the more flustered she became, the clumsier her movements, and she nearly tripped over the blanket before he pulled her back. Su Changqing watched her flustered state with an inward chuckle. This foolish master was once again overloading her already overtaxed brain. He didn't give her a chance to dwell on it. Leaning in, he pressed a gentle kiss to her lips. Master really is quite forward. He pulled back slightly, a mischievous smile playing on his lips. Damn, you stop talking. Xiao Hanyue yanked the blanket over half her face, leaving only her watery eyes exposed. Those eyes glared at Su Changqing, but held no menace. They seemed more like a pout. Her voice came muffled from behind the blanket, full of shame and fury, as if she wished she could dig a hole and disappear on the spot. Su Changqing shook his head, looking at Xiao Hanyue curled up in the blanket, refusing to come out. His tone carried a hint of helplessness and indulgence. Master clearly desires it, yet insists on being so shy. Can't you be as honest as I am? From behind the blanket, Xiao Hanyue let out a muffled protest, but Su Changqing had already risen with a laugh, draping his robe over his shoulders as he walked out, leaving her to stew in her embarrassment alone. After they finished breakfast, light footsteps sounded from outside the courtyard. Zuoqiu entered, carrying a tray on which several storage rings were neatly arranged. She was still clad in her red dress, her figure curvy and upright, but her phoenix eyes betrayed a flicker of barely concealed surprise and gossipy curiosity when she spotted Xiao Hanyue tidying up the dishes in the yard. This former elder of the Luoyun sect, the first celestial maiden of the Eastern Domain, was now wearing an apron and washing dishes in the courtyard. She stole a few more glances at Xiao Hanyue, noting her rosy cheeks and excellent complexion, though a trace of coldness lingered in her brows. Yet gone was the gray pallor and despair she had worn on the battlefield that day. Zuoqiu marveled inwardly. Not only was the lord formidable in combat, but his skill at taming a celestial maiden was unparalleled. Throughout the entire demonic path of the Eastern Domain, who else could transform a righteous fairy who once loathed him into such a docile state? No one but their lord. Su Changqing's gaze swept over Zuoqiu, noting her fixed stare at Xiao Hanyue. His brow furrowed slightly. What's wrong? Is there something else? Zuoqiu suddenly felt a chill envelop her, a faint, intangible killing intent wafting from Su Changqing's direction, jolting her back to her senses. She quickly lowered her head, setting the tray on the stone table, her voice tinged with panic. No. Forgive me, my lord. I was momentarily distracted. I shall take my leave now. Before her words faded, her figure had already vanished from the spot, her escape light, so swift it seemed she was fleeing a ferocious beast. Xiao Hanyue walked over with the wash dishes, unable to help murmuring softly, "You don't have to be so harsh with her. After all, Zhuqiu was a young woman, a few extra glances wouldn't cost her anything, and there was no need to scare her like that." Su Changqing snorted, his tone filled with displeasure. "Who told her to keep staring at my master? If she were a man, I'd gouge out his eyes and feed them to Dahuang." Xiao Hanyue opened her mouth to say something, but ultimately chose to keep silent. Reasoning with a demon lord whose possessiveness was off the charts was like talking to a brick wall. Su Changqing didn't dwell on the topic. He opened the storage rings one by one, and a torrent of spirit stones, elixirs, and rare materials poured out, as if a treasure trove had been overturned. The multicolored glow of various spirit crystals bathed the entire courtyard in a dazzling array of light. The dense, almost tangible spiritual energy emanating from the pile of stones invigorated anyone standing nearby. Hundreds of bottles of elixirs were neatly arranged on the stone table, each bearing a label with a complete variety of types, everything one could imagine. Most eye-catching of all were several small pools built from spirit jade, filled with a milky white spiritual liquid. A thin mist floated on the surface, exuding a refreshing fragrance that seeped into the soul. All of these had been procured from the Tianma Hall treasury at his command, each item of the finest quality. Awakening the Taiyin saint body required immense spiritual energy as support. If the ambient spiritual energy of heaven and earth was insufficient, spirit stones and spiritual liquid would make up the difference. What he had prepared for Xiao Hanyue was enough to allow a peak nascent soul cultivator to break through to divine transformation. "Enough, master. You may now awaken the Taiyin sacred body." Xiao Hanyue gazed upon the courtyard, overflowing with cultivation resources, of profound emotion welling up within her heart. These spirit stones and spiritual elixirs would suffice to nurture over a dozen core disciples at Luoyun sect. He had piled them all in her courtyard without a second thought, as if these treasures deemed priceless by outsiders were nothing more than ordinary bricks at his disposal. He imprisoned her, yet also protected her. He struck her, yet also saved her. He was domineering enough to suffocate, yet so meticulous that he remembered even the trivial detail that she preferred the belly meat of fish. She found herself at a loss for how to face Su Changqing's affections. Could it truly be, as those salacious novels claimed, that a fairy would fall and become the exclusive possession of a demon venerable? No, she absolutely could not allow that to happen. "Enough, stop overthinking." Su Changqing's voice interrupted her train of thought. He raised his hand and wove a spell. Instantly, an intricate and vast formation unfurled from the center of the courtyard, its runes radiating luminescence as they expanded layer upon layer, soon enveloping 1,000 miles in every direction. Using the ley lines of Yongning Mountain as its foundation, he drew in all the spiritual energy of heaven and earth across the surrounding 1,000 miles, providing the strongest possible guarantee for Xiao Hanyue's body awakening. Xiao Hanyue took a deep breath and temporarily suppressed the turmoil in her mind. She withdrew a moonstone of azure blue from her sleeve and studied it for a moment in her palm. Through the tiny aperture on its outer shell, one could see a light as profound as the deep sea slowly swirling within, as though an entire cosmos were sealed inside. She gently pressed her fingers and crushed the moonstone. The moment its shell shattered, a torrential surge of Taiyin essence erupted forth, so majestic as to be breathtaking, transforming into a column of azure light that pierced straight into the sky. That pillar of light contained the purest Taiyin power, as if fragments of countless Taiyin stars had been compressed into this small space. Wherever its radiance passed, even the fabric of space trembled and distorted, rippling outward in waves. An ethereal melody seemed to resonate through the air, the sound born of Taiyin power, harmonizing with the laws of heaven and earth. All the pills, spiritual liquids, and spirit stones that had already been opened upon the ground were being devoured voraciously by her. At the moment the Taiyin essence surged into her body, Xiao Hanyue shuddered violently. The power was so immense that it nearly threatened to rupture her meridians. Clenching her teeth, she channeled the Taiyin divine canon, with all her might, guiding and taming the invading Taiyin power strand by strand, integrating it into every meridian and bone of her limbs. A moonlight-like radiance began to emanate from her body, growing ever brighter, as though she herself were enshrouded by a luminous full moon. The Taiyin power within her body began circulating autonomously. With each cycle it purified her meridians, tempered her bones, and reshaped her flesh and blood. An ancient and formidable presence slowly stirred within her. Meanwhile, in the eastern region, despite the daylight, a profoundly clear, bright moon appeared in the sky. Sun and moon shining together. Countless common folk within hundreds of thousands of miles knelt in worship, regarding it as a divine miracle, murmuring fervent prayers to the moon goddess for her blessing. Luoyun sect, forbidden ground of the rear mountain. Lu Rian stood at the cliff's edge of Qingyue Peak, gazing upward at the moon that brightened the day. Moonlight spilled over her still striking features, yet brought her no gentleness. Instead, it cast her inner gloom into sharper relief. Taiyin sacred body. This was unmistakably the heavenly anomaly heralding the awakening of the Taiyin sacred body. She knew what it meant. Xiao Hanyue had not only switched to a different cultivation method, but had also awakened the Taiyin sacred body after doing so. She had spent 700 years laying her plan drawing upon Xiao Hanyue's primordial essence day and night to nourish herself. All along she had waited for the day when Xiao Hanyue's Taiyin sacred body would fully mature so that she could devour it using a portion of the Taiyin origin within herself and make a breakthrough toward the integrative Tao Venerable. But now the fruit had ripened only to be plucked by another. It felt as though she had laboriously tended crops all season only to have them shattered and ruined in the field by a sudden hailstorm just before harvest. I must find a way to lure Su Changqing out as soon as possible. Lu Rian's voice was cold and low as though speaking to someone behind her, or perhaps merely to herself. She could not delay any longer. The longer she waited, the more masterfully Xiao Hanyue would wield the Taiyin sacred body. By then, even if she managed to capture her, seizing the sacred body would become exponentially more difficult. She had to bring Xiao Hanyue back before she fully mastered the Taiyin sacred body. Heaven Demon Palace, Yongning Mountain. The small courtyard was entirely enveloped by Taiyin power, so dense it was nearly tangible. A column of azure radiance shot skyward from the courtyard, casting a faint blue glow over the demonic qi permeating all of Yongning Mountain. Su Changqing stood within the yard, sensing the spiritual energy in the air. Yet the heaven and earth spiritual energy drawn in by Xiao Hanyue's sacred body awakening had not dissipated upon completion. Instead, it continued to pour into the area around the courtyard, transforming the entire compound into a blessed realm so rich in spiritual energy that one could almost scoop it up and drink it. He had only intended to guard the master and ensure the awakening process proceeded without a single misstep. He never imagined the spiritual energy summoned by the Taiyin sacred body awakening would be so immense that even the Tao-devouring demonic cannon within his own body began to stir restlessly. He looked up at the sky where a pristine bright moon hung luminous in the daytime, its cold silver light falling upon his white hair. He could not help but murmur, "A bright moon shines above, reflecting my sorrows like snow upon white hair." Looking down at the dense spiritual energy around him, almost dripping with richness, he couldn't help but twitch his lips. This was all his master's essence. After all, Xiao Hanyue had already awakened successfully, and the remaining energy here would be wasted anyway. With so much spiritual energy, it would be a shame not to absorb it. So he sat cross-legged, activated the Tao-devouring demon scripture, and began to voraciously devour the surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Before the overbearing power of the Tao-devouring demon scripture, any form of energy, regardless of whether it clashed with his demonic essence, could be devoured, broken down, and transformed. The bottleneck of the mid-Huaying stage began to loosen slightly under the impact of this torrential energy. 2 hours later, Su Changqing slowly opened his eyes. A brilliant light burst from his blood-red pupils, and a surge of aura several times more powerful than before erupted from within him, causing the bamboo grove in the courtyard to rustle loudly. Late Huaying stage. Now he could clearly feel the power within him surging many times more fiercely than at the mid-Huaying stage. Below the returning void realm, who could still rival him? He restrained the surging demonic energy around him, and turned his gaze toward Xiao Hanyue, who sat cross-legged in the center of the formation in the courtyard. She had already completed the awakening of the sacred physique, but remained seated with closed eyes enveloped in a faint layer of moonlight. That moonlight was purer than the radiance of any treasure, draping her like a silver veil. What surprised Su Changqing even more was that with the awakening of the supreme Yin sacred physique, Xiao Hanyue's cultivation was directly pushed to the early Huaying stage. Xiao Hanyue slowly opened her eyes. A gleam of moonlight flickered in her eyes before fading away, returning to their original clear and limpid state. An irrepressible joy spread across her face. The Huaying stage, the bottleneck that had trapped her for years, was finally shattered at this moment. She could feel the power within her immeasurably stronger than when she was at the peak of the nascent soul stage. The supreme Yin energy flowed quietly through her meridians, gentle yet formidable. Before she could savor the joy of breaking through, she felt her feet leave the ground. Su Changqing had appeared before her, lifted her up, and lowered his head to kiss her lips. The cold and aloof expression Xiao Hanyue had barely maintained instantly crumbled, a blush spreading from her cheeks to the tips of her ears. After a long moment, Su Changqing pulled back slightly, looking down at the blushing, breathless master in his arms, a playful smile curling at the corner of his mouth. My master who has broken through to the Huaying stage smells even sweeter." Xiao Hanyue was too shy to speak, cursing inwardly. Once her cultivation surpassed his, she would definitely beat this rebellious disciple to the ground, stepping on him with her left foot, and then her right making him taste what it felt like to be bullied. Su Changqing also looked forward to it in his heart. Apart from its formidable talent and combat prowess, the supreme Yin sacred physique was also one of the most supreme dual cultivation physiques in the world. When the time was ripe, the taste of completely devouring his master would surely be 100 times more exquisite than having the supreme Yin energy enter his body. After a long while, Su Changqing finally released her. Xiao Hanyue's face was as red as a boiled shrimp. When her feet touched the ground, she wobbled slightly and almost fell, quickly grabbing the edge of the stone table to steady herself. She dared not lift her head to meet his gaze, only murmuring, I need to stabilize my cultivation first. Tonight, you can hold me." Before she could finish, she lifted her skirt and fled back into the room. The wooden door slammed shut behind her, leaving Su Xianxia alone in the courtyard. Su Xianxia looked at the closed door and slowly raised the corners of his mouth. So she knew to make a reservation for tonight. It seemed his master had already accepted her position subconsciously. He was in a great mood and didn't rush in after her. Letting her stabilize her cultivation was for the best. After all, the more stable her cultivation, the stronger her physical endurance. He turned and left the courtyard to handle the backlog of affairs at the Demon Heavenly Palace while the system's notification sounded in his mind. Ding Xiaohanyue's corruption value has reached 26. Inside the room, Xiaohanyue buried her face deep in the blanket, revealing only a pair of red little ears. What had she said when she fled? Hold her tonight. Wasn't that equivalent to actively inviting him to continue sharing the bed tonight? She scolded herself 1,000 times in her heart, wishing she could erase that sentence from the timeline. But more than that, another matter troubled her. The Supreme's sacred physique seemed to have another function. It could allow one to enter the other's memories provided both truly loved each other. She was extremely curious about what Su Xianxia had experienced during the 200 years he had been away from her. What kind of encounters had turned her once obedient and well-behaved disciple into the domineering and paranoid person he was now? She stared blankly for a moment, then suddenly realized what she had been thinking. She nearly bounced off the bed. Entering memories required the prerequisite that both were truly in love. She and Su Xianxia. She was not in love with him. She was just curious, yes, purely driven by curiosity with nothing to do with love. She buried her head deep in the blanket, as if it could hide the burning blush on her face. Outside the window, the bright moon hung high, casting a clear light over the ground, as if it had seen through all her thoughts. Alchemy Peak, this mountain recently carved out within the territory of the Heavenly Demon Hall, had already begun to take shape. A massive alchemy hall constructed entirely from crimson fire spirit copper stood majestically on the mountainside. Beyond their formidable combat abilities, cultivators also possessed unparalleled efficiency when it came to construction and building. They were truly born civil engineering prodigies. From the moment Su Xianxia ordered the establishment of Alchemy Peak until now, merely a few short days had passed, yet the entire mountain had transformed, completely bearing no resemblance to the desolate wilderness it had been not long ago. Just as Su Xianxia stepped onto the stone stairs of Alchemy Peak, Yao Qing's soul drifted out from the alchemy hall. His ethereal form shimmered with a faint luminescence under the sunlight. Though he could not touch any physical object, he still knelt reverently on one knee and performed a formal bow, saying, "Yao Qing greets the master." Su Xianxia gave a slight nod of acknowledgement. "Rise. How much longer until Alchemy Peak can officially begin operations?" Reporting to the master, all facilities on Alchemy Peak have been completed. The ground fire channels have been connected and 3 alchemy furnaces have also been transferred from the treasury. As Yao Qing spoke, he guided Su Xianxia deeper into the alchemy hall, his soul form passing freely through the furnaces. There was undisguised satisfaction in his tone. Now we simply await Protector Xianxian to select a batch of disciples with alchemy talent and send them over. Then this old one can begin teaching them the art of pill refinement. With these disciples' foundation, this old one is confident we can nurture at least 10 third-rank alchemists within half a year. Su Xianxia nodded and circled the alchemy hall, asking several questions about herb reserves and pill formula stockpiles. Yao Qing answered each question with clarity and precision, demonstrating his encyclopedic knowledge of spirit herbs, their origins, properties, and compatibility taboos. The more Su Xianxia listened, the more pleased he became. This old fellow truly possessed remarkable abilities, a 7th-rank alchemist who had once graced the Qitian Alchemy Alliance. The two made their way to the stone table in the courtyard. Yao Qing used his soul power to levitate the teapot and poured a cup of spirit tea for Su Xianxia. The tea was emerald green and crystal clear, its fragrance delicate and serene, the finest grade of spirit mist tea newly harvested from Alchemy Peak. He set down the teapot and watched as Su Xianxia lifted the cup to drink. Yet Yao Qing could only gaze enviously, a flash of melancholy crossing his eyes. Alas, this old one's current state as a soul entity renders drinking tea an impossibility. Su Xianxia took a sip of tea, set down the cup, and suddenly asked, "By the way, you mentioned before that you came from the central domain." He had wandered the cultivation world for 308 years, yet his range of activity had always been confined solely to the eastern domain. Especially during the first 200 or so years, he had been almost entirely preoccupied with the struggle for survival, leaving him no leisure to learn about the world beyond the eastern domain. Now that he had firmly established his position as the Lord of the Heavenly Demon Hall, and his cultivation had reached the late stage of transformation, the next step would be return to void. Beyond that, the eastern domain's resources would likely prove insufficient to support his continued breakthrough. To comprehend the entirety of the divine wasteland realm, he needed someone with sufficiently broad knowledge to enlighten him, and this former consolidated great cultivator before him was undoubtedly the most suitable candidate. Upon hearing this question, Yao Qing's soul form solidified slightly, and a distant nostalgic glint flickered in his eyes. After a moment of silence, he slowly began, "Master, this one indeed hails from the central domain." His voice carried a new-found gravitas. Within the Qitian Alchemy Alliance of the Central Domain, this Old One could be said to have earned some modest reputation, having held the position of one of the Alliance's 12 executive stewards. Later, this Old One was stabbed in the back by a direct disciple whom I had raised from childhood. My physical body was utterly destroyed. At the final moment, my soul employed an ancient secret technique, tearing through the fabric of space itself, and barely escaped with my life. He paused, his soul form rippling slightly, as if trying to calm those agonizing memories. That secret technique transported me directly across the Central Domain boundary wall, arriving in the Eastern Domain. Coincidentally, I encountered that lad Lin Fan at that time. Originally, I intended to seize possession of his physical body and inhabit it temporarily. However, I had never anticipated that my soul, having been torn apart by the boundary wall and depleted over such a long period, had become so extremely weak. The soul possession failed, and I nearly destroyed myself in the process. I could only take residence within his sea of consciousness through a state of coexistence. And then I encountered you, Master. Su Changqing caught the crucial words, his gaze sharpening slightly. The Central Domain boundary wall. What do you mean by that? Master, the matter of the Central Domain boundary wall is a rather lengthy tale. Yao Qing's soul form quivered slightly. Then give me the short version. Yao Qing nodded and began. A million years ago, an enormous power emerged in the Central Domain known as the Heavenly Court. Within the Heavenly Court, there was a quasi-immortal supreme expert presiding over all. That quasi-immortal led the various major powers of the Central Domain in launching a prolonged war against the other 4 domains. The Eastern Domain, Western Domain, Southern Domain, and Northern Domain. The 4 domains were quite formidable in that era, each possessing Mahayana-level ancestors as their guardians. Yet before a quasi-immortal, even the great supreme beings of Mahayana were merely slightly larger ants. The 4 domains were defeated. His tone suddenly grew heavier. The Heavenly Court seized the domain-suppressing spirit veins from all 4 domains. Those veins were the very source of heaven and earth's spiritual energy for each domain, equivalent to a domain's heart. After losing their domain-suppressing spirit veins, the spiritual energy and fortune of the 4 domains plummeted dramatically. The difficulty of high-level cultivators emerging increased manifold. This was precisely why even consolidated cultivators were now extraordinarily rare in the Eastern Domain. Su Changqing's fingers stopped at the edge of his teacup, his expression unreadable. He finally understood why, despite the existence of so many cultivation realms, cultivators capable of reaching the consolidated stage were so few in the Eastern Domain. The Eastern Domain's lineage was not inferior. Yet why were those who could achieve the consolidated realm so exceedingly rare? The root cause lay here. A great catastrophe a million years ago had stolen the domain-suppressing spirit veins, severing the entire cultivation foundation of the Eastern Domain. Yao Qing continued. After the war, the experts of the Heavenly Court, using immortal power as their foundation, arranged a boundary wall formation that enveloped the entire Central Domain. That boundary wall severed all connection between the Central Domain and the other 4 domains. From that point onward, cultivators from the 4 domains seeking to enter the Central Domain found it virtually impossible. Conversely, for cultivators of the Central Domain to exit also required an enormous price. This Old One's secret technique managed to pass through the boundary wall purely by sheer fortune. Su Changqing leaned back against his chair, his fingers tapping slowly on the stone table as he digested this information. To seize the domain-suppressing spirit veins from the 4 domains and erect boundary walls to isolate them. Such methods were truly the pinnacle of tyranny. Yet this was simply the law of the cultivation world. The strong dominate the weak, our prey. Had he been in that position, he likely would not have shown any more mercy than the Heavenly Court. After a moment of contemplation, he continued, asking, just how powerful is this Heavenly Court? Yao Qing shook his head, his soul form rippling with a hint of reverence. Master, this Old One is also not entirely clear about the Heavenly Court's specific strength. This information was largely pieced together by this Old One from fragments of ancient texts and records during my time in the Central Domain. How much represents genuine history and how much was embroidered by later generations, this Old One cannot guarantee. Because, in our current era, the Heavenly Court has already vanished from the Central Domain. Vanished? Could an entity as powerful as the Heavenly Court have been annihilated? Yao Qing hastily shook his head. It was not destroyed. The Heavenly Court not only did not perish, but grew even more powerful. According to ancient records, the Heavenly Court's strength swelled to an almost inconceivable level in the subsequent ages. No longer satisfied with the spiritual energy of the Central Domain, they employed supreme divine abilities to create an entirely new realm above the Central Domain, called the Celestial Realm. Su Changqing's brow lifted slightly. Yao Qing's voice grew even more subdued. From then on, the Central Domain was divided into 2 realms. The Heavenly Court ascended as a unified entity to the Celestial Realm, while the original Central Domain was deemed the lower realm. They left 3 proxy forces within the lower realm to act as heaven's emissaries, managing all affairs of the Central Domain. These became the present 3 great sacred lands. Su Changqing remained silent for a long while before slowly lifting his teacup. The tea had gone cold, yet he drained it in one gulp. In his eyes, however, a more fervent light blazed. The heroes of this world are indeed as numerous as fish crossing a river. Su Changqing pushed open the courtyard gate, but his steps faltered on the threshold. In the courtyard, Xiao Hanyue was crouched by the pond dressed in a blue and white, celestial robe, its hem casually scattered across the bluestone pavement. She lowered her head, holding a few fresh vegetable leaves in her hand, feeding them one by one to the snow-white, soft-boned rabbit before her. The little rabbit perked up its long ears, its three-lobed mouth munching the leaves with a crisp crunch, shaking its head in delight, utterly absorbed in the feast. Su Changqing watched this scene, an involuntary smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. He opened his mouth to speak, but before the words could emerge, his body lurched violently, and he barely managed to steady himself by gripping the doorframe. A terrifying and savage aura erupted from within him. The immortal-slaying demon body within him stirred, without warning, greedily devouring his sanity. Dark red, demonic energy surged around him like tangible flames, pressing down on the bamboo grove in the courtyard until it rustled loudly. The koi fish in the pond panicked, sank to the bottom, not daring to approach the surface. The little rabbit, terrified by the sudden murderous intent, bristled, all its white fur dropping the leaf from its mouth as it scrambled frantically under the soft cushion in the corner of the pavilion. Cowering and trembling, its long ears pressed flat against its back, its ruby-like eyes filled with fear. Xiao Hanyue stood up, gazing at the man at the door, his white hair disheveled, dark red, demonic energy roiling around him. That murderous intent. It was exactly the same as the night he had gripped her throat. Her body began to tremble instinctively, the memories of that night surging back like a tide. She did not retreat. She saw the expression on Su Changqing's face. After a moment of hesitation, she mustered her courage and stepped forward toward him. Changqing, what's wrong? Her voice trembled, but she forced her steps to stay steady. She reached out her hand, trying to support the swaying Su Changqing. The next moment, Su Changqing jerked his head up. Those blood-red pupils had lost all trace of their usual rationality and tenderness. His aura erupted violently. An invisible shockwave blasted outward in all directions, hurling Xiao Hanyue, who had just stepped close, away with tremendous force. Xiao Hanyue's body tumbled several times in the air before she managed to steady herself. The tying force of her early deity transformation stage automatically protected her, forming a faint lunar barrier around her. She landed beside a stone table, several zhang away, unharmed, but the fear in her heart deepened. It wasn't that she feared being hurt. She feared that Su Changqing might truly lose himself in that crimson abyss, never to return. The relationship between her and Changqing had only just begun to ease. He had finally started treating her kindly, and she didn't want to go back to those first 2 days. Su Changqing's heart was undergoing a fierce struggle. A voice screamed incessantly in his mind. Kill every living being before you, tear everything apart, devour the flesh, grind the bones to dust. It was the most primal urge of the immortal-slaying demon body, a demonic nature he had never been able to fully control over the years. He took a few steps forward, each leaving a deep footprint on the bluestone, his murderous intent so dense it nearly solidified. Then he stopped. Master. Cannot kill, master. That woman was his master, his beloved master. He could kill anyone, but not her. He clenched his teeth so hard they nearly shattered his mouth, filling with the salty metallic taste of blood. Using every ounce of his willpower, he forced the savage, murderous intent down layer by layer. After several breaths, Su Changqing suddenly spat out a mouthful of dark red blood. The blood hit the ground, burning a fist-sized hole into the bluestone, hissing with white smoke. With the spitting of the blood, the terrifying, murderous aura around him rapidly dissipated. The crimson in his eyes slowly faded, returning to their original blood-red hue. At the last moment, he had forcibly reclaimed his sanity, suppressing the turmoil of the immortal-slaying demon body, but not without significant backlash. Ignoring the blood at the corner of his mouth, he flickered and appeared before Xiao Hanyue, bending down to lift her from the ground. His movements were gentle, as if cradling a fragile piece of porcelain. Forgive me, master. Su Changqing's voice was hoarse and low. Come to think of it, he had abducted her to the demon palace, struck her, imprisoned her, yet never uttered an apology. Changqing, what? What is wrong with you? Xiao Hanyue's voice carried a note of panic, clearly shaken by the scene just moments ago. Su Changqing was silent for a moment, as if debating whether to speak, then finally said slowly, I have a constitution. It grants me battle prowess far beyond my cultivation level. But the price is that it causes me to lose control, driving me to slaughter every living thing in sight. He paused, pulling Xiao Hanyue closer in his arms, his voice low and strained. It hasn't flared up in a long time. I thought I had it fully under control. But today it. And you. Now. Xiao Hanyue was tightly held in his embrace, but she didn't struggle, only asked softly. Su Changqing shook his head. It's fine. It's been suppressed. It won't act up again for a while. He looked down at her, gently brushing a stray strand of hair behind her ear. Master, are you all right? Xiao Hanyue shook her head. For some reason, a faint, barely perceptible pain flickered in her eyes. She had seen him spit blood. Hesitating, she raised her trembling hand, using her fingertips to gently wipe the remaining blood from the corner of Su Changqing's mouth. The blood was warm and sticky, searing against her fingertips like a brand. Your injury. Her voice quivered. Rest assured, it's but a mere breeze and frost. Su Changqing held her hand, the one that had wiped his blood, his thumb gently stroking her knuckles. As long as master is unharmed, that's all that matters. Xianxia gazed at his blood-red eyes, now clear once more, and recalled the night he had gripped her throat with those same crimson orbs. A thought suddenly surfaced in her mind. That day when he struck her and choked her, could it also have been because he lost control? If so, then he hadn't truly meant to hurt her. She had always believed that day was Xianxia deliberately humiliating and tormenting her. But if it was merely the madness of the immortal-slaying demon body's loss of control, the demonic nature he had fought with all his might, but couldn't fully suppress, then perhaps some of her resentment these past days had been a misunderstanding. Xianxia was slightly stunned. He had nearly hurt her just now, yet her corruption value had increased instead. Could it be that Master had some peculiar inclination deep down? Perhaps he could explore that direction in the future. Xianxia, let go. Xianxia's voice pulled him from his thoughts. She struggled out of his arms, her cheeks flushed, unable to meet his gaze. Bending down, she patted the dust off her skirt, her voice flustered. I'll go make you something to eat. I'll bring it out. With that, she scrambled out of his embrace and dashed toward the kitchen, her back seeming to flee in panic. Xianxia leaned against the doorframe, watching Xianxia hurry into the kitchen. Master is truly virtuous. Xianxia leaned against the doorframe, gazing at the curling smoke rising from the kitchen, a faint smile playing at the corners of his lips. His master was cooking for him, a scenario he would never have dared to imagine even half a month ago. Yet the smile did not linger for long. He lowered his head to look at his own hands. The demon-slaying immortal body was his greatest trump card, but also his deepest peril. After stepping into the divine transformation stage, he had always believed his control over the demonic body was sufficiently stable. But the sudden loss of control moments ago had severely humbled him. This time luck was on his side. His master was unharmed, and he had forcibly reclaimed his sanity at the last moment. But what of the next time? If the affliction struck while his master was defenseless, the consequences would be unthinkable. When in doubt, consult the system. He murmured in his mind, Tongzi, is there any way to control this demonic body? Ding. Deep thinking in progress. 16 seconds elapsed. Xianxia's lips twitched slightly. Why did that sound so familiar? When the development of the demon-slaying immortal body reaches 90, the host will gain complete control over the physique. At that point, the host can voluntarily enter or exit the berserk state, no longer plagued by passive loss of control. Furthermore, as the host's cultivation level increases, the development of the demon-slaying immortal body will also advance by a certain degree. To accelerate progress, the host may collect and devour various demonic treasures. The primordial demonic chi contained within such treasures can greatly promote the development of the demon-slaying immortal body. Xianxia quickly summoned his attribute panel, his gaze falling on the line at the very bottom. Demon-slaying immortal body development 12. Only 12 development. If he relied solely on cultivation breakthroughs to advance it, he might not even reach 90 by the time he attained the Mahayana stage. Clearly, raising his cultivation alone was far from enough. He would have to actively seek out demonic treasures to devour. He set the thought aside for the moment, suddenly recalling that he still had a certain amount of fortune points. He had been so occupied teasing his master these past few days that he hadn't had time to use them. He opened the system shop, and a dazzling array of items instantly spread before his eyes. Low-grade spiritual treasure Frostfall sword, 800 fortune points. Heaven-grade mid-grade divine ability Tricolor Calamity Light, 9500 fortune points. 5th grade Chi Gathering Pill, 20 fortune points per bottle. To be honest, the cost-performance ratio was quite impressive. The purchasing power was absolutely stellar. He exited the shop interface, his gaze shifting to another option. System lottery, 1000 fortune points for one draw. Xianxia's brows furrowed slightly. 10,000 fortune points. That was no small sum. In the shop, 10,000 points could buy a primordial spiritual treasure or a heaven-grade divine ability technique. Using it for the lottery was far too uncertain. If he drew something good, it would be a great gain. But if he ended up with something worthless, those 10,000 points would be gone like water under the bridge. Yet another thought surfaced in his mind. The items in the shop were stable, but their ceiling was visible. The lottery, however, was different. It had the potential to yield a golden glow. Back in the Luoyun sect days, he often saw Xianxia hiding in the study, secretly drawing welfare lottery tickets from the sect. Before each draw, she would clasp her hands together and murmur incantations. Afterwards, she would either hum a merry tune in delight or slump in disappointment, unable to even eat. Back then, he thought his master looked utterly adorable like that. After a moment's thought, he decided to take the gamble. After all, a certain success guru, who most revered Qin Shi Huang, once said, all in is a kind of wisdom. Besides, fortune points were a renewable resource. He could go out and cut down a dozen or so rash divine transformation cultivators, or if luck was on his side, run into another child of fortune and earn back 10,000 points in no time. With that all in, the moment he pressed confirm, the system roulette began to spin at breakneck speed. Various colors flickered alternately on the wheel. Dim gray, gentle blue, brilliant gold, and a few streaks of chaotic light, whose hues he could not name. The wheel spun faster and faster, the colors blending into a resplendent curtain of light. Then with a sudden halt, a dazzling golden beam shot up from the center of the wheel. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have drawn a mortal wonder. Xianxia looked down at his palm. A jade-green butterfly was resting quietly in his hand. The butterfly was no larger than half a palm, its entire body translucent, with a jade-like texture. Dense runic patterns flowed across its wings. With every gentle flutter, it scattered tiny glowing green specks, like countless minuscule fragments of jade drifting through the air. There was no grade label, only a single concise description of its effect. Immortal wander within 3 breaths, can transport the host, and any person the host is touching to any place the host desires. No matter how far the distance, as long as the host has a clear impression of the location in mind, the ability can be activated. Activating Immortal Wander consumes spiritual energy or demonic essence. The greater the distance, the greater the consumption. Xianxia stared at the jade-green butterfly fluttering silently, in his palm a slow smile spreading across his face. The ends of the earth, the farthest horizons, arrived in an instant. As long as he had a concrete impression, he could go anywhere he wished. This meant no cage could hold him, no enemy could catch him, and no place he wanted to go was beyond his reach. More importantly, it could not only take him away, but also anyone he touched. Whenever he wanted to leave, the path was right beneath his feet. This jade butterfly had no grade, but he believed it was more valuable than any heaven-grade technique or primordial spiritual treasure. 10,000 fortune points, worth every single one. After the meal, Xiaohan cleared away the dishes and walked to the edge of the pond, scattering a handful of feed. Over a dozen koi fish hurried over, competing to peck at it, sending ripples rippling across the water's surface. She crouched down, retrieved the little white rabbit that had been trembling beneath the soft cushions in the pavilion, and gently soothed it for quite some time. Slowly the little rabbit relaxed in her embrace. Its 2 long ears perked back up, and it nuzzled her fingers, as if forgiving her for the earlier fright. Having finished these tasks, she found the spot in the courtyard bathed in the finest moonlight, sat down cross-legged, and began circulating the Tying divine cannon. Tying energy flowed quietly through her meridians like a stream beneath the moon, cool yet warming, utterly different from the sensation she had experienced when cultivating the frost moon art in her previous life. Since switching to the Tying divine cannon and awakening the Tying sacred body, her cultivation speed had far exceeded what it had been before. The divine transformation bottleneck that had trapped her for hundreds of years was suddenly broken through, and the foundation of her early-stage divine transformation was now solidifying at a visibly rapid pace. This impossibly smooth cultivation experience made her feel almost unreal, as though she were caught in a trance. As she circulated the technique, she involuntarily recalled what Xianxia had once told her. Someone tampered with your cultivation method. More than half of your effort each day was wasted. At the time she had been skeptical, but now that her cultivation speed had improved so dramatically after changing her technique, she could no longer ignore the question she had been too afraid to confront. This technique had been personally passed down to her by her master Lu Rian. Could her master have tampered with it? The thought was too heavy, as she could barely follow it past its beginning. When she was 14, her clan suffered a devastating tragedy. Thousands of family members were slaughtered by a group of demonic cultivators. Her father fell in battle. With her last breath, her mother summoned every ounce of remaining strength to activate the family's teleportation array, sending Xiaohan beyond the city walls, where she happened to be rescued by the passing Lu Rian. From that day forward, she became Lu Rian's disciple and cultivated at Luoyan's sect. Lu Rian was extremely strict with her, strict to the point of being harsh. On the day she broke through to Foundation establishment, she excitedly ran to her master to share the good news, but Lu Rian merely glanced at her indifferently and said, "The personal disciple of the neighboring Peak Lord has already reached the Golden Core stage. What is there to be proud of about your Foundation establishment?" Still so young, she could not help but retort, "That senior sister next door is 200 years old while I am only in my teens." Her words earned her a severe scolding for being an ungrateful child who dared to talk back to her master, along with a sharp slap across the face. That slap taught her a vital lesson: submission was the only way to endure less suffering in Lu Rian's presence. From then on, she learned to accept everything meekly, never arguing, never disobeying. Lu Rian's attitude toward her gradually softened, occasionally offering praise and allocating some cultivation resources. She always believed her master was simply cold-natured and not good at expressing herself. A strict teacher produces a diligent disciple. Those scoldings and punishments were ultimately for her own good. She never dared to blame Lu Rian. Deep in her heart, she had always regarded her master as her savior. If not for Lu Rian's chance passing through that desolate wilderness back, then she would long since have been caught and killed by the demonic cultivators, left with nothing but bones. Yet when she took Xianxia as her disciple, she never considered treating him the way Lu Rian had treated her. When he slacked off and refused to cultivate, she would merely put on a stern face and lecture him, then secretly slip him pills behind his back. When he caused trouble, she would talk about punishing him, but in the end she only made him copy the cultivation incantations a few extra times. Because she had endured the rain, she wanted to hold an umbrella for others. She hoped her disciple could grow up in the sunlight rather than learning to obey through cold rain. But she had failed utterly. The disciple she had personally raised had become a demonic cultivator feared throughout the entire eastern region. He had captured her and intended to keep her by his side forever. Meanwhile, the master she most revered might be the true culprit who had tampered with her cultivation method and prevented her from advancing for hundreds of years. With this truth laid bare before her, her heart felt as though two hands were tearing it in opposite directions, causing pain so intense she could hardly breathe. Lost in her cultivation and tangled thoughts, she did not realize how much time had passed. When she finally opened her eyes again, the bright moon hung high in the sky and the night was still and silent. She did not open her eyes because her cultivation had ended, but because a pair of strong arms had already lifted her from the ground and held her securely in an embrace. Master, take your time. There is no need to push yourself so hard. Su Xianxia supported her lower back with one hand and gently stroked her head with the other, his tone as if coaxing a child who refused to sleep. Looking down at her, a familiar roguish grin playing on his lips, he said, "Cultivation can wait until tomorrow. For now it is time to return to our room." Xiaohanyu's cheeks flushed instantly. Before she could say anything, Su Xianxia had already carried her into the bedroom and gently placed her on the bed. He then climbed onto the bed, wrapped his long arms around her, and buried his face in her neck, taking a deep breath. That faint orchid fragrance filled his nostrils, and Su Xianxia closed his eyes in satisfaction. His master's fragrance was always so delightful, he could never grow tired of it no matter how many times he inhaled it. Xiaohanyu sighed, helplessly allowing herself to be held. This former disciple was now openly clutching her in his arms and sniffing deeply, a behavior that would be considered utterly depraved anywhere else. A disciple kidnapping his master, imprisoning her in the courtyard, embracing her every night, and snuggling into her fragrance at every opportunity. But what could she do? She could not resist. She could not win a fight, she could not escape, and she dared not scold him. All she could do was obediently nestle in the arms of her former disciple and serve as a large pillow. Watching Xiaohanyu's completely submissive demeanor, Su Xianxia felt ever more satisfied. His master was so well-behaved that he did not even want to harm her. Yes, exactly like this. Let his master gradually become his exclusive possession. Let her grow accustomed to his embrace, his scent, everything about him, until she could never imagine life without him. Lost in these thoughts, a crimson glow began to shimmer in his eyes, standing out sharply in the dim bedroom. Xiaohanyu, held in his embrace, happened to look up and directly met those eerie red eyes. She paused, her heart sinking. Wait, tonight she had been perfectly obedient. Why was he displaying that red glow again? Had she done something wrong? Hesitating, she spoke timidly and carefully. Why are your eyes red? Are you not feeling well? Su Xianxia looked down at her, his expression momentarily frozen in a subtle manner. He was a late-stage divine transformation cultivator at the very peak of his condition, and she was asking if he was unwell. I am a late-stage divine transformation cultivator, and you think my health is poor, eh? His tone carried a mix of exasperation and amusement. You cannot defeat me. Do you believe that? Xiaohanyu opened her mouth, wanting to argue, but the words circled on her tongue and were ultimately swallowed back down. Very well, she truly could not defeat him. Even with the Taiyan's sacred body awakened and her cultivation breaking through to early-stage divine transformation, her current strength was still pitifully insufficient. Never mind, she would not dwell on it. She pressed her lips together, buried her face in his chest, and mumbled, "Let us sleep." Su Xianxia looked down at this pitiful yet restrained appearance in his arms, chuckling softly as he drew her closer. What she did not know was that even if her attitude improved, Su Xianxia's possessiveness toward her would not diminish in the slightest. He wished to lock her by his side for 24 hours every single day. The first dual cultivation session with the Taiyan sacred body would yield the most remarkable results. He needed to choose a moment blessed by timing, circumstance, and harmony, and prepare thoroughly. He rested his chin atop Xiaohanyu's hair and closed his eyes. Moonlight filtered through the window lattice, falling upon the two embracing figures as they slept, casting their twisted yet tender bond in an ever more intimate light. In the dead of night, Su Xianxia had already fallen into a deep slumber, his breathing steady and measured, yet his arm remained firmly locked around her waist, never loosening even in his dreams. But Xiaohanyu opened her eyes. She gazed at the face so close to hers. Under the moonlight, Su Xianxia's sleeping visage was tranquil and handsome, his white hair scattered across the pillow, his lashes casting faint shadows upon his eyelids. Gone was the oppressive aura of his blood-red pupils from the day at this moment, he bore a faint resemblance to the youth of years past. A trace of hesitation flickered within her heart. The Taiyan's sacred body had granted her a unique ability. Using the soul as a guide and sincerity as a bridge, she could delve into the depths of another's memories and glimpse the past buried by time. But the prerequisite was that the two must truly love each other. She had always told herself that she could never love Su Xianxia. He was a demon, a rebellious disciple, a madman who had imprisoned her. How could she possibly love someone like him? Yet when she saw him coughing up blood today, her heart felt as if something had violently clenched it. And when he forced a smile and said it was nothing, she only wanted to wipe the blood from the corner of his lips. What this feeling was, she already had a vague answer, but she dared not acknowledge it. At the same time, she was afraid. But what was she afraid of? Afraid that she could not enter his memories, which would mean there was no true love between them. That was what she feared. She feared that her stirring emotions were merely an illusion of her own delusion, that Su Xianxia's tenderness and protection were only the novelty of a toy which would fade once he grew tired, and he would cast her aside. If she succeeded, at least it would prove that Su Xianxia's feelings for her were genuine. Recalling the sight of him spitting blood during the day, she took a deep breath, calming her turbulent heart, and finally raised her hand, her fingertip gently brushing against Su Changqing's brow. A gentle stream of Tying power flowed from her fingertip, warm and cool, like the essence of moonlight. In the next instant, she felt her soul gently pulled from her body by a soft force, and then everything went black before her eyes, plunging her into the depths of Su Changqing's memories. She had succeeded. A faint, crooked smile tugged at the corner of Su Changqing's lips in his sleep. He had actually woken up the moment Xiao Hanyue raised her hand. But he didn't move, nor did he stop her. This foolish master, she actually wanted to use this method to see his memories. He had originally not wanted her to know about that past. His memories held no beautiful places. Yet since she was so curious, let her see. That she could successfully enter his memories meant she already had a place for him in her heart. Didn't that prove that his master had already fallen for him? He gently tightened his arm around her waist, holding Xiao Hanyue, whose soul had left her body and now lay limp against him, more securely, and continued to sleep. After an unknown time, Xiao Hanyue slowly opened her eyes. Before her was a cliff, jagged rocks scattered at the edge, a bottomless abyss below. Chilling air surged from the valley, freezing the grass and trees at the cliff's edge into icicles. This was the Hanyuan Valley of the Luoyun sect, the coldest place in the eastern domain, and also the execution ground where the sect dealt with traitors and serious offenders. Dozens of Luoyun sect elders surrounded the cliff edge, forming an impenetrable ring: the law enforcement elder, the transmission elder, the peak masters, and at the forefront the sect leader's son Li Feng, who stood with folded arms and a sneering smile. And at the center of them all stood Su Changqing. He wore the green Taoist robe of a Luoyun sect disciple, his frame much slighter than the cultivators around him, and his face still bore the youthful innocence of a boy. He was 9 parts similar to the Su Changqing of today. The same eyes, the same features, only without those blood-red pupils and that murderous aura. He was only 20 years old, with a cultivation base at Foundation establishment, surrounded by dozens of nascent soul and divine transformation elders, as weak as a fawn encircled by a pack of wolves. His eyes were bewildered and helpless, yet they held a stubborn defiance, his fists clenched tightly. Su Changqing, do you know your crimes? The law enforcement elder's voice boomed like a great bell, shaking icicles from the cliff edge. Stealing the young master's cultivation technique. You deserve death. The transmission elder interjected coldly, his gaze like that upon a corpse. I suspect he is a spy and traitor planted by the demonic sect in our Luoyun sect. Another elder shouted harshly. One after another they piled accusations upon him, not even giving him a chance to speak in his defense. Stealing techniques, betraying the sect, colluding with the demonic path. Each crime was enough to kill him 10 times over. The young Su Changqing stood amidst the crowd, his lips moving, his voice hoarse and faint. I didn't steal any technique. I'm not a spy. He had explained many times from the moment he was caught, but no one listened. They only stared at him coldly, as if watching a futile struggle of an ant before death. A layer of despair gradually clouded his eyes. He finally understood. They didn't need the truth at all, they simply wanted him dead. Su Changqing, do you have anything to say? The law enforcement elder asked one last time, his hand already resting on the sword at his waist. The young Su Changqing raised his head, looking at the lofty elders before him, at the smug smile on Li Feng's lips. He suddenly laughed. Ha 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 ha. No more words. Please strike quickly. The moment the words fell, a flash of sword light pierced his chest. The flying sword from the law enforcement elder's fingertip bored through his heart, impaling his body and sending a spray of hot blood into the air. The young Su Changqing's body stiffened violently. He looked down at the bloody hole in his chest, blood gushing out and staining his faded disciple robe. Then he fell backward onto the cold cliff stone. No. Changqing. Xiao Hanyue rushed forward like a madwoman, trying to throw herself onto Su Changqing, to press down on the spurting wound in his chest, to do anything. But her body passed through his, through everyone. Her hands could grasp nothing. She was merely a bystander, unable to do a thing. She knelt beside the stone where the young Su Changqing had fallen, her hands clawing futilely at the cold surface, tears blurring her vision. No one noticed her, for this was merely a memory, something that had already happened. She could only watch helplessly, unable even to wipe the blood from his face. Li Feng stepped forward from the crowd, his posture leisurely, as if admiring a masterpiece he had crafted himself. He crouched down, grabbed the dying Su Changqing lying in a pool of blood, and leaned in close, whispering, so only the two of them could hear, a lowlife like you with no power or background doesn't deserve to stay by immortal Zhao's side. Only someone like me, a dragon among men, is worthy of her. With that he released his grip and, like discarding unwanted trash, threw Su Changqing into the Hanyuan Valley. The young boy's body plummeted into the boundless abyss, swiftly swallowed by the chilling mist surging from the valley floor, vanishing without a trace. Xiao Hanyue knelt at the cliff's edge, staring at the vanishing figure in the mist, her entire body trembling violently. Her Changqing, her disciple who used to circle around her, calling master who would obediently wait outside her cave dwelling after her training sessions to hand her a handkerchief. They had treated him like this, pierced his heart, thrown him into the Hanyuan Valley, denied him even a chance to defend himself. She had always thought she was the victim. She resented Su Changqing for becoming a demon, resented that he had fallen to the demonic path, resented him for imprisoning her in this courtyard. But she had never thought about why he had become like this. He had once been a good child, the most obedient, the most diligent, the kindest disciple in the entire Luoyun sect. It was the Luoyun sect that had turned him into what he was now. Ugh! Xiao Hanyue collapsed by the cliff, tears streaming from her eyes like a broken dam. Her Xianxia, her disciple who had hesitated even to kill a spirit rabbit, had been pierced through the heart with a sword and thrown into the bottomless abyss. And where was she at that time? She was in seclusion. She didn't know how long he had waited in the icy wilderness of Hanyuan Valley, waiting for her, to save him, waiting for his master to bring him home. But she never came. She would never come. A brilliant flash of light surged, and the bitterly cold cliff before her vanished instantly. Xiao Huanyue hadn't even managed to wipe away her tears when she found herself standing in an entirely unfamiliar place. The chill here was far more merciless than on the cliff above, so severe that each breath crystallized into ice shards before it could escape. Above, the sky lay suffocated by layers of freezing mist, its gray expanse utterly devoid of any light. Beneath her feet lay glaciers millennia old and unyielding, while sheer ice walls rose like blades around the valley, sealing it off from the world like a prison of frozen stone. Piercing winds howled through the valley all year round, and a foundation establishment cultivator who fell here would freeze to death in less than half a day. The very depths of the cold abyss valley. And before her, Su Changqing lay sprawled upon the ice. His body was curled into a tight ball, and the bloody wound where the flying sword had pierced through his chest was horrifying to behold. The blood welling from the wound hadn't even had time to spread before the freezing air turned it into dark red ice crystals, encasing half of his body in a thin layer of blood ice. His lips had turned purple, and his complexion was so pale it was nearly translucent, with white frost coating his eyelashes. He lay completely motionless, indistinguishable from a corpse. Xiao Huanyue knelt beside him and reached out to touch his face to brush the frost from his lashes, but her fingers passed straight through his skin, meeting only empty air. She was powerless to do anything. Why? Why treat her Changqing this way? What had he done wrong? He was merely a foundation establishment disciple, just a youth who had barely reached 20. He had never stolen anything, never harmed anyone, and he worked harder and showed more obedience than any other disciple at Luoyun sect. Yet they had pierced his heart and cast him into this living tomb. She knelt upon the ice, her vision blurred by tears. She could feel her emotions teetering on the edge of collapse. She hurriedly reminded herself in her heart. This was only memory, something that had already happened. Changqing had not died, he had survived. He was now a great demonic cultivator at the late stage of soul transformation, alive and well. And he had even brought himself back. Yet even so, watching the youth lying in a pool of blood before her, her heart felt as though it were being carved out knife after knife. Just as she was about to be crushed by this overwhelming grief, a surge of dark red demonic energy erupted from Su Changqing's body without warning. The demonic energy was thick as ink, radiating a brutal and ancient aura, slowly enveloping the grotesque bloody wound at his chest. Then a miracle occurred. The pierced heart, wrapped in the demonic energy, began to mend itself bit by bit. New flesh and blood grew at a visibly rapid pace, severed blood vessels reconnected, and that gruesome wound was slowly closing. After an indefinite amount of time, Su Changqing opened his eyes. They were blood red now, no longer the clear black pupils of that youth from years past. His irises resembled an abyss soaked in fresh blood. He slowly rose from the ice, his movements stiff and awkward. He staggered a few times as he stood, catching himself against the nearby ice wall to steady his balance. He raised his head, his glowing red eyes fixed upon the sky above, shrouded in cold mist. Only drifting snow fell from above. Snowflakes settled on his face, quickly melting from his body heat into water that traced down his cheeks like silent tears. He gazed at that sky, at the direction from which the snow descended. That was the direction of Luoyun sect. His voice raspy, he erupted into a manic laugh. I swear this is my final desperate struggle in this life. From this day forward only, I will make others fight their final struggles. Let the 5 realms bear witness, ha! With those words, he contained the surging demonic energy around him. He had to survive. He could not die. Absolutely not. There were still grudges, unsettled obsessions he had yet to release. He would slaughter his way to Luoyun sect, dragging each person who had pierced his heart and cast him into the abyss, into hell, one by one. He took his first steps, staggering toward the valley's depths. He needed to find a way out of this ice prison, out of this hell. Xiao Huanyue rose to her feet, wiped away her tears, and followed silently behind him. She didn't understand why she was following. Perhaps because she could not touch him and could only watch. Or perhaps she simply wanted to stay by his side, even if only in memory, walking this hardest path with him. The bitter winds of the cold abyss valley howled ceaselessly, freezing Su Changqing's body again and again, only for him to shatter each layer of ice with surging demonic energy. Between each cycle of freezing and shattering, his skin would tear into fine bloody wounds, then rapidly mend by demonic energy, only to freeze and crack again, endlessly repeating like an unending execution by 1,000 cuts. Though Xiao Huanyue could not feel this torment, watching his back made her heart feel as though something were grasping it tightly, stealing her breath with pain. He must have been in agony, yet he could only grit his teeth and keep moving, keep living. She did not know how many days had passed in the lightless valley. Even time itself had lost all meaning. Xianxia finally discovered a hidden fissure in the ice wall, a narrow passage to the outside world so constricted that only one person could squeeze through sideways. The moment he stepped beyond the cold abyss valley's boundaries, the natural suppression of the valley lifted, and the demonic energy within him erupted violently, his golden core cultivation released without restraint. He launched himself into the air, soaring at the speed of a golden core cultivator, 10 li in an instant, without so much as a backward glance. Xianxia discovered that her perspective remained perfectly synced with Xianxia's. No matter how fast he flew, she followed steadily behind him. After flying who knew how many thousands of li, Xianxia finally came to a halt at the edge of a vast mountain range. His gaze fell upon something not far ahead. There lay a small town, a town being slaughtered. An ominous crimson evil array hung over the settlement, flames spreading in every direction, thick smoke billowing into the sky. Screams of terror, cries of anguish, and the thunderous roar of collapsing buildings intertwined. Even from this distance, every sound rang out with chilling clarity. 3 gray figures hovered in the sky, their faces alight with exhilaration as they looked down upon the devastation below. They radiated an intense aura of bloodlust and resentment, utterly unlike ordinary demonic cultivators. These were evil cultivators, those who specifically slaughtered mortals, drawing upon the vital essence and souls of living beings to fuel their cultivation. Their leader stood at the peak of foundation establishment, while the other 2 were at the midstage. Together the 3 channeled their power into the massive, blood-colored formation, systematically draining the life essence from hundreds of thousands of townspeople inch by inch. Xianxia stood atop the ridge, gazing at the town shrouded in flames and bloodlight, a flicker of hesitation crossing his face. He had just crawled out of the cold abyss valley. His breath was unsteady, his wounds still raw, and the demonic energy in his dantian continued to churn restlessly. He needed time to heal, needed to put distance between himself and Luo Yunsek's territory as quickly as possible. There was no reason to provoke trouble here. Yet his gaze remained locked on that town, his ears strained by the screams and wails carried on the wind. The sounds were too piercing, as though someone were scraping his bones with a blade. He clenched his jaw and moved. He leapt from the ridge, leaving a dark afterimage streaking through the air as he plummeted straight toward the town. The 3 evil cultivators hovering above were consumed by euphoria at their impending breakthrough when their leader suddenly felt a jolt of dread and whipped his head around to stare into the distance. A powerful golden core presence was closing in at terrifying speed, wreathed in unconcealed killing intent that sent a cold sweat breaking across his back. Damn it, golden core, run! He bellowed, abandoning the formation in his desperation to flee. But how could his speed possibly match that of a golden core cultivator? Xianxia materialized beside him like a wraith. With no flourish, no wasted movement, he simply threw a punch. The shockwave shattered his protective spiritual barrier and his entire upper body alike, reducing him to a mist of blood and gore. The remaining 2 foundation establishment evil cultivators, terrified out of their wits, fled in separate directions with all their might. Xianxia did not even glance their way. With a flick of his hand, demonic energy coalesced into 2 massive palms, swatting them both out of the air like flies. His 5 fingers closed, clenched, and 2 bursts of blood mist exploded simultaneously, without even a scream. Xianxia stood on a distant rooftop, watching Xianxia slowly descend from the sky. He shook the blood from his hand, glanced back at the survivors in the small town, mortals who were tremblingly emerging from the rubble, then turned and flew into the distance, never looking back. Xianxia gazed at that receding figure, suddenly feeling that Xianxia had changed yet also remained the same. He was steeped in demonic energy, drenched in blood, killing without a blink, punching a foundation establishment evil cultivator to death as effortlessly as crushing an ant. When he passed by this town, he could have taken a detour, could have ignored it entirely, but he didn't. He hesitated for a moment, then charged in. To see injustice and draw one's blade to help. This was a principle she had once taught him. Back then he was a child less than 10 years old. She held his little hand while writing on the sand table, telling him that cultivators must harbor kindness in their hearts, must not bully the weak, and must not stand by when others are dying. He had not forgotten. Even after his heart was pierced in Hanyuan Valley, even after being abandoned by everyone, even when he was covered in demonic energy, he still had not forgotten. Xianxia watched Xianxia's distant back, and tears streamed down her face once again. But this time the tears carried not sorrow but a complex emotion she herself could not define. Xianxia descended from the sky and shattered the evil formation barrier that shrouded the town with a single punch. The dark red formation light scattered like shattered glass, and the blood-colored runes that were extracting the souls of the living let out a piercing wail before collapsing entirely. He landed on a half-collapsed rooftop, his body swaying slightly, a trace of dark red blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. He wiped it away with his hand, leaving a sticky smear across his knuckles. His physical wounds had never truly healed. The piercing wound in his chest from climbing out of Hanyuan Valley had barely closed. After traveling tens of thousands of li, his spiritual energy was long since depleted, and now he forced himself to kill 3 evil cultivators. His entire body ached, every bone screamed in agony. If not for the annihilating immortal demon body sustaining his life, he would already be dead. He took a deep breath to suppress the surging blood in his chest, then turned to leave. He could not stay here long. Thank you, immortal master. A trembling voice came from behind. Then, like a chain reaction, the surviving mortals from the ruined town crawled out of their hiding places, knelt before him, and kowtowed, shouting, "We pay our respects to the immortal." Tears of survival still glistened on their faces, their eyes filled with awe and gratitude. Su Xianxia glanced at them, nodded slightly, said nothing, and turned to leave. Just then a thunderous roar came from afar. "Bold, evil cultivator." Before the words faded, a blade ray 1,000 zhang long descended from the clouds, carrying the overwhelming spiritual energy of a golden core cultivator, and slashed at his back. Caught off guard, Su Xianxia had only crawled out of Hanyuan Valley a few days ago. His entire body was battered. The annihilating immortal demon body was constantly repairing his flesh, but after traveling tens of thousands of li and killing 3 evil cultivators, his reaction was a beat too slow. The blade struck his back solidly, sending him plunging from the rooftop into the ground, plowing a trench hundreds of zhang long. He landed exactly in the residential area of the town. Half the town's houses collapsed in the shockwave of the blade. The mortals who had just been kneeling to him hadn't even time to scream before being swallowed by rubble and blade energy. Xianxia stood amid the ruins, everything passing through her ethereal body, unable to do anything. Why had another accident happened? Her Xianxia had just saved people. Why was he being struck again? She looked up at the 4 figures slowly descending from the sky. 4 golden core cultivators. The leader was the strongest at the mid-golden core stage. They wore identical uniforms, the insignia of a righteous orthodox sect. They had been watching from a distance, witnessing everything, Su Xianxia killing the 3 evil cultivators and breaking the evil formation. The mid-golden core leader looked down at Su Xianxia, who had been smashed into the ruins, a mocking smile curling at the corner of his mouth. The 4 of them were righteous enforcers on patrol nearby, who had sensed the evil cultivators setting up a formation to massacre the town and hurried over. They had intended to kill the evil cultivators and claim the credit, exchanging it for cultivation resources back at the sect, but an unexpected obstacle had appeared. But it didn't matter. They had discovered that Su Xianxia was using demonic energy. He was a demon cultivator. Even if he had killed evil cultivators, so what? They could report him as an evil cultivator too and claim an even greater reward. After all, his cultivation was far higher than the 3 Foundation establishment evil cultivators. A golden core demon cultivator's bounty was not low. Su Xianxia stood up from the rubble. His white hair was scattered over his shoulders, his robe largely torn by the blade energy, revealing the still unhealed hideous wound on his chest. He looked up at the 4 golden core cultivators hovering arrogantly above, his eyes devoid of emotion, and spoke calmly. "I am not an evil cultivator. The evil cultivators have already been slain by me. I was saving people." Xianxia could sense he was struggling to suppress something. "Oh, you're not an evil cultivator." The mid-golden core leader drawled in a mocking tone, as if toying with a prey already trapped. He turned to his companion, deliberately raising his voice, while pointing with 2 fingers and laughing. "He says that someone who uses demonic energy is not an evil cultivator." Ha ha ha. The 4 of them laughed uproariously in the air, their laughter harsh and arrogant. When the laughter subsided, the mid-golden core suddenly shifted his gaze to the surviving mortals in the ruins, his tone deceptively gentle and majestic. "What happened here?" The mortals, just recovering from the shock of the blade's aftermath, saw more immortals descending and immediately knelt in terror, shouting, "We pay our respects to the immortals." The mid-golden core asked again, his gaze flickering over Su Xianxia. "Who exactly slaughtered your town?" His finger pointed vaguely at Su Xianxia. The mortals followed his gaze and saw Su Xianxia standing in the ruins, covered in blood and still wreathed in lingering demonic energy. They knew nothing of good versus evil. They only knew that when that blade struck down, half the town was gone. They only knew that the 4 immortal masters before them held swords and radiated authority, while the white-haired youth wreathed in demonic energy, certainly looked like an evil cultivator. They were just ordinary mortals wanting only to survive. It was him. A survivor raised a trembling finger pointing at Su Xianxia. "He is the evil cultivator. He wanted to sacrifice our entire town." As if they had found a scapegoat, someone to blame for this unprovoked disaster, more and more mortals began to chime in. It's him, he's the evil cultivator. Immortal masters, please slay this demon." Finally they knelt again, kowtowing to the 4 golden core cultivators in the sky. "Thank you, immortal masters, for saving us." The mid-golden core leader nodded in satisfaction, turned to Su Xianxia, spread his hands, and his smile grew even brighter. "See, they all say you're the evil cultivator." Xianxia stood in the ruins, trembling violently. Shameless, too shameless. Those righteous golden core cultivators had clearly seen him kill the evil cultivators, knew he had saved the entire town, yet, because they had been robbed of the credit, they wanted him dead. What made it even more unbearable was the mortals. Her Xianxia had saved them at the cost of his own critically injured body, yet before true power they turned on him and accused him of being an evil cultivator. He who gathers firewood for the masses is betrayed by the masses. Her Xianxia had saved them, and they wished him dead. She clenched her fists, her nails digging deep into her palms, tears blurring her vision. But she could do nothing. Su Changqing stood amidst the ruins gazing at the mortals who had just been kneeling at his feet shouting, "Thank you, immortal master," but now pointed fingers at him calling him a heretic cultivator. He then looked up at the 4 golden core cultivators in the sky. They were preparing a sword formation intending to slay him here, and take his head back to their sect for a reward. This was the righteous path. This was what he had once aspired to become. This was the reward for his master's teaching to always harbor benevolent thoughts. He laughed, then the laughter grew louder and more resounding, shaking the rubble in the ruins until the stones trembled. The immortal-slaying demon body within him erupted into full rebellion at this moment. The anger pent up for days, the despair of betrayal, the agony of a pierced heart. All of it transformed into blazing demonic flames. Ha 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 ha. What matters the righteous path? What matters the demonic path? Before the Tao I knelt for 3,000 years, turning back to the mortal world. I refuse to be an immortal. He laughed uproariously to the heavens, his eyes blazing with blood-red light, while demonic chi erupted from his body, like an uncontrolled storm enveloping the ruins for thousands of zhang in a dark crimson blood mist. A ferocious aura from the primordial ages erupted from within him, the deepest power of the immortal-slaying demon body, the forbidden force he had desperately suppressed for days. The 4 golden core cultivators in the sky changed countenance drastically and hastily activated the sword formation they had already prepared. Countless sword energies converged into a massive wheel of swords carrying the full spiritual power of the 4, crushing down towards Su Changqing. Su Changqing lifted his eyes. The light in his blood-red pupils had transformed into 2 blood suns. He threw a punch. The sword formation jointly deployed by the 4 golden core cultivators collapsed like paper before his fist force, shattering inch by inch with sword energies scattering and splashing, cutting another layer off the already ruined town. The next instant his figure appeared before one of the cultivators at the early golden core stage. His hand, shrouded in blood mist like a demonic claw, seized the opponent's throat. His 5 fingers closed and twisted, and the head was wrenched off the neck like a ripe fruit. Blood gushed from the severed opening, turning into a mist in the air. The remaining 3 turned pale instantly. They wanted to retreat, but it was too late. Su Changqing spread his arms, and a low voice rumbled from the depths of his throat like a judgment from the 9 nether hell. When yin and yang are thrown into chaos, I shall dye the azure sky with my demon blood. This move is but one word: kill. As the words fell, the ground for dozens of li around him simultaneously cracked open, and countless streams of dark red blood water gushed from the fissures instantly, turning the entire town into a surging sea of blood. The moment the 3 golden core cultivators were engulfed by the blood sea, the protective spiritual light on their bodies melted away like snow before a raging fire. Their magical artifacts emitted piercing corrosive sounds in the blood sea. The spiritual light extinguished inch by inch. Dense rust spots appeared on the surfaces, and then they shattered into scrap metal. They screamed in terror, their voices filled with despair and disbelief. How could a severely wounded, dying golden core demon cultivator be this powerful? The blood sea surged, completely submerging the 3. Their physical bodies dissolved in the blood water, and their souls turned to ash in the blood light, leaving no chance for reincarnation. Only a few strings of bubbles remained in the blood sea. Even the screams were drowned beneath the rolling waves. The surviving mortals in the town screamed in terror, their voices hoarse. A demon lord has appeared. Run! They scrambled to flee out of the town, some stumbling and being trampled by companions, others crying and burrowing into the ruins. Su Changqing merely cast a faint glance at them. These were the people he had saved, yet they had accused him of being a heretic cultivator. These were the people for whom he had stopped in the biting wind, yet they had pushed him out as a scapegoat before the blade. He had only wanted to save them. Truly, he had only wanted to save them. Suddenly, he felt very weary. The still unhealed scar on his chest began to ache faintly, more painful than a knife wound. He raised his hand and waved it gently. The blood sea surged toward the town silently. After 3 breaths, not a trace of life remained in the entire town. Only a dark red ruin soaked in blood lay quietly under the moonlight, as if no one had ever lived there. Su Changqing stood in the center of the blood sea, his white hair stained dark red by the blood mist, his robes flapping loudly. He lowered his head and looked at his bloodstained hands for a long time. Then he turned around and walked step by step into the distance, his figure gradually swallowed by the night. Ding Xiaohuanyua's corruption value has reached 33. The system prompt suddenly sounded in his mind, making Su Changqing, who had just awakened, slightly stunned. He hadn't fully opened his eyes, his consciousness still half asleep, but this number was like a bucket of clear water splashed on his face instantly, sobering him up. 33. It had jumped directly from 27 to 33, a full increase of 6 percentage points. Such a leap of 6 was unprecedented. Su Changqing didn't know what Xiaohuanyua had actually seen in his memories. Last night, she had entered the depths of his memories with her divine soul. Although he sensed that he didn't pry into which specific fragment she experienced. But he supposed it couldn't be anything pleasant. There were not many pleasant fragments in his past. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the Yingtian 2. Yingtian 2, it can detect the emergence of great opportunities throughout the entire world. The Shenhuang realm is vast and boundless. When ordinary opportunities emerge, even with celestial phenomena, they are only visible within the nearby area. But the Yingtian too can observe the complete picture of the world. Wherever a great opportunity appears, it will manifest on the map. Su Changqing examined the Yingtian too in his mind. The description was very brief, only a few words, but the value it contained was astonishingly great. The Shenhuang realm was too vast. Just the eastern domain alone had taken him 300 years of struggling, and he was far from having traversed it all, let alone the entire Shenhuang realm. Many great opportunities, when they appear, do create celestial phenomena, but they often only affect a radius of tens of thousands of li. By the time you sense it and rush over, it's already too late. But the Yingtian too provides a full map view. No matter which corner of the Shenhuang realm a great opportunity appears, it can be detected at the first moment. This thing came just in time. What he lacked most now was resources. With the Yingtian too, all opportunities in the world are within his grasp. Xianxia, who was lying beside him, suddenly stirred and let out a faint murmur. Su Changqing immediately closed his eyes, adjusted his breathing, and pretended to be still asleep. Xianxia slowly opened her eyes. A few lingering teardrops still clung to her eyelashes, and her vision was blurred for a moment before gradually clearing. The last image in her memory was Su Changqing unleashing the nether blood sea, engulfing the entire town, then turning and walking alone into the night. She wanted to continue watching, but the power of the Tian sacred body had been exhausted. To enter his memories again, she would have to wait at least until next month. She raised a hand to touch her own face that was cold and wet. Somehow she was already drenched in tears. She didn't know why she felt so sad. Those events had happened 300 years ago, and Su Changqing was alive and well now. Yet she couldn't control her grief. Her Changqing, her disciple who used to hesitate even to kill a chicken, had gone through so much. She turned over, gently rolling off Su Changqing to the other side of the bed. Then she reached out and tightly embraced him. Her heart ached so fiercely, as if someone were squeezing it with a vice, making it hard to breathe. At the same time, an overwhelming wave of guilt drowned her. Why had she gone into seclusion? If she hadn't gone into seclusion that year, if she hadn't left him, he wouldn't have been framed by Li Feng, wouldn't have been pierced through the heart by the law enforcement elder, and wouldn't have been thrown into the Hanyuan Valley. When Changqing was at his weakest and needed her most, she failed to protect him. She was a failed master. Tears silently streamed down her cheeks, soaking the front of Su Changqing's robes. She buried her face in the hollow of his shoulder, holding him tightly, as if afraid that if she let go, he would vanish again into that icy wasteland. Su Changqing felt the delicate, trembling body in his arms, and finally stopped feigning sleep. He reached out and pulled her into his embrace, one arm around her waist, the other gently caressing her cheek, his thumb wiping away her tears. He lowered his head, his voice gentle and low. "Why are you crying?" The moment he spoke, Xianxia cried even harder. She knew she shouldn't cry in front of Su Changqing, but she couldn't help it. Tears poured out like a burst dam, soaking his clothes and her own cheeks. She opened her mouth to speak, but only a string of broken sobs came out. Su Changqing rubbed his forehead, looking helpless. What on earth had Master seen to make her cry so bitterly? He wasn't good at comforting people. He couldn't just stab whatever had upset her with his spear like he would an enemy. He could only pull the blanket over them, wrapping them both together. Inside the blanket, it was dark, with only their breathing and heartbeats close at hand. "Don't cry." He reached out to wipe her tears, his movements very gentle, a stark contrast to his usual ferocity. He slightly lowered his head, his forehead almost touching hers, and asked again with concern, "Is something on your mind?" Xianxia dared not meet his eyes. She buried her face in his chest, her voice muffled and thick with tears. "No. I just had a nightmare." She didn't dare tell him that she had entered his memories. Su Changqing's hand under the blanket landed accurately on her with a crisp slap. Not being honest. His voice carried a hint of helplessness, but he didn't press further. Since she didn't want to say, he let it go. Slapped. Xianxia let out a muffled whimper, but didn't protest as usual. She only buried her face deeper into his chest, her hands clutching the fabric of his back tightly. Moonlight streamed through the window lattice, casting a tranquil silver glow over the two sleeping in each other's arms. Sunlight poured through the window onto the bed. Su Changqing slowly opened his eyes. His arm instinctively reached out beside him, but grasped nothing. He sat up abruptly. The space beside him was empty, leaving only a cool sheet where Xianxia had lain. A flash of bloodshot light flickered in his eyes. Throwing off the blanket, he strode toward the door. Had she left? What did it mean to leave at this moment? But she was neither on the bed nor in the room. Su Changqing pushed open the door. Then he stopped. In the courtyard, Xianxia was carrying a bowl of hot porridge from the kitchen. Steam rose from the bowl, shrouding her face in a veil of mist. She wore a simple white dress and an apron, her hair casually tied in a bun, looking no different from an ordinary wife who gets up early to cook porridge for her husband. When she saw Su Changqing standing barefoot at the door, the residual bloodshot light still flickering in his eyes, she was stunned for a moment, then understood everything. Changqing thought she had run away. The moment he opened his eyes and didn't see her, his first thought was that she had left. Her hand holding the porridge bowl tightened slightly, a complex feeling rising in her heart. Had he become this sensitive? Having lost too much, even something as trivial as her getting up early to cook could make him this tense. "I just cooked the porridge," she said, walking to the stone table and gently setting down the bowl. The bloodshot light in Su Changqing's eyes slowly faded. He walked to the stone table, sat down, lifted the bowl, and took a sip. The porridge was mixed with minced fish and several warming medicinal herbs, perfectly seasoned and smooth on the palate. After taking 2 sips, he set down the bowl and suddenly reached out to take Xiao Hanyue's hand. Her hand was cool, still damp from washing vegetables, and it trembled slightly in his grasp, but didn't pull away. The porridge is good. Su Changqing paused, then added, "Next time you wake up, call me." Xiao Hanyue sat down across from him, watching him finish the bowl of porridge, and felt an inexplicable warmth in her heart. She didn't know what her feelings for Su Changqing were now. Was it master-disciple affection, guilt, sympathy, or something else? She only knew that she never wanted to see him hurt again, never wanted to see him lose control, never wanted to see that bloodshot look in his eyes. She also wanted to enter his memories again next month to finish what she hadn't seen. But this matter must never be discovered. Xiao Hanyue dutifully gathered the dishes and brought them to the sink to wash. With her head bowed, a few locks of hair slipped from behind her ears, veiling half her face. While washing the dishes, she silently reaffirmed to herself. This was only a temporary submission meant to lull this demon into complacency. She was not truly resigned to her fate. Yet her hands did not stop as she washed the dishes, spotlessly dried them with a cloth, and arranged them neatly on the wooden rack beside the stove. After finishing that, she casually wiped down the stove, sorted and stowed away the remaining ingredients with fluid movements, as if she had already claimed this small kitchen as her own domain. Unconsciously, she had already immersed herself in the role of a wife, though she refused to admit it aloud. When she stepped out of the kitchen again, Su Changqing was standing in the courtyard waiting for her, reaching out to take her hand. "What is it?" Xiao Hanyue looked up at him, a hint of confusion in her eyes. "Since Master has broken through to the divine transformation stage, I happen to have a few unused treasures." Su Changqing's tone was calm. He raised his hand and waved, and 3 treasures materialized before him, each emitting a distinct spiritual light. The first was a low-grade spirit treasure, the Taishu Bell. Once activated, it could form an indestructible barrier around the body, such that even a full-force strike from a peak divine transformation cultivator could not shake it in the slightest. The second was a zither. Its body was long and slender, presenting an elegant azure-green hue, with 7 strings shimmering softly under the sunlight. It was precisely the azure zither brought back from the Dali Treasure Pavilion that day. After being reforged by Zuiqiu, it had been upgraded from a mid-grade magic tool to a low-grade spirit treasure, and was named Hanyu Cold Moon. On the zither's body were newly carved several array patterns that amplified sound-based divine abilities. When played with the power of the great Yin, its might surpassed that of before. The third item was a sword. The sword's body was entirely of Xianhuang mystic yellow colors, its blade like a pool of autumn water with a cold light restrained and not revealed. On the sword was engraved the name Xuanhuang, each stroke containing a sharp sword intent. A high-grade spirit treasure. It was the sword he had carried when he roamed the eastern domain. Xiao Hanyue opened her mouth, momentarily at a loss for words. These treasures were too precious. 2 low-grade spirit treasures and 1 high-grade spirit treasure. Such a generous gesture would be enough to make any divine transformation cultivator fight to the death for them. Especially this Xianhuang sword, a high-grade spirit treasure level sword. Few such items could be found in the entire eastern domain. Not to mention divine transformation cultivators, even a void returned venerable, would be envious at the sight. Just as she was about to decline, she saw a red light flicker in Su Changqing's eyes. "Master cannot disobey me." Xiao Hanyue swallowed the words that had been on the tip of her tongue. "Oh." She obediently put away the 3 treasures one by one, carefully placing them into her dantian to nurture them with spiritual energy. "Thank you, Changqing," she said softly, her voice so light as if she was afraid he would hear, yet afraid he wouldn't. Su Changqing reached out and patted her head in satisfaction, gently rubbing his palm over her soft hair. "This is my good master." At that moment, Su Changqing's expression suddenly changed slightly. Xiao Hanyue keenly caught the shift in his demeanor, her heart tightening. Could Changqing be about to have another episode? The scene of his annihilating immortal demon body, losing control, last time was still vivid in her mind. She instinctively took half a step forward. Su Changqing shook his head, indicating he was fine. He turned his hand and took out a scroll, the Yingtian map rewarded by the system. At that moment, a faint spiritual light flickered on the map, not glaring yet unusually conspicuous. The location shown on the map was none other than Shuzhou. A supreme treasure was about to emerge in Shuzhou. After learning from Yao Qing about the existence of the 5 domains and the heavenly realm, Su Changqing's thirst for power grew stronger than ever before. Once upon a time, he thought that the divine transformation stage was already the pinnacle of strength in the eastern domain, invincible across the land. Now, with a broader perspective, he clearly realized, in the face of true supreme beings, a divine transformation cultivator was merely a slightly larger ant. He wanted to become an immortal to achieve eternal life. He wanted Xiao Hanyue to be immortal too. He wanted to be with Xiao Hanyue forever, with no one able to stop them, not even time itself. "Let's go, master. We're heading to Shuzhou." Xiao Hanyue silently nodded. She knew that objecting was useless. Su Changqing never consulted others about his decisions. Besides, she truly had no right to oppose. Now she could only obediently play the role of a caged bird, wherever her master went she would follow. She turned and quickly walked back to the pavilion, picked up Xiao Bai from the cushion, who was nibbling on a vegetable leaf, and took out a fasting pill to stuff into its mouth. The little rabbit was startled by the sudden feeding, chewed twice, with its three-part mouth swallowed it, and let out two soft coos. Last time they left in a hurry, forgetting to leave enough food for Xiao Bai. When they returned, the little one was so hungry its belly was flat, lying on the cushion looking at her pitifully, which made her heart ache for a long time. They didn't know how many days they'd be gone this time, so feeding one pill would be safe. Su Chongqing raised his hand and summoned a small spirit boat. The boat was not large, with an interior space of exactly one bedroom, one bathroom, and one living room. The two stepped into the boat. The spirit boat gave a slight tremor, then with a whoosh it broke through the clouds, turning into a streak of light that vanished above the Tianmahal. Of course, with Su Chongqing's strength, he could also fly directly. A divine transformation cultivator at full speed could travel millions of miles in a day. However, his own spiritual energy would be rapidly depleted, and if he encountered an ambush by cultivators of the same level, he would be dead. Therefore, most divine transformation experts still used spirit boats for long journeys. The land of Shuzhou was now divided into two. Prince Yin Zhongdi ascended the throne and established the Northern Li. Meanwhile, the former Emperor Jiang Yunwen, who had fled to Yangzhou, declared himself the true legitimate ruler with the support of righteous sects such as the Luoyun sect. He established the Southern Li. The entire Dali dynasty was split into two, with the north and south locked in a bitter standoff. Shuzhou happened to be wedged between them, guarding the vital throat of north-south transportation, its strategic importance self-evident. The flames of war had already ignited here, with the armies of north and south repeatedly clashing on the soil of Shuzhou. As for the real main force on the battlefield, naturally, it was the demonic and righteous cultivators backing each side. Ordinary soldiers could only serve as cannon fodder on the battlefield. What truly decided victory or defeat were the sword-flying cultivators and those divine transformation experts who could destroy heaven and earth with a mere gesture. Among all the warring factions, none fought more fiercely than the Yinyang Pavilion and the Heavenly Sword Sect. The sword cultivators of the Heavenly Sword Sect hunted down disciples of the Yinyang Pavilion like madmen, while the Yinyang Pavilion showed no weakness. The two sides had already clashed in countless bloody battles on the Shuzhou battlefield. Cities were reduced to ruins, mountains and rivers were flattened, and the once prosperous land of Shuzhou was now a scene of devastation. In the region of Shuzhou, over 50 major battles had been waged throughout the ages, their rights and wrongs too complex to recount. At the tea-house entrance, a bald storyteller waved his folding fan, spittle flying as he spoke. He embellished tales of emperors and generals from every dynasty, from the founding emperor of the Great Li dynasty, who secured Shuzhou with 3 strokes of his sword, to the great war between the righteous and demonic sects 3,000 years ago. Passers-by occasionally paused to listen for a few lines before hurrying on. The streets bustled with people and traffic, a scene of final prosperity before the war. A man with a resolute face walked down the street. He was tall and slender, clad in the standard azure robe of the Tianjin sect, with a regulation longsword hanging at his waist, giving him an air of a sword cultivator's valor. But at this moment his steps faltered, swaying as if drunk, one hand clutching his head, his face twisted in pain. "My head, it hurts so much," he murmured, brows furrowed, a fine sheen of cold sweat beading on his forehead. Something seemed to be rampaging within his mind, countless fragments of unfamiliar memories flooding into his consciousness like a breached dam, scattering his thoughts into chaos. He felt as if his head had been stuffed with an entire library, or as if someone were hammering his skull repeatedly, the pain so intense he nearly wanted to smash his head against the wall. After a moment he abruptly opened his eyes. A sharp gleam flashed in his gaze, tinged with confusion, astonishment, and a barely contained ecstasy. His lips trembled slightly, as if repeatedly confirming something unbelievable. Eastern Domain. Tianjin sect. Peiyuxian. Shuzhou. Great Li Civil War. These nouns like keys unlocked the dusty doors within his mind one by one. He stood, frozen, mouth slightly agape, taking a full dozen breaths to digest the sudden influx of information. The memories of his past life and the present life intertwined and collided in his mind, gradually piecing together a complete picture. He had transmigrated. In his previous life, he was merely an ordinary person on Blue Star, weighing 300 or 400 genes, struggling even to turn over in bed. The only things he could do were read novels and play games to pass the time. He had read countless novels where the protagonist transmigrates to another world, embarking on an extraordinary life, collecting a harem, trampling geniuses, and attaining immortality. He had devoured them all. And now he himself had transmigrated into this cultivation world called Shunhuang Realm. Could he be the legendary protagonist? Transmigrating to another world, starting a fulfilling life of building a harem. Wasn't this the standard opening for a web novel protagonist? Ha ha ha, heaven has eyes. He threw his head back and laughed, the sound echoing down the street. Passers-by turned to stare at him as if he were a madman. Whose lunatic is that laughing so crazily? Several female cultivators were picking out spirit ornaments at a nearby stall. Hearing the laughter, they turned to look. One of them covered her mouth with a smirk, nudging her companion with her elbow. "Look, your husband." The companion nearly lost her temper on the spot, retorting, "Your husband." The crowd silently invoked the principle of the happy retreat, moving away from him, afraid of catching whatever madness he had. But he was still caught up in the excitement of his transmigration, indulging in the principle of the unfortunate. He completely ignored the stares around him. Yifan, are you out of your mind? Still laughing like that? A man in azure robes kicked him hard from behind, his face full of disgust. Don't you see the looks people are giving us? Do you want them to think everyone from the Tianjin sect is a fool? Disgrace yourself, but don't drag me down with you. Yifan stumbled from the kick, nearly falling to the ground. It was this kick that finally snapped him back to reality. He had been too carried away laughing out loud in the street with people looking at him like he was insane. He quickly restrained his smile following Ji Taimei as they hurried away, making up an excuse about his spiritual energy going awry during cultivation causing dizziness. Ji Taimei cursed and scolded him a few more times, but didn't press further. The two entered a roadside inn, each renting a room. The moment Yifan closed the door, he leaned against it, letting out a long breath. Now he was safe, no longer worried about being mistaken for a madman or exposing his identity as a transmigrator. He steadied himself and began to carefully sort through the memories of the original owner of this body. His name was Yifan, a personal disciple of Pei Yuxian of the Tianjin sect at the Foundation establishment stage. As a Foundation establishment cultivator, he was outstanding even among the younger generation of Shuzhou. The man in azure robes who kicked him was named Ji Taimei, his senior brother. Their relationship was poor, and Ji Taimei often belittled him. Jiangdi's army was about to attack Shuzhou, and Shuzhou City, being the most important city in the region, had both of them sent by the sect to help defend it as Tianjin sect disciples. His mind involuntarily conjured the image of Pei Yuxian, ethereally beautiful with a sword heart as clear as crystal, clad in white robes, standing atop the sea of clouds, her sleeves fluttering like a celestial maiden descended to the mortal world. Her beauty far surpassed all the famous beauty influencers he had seen in his previous life. She was immensely renowned throughout the Eastern Domain, second only to the Shao Fairy and the Hahuan Saintess. Thinking of his master, his expression darkened. Pei Yuxian's purity had been taken by that accursed Ji Xiu of the Yinyang sect. This incident had shaken the entire Eastern Domain, leading to an irreconcilable conflict between the Tianjin sect and the Yinyang Pavilion. And then there was the legendary Shao Fairy. It was now widely known across the Eastern Domain that she had fallen into the demonic path, lured away by Su Changqing, the lord of the Demon Palace. It was said that Su, the old demon, was her disciple. Such a scandal between master and disciple was an unprecedented disgrace in the cultivation world. A woman as holy as the Shao Fairy by now must have been twisted into his shape by that demon. What a pity. How could such a peerless fairy be defiled by a demon? Was the Eastern Domain cursed with bad feng shui? Why were one famous fairy after another being defiled? But these matters were far beyond his reach. Right now he was merely a small Foundation establishment cultivator. Not only was he no match for a divine transformation demon like Ji Xiu, he couldn't even withstand a single finger from a nascent soul cultivator. But he was a transmigrator. Transmigrators always have a cheat. This was the iron law of all transmigration novels. He closed his eyes and began to meticulously examine his body. Dantian, no abnormalities. Meridians, no abnormalities. Sea of consciousness. He stopped abruptly. Within his sea of consciousness, a small black pagoda floated silently. The pagoda was barely an inch high, pitch black like ink with 9 tiers. Each tier was inscribed with dense, ancient demonic runes. Those runes were obscure and archaic, exuding a wild and tyrannical demonic aura. Just a glance made his soul tremble slightly. Wasn't this the ornament he had picked up from a street stall on Blue Star? At the time he thought the little pagoda looked quite unique, spending a dozen yuan to buy it, and placing it on his bedside as decoration. He never expected it to follow him through transmigration. His spiritual sense cautiously touched the small pagoda. The moment of contact, a torrent of information flooded into his mind. Demon Refining Tower. A tool specifically for refining great demons. By casting a great demon's body and soul into the tower, one could refine its essence to enhance one's own physical strength, and even have a chance to comprehend the demon's innate divine abilities. Demon Clan's innate abilities were born of heaven and earth with boundless power. If he could refine a few divine transformation-level great demons, wouldn't he be able to soar straight to the top? Yifan's eyes snapped open, his face brimming with ecstasy. Indeed, heaven had sent him here, and it would grant him a cheat. With this demon refining tower, why should he fear Ji Xiu? Why fear Su Changqing? As long as he had time to hunt great demons and refine their bodies, he would eventually reach the divine transformation stage. Then he would avenge his master and rescue the fairies defiled by the demons. A blazing fire of ambition ignited in his eyes, as if he could already see himself standing at the pinnacle of the Eastern Domain, surrounded by beauties on both sides. Above the clouds, a flying boat slowly approached Shuzhou City. Inside the flying boat, Su Changqing was leisurely sipping tea. The tea was emerald green and clear, the Lingwu tea newly produced by Danfeng. Beside him sat Xiao Hanyue, puffed up with anger. Her face was flushed red, and she kept wiping her hands repeatedly with a cloth. After wiping, she would surreptitiously bring her fingers to the tip of her nose and sniff, only relaxing slightly after confirming there was no smell. She shot a covert glare at Su Changqing. This demon lord was too detestable. Just now he had claimed to be under great pressure and asked her to help him relax. At first she thought it meant massaging his shoulders and neck, but he actually took her hand. The worst part was that she didn't dare refuse, so she could only serve him with a sense of grievance. The mixture of embarrassment, anger, and suppressed frustration made her feel as if she were about to steam over. She was too useless. She couldn't even resist, and could only be bullied by him like this. Su Changqing looked at Xianxia with satisfaction, watching her downtrodden appearance, and growing even fonder. The sight of his master looking pitiful, yet daring not to vent, was more beautiful than any scenery. He set down his teacup and gazed through the porthole at the majestic city below, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Shuzhou City was just ahead, and the light point on the Yingtian map, representing the imminent birth of a supreme treasure, was growing brighter. Ding detected the presence of a child of destiny nearby. Su Changqing raised an eyebrow, his lips slowly curving upward. This trip to Shuzhou was originally for the treasure about to emerge on the Yingtian map, but he hadn't expected an unexpected surprise. Encountering another one, truly good fortune. A child of destiny was a treasure trove. Killing one was more profitable than annihilating an entire sect. He temporarily suppressed his murderous intent and looked at Xianxia, who was still staring at her fingers. Her fair slender fingers had been rubbed red, but she was completely unaware, or perhaps she needed this repetitive motion to conceal the shame and panic within. Seeing her like this, Su Changqing found it both amusing and endearing. He reached out his long arms, scooped her over, and settled her firmly on his lap. All right, dear master, stop sniffing. With one arm around her waist, and the other gently ruffling the top of her hair, his tone was like coaxing a sulking little girl. Held in his arms, the faint scent of soap still lingered at the tip of Xianxia's nose. She was speechless inside. Clearly she was the master, so why did Su Changqing always treat her like a child? She was over 700 years old and a notable figure in the Eastern Domain cultivation world. How had she become dear master, be good, don't fuss in his mouth? Weren't these the words she used to coax him back then? This rebellious disciple had completely turned the master-disciple relationship upside down. But she had long grown accustomed to being carried around by him. Struggling was futile, so she simply nestled obediently in his arms, though the tips of her ears still uncontrollably flushed red. Master, below is Shuzhou Prefecture. Su Changqing's voice sounded above her head, his tone suddenly softening a few degrees. Don't you want to go back and take a look? Xianxia in his arms trembled slightly. She looked up, gazing at Su Changqing's blood-red pupils that glowed faintly in the dim cabin. Her lips moved, and it took a long while before she could make a sound. You know. Everything about master I naturally need to know. Su Changqing said it, as if it were a matter of course, as if it were heavenly ordained. Xianxia lowered her head. The memories sealed for centuries in her mind turned over like pages blown open by the wind one by one. Her father was the Shuzhou prefect appointed by the imperial court, holding an official position that made him a person of prominence in that region. Although the Xiao family was not a great cultivation clan, they were a respected household in Shuzhou City. Her father was upright and incorruptible in officialdom, and had reached the peak of the Golden Core realm in cultivation. As long as he didn't compare with those righteous immortal sects or princes and generals, he could be considered a top-tier powerhouse in Shuzhou. Her mother was a gentle and virtuous woman. Though her cultivation was not high, she kept the household in perfect order. Her favorite thing in childhood was to lie on her mother's lap and listen to her tell stories about cultivation, and after listening, she would run to pester her father to teach her sword flight. But when she was 14, everything changed. That night, flames soared into the sky and screams rose one after another. A group of heretical cultivators using some unknown means silently penetrated the mansion's defensive formation and killed everyone they saw. Her father rushed out with his sword, fought fiercely against the heretics, but was ultimately outmatched. His dantian was shattered by a palm strike, and he died before her eyes. In the last moment, her mother activated the spatial array inscribed on the formation disk, teleporting her to a wilderness hundreds of miles outside Shuzhou City. She fell onto the cold, muddy ground covered in blood, her mind full of her mother's last words, "Live on." The entire Xiao family, over 1,000 people, perished except for her. Lu Rian, who happened to be passing by, found her and took her back to the Luoyan sect, accepting her as a disciple. She had returned to Shuzhou before, but that group of heretics had long vanished without a trace. Over the years, she had been secretly investigating the murderer's whereabouts, but never found any clue. This matter had been buried deep in her heart, never mentioned to anyone. Yet she never expected that Su Changqing knew. Over the years, he had probably already investigated everything about her thoroughly. From her past to her family to that massacre, he knew it all. Su Changqing had probably already conceived the idea of abducting her long ago. Outside Shuzhou City, a scenic and auspicious location with beautiful mountains and clear waters. It backed onto green mountains, faced clear waters, and was open and tranquil. On the grass, thousands of tombstones were densely arranged, each kept clean and tidy, with fresh offerings and incense candles placed before them, clearly often visited for memorial services. Each tombstone represented a member of the Xiao family cenotaphs that Xianxia had specially erected for her relatives after breaking through to the Golden Core realm, returning to Shuzhou City. Their physical bodies had long dissipated between heaven and earth, not even a trace of remains could be found, so she could only erect these tombstones to express her grief. Xianxia slowly knelt before the two larger tombstones at the front. Those were the joint cenotaphs of her parents with their names carved on the stones in a clear and upright script, which she had personally engraved hundreds of years ago. The rain soaked her skirt and dampened the soil beneath her knees, but she was completely unaware, merely kneeling there quietly staring at the two somewhat blurred names on the tombstone silent. She had come here many times. Every time she returned to Suzhou, and every time she stood before these tombstones, she would recall the events of those days. Over 700 years, long enough to turn the seas into mulberry fields. She could barely even remember the faces of her parents anymore. Only two vague outlines remained in her mind. Her father always wore a stern face, telling her that cultivation must first cultivate the heart. Do not do to others what you do not want done to yourself. Her mother always smiled gently, her voice tender enough to melt someone. Now when she tried to recall, there was only a warm glow of light and shadow, unable to piece together clear features. But this was not forgetting, as she had never forgotten them. Time had merely smoothed the edges of memory, but never worn away the longing etched into her bones. The sky gradually began to drizzle lightly. Spring in Suzhou was always like this, fine rain like silk, unhurried, as if heaven was gently washing away the dust from the people of this land. The raindrops fell on her jet-black hair, condensing into crystal-clear beads. Fell on her plain white dress, spreading into shallow patches of moisture. Fell on her lowered eyelashes, mingling with the silent tears streaming down her eyes, making it impossible to distinguish rain from tears. Not far away, Xianxia for once did not disturb her. He stood quietly under an old pine tree in the distance, playing with an emerald-green butterfly in his hand. That jade butterfly danced gracefully on his slender fingertips, each flutter scattering tiny glimmers of green light, appearing especially lively in the drizzling rain. He sometimes let it rest on his fingertips, sometimes let it circle his wrist, his expression focused and calm, not at all like a murderous demon lord. A figure in azure robes slowly emerged from the distant mountain path. She wore the signature cyan and white sword robe of the Heaven Sword sect, with a silver-white long sword hanging at her waist, its scabbard engraved with delicate cloud patterns. The rain should have soaked her garments, but a thin, translucent barrier of spiritual energy enveloped her body, causing the raindrops to slide off without wetting a single thread. Her steps were light, barely making a sound on the damp bluestone path. Only the occasional faint rustle of her scabbard brushing against her robes broke the silence. She had been passing through when she sensed a fluctuation of spiritual energy in this auspicious land and came to investigate. Upon seeing the vast expanse of tombstones, she was momentarily taken aback. Thousands of tombstones stood in orderly rows on the hillside, each one meticulously maintained. The incense and candles before them had not yet burned out, their curling smoke rising stubbornly in the fine rain. This was not a sect cemetery, but a private collection of cenotaphs. She instinctively slowed her pace, unwilling to disturb this resting place. Then she saw the woman kneeling before the tombstones. Dressed in a simple white gown, her skirts spread across the damp grass, heedless of the mud and water. Her hair cascaded like a waterfall over her shoulders, raindrops streaming down the strands, yet she had not even raised a barrier of spiritual energy to shield herself, letting the drizzle soak her completely. Even from her profile, one could see a beauty that transcended the mundane. Cool without being aloof, gentle without being weak, like the solitary bright moon in the night sky. Such a temperament was unmatched in the entire eastern domain. Xianxia. Pei Yuxian spoke instinctively, her voice carrying a hint of uncertainty. Xianxia rose to her feet and turned around. Her eyelashes were adorned with fine raindrops, and her eyes were slightly reddened, but there were no traces of tears. She looked at the newcomer and nodded slightly, her voice calm and gentle. Fairy Pei, it's you. The two were among the most renowned female cultivators in the eastern domain and naturally knew each other. Although they were not close, they had met at several grand sect ceremonies and righteous conclaves, exchanging nods of recognition, which counted as a modest acquaintance. Moreover, both belonged to righteous sects and shared a common stance against the demonic path. Pei Yuxian looked at Xianxia with a complex expression, hesitated for a moment, and asked softly, Fairy Xiao, are the rumors from the outside world true? Xianxia did not evade the question, but simply countered, what do you think? Pei Yuxian shook her head. Fairy Xiao is renowned in the righteous path for her boundless compassion. She once single-handedly held the rear during a beast tide, saving thousands of scattered cultivators. She also ventured deep into plague-stricken areas, using her spiritual energy to alleviate the suffering of mortals. How could such a person be the premeditated traitor who willingly defected to the demonic path, as the Falling Cloud sect claimed? She would rather believe the obscure whispers. That Fairy Xiao was captured by Xianxia, the lord of the heavenly demon palace, imprisoned and coerced. I naturally do not believe Fairy Xiao would willingly embrace the demonic path. Pei Yuxian's voice dropped, carrying an irrepressible indignation. But the outsiders spread the most vile rumors. They slander that you and that demon Lord Su were already in love, that you deliberately betrayed the righteous path, and even that you had long been tamed by that old demon, Su, merely acting as a spy in the righteous path. The entire righteous path of the eastern domain is sneering and mocking. Some say you are shameless, others say you deserve it, and still others call you the disgrace of the righteous path. Those words grow uglier with each telling, I cannot bear to repeat them. Xianxia listened quietly, then shook her head. Her expression remained utterly calm, without a single ripple. What do their insults matter to me? She spoke slowly, her voice clear as a spring striking stone. Let them curse if they wish. What can their curses change? People of shallow mind often rage at others' curses and rejoice at their praise. But these are merely others' perceptions of you. To live by others' opinions is destined to be tragic and pitiable. Her gaze fell upon the endless tombstones, and her tone grew even calmer. 700 years ago my clan was massacred by heretical cultivators. Over 1,000 lives turned to bones in a single night. That was when I understood others' opinions cannot save you, nor can their sympathy help you. Only you yourself can lift you up. Pei Yuxian opened her mouth, but found herself momentarily speechless. She thought of herself. Ever since Xianxia of the Yinyang Pavilion had stolen her primordial yin through a scheme, a heavy gloom had weighed on her heart. After that incident, the entire Heaven Sword sect erupted. Naturally, the sect stood by her, declaring war on the Yinyang Pavilion with all its might, seeking justice for her. Justice was indeed served. A nascent soul elder of the Yinyang Pavilion was ambushed and slain by 3 nascent soul sword cultivators of the Heaven Sword sect. But the admirers who once flocked around her vying for her favor all hid faster than anyone after the incident. Where once their eyes held admiration and reverence, now admiration turned to regret and reverence to pity. Beneath some people's regret lurked a barely concealed relief. Relief that it was not their own who had been defiled. Even more chilling were the cold taunts. Some said she was indiscreet, knowing full well the Yinyang Pavilion harbored ill intentions, yet still venturing out alone to gather herbs. Others said she deserved it for always putting on airs as a fairy. She had heard countless such words, each like a dull blade sawing back and forth across her heart. She had even contemplated ending her life. If not for the stubborn flame of unwillingness within her, she might have perished in despair. She had not expected that Xianxia, who had endured such a similar fate, could remain so composed. Both were renowned fairies of the Eastern Domain, both had fallen into the hands of the demonic path, and Xianxia's situation was even worse than hers. She was a victim, yet Xianxia had been vilified as a traitor. But Xianxia could still speak such words. This magnanimity and resilience stirred a profound admiration within Pei Yuxian. Thank you, Fairy Hanyu. I have learned a great deal today. Pei Yuxian took a deep breath, her voice carrying a note of sincere gratitude. Xianxia gazed into her eyes, keenly sensing the melancholy hidden beneath the gratitude. You seem weighed down by something. She was unaware of what had transpired with Pei Yuxian. In recent days she had been imprisoned by Su Changqing in the demonic heaven palace, then taken to the Dali battlefield, and subsequently hunted by the Luoyan sect. She was almost entirely cut off from the outside world. Yet she could see that the dimness in Pei Yuxian's eyes mirrored her own state when she had first been confined. Pei Yuxian fell silent for a moment, reflecting that they were both victims of misfortune, so what was there to conceal? Thus she began to recount her ordeal in a slow, subdued voice. That day, while gathering herbs in the Bisui spirit domain, Xianxia suddenly appeared, subdued her with the joyful union's secret art, and forcibly took her primordial yin. Afterward, the Yinyang Pavilion even sought to make her a Tao companion under the name of the joyful union Saint Sun, their words dripping with frivolity and mockery, as if defiling her was a feat worthy of boasting. Xianxua's eyes flashed with anger. The demonic path truly was full of scoundrels. No sooner had the thought crossed her mind than she silently added, except for Changqing. She suddenly realized that upon hearing Pei Yuxian's story, besides fury, she felt an indescribable trace of relief. Relief that she had been taken by Su Changqing. Though he was domineering, obsessive, had struck and choked her, he would never stoop to the despicable depths of Xianxia. He imprisoned her out of a twisted and distorted possessiveness, but he never truly trampled her dignity. Realizing this, she quickly cast the thought away. She must not think like that. How could she be relieved about being imprisoned? Such a notion was far too dangerous. Fairy Xiao, how have you been faring lately? Pei Yuxian inquired. She genuinely wished to know what kind of torment Xianxia, a fellow righteous fairy, had endured after being abducted by a demon lord like Su Changqing. Xianxia pondered for a moment, then nodded faintly. Fairly well, I suppose. She herself did not know why she gave that answer. Just then a figure appeared behind her. Clad in black robes with white hair, a tall and slender frame, blood-red pupils shimmering with a faint luster, and an aura profound as an abyss. Su Changqing bent down and pulled Xianxia into his embrace, his tone filled with helplessness and tenderness. Master, why didn't you run back when it started raining? Look at you all soaked. He raised his hand and waved it casually. In an instant the rain curtain covering hundreds of li vanished as if erased by an invisible hand. A rift opened in the clouds and sunlight poured through the gap, once again bathing the hillside in warmth. The rain had stopped. For a divine transformation cultivator, altering the celestial phenomena was no great feat. It merely depended on whether one wished to do so. Xianxua's face flushed crimson. That wretched demon. How could he embrace her in front of an outsider? Pei Yuxian was right there watching. She instinctively tried to break free, but he held her tightly, making escape impossible. It was over. Her dignity was utterly lost. She gritted her teeth, inwardly certain that the demon lord had done this on purpose, absolutely on purpose. Only then did Pei Yuxian realize who the man before her was. The master of the demonic heaven palace, the one who had single-handedly slain 3 divine transformation cultivators of the Luoyun sect, Xianxia. A mere peak nascent soul cultivator like herself was but an ant before him. The mere aura of a divine transformation cultivator exuded naturally made it almost impossible for her to breathe. She quickly bowed and paid a respectful salute. This one is Peerlessly. Greetings, Senior Su. Her voice trembled slightly, and her body quivered, unsure whether Xianxia might kill her on a whim. Although the Heaven Sword sect and the demonic Heaven Palace bore no deep blood feud, they stood on opposite sides of the righteous demonic divide. Killing a Heaven Sword sect elder like her would not even make Xianxia frown. Xianxia, still in his arms, gently nudged him with her elbow, signaling him not to frighten the woman. Xianxia glanced down at her, then looked up at Peerlessly, waving his hand casually. Rise. I merely came to see my foolish master. She got caught in the rain and didn't know to return home. Luckily she's already married to me, or else with her silly demeanor, how would she ever find a husband? Wah! Stop it. Xianxia, nestled in his embrace, was so mortified she wished she could dig a hole and bury herself on the spot. An outsider was present, and he dared to say such things. What marriage? When had she ever married him? How could he shamelessly speak of such matters before an outsider? He was too wicked. How could there exist someone so malicious in this world, utterly rotten to the core? Peerlessly watched the scene unfold, stunned for a heartbeat, then gradually grasped the truth. She was no fool. As a nascent soul cultivator, she possessed the necessary discernment. She had originally assumed that Xianxia had been captured by Xianxia and forced to submit under the demon lord's tyranny, enduring humiliation and biding her time for a chance to escape. But what she had just witnessed was clear. In Xianxia's gaze towards Xianxia there shimmered something unmistakable. It was the light that only appears in a woman's eyes when she looks at the one she cares for, soft and warm, impossible to conceal. And the natural intimacy of their playful banter, just now Xianxia's casual tenderness, when he dispelled the rain for Xianxia. Fairy Xiao may not have admitted it verbally, but every gesture and movement was more affectionate than that of a true married couple. For a moment, an indescribable envy surged within Peerlessly. They shared a similar fate, both taken by demonic cultivators, but she had encountered Xiao. That beast in human form, after defiling her with despicable methods, had sought to keep her as a mere plaything. Yet Xianxia had met Xianxia. Though he too was a demon lord, his hands stained with blood, and his reputation fearsome, the care and cherishment in his eyes when he looked at Xianxia was something she had never seen in any man. Both had fallen into the abyss, but Xianxia had been caught, while she had shattered into pieces. Peerlessly watched the retreating figures of Xianxia, carrying Xianxia away, standing silently for a long time. Only after the two silhouettes vanished from sight did she withdraw her gaze and let out a soft sigh. In that sigh lingered relief, gratitude, and a trace of wistfulness she herself was reluctant to examine. Back inside the flying boat, as soon as the cabin door closed, Xianxia pulled Xianxia over. Before she could steady herself, a large hand mercilessly descended upon. Xianxia's already flushed face turned crimson like a ripe peach. She bristled with fury, glaring at Xianxia with both shame and anger. Why did you? Again. Xianxia crossed his arms, looking at her with an air of righteousness, no trace of guilt on his face, but rather a hint of reproach, as if disappointed in her. This is a lesson for you, understand? You don't even know to run home when it rains. Haven't you heard? A woman who doesn't run home in the rain should never be married. Lucky for you I married you, otherwise who would want you? You? She wasn't refusing to run, she was just paying respects at her parents' grave. Who would think of sheltering from the rain at a time like that? But before she could speak, she saw the familiar red light gradually rising in Xianxia's eyes. The words on the tip of her tongue instantly swallowed back. She shrunk her neck, stepped back half a pace, and her voice involuntarily softened. I'm sorry. I won't do it again. This transformation from bristling fury to meek submission was so smooth and swift that even she felt embarrassed. Xianxia, oh Xianxia, you are a mighty spirit transformation stage cultivator, yet you can't even utter a single defiant word in front of this rebellious disciple. She cursed herself 100 times in her heart, but dared not show it on her face. She just lowered her head, like a little wife being scolded for doing something wrong. Xianxia reached out and patted her head with satisfaction, his palm stroking her still damp hair, his tone carrying a hint of indulgence. Good, this is my good master. He paused, his gaze sweeping over her dress, soaked by rain, and clinging tightly to her body, then looked at the droplets still dripping from the ends of her hair. Suddenly, he changed the subject. By the way, let me help you cleanse your body, master. You're soaked through, but if you don't get clean, you'll catch a cold. No need. Xianxia quickly refused, her voice rising a few pitches. I can just dry it with spiritual energy, no need for such trouble. She instinctively stepped back half a pace, hands guarding her chest, eyes full of vigilance. Are you kidding? Let him bathe her. Just imagining that scene in her mind made her face burn so hot it almost smoked. No. Xianxia shook his head, his tone brooking no argument. How can drying with spiritual energy be as clean as washing it yourself? Spiritual energy can only evaporate the moisture, but it can't wash away the dust from the rain. Your body is stained with mud and water, master. You must have a proper wash. With that, he completely ignored Xiao Hanyue's protests, scooped her up horizontally, and strode toward the bathroom at the rear of the flying boat. Xiao Hanyue struggled desperately in his arms, her legs flailing in the air, shouting, "Put me down." But her strength was nothing more than a tickle to Su Changqing. The bathroom door slammed shut behind them, completely cutting off any hope of escape. Su Changqing took out several buckets of clear spirit spring from his spatial ring and poured them into the large bathtub in the center of the room. The surface of the spirit spring steamed with a faint white mist carrying a crisp spiritual energy. Just standing nearby made one feel refreshed. He raised his hand and sent a warm current of air to adjust the water temperature to the most comfortable level. Xiao Hanyue stood by the bathtub, gripping her collar tightly, so tense that her breathing quickened. "Changqing, I can wash myself, you don't need to." Su Changqing turned around, looked at her, as if she were facing a formidable enemy, and the red light she feared most flickered in his eyes again. He tilted his head slightly, his tone carrying a teasing interrogation. "Master, why are you so shy? Could it be you don't want me to see?" Xiao Hanyue was already cursing him wildly in her heart. This demon was simply too despicable. A few days ago she had felt so sorry for him, and now she just wanted to take back all that sympathy. He didn't need her sympathy, he was a complete scoundrel. Didn't he know about the propriety between men and women? Since when did a disciple bathe his master? This was outright rebellion against the master. What helping her bathe? He clearly just coveted her body. Shameless. But she dared not utter a single word of these thoughts. She could only grip her own lapel tightly, her eyes reddening, her lips moving for a long time without managing to squeeze out a complete sentence. She gradually resigned herself to fate. Forget it. Anyway, she couldn't beat him, couldn't escape, and dared not scold him. She lowered her eyes, her hands limp, as she let Su Changqing remove her outer skirt. Soaked garments fell one by one onto the bathroom floor, revealing her fair, creamy shoulders and slender neck. When only her white belly band and undergarments remained, Xiao Hanyue finally mustered the last shred of courage and grabbed Su Changqing's large hand that was about to continue removing her armor. Just this is enough." Her voice was as faint as a mosquito's buzz, her eyes full of pleading like a cornered beast. "Please." She knew how pathetic she looked. The first fairy of the Eastern Domain, now reduced to begging her own disciple for mercy. Su Changqing's hand stopped. Xiao Hanyue's heart leaped with joy, thinking he had finally found his conscience. But when she looked up, his blood-red eyes still swirled with an unfathomable deep light. She gritted her teeth, having no other choice. Blushing, her voice as soft as melting sugar, she stammered, "After we go back, I'll give it to you." "Okay." She paused, recalling the tone of women in storybooks. Though mortified beyond measure, she steeled herself and called out, "Husband." The next moment, Su Changqing's eyes blazed with crimson light. Before Xiao Hanyue could react, he lowered his head and kissed her, sealing all her startled cries in her throat. Her eyes widened. Wait, why was his tongue invading? Soon her protests turned into muffled whimpers, her whole body locked in his arms, barely standing on tiptoe. After who knew how long, Su Changqing finally released her. He licked his lips, his expression as if savoring a delicacy, then commented earnestly, "Master tastes sweet, a real sweetheart." Xiao Hanyue covered her face, almost smoking from shame. She had given up thinking, given up struggling, given up all futile resistance. Only when Su Changqing gently lifted her and placed her into the bathtub, the warm spirit spring water covering her body, did she snap back to reality. Su Changqing rolled up his sleeves, took a cloth, dipped it in the spirit spring, and began to carefully wipe her back. His movements were unexpectedly gentle, the cloth gliding slowly over her smooth back, as if polishing a precious piece of porcelain. Yi Fan pushed open the door, stepped onto the corridor, and let out a long, turbid breath. He had been cooped up in his room for too long, his mind consumed by the demon refining tower and grand future ambitions. If he didn't get some air, he feared he'd suffocate. He leaned against the wooden railing, gazing out at the bustling street market beyond the inn, yet his thoughts still churned over the path ahead. Unfortunately, there were no demon beasts in this land of Shuzhou. He sifted through the memories left by the original owner. Shuzhou, nestled deep within the Dali dynasty, was densely populated and dotted with cities. Even if demon beasts had once roamed here, they had long been wiped out by the various righteous immortal sects. The only ones that remained were either spirit beasts raised by humans or tame varieties confined in training pens awaiting sale, each tagged with a sky-high price. As a mere foundation establishment cultivator, he couldn't afford even one. The demon refining tower was a treasure, but without demon beasts to refine, it was like a golden finger that didn't exist. He continued searching his mind for useful information. Beiliangzu. Located in the westernmost part of the Dali dynasty, it was nominally still imperial territory, but in truth the court's decrees had long ceased to reach there. That land was the domain of the Huangquan Heavenly Palace, one of the three great demonic powers, and even the righteous immortal sects dared not tread lightly. More importantly, the vast majority of demon beasts in the entire eastern domain dwelled there, from small fry in the chi refining stage to demon kings at the divine transformation stage, all plentiful. Rumors even whispered that deep within the mountains of Beiliangzu lurked a demon venerable at the return to void stage. His mind instantly began to stir. If he could get there relying on the demon refining tower to refine beasts step by step, finish refining chi refining beasts, then move to foundation establishment, then golden core, then nascent soul. Piling on like that, how formidable would his physical body and blood energy become? He might not even need to break through to divine transformation. His raw flesh alone could contend with divine transformation cultivators. But alas, he was only at the late foundation establishment stage. He sighed, tumbling back from fantasy to reality. A place like Liangzhu, even golden core cultivators had to tread carefully, let alone a foundation establishment one. Divine transformation demon kings devoured golden core cultivators like candy. With his current cultivation, heading to Liangzhu would be suicide, a meal delivered to the great demons. A glint of sharp light suddenly flashed in his eyes. That's right. His chief master was none other than Pei Yuxian, the jewel of the Tianjian sect, the second strongest under the divine transformation stage in the eastern domain, a sword prodigy at the peak of nascent soul. And her peerless beauty, he had only glimpsed it once in his memories, and it struck him as divine, far surpassing every beautiful internet celebrity he had seen on Blue Star combined. If he could win her over. Though she had been defiled by that beast Xianxia, as long as he didn't despise her for it showed her kindness, care, and protection in her weakest moment, she would surely be moved. After all, women were most vulnerable to being wooed when they were down. And there was the legendary Xianxia, the #1 immortal fairy of the eastern domain. Her very name inspired awe among countless cultivators. Though rumors said she had been abducted by the demon Su Changqing and become his private possession, Yi Fan firmly believed that Fairy Xiao was not willing. If he could one day cultivate to divine transformation, trample Su Changqing beneath his feet, and rescue her from the demon's lair, she would surely be grateful beyond measure. Then with Pei Yuxian, the pure icy sword fairy, and Xianxia, the cold holy moon fairy, both enamored with him. He began earnestly pondering what names to give their two children, a lecherous grin spreading unconsciously across his face. Thus Yi Fan's expression grew more and more vivid, now frowning, now giggling, his eyes flickering bright and dim. Anyone watching would think he was practicing some demonic art that led to chi deviation. As for whether Pei Yuxian and Xianxia would actually like him, he never bothered to consider. He was a transmigrator, the protagonist wielding a divine artifact like the demon refining tower. Under the protagonist's halo, which woman could resist? Wasn't this the script laid out in web novels? Just then a sound came from the next room, followed by Ji Taimei's respectful voice. Disciple pays respects to master. Hearing this, Yi Fan jolted, hastily straightened his robes, and pushed open the door to step out. At the end of the corridor, a figure in blue and white was walking slowly toward him. Her face was pure and beautiful, her brows carrying the sharp, cold aura unique to sword cultivators, yet without losing feminine grace. Yi Fan quickly cupped his hands and announced loudly, "Disciple pays respects to master." But as he bowed, his eyes were far from respectful. They roved over Pei Yuxian's form, especially certain parts, as if they might pop out of their sockets. Magnificent assets, so beautiful. This figure surpassed all the internet celebrities he had seen on Blue Star combined. Pei Yuxian frowned. Yi Fan's gaze was laced with undisguised lechery, making her extremely uncomfortable. She had taught Yi Fan for decades. Though his talent wasn't top tier, he had always been respectful toward her, his words and actions proper. Never had he been so out of line. What was wrong with him today? How dare he look at her with such eyes? That's enough. Both of you withdraw. Your master needs to rest. She paused, then added, "Be wary of the demonic path's attack." With that, she pushed open her door and entered. Ji Taimei nodded smartly. After the master's door closed, he turned and frowned at Yi Fan, who was still standing there gazing longingly at the door. He rudely body-checked Yi Fan, knocking him back 2 steps. "Haven't you stared enough? I noticed you've been leering at master like a horny mutt. Like a wild dog in heat." A flicker of panic crossed Yi Fan's face. He had indeed been lost in the sight. Her curvaceous figure and ethereal beauty had captivated him so completely, he hadn't even noticed Ji Taimei beside him. He quickly defended himself. "What are you talking about? How can you slander me like that? Me looking at master? That's not lechery. That's appreciation. It's respect and admiration from master." "I'm sure it is." Ji Taimei snorted coldly, couldn't be bothered to argue further, and turned to enter his own room to continue cultivating. He was already at the peak of foundation establishment, just 1 step away from golden core. He needed to break through as soon as possible. Yi Fan stood still, glancing at the master's closed door, a flash of frustration in his eyes. His mind raced through classic tropes from the web novels he had read in his past life. When the heroine was at her most vulnerable, the hero would seize the moment, pour out his heart, and offer meticulous care, and the heroine would be moved and fall into his arms. Pei Yuxian had just been robbed of her purity by Ji Xiao. She was at her weakest. Wouldn't showing her kindness now double his chances of success? A confident smile spread across his face. He took a deep breath, pushed open the master's door, and walked in. Pei Yuxian was meditating cross-legged on the bed. Hearing the door open, she looked up at him, her brow slightly furrowed. "Is there something you need?" Her tone was still relatively gentle. After all, he was her disciple of decades, and though he had been out of line earlier, she was willing to give him a chance to explain. Yi Fan puffed out his chest, striving to make his smile appear both confident and tender. All those tutorials on picking up women he had read online in his past life were finally coming in handy. "Master, I see you look weary. You must have been working day and night lately. I've recently learned a massage technique that's extremely effective for relieving fatigue. Why don't I help you relax? I promise to make you feel wonderful all over. Pei Yuxian's frown deepened. What was wrong with Yi Fan today? First he looked at her with those eyes, and now he barged into her room uninvited to offer a massage. She had taught him for decades and had never seen him so improper. A male disciple massaging his female master. What was the world coming to? His intentions were clear. She was no Xianxia, and he was no Su Changqing. Get out. Her face turned icy, a hint of anger creeping into her voice. But Master Yi Fan tried to continue. In the novels he had read, the heroine would refuse at first, but if the hero persisted a little longer, a little more passionately, she would be moved. What he didn't know was that reality was not a novel and Pei Yuxian was not some brainless heroine. I said get out. Pei Yuxian gave him no further chance, subtly releasing a sliver of her nascent soul stage pressure. That pressure fell upon the mid-foundation establishment Yi Fan like an invisible mountain. His face instantly turned pale, his legs nearly giving way. The might of a peak nascent soul cultivator was nothing short of apocalyptic for a foundation establishment cultivator. He felt as though even breathing had become difficult, his chest compressed by an invisible force, his heart pounding wildly. Forgive me, Master, I intruded. He stumbled backward, staggering out of the room, his forehead slick with cold sweat. Close the door, Pei Yuxian commanded coldly. Yi Fan quickly shut the door, then stood in the corridor, gasping for air, taking several moments to recover. In that instant he had no doubt that if he had said one more word, Pei Yuxian would have drawn her sword. This was nothing like the gentle, devoted master he had imagined. He returned to his room, closed the door, and leaned against it, his face shifting between pale and green. After a moment, he clenched his fists, the frustration and humiliation turning into a nameless rage. He cursed inwardly through gritted teeth, a used woman who had lost her purity, putting on airs of purity, already defiled by Jixio and still acting the dignified master in front of him. Practically molded into Jixio's shape, yet pretending to be a saint before him. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, his eyes filled with venom and resentment, as if the rejection was not the result of his own foolish intrusion, but some great injustice. But he would never admit that this was simply his own in self-frustration. Su Changqing helped Xianxia put on her dress, his movements meticulous and unhurried, tying each sash neatly and smoothing out every crease on her skirt. After dressing her, he casually gave a light slap to that place. Stop it. Don't keep slapping. Xianxia's face flushed crimson, and she finally couldn't help but protest for once. She covered the spot where she had been slapped, her eyes slightly red, glaring at Su Changqing with a mix of shame and anger, her gaze like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. Unfortunately, Su Changqing was full of rebelliousness. The more he was told not to do something, the more he wanted to do it. He raised an eyebrow and lifted his hand to slap again, even harder, the sound crisper than before. Xianxia's face instantly turned so red it seemed about to steam. Her legs went weak, and she almost stumbled, swaying slightly. Besides the lingering pain, she unexpectedly sensed a hint of indescribable pleasure from it. Startled by her own body's instinctive reaction, she quickly lowered her head to hide her expression, silently cursing herself for being shameless. Su Changqing smiled slightly and pinched her flushed cheek. My master indeed has flesh where it should be, he said. With that, his large hands began to wander, claiming to be giving his master a full body examination. Xianxia was about to curse him, but the words died in her throat and turned into a helpless sigh. Forget it. Forbearance brings calm, and yielding brings vastness. She closed her eyes and silently told herself to treat it as being nibbled by a dog. Just then, cries of alarm erupted from all over Shuzhou City. The bustling crowds of pedestrians in the streets stopped and looked up only to see the sky, which had been bright and sunny moments before, now darkening at a visible pace. As if someone had poured a pool of ink across the heavens. Blackness spread from every direction, devouring the sunlight, the clouds, and the entire sky, darker than night, deeper than the abyss. Cultivators with cultivation immediately sensed something amiss. The early nascent soul general of Nanli, stationed in Shuzhou City, shot up from the city, transforming into a streak of light that soared into the sky. He hovered in midair, sweeping his spiritual sense in all directions, his face instantly turning extremely grim. Within his spiritual perception, apart from Shuzhou City itself, the land for 1,000 li around was completely shrouded in a strange black mist. Beyond that, his spiritual sense was insufficient to ascertain. Amidst the churning black mist, faint wails and roars of countless resentful souls could be heard, sending chills down one's spine. Damn it, what's going on? Is it the work of Bailey? He ground his teeth, cold sweat beading on his forehead. Such a grand scheme was beyond the ability of ordinary cultivators. It was at least a divine transformation level formation, or perhaps even higher. Inside the flying boat, Xianxia tugged at Su Changqing's hand. Her Taiyan saint body granted her perception far beyond that of cultivators at the same realm. As she spread her spiritual sense, the scene for 10,000 li lay within her sight. The black mist was eerie and unpredictable, exuding a faint aura that unsettled her very soul. Changqing, don't you think something is wrong? She looked out the porthole at the sky covering black mist, her brows furrowed. I sense it, so what? Su Changqing replied nonchalantly, not even lifting his eyelids. Above Shuzhou City, Pei Yuxian stood on her flying sword, her green-white sword robe flapping in the wind. She looked up at the sky, blotting black mist, her frown deepening. From the black mist, she sensed an extremely dense concentration of resentment and death energy, which was by no means a natural phenomenon. She muttered a silent, "Not good," and without hesitation summoned a silver-white long sword into her palm. The secret inscriptions of the Tianjian sect engraved on the blade lit up one by one, emitting a sharp sword intent. The surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth surged into the sword like a tidal wave, and the blade burst into dazzling white light, illuminating half of Shuzhou City, as bright as day. Gripping the sword with both hands, she swung it. A brilliant sword beamed thousands of zhonglong shot into the sky, distorting space, wherever it passed, with the force to split mountains and rivers, fiercely slashing toward the black mist above. However, the mighty sword beam, upon striking the black curtain, only caused a slight ripple before being silently and completely devoured by the mist like a clay ox sinking into the sea without a trace. The black mist merely churned slightly before returning to its original state, as if the full-powered strike of a nascent soul-peaked cultivator had been nothing more than a gentle breeze. Pei Yuxian's heart sank. Trouble. At that moment, the black mist began to move. The black mist, which had only been shrouding the sky, suddenly seemed to come alive, churning, writhing, and emitting faint black gas as it slowly descended from the sky, like a black waterfall hanging between heaven and earth. Wherever the black gas passed, grass and trees withered, spiritual plants decayed, and even the vitality in the soil was drained, turning the land into a lifeless, scorched earth. It covered the vast expanse of land shrouded by the black mist. The mortals in Shuzhou City were the first to suffer. The black gas seeped silently into every street and every house in the city. Pedestrians in the streets suddenly stopped, their faces turning ashen at a visible pace, eyes hollow, skin shriveling, as if an invisible hand was draining life from their bodies. Screams rose one after another, but soon those who fell lost the strength to scream. Within less than half an hour, large numbers of mortals began to collapse and die. Their deaths were horrifying, bodies withered like rotten wood, eye sockets sunken like skulls, their essence, energy, and spirit completely drained, leaving only desiccated skin wrapped around bones. Even some lower-level chi refining cultivators began to fall victim. The spiritual energy within their bodies seemed drawn by some invisible force, leaking uncontrollably from their pores, turning into wisps of white mist that drifted toward the black curtain above. No matter how they circulated their techniques to lock in their spiritual energy, it was futile. They could only feel their cultivation being drained bit by bit in despair. In that moment, all of Shuzhou City turned into a living hell on earth. Within 10,000 miles, there was more than just Shuzhou City. Shuzhou was one of the most densely populated prefectures of the Great Li Dynasty, especially the area around the prefectural capital of Shuzhou City, spanning 10,000 miles with billions of fertile fields, countless villages and towns, and a population of nearly 1 billion. Under the shroud of black mist, mortals fell like harvested wheat, patches of them collapsing. Screams arose one after another from cities, villages, and fields. Yet all were devoured by the thick black mist, not a single echo escaping. Every breath, hundreds of thousands of lives had their essence drained. Xianxia stood by the flying boat's porthole, gazing at the land swallowed by darkness below. Her hands unconsciously clenched. Tens of billions of mortals were dying. She turned to look at Su Chongqing beside her, her clear eyes carrying a hint of hesitation and entreaty. "I must go." Su Chongqing glanced at the black mist outside the window and spoke calmly. "Master, you cannot win. There is no need to face an opponent you cannot possibly defeat." Xianxua's gaze was resolute. "Cannot possibly defeat. I do not understand." Su Chongqing showed no anger. He knew this was the true Xianxua, the first immortal of the Eastern Domain. "Since that is the case, master, do as you wish. I will be behind you." Xianxua nodded, took a deep breath, and with a flicker of her silhouette, she appeared high in the sky. Her plain white dress rustled in the wind, and the moonlight-like radiance around her forced the surrounding black mist back hundreds of feet. She gazed at the sky-covering black curtain, hesitating no longer. The aura of the nascent soul stage no longer suppressed, it burst forth like the moon rising from the sea. A cold and vast pressure instantly enveloped the entire Shuzhou City. Fairy Xiao. Pei Yuxian, who had been struggling nearby, immediately sensed this aura and looked over with a mixture of surprise and joy. But then she shook her head, her voice filled with heaviness and unwillingness. "It is useless. This grand formation, unless a nascent soul cultivator takes action, cannot be shaken at all. I have already exhausted all my abilities, yet I could not even cut open a single crack." Xianxua glanced sideways at her, her gaze calm as water, but her tone carried an unshakable certainty. "It is simple. I shall become a nascent soul." With that, she no longer suppressed her aura. Her spiritual pressure was revealed. Nascent soul, initial stage. The celestial phenomena suddenly changed. A phantom of a bright moon rose slowly behind her, cold and clear, illuminating the black mist for 1,000 miles, leaving no place to hide. Pei Yuxian's eyes widened, and her lips moved several times before she could voice, "Nascent soul." She had always believed Xianxua was still at the peak of the core formation stage, for this bottleneck had troubled the fairy for centuries, and everyone knew it. Not long ago, when they met in that cemetery, Xianxua had not revealed her cultivation aura, and Pei Yuxian had assumed she was merely suppressing her spiritual power. Unexpectedly, after being captured by Su Changqing for just over a month, Xianxia had not only not been tortured beyond recognition, but had broken through the bottleneck that had plagued her for centuries and entered the nascent soul realm. Xianxia offered no further explanation. With a wave of her right hand, a sword of deep black and yellow hues appeared in her palm. The blade bore the ancient characters Xian Huang, engraved upon it, glinting with cold light under the moonlight. She poured the vast power of the supreme Yin within her body into the sword. The Xian Huang sword emitted a clear, resonant hum, and the blade blazed with a brilliant light like the full moon. Gripping the sword with both hands, she struck. A azure sword light tore across the sky like a crescent moon suddenly rising in the night sky, dazzling and wholly carrying the pure aura of purification, and struck straight at the black mist high above. This time the black mist in the sky finally responded. The seemingly endless thick darkness was forcibly split open, revealing a massive gap from the power of this single strike. The mist at the edges of the rift surged, trying to close again, but was seared by the residual supreme Yin power of the sword, glow sizzling and unable to heal. A long-lost ray of sunlight filtered through the crack, casting a thin beam of light into the oppressive darkness, bringing a glimmer of hope. That ray of sunlight happened to fall precisely on Xianxia, gilding her plain white dress with a warm golden edge, making her appear like a celestial maiden descending to the mortal world. The mortals and cultivators struggling around them were all stunned in that instant. They looked up at the white silhouette standing in the sky, bathed in sunlight, her face cold and wholly surrounded by an aura interwoven with moonlight and golden light. Some thought it was a divine miracle, others believed they had already died and were seeing a goddess. A few experienced elder cultivators first recognized her identity and shouted in ecstatic joy. "It is Fairy Xiao! Wonderful, it is Fairy Xiao! We are saved!" The despairing crowd erupted in waves of cheers, and countless people knelt on the ground, prostrating themselves before the figure in the sky. They might not know about Xianxia's wanted status or the rumors spread about her. They only knew that in the darkest moment this fairy had torn open the black curtain and brought them a glimmer of life. Pei Yuxian beside her also showed a joyful expression and tightened her grip on her sword. With a nascent soul cultivator intervening, this grand formation might not be unbreakable. Xianxia took a deep breath and raised the Xian Huang sword again, ready to continue breaking the formation. At that moment, Su Changqing's voice suddenly transmitted into her divine sense. "Watch behind you." Xianxia's pupils contracted, and she spun around abruptly. A pitch-black arrow moving at an inconceivable speed was hurtling toward her through the air, crossing thousands of miles in an instant. The venom and deathly aura clinging to the arrowhead were so dense they nearly materialized. It was too fast, so fast that any ordinary nascent soul initial stage cultivator would have no chance to react. But Xianxia was no ordinary nascent soul. She was the supreme Yin sacred body. Void Bell. She raised her hand, and the ancient black miniature bell instantly appeared before her, expanding into a 10-foot phantom of the void bell around her. Runes flowed across the phantom, exuding a defensive aura as solid as a mountain. The black arrow slammed into the void bell phantom with a piercing shriek, causing corrupted spiritual energy to explode in the air, forming a twisted mass of black mist. With a crisp crack, the arrow finally shattered under the strain, and the void bell phantom was also blasted with a large hole, but it had successfully blocked the arrow. A figure entirely shrouded in a black robe emerged slowly from the black mist. With each step, the space around him twisted slightly, and the terrifying pressure of a nascent soul late-stage cultivator crushed down like a tangible force, making it almost impossible for core formation cultivators like Pei Yuxian to breathe. Xianxia's expression changed slightly. Nascent soul late stage. How could such a powerful cultivator exist in this region? Such a cultivation level was a top-tier existence even in the open eastern domain. Why would he stoop to preside over a massacre formation targeting mortals? She instinctively probed his cultivation technique's aura, trying to discern his origin. But as her divine sense touched that cold and sinister aura, a memory sealed for 700 years exploded in her mind like a thunderclap. The cultivation technique this man practiced was extremely similar to that of the evil cultivators who had wiped out her Xiao family 700 years ago. That bone-chilling, icy aura, that nauseating stench of blood and resentment. Yes, exactly the same. They must be of the same group, perhaps even the same individuals. Xianxia's body began to tremble. The hatred suppressed for 700 years surged wildly in her chest. The black-robed man seemed to regard her as insignificant, speaking in a hoarse, icy voice from beneath the robe, full of impatience and threat. "This has nothing to do with you. I advise you to leave this place immediately. Since you have cultivated to the nascent soul stage, you must understand the difficulty of cultivation. Why throw away your future for these mortals? I am a nascent soul late-stage cultivator. Killing you would be like slaughtering a pig or a dog." He paused, his dark red eyes scanning Xianxia, and his tone grew more contemptuous. "You are not bad-looking, girl. If you do not leave, I would not mind refining you as well." The dark mist surged and rolled, and cries of woe filled the land. Above Shuzhou City, the rift in the sky was slowly closing. The gap that Xianxia had just carved with her sword was being filled by new black mist at a visible rate, and the faint ray of sunlight that had managed to break through was once again devoured entirely. The streets of the city were littered with the corpses of mortals and low-level cultivators drained of their vitality. Their bodies were withered like dead with eyes sunken, mouths agape, having endured extreme agony and terror before death. Xianxia looked back, and everywhere she saw was devastation. Those still struggling raised their arms, sending silent pleas for help toward the single white figure in the sky. Their bodies were rapidly being drained of blood and soul by the black mist. Their skin lost its luster before their eyes, and the light in their eyes dimmed and extinguished. Could she simply ignore it? She could not. She turned her gaze to the black-robed cultivator at the late divine transformation stage opposite her, and a glimmer of determination began to kindle in her eyes. The tying force within her surged like a tidal wave, forming the phantom of a bright moon around her. That moon was sacred and cold, driving back the black mist for dozens of miles. Wherever the moon's radiance touched, the mortals and cultivators eroded by the dark mist felt their pain ease. Gripping the Xianhuang sword with both hands, she struck out another immense crescent-shaped sword, aura even more brilliant and resolute than the one before. The black-robed divine transformation cultivator fixed his gaze on the moon phantom around Xianxia, his eyes brimming with undisguised greed and ecstasy. The Tying Sacred Body. The legendary Tying Sacred Body. Ha ha ha, I never expected such fortune, to encounter an undeveloped Tying Sacred Body here. If I can refine you, my cultivation will surely ascend to another level. His laughter, sharp and piercing, echoed from beneath the black robe, brimming with uncontrollable delight. Blood Demon Avatar. He bellowed, and behind him suddenly materialized a colossal, blood-red, demonic shadow towering 1,000 feet high. That demonic shadow was a deep crimson, as if forged from the blood of countless lives. It churned with thick blood mist, its features indistinct, yet it exuded a suffocating aura of brutality. The Blood Demon Avatar raised its massive fist and punched against the oncoming crescent sword aura. The moment the sword aura and the blood fist collided, an earth-shattering roar erupted. A visible shockwave spread in all directions, tearing apart the clouds for 1,000 miles. The crescent sword aura was shattered, but the blood demon's hand was also riddled with dense cracks from which blood mist seeped in wisps. A single strike from an early divine transformation cultivator could damage the blood demon avatar of a late-stage cultivator. The amplification of the Tying Sacred Body was far more terrifying than the black-robed man had anticipated. To achieve this at the early divine transformation stage, you can be proud, the black-robed man said coldly, his tone carrying a sinister admiration. But unfortunately, I am at the late divine transformation stage. Your Tying Sacred Body, I will gladly accept. He raised his hand and conjured a black lotus. It was pitch black, its petals inscribed with countless dense heretical runes, exuding a nauseating aura of resentment and death. The black lotus expanded rapidly upon leaving his hand, growing to a size of 10,000 feet, blotting out the sky, and casting the entire city of Shuzhou into its shadow. If that black lotus fell upon the city, not only mortals, but even golden core and nascent soul cultivators would be reduced to blood on the spot. Xianxia gritted her teeth and flashed to appear directly above Shuzhou City. She used the Tying force to form a cerulean barrier covering half the city, then raised her hand to summon the Taishu bell. The small black bell expanded into an ancient bell several dozen feet in size, enveloping both her and the barrier behind her. The 10,000-foot black lotus slammed violently onto the barrier, unleashing a devastating, world-shattering blast of chi. The shockwave tore apart the clouds for 10,000 miles, sheared off distant mountain peaks at their wastes, and split the earth with deep, bottomless cracks. The mere aftershocks caused rows of buildings in the city to collapse. Xianxia held firm against the terrifying pressure from the black lotus, gripping her sword with both hands and bracing it before her. A trickle of crimson blood began to seep from the corner of her mouth, dripping down her pale chin and staining the pristine white of her robe with shocking red blossoms. The gap between the early and late divine transformation stages was like a chasm. Even with the Tying Sacred Body and 2 spiritual treasures, she could only barely withstand it, utterly unable to counterattack. Hanyu, flee. You are a divine transformation cultivator, you can escape. Pei Yuxian appeared beside her, pouring her own spiritual energy unreservedly into the Taishu bell to share the terrifying pressure. Her cultivation was far inferior to Xianxua's. Merely resisting the shockwave's aftermath caused her face to turn pale and veins to bulge on her forehead. Xianxua's face was white, but she slowly shook her head. Her voice was soft, yet carried an unshakable resolve. I cannot leave. Behind me lies Shuzhou City, and also my homeland. 700 years ago, she failed to protect the Shao family. If she turned and fled now, 700 years later, she would never forgive herself. At that moment, a figure in black robes with white hair appeared beside her like a phantom. No one saw how he arrived. It was as if he had always been there, merely unwilling to show himself earlier. Su Changqing wrapped one arm around Xianxua's waist, drawing her steadily into his embrace, while raising the other hand casually, as if shooing away an annoying fly. He snapped his fingers. The 10,000-foot black lotus instantly dissolved like snow under the scorching sun, layer by layer from the outside, and turning into nothingness. The black-robed divine transformation cultivator's face drastically changed, his dark red pupils contracting sharply. How is that possible? That black lotus was a heretical treasure he had refined over a century, using the flesh and blood of countless beings based on an ancient scripture. Even a cultivator at the same late divine transformation stage could not dissolve it so effortlessly. Who was this white-haired youth? Xianxia did not even spare him a glance. His entire attention was fixed on the woman in his arms, blood trickling from her lips. He lowered his head and kissed her directly, drinking the blood from the corner of her mouth. Tasting the flavor of Xianxia's blood, the red light in his pupils suddenly flared, exultation and tenderness intertwined into a nearly manic glow. Allowing yourself to get hurt like this. I'll have to teach you a lesson when we get back. Xianxia could only emit a muffled whimper in his embrace. Her previous resolute and unyielding demeanor instantly crumbled, replaced by embarrassment and panic. She instinctively tried to break free, but he held her tighter, forcing her to bury her face in his chest, praying that the people below had not seen this. It was over. She had just been kissed in front of so many people. At that moment, the entire world trembled violently, with the earth shaking and mountains swaying. 1,000 miles from Suzhou City, a massive beam of black light shot up into the sky, punching a huge hole through the dark mist that covered the heavens. That black light contained an intensely pure and ancient demonic aura. Xianxia finally looked up, gazing at the soaring black pillar, and a slow, triumphant smile spread across his lips. He patted the back of the still-dazed Xianxia in his arms, his tone light and cheerful. Have finally out. It's been worth the wait. Xianxia looked up at the black mist formation still slowly rotating in the sky. This thing was already useless. He grasped the air with his right hand, and the Taishu Yulong spear materialized in his palm. Dark golden light rippled along the dragon patterns on the shaft, emitting a low dragon roar. Holding the spear with one hand, he casually thrust it toward the sky. A terrifyingly immense spear momentum burst from the tip, transforming into a 10,000 zhang demonic dragon. Its entire body was dark gold with ferocious scales. It raised its head and let out a dragon roar that shook the 9 heavens, then charged straight at the black mist formation high in the sky. The moment the demonic dragon crashed into the black mist, the entire sky was dyed into a chaotic color interwoven with dark gold and pitch black. Then came a cataclysmic explosion. The shockwave vaporized all clouds within 10,000 li, revealing an unprecedented clear blue sky. The black mist formation that had shrouded the land of Suzhou and devoured hundreds of millions of lives was completely dissipated by Xianxia's casual spear strike. Sunlight once again sprinkled over this devastated land, but it could no longer warm the withered corpses lying in the streets and alleys. Though the black mist had dispersed, the cost was irreparable. Within 10,000 li around Suzhou City, among the 1 billion population, 3/10 had been refined by the formation. Most of the extracted essence, energy, and spirit had vanished with the formation's operation, flowing toward that black lotus, leaving only a trace of remnants drifting in the air. However, Xianxia was not picky. Even if only a trace remained, it was still the blood and chi essence of nearly 10 million people. He raised his hand and conjured a giant demonic claw grasping at the void. The vast blood and chi permeating the world was forcibly gathered like rivers returning to the sea, frantically compressed in his palm, finally condensing into a fist-sized dark red blood pill. He casually tossed the blood pill into his mouth, swallowed it, and a glint of satisfaction flashed in his eyes. This blood and chi is not bad. Xianxia stood beside him, watching him swallow the blood pill condensed from the blood and chi of millions, wanting to speak, but stopping. She wanted to say something, but the words died in her throat. In the end, she just shook her head and sighed inwardly. Oh well, Xianxia was ultimately accustomed to the ways of demonic cultivators. This method of refining blood and chi was merely recycling waste in his eyes. There was no need for her to say something that would displease him. She simply stood silently behind him, watching his back, the back that had stood before her, shielding her from all dangers. Xianxia turned around, pinched Xianxia's cheek, took out a green pill from his bosom, and without explanation stuffed it into her mouth. The pill dissolved upon entering her mouth, and a gentle, yet vast medicinal power spread through her body. The internal injuries she had suffered from blocking the black lotus earlier healed at a visible rate, and the bloodstains at the corner of her mouth vanished within a few breaths. Master, wait for me here. He released his hand, turned around, and looked at the enormous black lotus floating in the distance. His figure gradually receded in Xianxia's eyes. That tall back cast a long shadow under the sunlight, enveloping her entire body. Xianxia silently nodded, watching the direction he left, and an unprecedented sense of security rose in her heart. She knew what he was going to do, and she knew what dangers he would face, but she no longer worried as she used to, because he was Xianxia her. What was that mere black-robed divine transformation cultivator? Xianxia stepped on the void, crossing thousands of li in a single step. He looked at the black-robed divine transformation cultivator, still flustered in the wind, a playful smile on his lips. Black Lotus sect. Your precious treasure now belongs to me. Damn it, you know everything. The black-robed divine transformation cultivator roared in fury, his voice filled with disbelief. The Black Lotus sect had always acted in secrecy. Even among demonic cultivators, few knew of their existence. How could this white-haired young man see through them at a glance? But Xianxia did not spare him another glance. His target today was never this late-stage divine transformation black-robed cultivator, but the Black Lotus slowly blooming in the distance. The Black Lotus sect had set up a city-slaughtering formation precisely to hasten the maturation of this treasure. Now that the treasure was about to emerge, it saved him a lot of effort. 3 Calamities Demon God Fist. Xianxia threw a punch. 3 distinct types of Calamity Chi. Killing Calamity, Demonic Calamity, and Divine Calamity. Intertwined and wove around his fist, transforming into a 10,000 Zhang fist energy, carrying the terrifying momentum of myriad demons howling and blasted straight toward the black-robed divine transformation cultivator. The black-robed divine transformation cultivator's face changed drastically. Hastily he conjured a Black Lotus to block. But that hastily formed Black Lotus was as fragile as paper before the 10,000 Zhang fist energy. It didn't even last a single breath before being shattered into countless fragments. The black-robed divine transformation cultivator's body, along with the 1,000 Zhang blood demon avatar behind him, was pierced through by the fist energy, crashing into the earth like a dark red meteor. It toppled dozens of 1,000 Zhang mountains, carving a terrifying gully hundreds of li long in the mountain range before finally stopping. Even among late-stage divine transformation cultivators there were gaps. An enormous Black Lotus floated in the void, its entire body pitch black like ink, its petals layered, each engraved with chaotic patterns that had existed since the dawn of heaven and earth. It floated there silently, yet emitted a terrifying aura that devoured all things, as if even light falling on its surface would be consumed. Finally it had emerged. Xianxia took a step of 1,000 li and reached out to grab the world-destroying Black Lotus. However, just as his fingertips were about to touch the Black Lotus, a sense of crisis suddenly rose from the depths of his heart. Without any hesitation, he vanished from his spot. At the very location he had just left, an overwhelming storm of spiritual energy and an enormous sword shadow crashed down, distorting and deforming that space. 4 figures appeared on the scene. 2 divine transformation cultivators from the Xianxia sect, and 2 from the Yinyang Pavilion, each occupying a direction, forming an encirclement to protect the world-destroying Black Lotus. The leader of the Xianxia sect had white hair and beard, and his sword intent was sharp as a blade. He was clearly at the late stage of divine transformation, none other than the great elder of Xianxia sect, Yunjianjinjuan. The beautiful woman beside him was Tao Jinjinjuan, a mid-stage divine transformation cultivator. The other one was a burly old man surrounded by Yin and Yang Qi, the great elder of Yinyang Pavilion, Tuoba Lei, also mid-stage divine transformation. The other was a young man with a feminine face and frivolous eyes, none other than Ji Xiao, who had defiled Pei Yuxian's purity. Demonic cultivator, stop! Yunjianjinjuan bellowed, unleashing his late-stage divine transformation sword intent without reservation. Xianxia stood with his hands behind his back, his white hair rustling in the wind, a sarcastic sneer on his face. When Shuzhou City was being slaughtered by the formation and hundreds of millions of mortals turned into withered bones, none of these righteous experts appeared. Now that the Black Lotus had emerged, they ran faster than anyone and still had the audacity to stand here and yell at him. Even more ridiculous was that the Xianxia sect and the Yinyang Pavilion were originally mortal enemies. Pei Yuxian had been defiled by Ji Xiao, and the 2 sects had been locked in a bitter conflict, even losing a nascent soul elder. Yet now these 2 groups of sworn enemies who should have fought to the death upon sight had actually formed a temporary united front out of fear of Xianxia. Ridiculous. No matter how many ants come, they are still ants. Xianxia was too lazy to waste words with them. He spread his arms, and a low voice ground out from the depths of his throat like a verdict from the 9 nether hells. Netherworld Blood Sea. With him at the center, the ground for thousands of li around simultaneously cracked open. Countless dark red blood water gushed out from the fissures, instantly transforming into a surging, roaring sea of blood. Within the blood sea, 10,000 ghosts wailed, demonic shadows flickered, enveloping the 4. Yunjianjinjuan, Tao Jinjinjuan, Tuoba Lei, and Ji Xiao. The 4's faces changed dramatically. They found that their protective spiritual light was melting away like snow under a blazing sun in the blood sea, and the light of their magical artifacts flickered unsteadily under the erosion of the blood water. The sea of blood churned endlessly. Layer upon layer of dark crimson waves spread out, transforming the heavens and earth for thousands of miles into a surging expanse of blood. The blood path law. Under the shroud of the blood sea, space was sealed, spiritual energy corroded, and even the flow of time seemed to become viscous and sluggish. Tuoba Lei stood amidst the blood sea, his yin and yang energies swirling madly around him, barely pushing the blood back 3 feet from his body. Yet his face had turned pallid as paper. It's the power of law. The blood path law. This Xianxia has comprehended the law. His voice was filled with incredulous terror. The power of law was a domain that only Return to Void cultivators could touch, an insurmountable chasm between divine transformation and Return to Void. A cultivator who could comprehend the law at the divine transformation realm was in the entire history of the Eastern Domain a dragon among men, a transcendent prodigy unseen for 100,000 years. Yet this white-haired demon lord, barely over 300 years old, had already touched the threshold of the law. Su Changqing, don't think just because you've stepped into the late divine transformation stage you are invincible. True Lord Yunjian's beard and hair bristled as he roared, his sword intent erupting like a volcano. He had stagnated at the late divine transformation stage for over 1,000 years, his sword Dao already perfected to the utmost. Su Changqing, having just entered the late divine transformation stage, was so arrogant. He could no longer tolerate it. 10,000 swords returned to one. He formed seals with both hands, his spiritual energy pouring out like an ocean, materializing into 1,000,000 cold gleaming long swords in the sky. Countless sword shadows densely filled the entire firmament, each blade shimmering with icy sharpness, their tips all pointing at the black-robed, white-haired figure in the center of the blood sea. In an instant, the 1,000,000 swords converged and merged into a single colossal giant sword, tens of thousands of feet long, its blade exuding a fierce sword intent capable of tearing space itself, slashing down at Su Changqing with overwhelming force. A faint smile curled at the corner of Su Changqing's lips, revealing a playful expression. He raised his right hand, and before him suddenly appeared a massive gray-white vortex, slowly rotating like an entrance to some void world. The devouring power awakened from the first layer of the devouring Dao demon scripture could directly devour even an enemy's attack and convert it into his own use. That colossal sword, imbued with overwhelming might, plunged into the gray-white vortex and vanished without a trace, like a clay ox sinking into the sea, never to stir a single ripple, devoured cleanly. Then a surge of vast and pure power flowed into Su Changqing's dantian through the vortex. What? How is that possible? True Lord Yunjian's face changed drastically, his eyes filled with disbelief. His most proud sword Dao divine ability had been swallowed by the enemy, as if it were mere nourishment. Tuoba Lei gritted his teeth and took out a purple talisman shimmering with ancient lightning radiance from his bosom, a flicker of reluctance in his eyes, but even more killing intent. The Yin-Yang soul-slaying talisman, a top-tier 5th-grade spiritual talisman passed down for tens of thousands of years by the Yin-Yang Pavilion, personally refined by a return to Void Grandmaster. As an elder who had rendered great service, he was fortunate enough to receive one. He hurled the talisman fiercely at Su Changqing. It transformed in midair into a pillar of dark purple lightning as thick as a water bucket, tearing through space, carrying a destructive force capable of gravely wounding a peak divine transformation cultivator. Peach Blossom Sword Art 1, Sword 1, Flower 1, World. True Lord Taojian seized the opportunity to strike from the side. Her Peach Blossom Sword wove countless sword flowers, each containing the power of life and death of a small world, cascading down upon Su Changqing layer upon layer. Before the sword light even arrived, the fierce sword intent had already carved bottomless chasms across the surface of the blood sea. With an expressionless face, Su Changqing stretched out his left hand and directly caught the blade thrust by True Lord Taojian. The sharp edge scraped against his palm with a screeching metallic sound, yet it could not even cut the skin of his palm. The flesh, tempered by the extinguishing immortal demon body, was already comparable to a top-grade spiritual treasure. A mere mid-divine transformation sword cultivator could not even break his defense. Almost at the same instant, he punched out with his right hand. The 10,000-foot fist aura of the Three Calamities demon god fist collided head-on with the lightning transformed from the Yin-Yang soul-slaying talisman. It shattered the devastating lightning into countless sparks that dissipated into the blood sea. True Lord Taojian tried to withdraw her sword and retreat, but found her life-bound sword firmly held by Su Changqing, unmoving. Alarms blared in her heart. Just as she was about to abandon her sword and flee, the blood sea beneath her feet surged violently, engulfing her entirely. A plump, alluringly beautiful woman let out a miserable shriek in the blood sea. Her protective spiritual light lasted less than 2 breaths under the erosion of the blood path law before shattering. The blood water climbed onto her body like a living thing. That once captivating, seductive face melted visibly before the eyes, and her voluptuous, exquisite figure corroded into white bones under the blood's erosion. Beauty is but a skeleton. Su Changqing let out a twisted, sadistic grin, raised his hand, and grabbed True Lord Taojian's escaping nascent soul from the remains, holding it firmly in his palm. The nascent soul, no larger than a fist, faintly bore the terrified, twisted face of True Lord Taojian, struggling and screaming desperately. Su Changqing closed his 5 fingers and refined it instantly. In an instant, he refined that nascent soul into the purest wisp of soul energy and casually absorbed it into his body. Outside the blood sea, Xiao Hanyue watched the surging crimson expanse, anxiously, unconsciously pulling at the hem of her skirt. Her heart was filled with deep complexity. She should have supported the righteous path. It was the camp she had grown up in, the faith she had cultivated for centuries. Yet seeing Su Changqing firmly gaining the upper hand, suppressing the 4 divine transformation cultivators from both righteous and demonic paths, she felt not the slightest disappointment, but instead a long sigh of relief. She turned to look at Pei Yuxian beside her, hesitating. Fairy Pei, the Heavenly Sword Sect. She wanted to say something to comfort her friend, also a righteous fairy, but found her own position had become awkward to the extreme. Pei Yuxian shook her head, her eyes full of disappointment and coldness. She was not injured, but her heart had turned ice cold. The late divine transformation Grand Elder True, Lord Yunjian, was right nearby. When the black mist array enveloped Shuzhou City and billions of mortals perished horribly earlier, if he had been willing to intervene with his late divine transformation cultivation, he could have easily broken that array. Yet he chose to stand by and watch, allowing billions of lives to be refined alive. And now when the extinction Black Lotus emerged, he was the first to jump out and seize it. This was the heavenly sword sect she had served for centuries, the righteous path she had always been proud of. If not for Su Changqing's intervention, all life in Shuzhou City and the surrounding 10,000 miles would have been completely refined, and these righteous grandmasters would not have so much as glanced at it from beginning to end. Suddenly Xianxia spun around her profound yellow sword, tracing a sharp arc as she slashed behind her. With a thunderous crash, a figure was sent flying thousands of feet by her sword, tumbling several times in midair before barely stabilizing. It was the effeminate-faced, lecherous-eyed Xianxia. He licked his lips, his gaze at Xianxia filled with greed and lust. The aura of Xianxia's supreme sacred body was a fatal temptation to him. If he could seize her primordial the yin-yang joyous union technique he had cultivated for 1,000 years would break through its bottleneck, at once allowing him to step into the mid-divine transformation stage, or even directly assault the late stage. It's you. I'll kill you. The moment Pei Yuxian saw him, her eyes filled with bloodshot fury and murderous intent. This beast had defiled her purity with despicable means and ruined her centuries of cultivation. Hell, last time I let you escape by luck. This time I'll capture both of you and enjoy you thoroughly. Xianxia laughed wantonly and insolently, his eyes roaming between Xianxia and Pei Yuxian as if he already regarded them as his spoils. Xianxia's face was as cold as frost, her eyes blazing with killing intent. She gripped her profound yellow sword, channeling the power of supreme into the blade, ready to strike. But before she could swing, a streak of dark gold light shot through the air from afar, faster than even divine sense could track. A spear wreathed in earth-shattering might pierced through Xiao's back, the tip emerging from his chest, pinning him in place. The void-striding dragon spear. Even in the midst of fierce battle, Su Changqing had spared a hand to swat away this disgusting fly for her. The demonic chi attached to the spear surged into Xiao's body like a starving beast, the blood path law weaving a net of death that shredded his flesh from the inside out, inch by inch. Bones snapped, meridians shattered, and his internal organs were ground to bloody pulp by the violent demonic chi. The lewd greed on Xiao's face had not yet faded before it was frozen on that delicate, effeminate visage. No. He let out a blood-curdling scream, but only managed to utter a single word before his entire body began to disintegrate from the wound made by the spear. Flesh and blood peeled off like shards of broken porcelain, until finally, together with his nascent soul, he turned to ashes and vanished into the heavens and earth. The blood sea surged, the killing intent lingering. Ji Taimei and Yi Fan flew on their swords to Pei Yuxian's side just in time to witness that earth-shattering spear strike. The dark golden spear light pierced through heaven and earth like a meteor. With a single thrust of the Taishu Yulong spear, Xiao was obliterated, both body and soul, leaving no chance for reincarnation. Xiao was after all a divine transformation elder of the Yin-Yang Pavilion, a figure of some renown in the demonic path of the Eastern Domain. Yet under Su Changqing's spear, he didn't even have time to let out 2 screams before he turned to ashes. When had they ever witnessed such a scene? Both were stunned. Ji Taimei's mouth gaped open, and it took a long while before he came to his senses, his eyes filled with shock and yearning. A divine transformation powerhouse. Even looking up at him made his neck ache. And now he was pinned to the spot by Su Changqing's spear like a pig or dog being slaughtered. He let out a long sigh and said with heartfelt admiration, "A true man should be like this." He clenched his fist secretly, his heart surging with excitement. The path of cultivation should be like this, swift in revenge and glory, looking down upon the world. Whether you are a divine transformation or nascent soul, if you provoke me, I'll pierce you through with one spear thrust. Yi Fan stood aside, his face showing shock, but in his mind, he was already wildly fantasizing about scenes of stepping on Su Changqing and having a harem in the future. His gaze swept over Xianxia, his eyes gleaming with intense light. What a beautiful fairy. Her cold and holy temperament, her peerless beauty. She was 10,000 times more beautiful than all the internet celebrities and stars he had seen in his previous life combined. Is this the legendary #1 fairy of the Eastern Domain? If he could bring her into his harem. A lewd smile involuntarily spread across his face, his eyes staring fixedly at Xianxia, almost drooling. Pei Yuxian frowned deeply, looking at his disgraceful appearance, and a bad suspicion suddenly arose in her heart. Earlier Yi Fan had barged into her room, claiming to give her a massage, with the same lecherous look in his eyes. Now he dared to look at Xianxia with the same gaze. Did he not know who stood behind Xianxia? Ji Taimei reacted swiftly with sharp eyes and quick feet. He kicked Yi Fan hard in the back of the knee, lowering his voice and gritting his teeth as he cursed. If you want to die, don't drag us with you. Fairy Xiao is Su Mo. No Su Senior's woman. If you don't want your dog eyes, I still want my little life. In the nether blood sea, Tuoba Lei was both shocked and enraged, staring fixedly at Su Changqing, his eyes almost spitting fire. Su Changqing, you actually killed Xiao. Besides being a divine transformation elder of the Yinyang Pavilion, Xianxia had an even more important identity. He was a descendant of the Yinyang Pavilion's ancestor. That ancestor was at the Return to Void Realm, though he was in seclusion year-round and cared little about worldly affairs. Xianxia was his only blood descendant. Now that Xianxia was dead, the ancestor would surely be furious, and as his companion Tuoba Lei would not escape blame for failing to protect him. What if I killed him? Su Changqing sneered, his tone as casual as if he had crushed an ant. Since you can't bear to part with him, I'll send you down to meet him right now. Tuoba Lei's heart was a mix of shock and fear. Only two paths lay before him now: either flee back and be punished by the ancestor, or be slain here by Su Changqing. Either way led to death, but at least dying at Su Changqing's hands would earn him the name of a warrior. The ancestor might, for his sake of fighting to the death, show mercy to his descendants. He gritted his teeth, turned to look at Yunjian and growled, "Hold nothing back. This Su Changqing is too strong, trapped in his nether blood. See, we cannot escape. We can only fight to the death." As his voice fell, he began to wildly burn his soul and lifespan, his aura surging step by step, vaguely touching the threshold of the late divine transformation stage. He took out an ancient yellowed scroll from his bosom, bit the tip of his tongue, and sprayed a mouthful of essence blood onto the scroll. The scroll suddenly unfurled, and a terrifying aura from the nether burst forth from the painting, transforming into a hideous-looking ghost deity wielding a giant axe. That ghost deity was 1,000 zhang tall, covered in dark cyan scales, its aura approaching the peak of divine transformation. Yinyang ghost deity, emerge. Tuoba Lei shouted sharply, and the ghost deity let out a deafening roar to the sky, then swung its giant axe and charged at Su Changqing. Wherever the axe blade passed, the space was slashed into fine cracks. Yunjian nodded, a flash of ruthlessness and determination in his eyes. He too began to burn his soul and lifespan, his sword intent soaring wildly. He poured all his power without reservation into the long sword in his hand. The sword blade emitted a strained hum, and the light on the edge grew increasingly intense, as if a blazing sun was compressed within the sword. Su Changqing watched coldly as the two prepared to fight to the death, and snorted expressionlessly, pointless resistance. He made a grasping motion with his right hand, and the Taishu Yulong spear flew through the air from afar, landing steadily in his palm. The dark, golden, wandering dragon patterns on the spear lit up one by one. The power of the spear Dao Law condensed into a cyan law dragon coiling around the spear tip, spitting out a sharpness capable of tearing heaven and earth. Holding the spear with one hand, he thrust it at the ghost deity wielding the giant axe. The spear tip and axe blade collided fiercely. The law dragon roared out, directly blasting half of the ghost deity's body. Dark cyan scales and flesh exploded into a blizzard of debris. Then he swung the spear, backhanded the spear shaft, carrying a force of 10,000 Jun, smashing into the remaining body of the ghost deity. That nether ghost deity, which was near the peak of divine transformation, didn't even have time to swing a second axe before it exploded with a bang, dissolving into a cloud of black chi that dissipated into the blood sea. Tuoba Lei spat out a mouthful of blood heavily, and the light on the scroll dimmed by half in an instant. He shouted hoarsely to Yunjian, "Are you ready? I can't hold on much longer." "Ready." Yunjian suddenly opened his eyes, and the long sword in his hand emitted a clear, resonant ring. The sword, charged with all his power, was slashed out fiercely. But he did not slash at Su Changqing. Instead, he slashed at the surging blood sea barrier above. The sword, light like a white bolt piercing heaven and earth, struck the blood sea barrier fiercely. Cracking sounds rang out continuously. The blood sea barrier was actually torn open into a large hole by his brute force, and sunlight poured down through the opening. Yunjian, burning his essence blood and lifespan, transformed into an extremely fast sword light, and with a whoosh flew out through the crack. The moment he flew out of the crack, the blood sea barrier immediately resealed, restoring the hard-won breach to its original state. Tuoba Lei stood frozen in place, and it took him a full 2 breaths to react. He raised his head and let out a roar that shook the clouds, his voice filled with grief, anger, and despair. "You damned old bastard. A righteous hypocrite. This infuriates me." Only then did he realize that Yunjian had never intended to fight to the death with him from the start. He was merely using him to hold Su Changqing back, buying time to burn his soul and gather power. Talk of fighting to the death and joining forces to resist the enemy. All of it was false. That old bastard had planned from the beginning to betray his companion and flee alone. Su Changqing's figure flickered, appearing before Tuoba Lei, and grabbed him by the throat. Demonic chi like chains sealed his dantian layer upon layer. The surging spiritual energy around Tuoba Lei instantly froze, and he became like a trapped beast whose vital point had been seized, unable to move any longer. Su Changqing turned his head and glanced in the direction Yunjian had fled. No trace of sword light could be seen on the horizon. A late divine transformation, old bastard, burning soul and lifespan to flee at full speed. Indeed, he was fast enough. But he didn't care much. If he escaped, he would kill him next time. Tuoba lay suspended in midair with his neck gripped, saw the anger and bitterness in his eyes gradually replaced by pure terror. He forced out a voice from his throat, trembling with a hint of pleading. "No. Spare me. Please don't kill me. I can serve you. I can help you deal with the Inyang Pavilion. Su Changqing smiled. The smile was warm and calm, but it sent a deeper chill through Tuoba Lei from the soles of his feet to the top of his head. His voice even carried a soothing tone as if comforting a frightened child. Don't worry, I won't kill you. I will even let you receive the supreme legacy of a 7th-grade alchemist. The price, well, it's just that the process will have a minor side effect. After receiving the legacy, you will lose your memory. Tuoba Lei was stunned, his eyes full of confusion and bewilderment. Clearly he had no idea what Su Changqing meant by these words. What 7th-grade alchemist? What supreme legacy? What losing memory? He opened his mouth to ask something, but in the next moment a cold blood light suddenly flashed in Su Changqing's eyes. The blood Dao law he had already comprehended turned into an invisible blood-colored sword directly drilling deep into Tuoba Lei's sea of consciousness, precisely locating his soul. Tuoba Lei felt a thunderous shock in his mind, as if a red-hot branding iron had pierced into the deepest part of his soul. That blood-colored sword slashed down, cleanly chopping his soul into fragments. Each fragment was crushed by the law's power into the finest motes of soul force, leaving him no chance to reassemble. Tuoba Lei's eyes instantly lost all spark, becoming hollow and vacant. His physical body remained, and the spiritual energy in his dantian still circulated slowly, but within that shell there was no consciousness left. He had become a complete living corpse. Su Changqing took out a bottle and stored Tuoba Lei's body inside. The blood sea slowly dissipated and sunlight once again fell upon this scarred and ravaged land. The blood sea slowly dissipated and sunlight once again fell upon this scarred and ravaged land. Xiao Hanyue flew over with Pei Yuxian Ji Taimei, and Yi Fan trailing behind her. She landed before Su Qingchang and quickly scanned his figure from head to toe to ensure he was unharmed, though unease still lingered in her heart. Qingchang, are you all right? She couldn't help but ask. He had single-handedly faced 4 opponents, slain Jixio, and captured Tuoba Lei alive. Such achievements were enough to shake the entire eastern region. And the greater his feats, the more anxious she became. The incident when his immortal demon annihilation body had spiraled out of control was still fresh in her memory, and she feared that pushing himself too hard might trigger another backlash. A wicked smile curled at the corner of Su Qingchang's lips. With a sweeping motion of his arm, he pulled Xiao Hanyue into his embrace, and in front of Pei Yuxian and the 2 Tianjian sect disciples buried his face against her neck and breathed deeply. The faint, delicate fragrance of orchids filled his nostrils, and he closed his eyes in contentment. His tone dripped with smugness and playful teasing. Master, are you worried about me? Xiao Hanyue's cheeks flushed crimson in an instant, the heat spreading from her ears down to her neck. Instinctively she tried to push him away, pressing her palms against his chest, but he wouldn't budge an inch. Damn it! How dare he behave like this in front of so many people? Pei Yuxian was watching, and those 2 Tianjian sect disciples had their eyes wide open. Her dignity had been completely ruined. All her concern for him had been wasted. The moment this demon recovered his strength, all he could think to do was torment her. Su Qingchang held her for a while longer before reluctantly releasing her, his gaze drifting past Xiao Hanyue to sweep over the group behind her. Pei Yuxian felt a chill run through her at his cold stare, and hastily clasped her hands in a respectful greeting, her tone extremely deferential. Greetings, Senior Su. The image of Su Qingchang facing 4 opponents alone in the blood sea and slaughtering nascent soul cultivators as easily as butchering pigs was still vivid in her mind. She could hardly help but feel respectful. Ji Taimei standing behind her was even quicker-witted. Seeing her master pay respects, she immediately bowed deeply, as well her voice clear and resolute, showing not a hint of wavering. Only Yi Fan stood motionless, offering no bow and speaking no word. His eyes fixed on Su Qingchang's strikingly handsome face, so ethereally beautiful it bordered on the uncanny, and his pupils contracted sharply. A long-buried memory surged from the depths of his mind. In his past life on Blue Star while killing time, he had once browsed through a ranking of young billionaires. One person on that list bore an uncanny resemblance to the white-haired demon cultivator before him. Aside from the cascading white hair and the blood-red glint in his eyes, the 2 shared nearly identical facial features. He racked his brain to recall the name, then suddenly stiffened. That man's name had been Su Qingchang as well. Young billionaire Su Qingchang. Lord of the Heavenly Demon Hall, Su Qingchang. The same person. This demon before him was also a transmigrator. In his previous life, he had been a prominent figure gracing the billionaire lists on Blue Star. After transmigrating, however, he had become the most feared demonic powerhouse in the eastern region, cradling the region's most celebrated beauty in his arms and slaughtering nascent soul cultivators as casually as butchered dogs. An uncontrollable flash of jealousy crossed Yi Fan's eyes. Why was it that as fellow transmigrators Su Qingchang could embrace beauties on both sides and rampage across the realm, while he was relegated to being nothing more than a lowly foundation establishment disciple in the Tianjin sect? He too had his own golden finger. The demon refining tower floated silently within his consciousness. Given enough time, he would undoubtedly reach the pinnacle of the eastern region, just as Su Qingchang had. By then perhaps Xiao Hanyue would not be beyond his grasp either. Lost in his reveries, he failed to notice that Su Qingchang's gaze had already locked onto him like a drawn blade. Ji Taimei standing nearby sensed the deadly chill within that stare. Her heart skipped a beat, and without a word she retreated a few steps, putting distance between herself and Yi Fan. She cursed herself inwardly. She had warned Yi Fan countless times earlier to control his gaze and never look at Fairy Xiao with such lecherous eyes, yet the fool had ignored every caution. Now the senior had taken personal interest in him. Su Qingchang released his embrace around Xiaohanyue's waist and gently pushed her behind him. He began walking toward Yi Fan at a measured pace. Each step was unhurried, the dull thud of his boots against the scorched earth resonating like hammer strikes against Yi Fan's heart. Pei Yuxian paused, glancing at the utterly guilty expression on Yi Fan's face, and then at Su Qingchang's cold, dangerous gaze. The ominous suspicion in her mind grew ever clearer. She said nothing further, and simply retreated alongside Ji Taimei, her actions clearly conveying her stance. When Yi Fan finally snapped back to his senses, Su Qingchang had already arrived before him. The distance between them was so narrow that he could almost feel the chilling aura radiating from the other man. Yi Fan's legs buckled involuntarily, his knees trembling faintly, his breathing growing rapid and erratic. Let fantasies be fantasies, but the overwhelming pressure emanating from Su Qingchang, a man who had just slaughtered numerous nascent soul experts and reeked of bloodshed, was far beyond anything a mere Foundation establishment cultivator could endure. He felt as though an ancient ferocious beast had set its gaze upon him, and even his blood seemed on the verge of freezing. Senior Su, is there something you need? His voice stuttered, lips quivering so badly he could barely form a complete sentence. Su Qingchang's lips curled into an enigmatic smile. He studied Yi Fan with keen interest, as though examining a fascinating toy. He lifted his hand, and silently a barrier of blood-sea energy materialized around them, sealing off the surrounding area for several miles. Ji Taimei's heart sank, thinking to herself that Yi Fan was beyond saving. She had warned him repeatedly not to look at Fairy Xiao with such lecherous eyes, yet the idiot had ignored every caution, simply asking for death. All she could do was pray silently that this would not bring disaster upon herself and her master. Yi Fan's face drained of color as he saw the blood-sea barrier rising around him. Countless thoughts raced through his mind. Had Su Qingchang discovered the demon refining tower within him? Had his identity as a transmigrator been exposed? He swallowed hard, desperately trying to steady himself, when suddenly a sentence he had once seen online before transmigrating flashed through his mind. Fellow townsmen meeting, both with tears in their eyes. They were both transmigrators, perhaps he could forge some sort of connection. Gritting his teeth, he steeled himself and blurted out the words with a hint of probing desperation. When odd changes, even remains unchanged. Hearing this inexplicable remark, both Pei Yuxian and Ji Taimei wore puzzled expressions. What did "when odd changes, even remains unchanged" mean? Was it some kind of spell or secret code? Could it be an ancient forbidden technique they had never heard of before? The two exchanged bewildered glances, neither able to fathom what Yi Fan was babbling about. Su Qingchang's smile grew even brighter, so brilliant that it sent a bone-chilling dread shooting up from Yi Fan's feet straight to the crown of his head. He slowly raised his right hand, his voice laced with mockery and cruelty. Five-finger palm sword. Before the words had fully left his lips, his hand shot forward. His 5 fingers extended like 5 sharp daggers, piercing straight into Yi Fan's chest. Blood gushed forth, staining his wrist, and dyeing the azure robe of the Tianjin sect uniform crimson. Yi Fan's eyes bulged wide, his expression frozen in a grotesque, contorted instant. Then a tearing agony exploded from within his chest cavity. Su Qingchang's 5 fingers slipped precisely between the gaps of his ribs, gripping the still-beating heart. With one swift, decisive motion, he tore the blood-slicked organ from his chest, pulling it out whole. Yi Fan lowered his head, staring at the hollow, bloody hole in his chest, then at the still-twitching, blood-drenched heart in Su Changqing's hand. His lips moved slightly. He wanted to say something. After all, he was a transmigrator. He had the demon refining tower. His grand ambitions had only just begun. How could he die here? But no words came out. He could only force out a few broken, fragmented syllables. Su Changqing watched him with an expressionless face, slowly closing his fingers. The heart in his palm, like a crushed berry, burst with a soft pop into a slurry of bloody pulp. Yi Fan's body toppled straight back, crashing at Su Changqing's feet. In his wide-open eyes still lingered disbelief and a deep, profound terror. Even in death, he could not understand why he, a transmigrator, a protagonist chosen by fate, had died at the hands of a fellow countryman. Xiaohanyue was the first to approach. She glanced down at Yi Fan's corpse, then raised her head to look at Su Changqing. Her clear eyes held no doubt or unease. She asked calmly, "Changqing, was he also a demonic cultivator? If he was a demonic cultivator, then killing him was only natural. If he was of the righteous path, then there must have been a reason for his death." Her first instinct now was that whatever Su Changqing did was right, though deep inside, she kept telling herself it was only temporary submission, just to lull him, merely a strategic move. But her subconscious had already made the choice for her, and she hadn't even realized how complete this transformation was. Su Changqing shook his head, said nothing more, and turned his gaze to Pei Yuxian and Ji Taimei, who stood nearby. His blood-red eyes swept slowly over the two of them, and a meaningful smile curled at the corner of his lips. "Aren't you curious why I killed him?" Ji Taimei's mind raced. Almost before Su Changqing finished speaking, he blurted out, his tone resolute, as if stating an undeniable fact. Senior Su killed well. This man's temperament changed drastically. He must have been possessed by some demonic cultivator. He was sharp-witted. The moment Yi Fan had looked at Fairy Xiao with that lecherous gaze, he knew trouble was coming. Now that Yi Fan was dead, he had to make his stance clear to Su Changqing. Yi Fan deserved his death, and Ji Taimei wholeheartedly approved. This speech not only gave Su Changqing a graceful exit, but also distanced himself from the situation, killing two birds with one stone. Su Changqing chuckled softly, raised his hand, and conjured a massive hand of demonic qi, plunging it directly into Yi Fan's corpse. The demonic claw pierced through the chest and bones, reaching straight into the deepest part of the corpse, the sea of consciousness. After a moment, a translucent soul was forcibly dragged out of the body, writhing and twisting in the sunlight, letting out piercing screams. The soul bore not the slightest resemblance to Yi Fan's physical body. It wore a strange plastic garment, its hair cut extremely short with a few tacky streaks of yellow dye. An aura of dissonance that did not belong to this world oozed from its very bones. Terrified, it struggled, desperately wailing heart-wrenchingly, "Help. I want to go home. The cultivation world isn't fun. I want to go back to Blue Star. Let me go." It had thought transmigration meant becoming the protagonist, that with the demon refining tower it would defy the heavens, but it never imagined the cruelty of this world exceeded its wildest fantasies. There was no system, no newbie protection, no beautiful women throwing themselves at him. Only a demon who ripped out hearts without blinking. Pei Yuxian stared silently at the soul, so different from Yi Fan, her expression shifting from shock to gradual understanding. She had already suspected as much. Yi Fan was a disciple she had raised since childhood. Though not exceptional in character, he had always been respectful and proper, never overstepping his bounds. But in the past few days, Yi Fan's personality had changed drastically. His gaze toward her became lecherous, openly roaming over her body, and he even barged into her room to offer a massage. She had thought it was a deviation in his cultivation, but now the truth was clear. A different soul had long occupied this shell. Ji Taimei wore an expression of "I knew it," crossed his arms, nodded repeatedly, and thought to himself, "Just as I suspected." He had sensed something wrong with Yi Fan these past few days, laughing wildly in the streets, ogling his master, and now his intuition proved spot on. This fellow had indeed been possessed by some unknown wandering soul. He secretly rejoiced that he hadn't gotten too close to him, or he might have been ambushed by the demonic cultivator. Su Changqing stared coldly at the alien soul in his hands, still wailing and crying for its parents, a mocking smile curling at his lips. Even among transmigrators there were levels. This Yi Fan was merely a soul-possessing transmigrator from a few days ago. A wandering ghost from another world, seizing another's body, using another's spiritual roots, living under another's identity. Even if such a creature ever achieved anything, the world would only credit the original Yi Fan with no connection to this alien soul that had stolen the body. Even the children it bore would have no blood relation to it. The body inside and out belonged to the original Yi Fan. The genes were his, the bloodline was his. It was nothing but a parasite occupying a stolen nest. But Su Changqing was different. He was reincarnated. His soul and body were his own. He had simply forgotten to drink that bowl of mungpa soup, and had been born into the Shanhuang realm with memories of his past life. Every step he had taken was paved with his own blood and bones. He closed his fingers, and with clean efficiency, crushed the still screaming alien soul into fragments. The piercing cries ceased abruptly, dissolving into specks of fluorescent light that dissipated in the sunlight. Ding! Congratulations to the host for slaying the child of fortune, gaining 1000 fortune points. A small black tower flew out from between Yi Fan's corpse's brows, spinning in midair, exuding an ancient and barbaric demonic aura. Su Changqing raised his hand and captured the small tower into his palm, then with a turn of his hand, he stored it into his dantian. He would have the system appraise the tower's functions later. Just then, a violent fluctuation of heaven and earth came from behind. The black lotus hovered silently in midair. The lotus was pitch black as ink, its 9 petals layered and spread open, each inscribed with primordial chaos runes that had existed since the dawn of heaven and earth, radiating a terrifying aura that seemed to devour the sky and swallow the earth. Pei Yuxian cast one last glance at Su Changqing and Xiao Hongyue. Her gaze lingered between the two for a few breaths, settling on Su Changqing's hand, which rested naturally around Xiao Hongyue's waist. Watching the faint blush on Xiao Hongyue's face, a warmth that, though born of embarrassment, she made no real effort to shy away from, Pei Yuxian felt a tangle of conflicting emotions within her. She had once believed that she and Xiao Hongyue shared the same fate, but now she understood, though both had fallen into the abyss, Xiao Hongyue had been caught safely by someone, while she herself had been left shattered and broken. Senior Su, Fairy Xiao, since the matter is concluded and our enemy has been slain, I should be going. Her voice remained composed and restrained, yet beneath its surface could be detected the faintest undertone of loneliness she could hardly conceal. Ji Xiu was dead. The beast who had defiled her purity had finally been reduced to ashes beneath Su Changqing's spear, and with him the long-burning fury within her heart was finally extinguished. Yet in the wake of that extinguished rage there remained only a hollow emptiness of vast and formless disorientation. Xiao Hongyue stepped forward and gently took Pei Yuxian's sleeve, her eyes filled with genuine concern. "Fairy Pei, where do you intend to go from here?" Pei Yuxian sighed and gazed toward the scarred lands of Shuzhou in the distance, battered and broken by war. "The Tianjian sect. I fear I cannot return. I failed to aid the elder and true Lord Taohong during the battle, and he will surely report everything to the sect upon his return. True Lord Taohong perished by Senior Su's hand while I stood idle. No explanation I give will be sufficient. But it hardly matters now. When billions of mortals in Shuzhou City were slaughtered by the Black Mist, the sect was stationed nearby and chose to watch in cold indifference. The fighting in Shuzhou's north and south continues, and the ordinary people caught in the crossfire are the most pitiful. I can only do what I can, save one life when I can." Her words made Ji Taimei clench his fists in silence, and even Xiao Hongyue felt a pang in her heart. She wanted to say something to persuade her to stay, yet found no words that would fit. "Wait." Su Chongqing spoke suddenly, and with a gesture of his hand a dark token materialized in his palm. Forged entirely from demon iron, the front was carved with a towering demonic palace faintly radiating an aura of demonic might. He casually tossed the token to Pei Yuxian and said in a flat tone, "If one day the righteous path cannot accept you, you may come to Tianma Hall and become an elder." Pei Yuxian froze, catching the token with both hands as its icy chill seeped into her palms. Though Su Chongqing had been watching from the shadows, he had seen clearly how this woman risked her cultivation and her life to exhaust all her spiritual energy alongside Xiao Hongyue against that towering Black Lotus. Even Xiao Hongyue at the late-stage soul transformation realm had barely managed to withstand a single strike from that lotus, yet this woman, a mere nascent soul cultivator, had charged forward without a moment's hesitation to share the burden. She had been helping Xiao Hongyue out of genuine sincerity. To Su Chongqing, anyone willing to risk everything for Xiao Hongyue deserved his protection and kindness. Pei Yuxian fell silent for several breaths, gratitude flickering in her eyes as she carefully stowed the token and bowed deeply. "Thank you, Senior Su." She said nothing more. Some debts of gratitude cannot be settled with mere words of thanks. She turned her head toward Ji Taimei beside her. His eyes were red-rimmed, his fists clenched tight, as though struggling to hold back some turmoil within. He had entered her sect as a child, his clever and unruly nature giving her no small amount of headaches over the years. Yet in the most critical moment he had chosen to stand by her side, without hesitation, even at the cost of severing ties with the sect itself. "Master, wherever you go I will follow." Ji Taimei gazed earnestly into Pei Yuxian's eyes, his voice carrying the unyielding sincerity and resolve unique to youth. There was something he had kept hidden from everyone all along. When he first learned that Ji Xiu had attacked his master, he locked himself in his room and practiced sword strikes against a wooden post all night until the skin at the base of his thumb split open and his hands were drenched in blood. He hated his own weakness. Hated that he could not protect his master. He could only swallow his pain and tell himself to cultivate relentlessly day and night until the day he could deliver that beast his own death. Though Ji Xiu was not slain by his own hand, the enemy was dead, and the heavy stone that had pressed upon his heart for so long had finally begun to shift. Pei Yuxian looked at her remaining disciple at the unwavering loyalty and resolve shining plainly in his bright eyes and nodded with quiet satisfaction. With a wave of her hand, a pale green-white sword light enveloped both of them, transforming into a streak of radiant energy that shot toward the devastated lands beyond the walls of Shuzhou. They went to rescue those common folk who had survived the warfare and the Black Mist, saving as many as they could. Watching the streak of light gradually fade into the horizon, Xiao Hongyue was swept up in a tide of thoughts. Compared to Pei Yuxian, her fate was so similar, yet so different. Both had been taken by those of the demonic path. Pei Yuxian fell into the hands of a scum like Ji Xiu, while she had ended up with Su Chongqing. A flicker of gratitude rose in her heart, but then she snapped back to herself. Wait, how could she feel relieved about being taken by Su Chongqing? She shouldn't be thinking this way. It wasn't normal at all. She shook her head, forcefully casting that dangerous thought aside. Wait, I seem to have forgotten someone. Su Chongqing suddenly slapped his forehead and vanished in a flash. He appeared before a mountain peak hundreds of miles away, its slopes largely collapsed. His divine sense expanded outward, sweeping across thousands of square miles of mountain ranges. Yet the robed soul transformation expert he had pinned deep within the earth was nowhere to be found. During his fierce battle with true Lord Yunjian and Tuoba Lei, that man had slipped free from his constraints in the chaos and fled silently. Damn it, let him get away this time. Su Chongqing's expression turned cold. He would remember this debt. The trail of the Black Lotus cult would not go cold, and sooner or later he would root them out entirely. Moments later he returned beside the world-destroying Black Lotus. His gaze fell upon the dark bloom no larger than an ordinary lotus, and the coldness in his eyes gave way to a burning intensity. 9 petals had fully unfurled, each inscribed with ancient patterns that predated the primordial chaos. Simply hovering there, it warped the surrounding space faintly, as though even the laws of heaven and earth harbored some measure of reverence for it. Xiao Hongyue also fixed her gaze upon the Black Lotus, finding it increasingly familiar the longer she looked. Frowning in thought, she suddenly began searching through her storage ring. She pulled out a yellowed ancient tome, its cover bearing the crooked characters' records of the divine wasteland. Blushing slightly, she held the book up toward Xianxia sheepishly. I bought this at a street stall some time ago. I've always had a fondness for accounts of strange phenomena and extraordinary tales. I found it quite intriguing, so I picked it up. I mostly read it for leisure. After flipping through several pages, she paused, pressing her finger to the text as she began reading aloud word by word. The 12-rank world-destroying Black Lotus. This is the inherent magic treasure of the demon ancestor from hundreds of millions of years ago, the 12-rank world-destroying Black Lotus. Later during the War of Creation, the world-destroying Black Lotus suffered devastating damage and shattered into 12 separate lotuses scattered across heaven and earth. Each world-destroying Black Lotus is a supreme artifact of the demonic path, possessing the power to annihilate heaven and earth. If all 12 could be gathered and recombined, the complete form of the 12-rank world-destroying Black Lotus would be restored. A presence capable of slaying true immortals. She stared at the passage in disbelief, turning the pages over and over, as if trying to confirm what she had read. She had always assumed the records of the divine wasteland purchased for 5.5 spirit stones at a roadside stall was merely the fanciful fiction of traveling storytellers. The entries about the demon ancestor, the war of creation, true immortals. All of it had seemed like nothing more than legends and entertainment. She never expected the account to be real. The unremarkable Black Lotus before her was actually a fragment of the legendary world-destroying Black Lotus. Meanwhile, Xianxia, observing from the sidelines, understood far more clearly than she did, for his system panel was open before him. World-destroying Black Lotus, one fragment among the 12-rank world-destroying Black Lotus. Upon refining it, the devour immortal demonic body's progression shall increase significantly, awakening the exclusive divine ability, world-destroying Black Lotus. Xianxia gazed at the annihilation Black Lotus, suspended in midair, a fervent glint igniting in his eyes. The petals were fully unfurled, each one inscribed with ancient patterns from the dawn of chaos. The jet Black Lotus emitted a terrifying aura that seemed to devour heaven and earth, distorting the very space around it. Even as a mere fragment of the 12 great annihilation Black Lotus, it was still one of the supreme treasures of the world. If he could refine this Black Lotus, the development of his demon-exterminating body would surge dramatically. Then below the Return to Void realm, none would be his match, and even against early Return to Void old monsters, he would have a fighting chance. Without hesitation, he reached out to grasp the Black Lotus. At that moment, another hand shot out from the side, firmly gripping his wrist and pulling back with force. It was a slender, fair hand, yet its strength was surprisingly great, as if trying to stop him from doing something dangerous. Xianxia turned his head. Xianxia stood beside him, her other hand still holding the yellowed tome, Annals of the Divine Desolation, her face etched with anxiety and worry. Xianxia, wait. Her voice was urgent. She flipped the book to a certain page and quickly read aloud the text. Here, the book says, refining the annihilation Black Lotus is extremely difficult. It is itself a supreme demonic treasure containing boundless grudges and killing intent. Even a divine transformation cultivator, if rashly touching it, would be instantly invaded by the killing intent, at best falling into demonic possession, at worst becoming a mindless killing machine. The demon ancestor could wield it because he was the progenitor of all demons and possessed sufficient cultivation. But ordinary cultivators lack that foundation. The slightest misstep would lead to the Black Lotus's backlash, obliterating their soul. She raised her head, her clear eyes filled with genuine concern. Without hesitation, she continued firmly, but the book also says that the Supreme Een body possesses the power to purify all things. If I use my Supreme Een origin to remove the grudges and killing intent within the Black Lotus, then you can refine it much more easily without being rebuffed. Xianxia's brows furrowed slightly, a sharp glint flashing in his blood-red eyes. He stared at her and asked, and what about you? What will happen if you use your Supreme Een origin? Xianxia's eyes flickered for a moment before she said lightly, it's nothing. I'll just need a few days of rest. Before she finished, Xianxia snatched the book from her hands. Xianxia froze for a second, then protested like a little girl who had lost her beloved possession. How can you snatch my book? Xianxia ignored her protest and quickly scanned the page. The book spoke the truth. Xianxia had not lied to him. But the book also stated that purifying the grudges of the annihilation Black Lotus would consume a great deal. What kind of demonic treasure was this annihilation Black Lotus? It was the demon ancestor's life-bound artifact. Even a single fragment contained enough grudges and killing intent to make even Return to Void grandmasters think twice. Xianxia was only at the early divine transformation stage. Though the Supreme Een body was formidable, her foundation was still shallow. To purify the grudges and killing intent of the Black Lotus with her current origin power would likely drain her completely. Her so-called a few days of rest was nothing but a lie. He closed the book, shoved it back into her hands, and said flatly, there's no need for that. With that, he grabbed the annihilation Black Lotus. Instantly, he began refining it. The moment the Black Lotus touched his hand, a terrifying killing intent, like a mountain collapsing and a tsunami erupting, surged from the Lotus's core, crazily streaming into his sea of consciousness. Such a dense killing intent. If it had been any late divine transformation cultivator, it would have shattered their mind in an instant, completely turning them into a killing machine controlled by the Black Lotus. Xianxia stood to the side, clutching the yellowed ancient book tightly. She watched Su Changqing with closed eyes, seeing the surging demonic energy around him fiercely clash with the Black Lotus's killing intent. She feared something would happen to him. She had already secretly mobilized her supreme, in origin, ready to forcibly purify the Black Lotus's grudges at the first sign of trouble, even if it meant draining herself completely. A quarter of an hour passed. The Annihilation Black Lotus had completely vanished from Su Changqing's palm. Deep within his sea of consciousness, a miniature Black Lotus floated silently, rooted at the center and tightly connected to his soul. His soul touched the Black Lotus, and instantly a new divine ability appeared in his mind. The method of use was extremely simple. Channel the Lotus's origin power through his own demonic energy, condense a massive Black Lotus phantom, and then hurl it at the enemy. As for its actual power, he would have to wait for some reckless fool to test it. He slowly opened his eyes. The first thing he saw was Xianxia's face, full of worry. Her eyes were slightly red, her lips pressed tightly together, the book in her hands already crumpled. The supreme in-origin power still lingered at her fingertips, clearly ready to act recklessly at any moment. Rest assured, Master, I am perfectly fine. Su Changqing's tone was calm and assured. Then he opened his own status panel. Name: Su Changqing, age 308 years, cultivation late, divine transformation, appearance 100, fortune points 11586, physique demon exterminating, body development 20. The development had jumped from 12 to 20. He sensed the power within him, now incomparably stronger than before. The demon exterminating body had grown mightier. The demonic energy flowing through his muscles and bones was purer and more condensed, and his physical strength had at least doubled. If he encountered a mediocrity like Cloud Sword True Lord again, he wouldn't even need to use the Netherworld Blood Sea. He could crush that old wretch with his bare flesh. Ha ha! He laughed uproariously, the sound echoing across the devastated land of Shuzhou. His white hair fluttered wildly in the wind, and his blood-red eyes reflected the scorching sun that had just emerged from behind the clouds. 9 Nether suffered tribulation, the immortal sect cast away, 300 campaigns blood, yet still warm. Now the lotus blooms, swallowing sun and moon, overlooking the 5 domains. I alone am sovereign. Did it succeed? Xianxia asked in a worried tone, her voice laced with a hint of caution. Though she had witnessed the world-destroying Black Lotus vanish into Su Changqing's palm, she still felt uneasy. Yet when her gaze swept over Su Changqing and found him looking perfectly composed with no trace of resentment's corruption, the stone that had been suspended in her heart for so long finally settled. Su Changqing raised his hand, and with a faint thought, a pitch-black lotus bloomed in his palm. The Black Lotus, no larger than a palm, was formed entirely of the purest essence of the demonic Tao, its 9 petals rotating slowly. It hovered there silently, yet the aura it exuded caused the very space around it to warp slightly, as if even the laws of heaven and earth were wary of its presence. Xianxia cautiously stepped closer, able to clearly sense the power contained within that Black Lotus. It was a terrifying might capable of obliterating heaven and earth compressed into such a tiny space, like a sleeping ferocious beast. She asked softly, "Is this the legendary world-destroying Black Lotus?" Su Changqing nodded, comparing the aura of this Black Lotus with his Taishu Wandering Dragon Spear, and arriving at a conclusion that pleased him immensely. The Taishu Wandering Dragon Spear was a superior grade innate spirit treasure. Its thrust was like a dragon with boundless power, and it was his most convenient weapon at present. Yet the aura emanating from this world-destroying Black Lotus was even stronger than that of the Taishu Wandering Dragon Spear, likely reaching the level of a supreme grade innate spirit treasure. And this was merely one fragment of the 12-petal world-destroying Black Lotus. If it were the complete 12-petal world-destroying Black Lotus, he dared not imagine how powerful it would be. No wonder the ancient text recorded that its complete form could slay true immortals. This statement was likely not an exaggeration. The Black Lotus sect. Just from the name, it was clear that this sect was inextricably linked to the world-destroying Black Lotus, especially since their methods were identical to those of the heretic cultivators who had annihilated the Shao family back then. The Black Lotus sect was not only his prey, but also the enemy of Xianxia. Whether to collect the remaining fragments of the world-destroying Black Lotus, or to help Xianxia avenge the blood-deep grudge from over 700 years ago, he was determined to thoroughly investigate this force and uproot it entirely. All right, Master, we can head back now. Su Changqing withdrew the Black Lotus, turned to look at Xianxia, and the coldness in his eyes was replaced by a mischievous glint. We've taken the opportunity we came for and killed the enemies we needed to. Next, I can't wait to take you back and unwrap you, he. Xianxia's cheeks flushed crimson, the blush spreading from her cheeks to the roots of her ears. She certainly remembered how on the flying boat she had used that move in desperation to stop him from removing his armor. At the time, it was merely a temporary measure, a delaying tactic to get past that immediate crisis. But seeing Su Changqing's triumphant expression, it was clear he had taken those words seriously, remembered them clearly, and could hardly wait to return and fulfill them. Damn it, she should never have agreed. Her mind raced, trying to think of a way to back out. But soon she realized in despair that if she went back on her word, her fate would likely be even worse. She had experienced firsthand how heavy this rebellious disciple's vengeance could be. If she didn't renege, she might still receive lenient treatment. If she did, she would probably be ruthlessly suppressed by him, without even a chance to beg for mercy. Just as Xianxia was caught in a fierce inner battle, the entire sky suddenly changed color. An aura of terrifying intensity swept down from the distant horizon, bringing darkness and dimming the sun and moon wherever it passed. The sheer force of that aura far surpassed any opponent they had faced before, causing even the rubble of Shuzhou City to tremble slightly under its distant pressure. An old, furious voice exploded like a thunderclap from the nine heavens. "Villain, don't think you can escape. You killed my grandson. I'll take your life." Lightning flashed and thunder roared within the clouds. A fierce wind howled, and the sky seemed to be torn open by a blade. A white-haired elder, his face etched with the passage of years, stepped out from the rift, his body radiating the aura of Yin-Yang laws. The terrifying pressure of the mid-stage return to void realm pressed down unabashedly in all directions. His gaze was as sharp as a hawk's, locked firmly onto Su Changqing below. Su Changqing's expression flickered slightly, but soon calmed. A return to void venerable. The ancestor of the Yin-Yang Pavilion, Ji Xiu's grandfather. This old man had been in secluded cultivation for years, and today he had actually broken through his seclusion personally. Mid-stage returned to void, a being at the very pinnacle of the entire eastern domain. "You killed Ji Xiu." The Yin-Yang Pavilion ancestor's eyes were bloodshot, his killing intent nearly tangible. "I will make you die." He raised his hand and waved, and the Yin-Yang laws spread out like a tidal wave, instantly sealing the space for 1,000 li, forming a massive cage of laws. Black and white chains wove and interlocked at the edges of the cage, completely isolating this piece of heaven and earth from the outside. "Are you Su Changqing, who has been causing such a stir in the eastern domain? Even if you are a fellow cultivator, since you killed my grandson, you must pay with your life." The Yin-Yang Pavilion ancestor's voice was icy and grim. In his eyes, Su Changqing was already a dead man. No matter how strong a divine transformation realm cultivator was, how could they contend with a mid-stage return to void? "Ha ha ha." Su Changqing threw his head back and laughed, his laughter filled with disdain and mockery. His gaze pierced through the law cage, staring straight at the Yin-Yang Pavilion ancestor, the light in his blood-red pupils burning ever brighter. "An old fossil with one foot in the grave. A piece of trash like you thinks you can kill me. Arrogant." The Yin-Yang Pavilion ancestor bellowed. Xianxia's body trembled slightly. It would be a lie to say she wasn't nervous. A mid-stage return to void. This was a being her own master would have gone out of her way to avoid. The vast gap between the divine transformation and return to void realms was like an unbridgeable chasm, and Su Changqing was still only at the late divine transformation stage, not even touching the peak. If they really fought, they had almost no chance of winning. Yet Su Changqing, as if completely oblivious to the suffocating pressure, reached out and gently stroked Xianxia's hair. His palm was warm and steady, his movements as gentle as soothing a frightened kitten. "Master, don't be nervous. In 3 breaths we'll be home." His voice was calm and assured. After a pause, he added, "Oh, and Master, use your spiritual energy to wrap your robes tightly." Xianxia was taken aback, filled with confusion. The law cage set by the Yin-Yang Pavilion ancestor had completely sealed the space, making even teleportation talismans useless. How was he going to take her away? But she didn't ask, simply following his instruction on instinct. She circulated her spiritual energy, wrapping her robes tightly around herself and securing the sashes firmly. Over these days, she had grown accustomed to obeying Su Changqing's words, even when they seemed baffling. The Yin-Yang Pavilion ancestor, witnessing the two of them acting affectionately, even on the brink of death, had veins bulging on his forehead. He had dignified return to void venerable, who had lived for nearly 10,000 years, was being so blatantly ignored by 2 juniors. Laughing in fury, he spoke no further. His hands clapped together, and the Yin-Yang laws within the domain suddenly condensed into countless black and white law chains, shooting out like a swarm of snakes, covering the two in a deluge. Each chain carried the crushing power of Yin-Yang laws. Even a towering mountain 10,000 zhang high would be ground to dust instantly if entangled. "Su Changqing, let's see how you escape." Su Changqing laughed, his laughter brimming with defiance and ease. He pulled Xianxia into his embrace, holding her waist, and recited loudly, "Have you not heard that heaven never seals off all roads? As long as I wish to leave, the path is beneath my feet." Just as the overwhelming Yin-Yang chains were about to touch them, an emerald butterfly fluttered out from Su Changqing's palm. The butterfly was no larger than half a palm, its body a translucent jade-like texture, with intricate runic patterns flowing across its wings. It circled slowly around the two, each beat of its wings scattering little specks of glowing green light, like countless tiny fragments of jade dispersing in the air. Wherever the green light touched, even the law seals laid by the Yin-Yang ancestor melted away like spring snow. The Yin-Yang chains struck empty air. The two vanished completely from the spot, as if they had never existed. The chains forged from Yin-Yang laws collided with each other, not even catching a single strand of hair. The Yin-Yang Pavilion ancestor stood frozen in place, his eyes wide, his expression frozen in a moment of disbelief. In nearly 10,000 years of life, he had witnessed countless divine abilities and secret techniques, but never such a bizarre escape art. Two living people had disappeared without a sound. He felt his 10,000-year cultivation experience suffer an unprecedented shock. Where are they? Where did two such big people go? He muttered to himself, then let out a furious roar that shook the heavens, his voice full of frustration and rage. "Halt! See you, villain. If I don't kill you, I'm not a man." Xianxia felt as if her clothes were about to be torn away by an invisible force, her vision filled with a twisting, flowing emerald light. Instinctively, she tightly wrapped her garments with spiritual energy, the thin layer clinging to her skin, sealing her insecurely. Fortunately, Xianxia had warned her in advance to lock her clothes with spiritual energy. This demon was full of malicious schemes, but at least he was thorough in his thinking. When she opened her eyes again, she found herself tightly held in Xianxia's arms, standing on a familiar square. Beneath her feet were dark green stone slabs. In the distance loomed towering black palaces. A faint perpetual demonic aura permeated the mountains, and a few tame spirit cranes strolled leisurely by the pond. This was Yongning Mountain, her prison, the place she had lived for nearly 2 months. She blinked in disbelief, instinctively spreading her divine sense to confirm. This was indeed Yongning Mountain, millions of miles away from Shuzhou. A divine transformation cultivator flying at full speed, without rest for 12 hours, would take days to cover such a distance, yet Xianxia had done it in just 3 breaths. What kind of treasure was that emerald butterfly from before? Suddenly she realized she was still nestled in Xianxia's arms, clinging to him like a koala, her arms around his neck, her cheek pressed against his chest, a pose far too intimate. She sprang out of his arms as if scalded, stepping back 2 paces, her cheeks flushed, and demanded with a mix of shame and annoyance, "Why didn't you warn me?" They had already returned to Yongning Mountain, yet he hadn't said a word, letting her cling to him all this time. Xianxia raised an eyebrow and retorted with perfect justification, "Why should I warn you?" He tilted his head slightly, those blood-red pupils brimming with mischievous laughter, his gaze roving over her without restraint. Then he leaned in close to her ear, lowering his voice as if sharing an eagerly anticipated delight. "Master is so fragrant and soft in my arms. I can't wait to unwrap you right now. Why would I ever let you go? Don't say such embarrassing things." 2 patches of crimson instantly bloomed on Xianxia's face, spreading from her ears down to her neck. She instinctively stepped back half a pace, but Xianxia caught her waist and pulled her back into his embrace. Before she could react, he lowered his head and kissed her again, his tongue skillfully prying open her teeth, leisurely savoring the softness within. Xianxia could only let out a muffled whimper, her entire body going limp, her hands weakly resting on his chest, as if all her strength had been drained away. "Everything about Master is fragrant." Xianxia pulled back slightly, licked his lips, the red light in his eyes burning even brighter. Possessiveness and predatory desire intertwined in those blood pupils into a nearly pathological obsession. He raised his hand and gave her a light slap, not hard but crisp and ambiguous. Xianxia shuddered, nearly losing her balance, and only by gripping his clothes tightly did she keep from collapsing. Xianxia held her shoulders gently, pushing her half a step back, his tone carrying an unyielding command mixed with meaningful anticipation. "All right, Master, go home and rest. Wait obediently for me to come back and unwrap you. I have matters to attend to." With that, he turned and strode away, his black robe billowing in the wind, his white hair shimmering faintly in the sunset, his back straight and brisk. Xianxia stood there watching the departing figure, unconsciously biting her lip. This demon was utterly wicked, his mind full of nothing but how to unwrap her. Was she really going to let him unwrap her? Was she truly going to give him the thing she had guarded for centuries? She was his master, he was her disciple. How improper was that? But if she refused, what if he insisted? Could she stop him? She was merely a prisoner he had captured. If he demanded it, she would have no choice but to comply. She lowered her eyes in frustration, feeling utterly useless. A dignified divine transformation, initial stage, supreme, insane body, yet unable to even preserve her own chastity. But soon she found a way to convince herself. She was just a canary kept in a cage by its master. When the master wanted something, could the canary refuse? It wasn't her choice. It was a situation she couldn't change. Since she couldn't resist, she might as well accept it. As the saying goes, life is like, if you can't resist, just enjoy it. She repeated this excuse in her mind several times and suddenly felt much lighter. She even began to feel that the so-called thing wasn't so hard to accept after all. After all, it was Xianxia, not someone else. If it were anyone else, she would rather self-destruct than let them touch a single finger of hers. But Xianxia was different. No matter how wicked he was still the disciple she had raised with her own hands. Thinking this, Xianxia unknowingly arrived at the entrance of her small courtyard. Pushing open the courtyard gate, the familiar bamboo grove, stone table, pavilion, and pond came into view. A few koi fish in the pond surfaced at the sound, opening and closing their mouths as if begging for food. Before she could even sigh, a small snow-white figure leaped from the cushion in the pavilion, darting toward her like an arrow off the string, and crashed into her arms. "Xiaobai!" Xianxia crouched down and scooped up the soft-boned rabbit. Xiaobai rubbed against her frantically, its long ears standing straight up in excitement, its ruby-like eyes gleaming with a mix of grievance and joy. as if complaining about where she had been all these days, leaving it alone in the courtyard. Xianxia stroked its soft warm back, her fingers running through its snowy fur, when she suddenly sensed something different. There was actually a faint flow of spiritual energy inside Xiaobai, still weak, but unmistakably the aura of a genuine first-tier demon beast. Xiaobai, have you broken through to a spirit beast? Xianxia held Xiaobai up and examined it in surprise. Indeed, it had reached the level of a first-tier demon beast. This meant Xiaobai was no longer an ordinary soft-boned rabbit, but a Huang Weisher. No, a spirit beast that had truly stepped onto the path of cultivation. Its lifespan would also surpass the limits of an ordinary soft-boned rabbit, allowing it to accompany her for much longer. A surge of sincere joy welled up in her heart, simple and pure, diluting some of her earlier entanglement and embarrassment. Then, as if suddenly remembering something, she quickly began searching through her storage ring. She still had quite a few spirit plants in her storage ring. Since Xiaobai had broken through to the first tier, the spiritual energy in ordinary vegetable leaves was no longer sufficient. She needed to find something better. After rummaging through a pile of odds and ends, she finally pulled out a section of emerald green bamboo that emitted a faint spiritual light. Xiaobai, this is a 10-year solitary bamboo. It's tough and contains spiritual energy suitable for a first-tier little demon. She crouched down and placed the bamboo on the ground. Xiaobai first rubbed against her feet, leaving a few white rabbit hairs, then happily scurried over and began to crunch on the emerald bamboo with a crisp sound. It had only just broken through to the first tier, but its teeth were already much sharper than an ordinary soft-boned rabbit's, making short work of the hard spirit bamboo. It ate with relish, its long ears twitching with every chew. In the main hall of the Demon Heaven Palace, Su Changqing sat upright on the leather chair at the head. One hand propped under his chin, his white hair cascaded over his shoulders, and his blood-red eyes glowed faintly in the darkness. Below, besides the two guardians remaining in the palace, there were two additional figures. Zuoqiu knelt on one knee in the hall, her expression reverent and composed, reporting clearly, "Master, these two are named Chang Shenkai and Jibuchang. They are the two most outstanding ones I have selected from the over 10,000 disciples of the Demon Heaven Palace after rigorous screening and repeated assessment during this period. Both in terms of cultivation, foundation, and loyalty, they are fully qualified to serve as guardians." The two were both at the early nascent soul stage. Standing in the center of the hall, they felt the immensely oppressive gaze from the main seat slowly sweep over them. Chang Shenkai and the other dared not be negligent. They quickly knelt on one knee, their voices loud and resolute. "We pay homage to the Grand Hall Master, willing to go through fire and water for the Grand Hall Master, and swear loyalty unto death." Su Changqing withdrew his scrutinizing gaze and nodded slightly. With a wave of his hand, 3 dark red blood pills materialized in his palm. The residual blood chi from slaying Peach, Sword True Lord, and Ji Xiu combined with the blood essence of millions of mortals on the Shuzhou battlefield. He had not fully absorbed them, but retained a small portion, refining them into pills using the blood-seizing inverse immortal art. These blood pills had boundless wonders. Not only could they greatly enhance the cultivation of subordinates, but more importantly, they could control life and death. After all, these blood pills were personally refined by him, containing his demonic essence imprint. With a single thought, he could cause the user's blood to reverse its flow and die on the spot. The art of employing people lay in balancing kindness and authority. He could grant them power, but the reins of that power would always remain in his own hands. He pushed 2 of the pills to Chang Shenkai and Ji Buchang with demonic chi, his tone calm, yet unquestionable. "Your cultivation is too weak. Swallow these 2 pills, and you will step into the late nascent soul stage." A look of ecstasy simultaneously appeared on the faces of Chang Shenkai and Ji Buchang. The news of the consecutive breakthroughs of the 4 guardians had already spread widely throughout the Demon Heaven Palace. Qing Xian had stepped into divine transformations with Xiu into the peak of nascent soul, and the siblings Xianling and Xianyu into the late nascent soul stage. They had thought they were only summoned for a meeting, but unexpectedly a tremendous opportunity had fallen into their laps. The two were so excited that they kowtowed repeatedly, their foreheads hitting the cold stone floor with dull thuds as they incessantly declared their loyalty. It was as if they had met a general of the Land of Light. Su Changqing waved his hand, signaling them to stop. Then with a flick of his wrist, a human figure flew out from the soul-nurturing bottle and landed steadily in the center of the hall. A perfectly intact physical body, its face resolute, its figure robust, and the residual spiritual energy fluctuations of the mid-divine transformation stage still emanating from it. This was precisely Tuoba Lei, whose soul had been erased by him using the blood Dao laws. Yao Qing's soul drifted out from the side, gazing at the physical body on the ground, his entire soul form trembling slightly. "Yao Qing, I promised you earlier that I would find you a divine transformation body. Now is the time." Su Changqing's voice came from the main seat. "This body is Tuoba Lei, the Grand Elder of the Yinyang Pavilion, with mid-divine transformation cultivation and a solid foundation. After you seize it with your soul, your cultivation will not diminish. You can even continue cultivating upward, and one day returning to the unity stage is not impossible." Yao Qing was so excited that he even forgot to bow. It took him a long time to steady his soul form before speaking in a trembling voice, "Master, The best thing this old man has done in his life is to sign that soul contract. He had once held a high position in the Qitian Alchemy Alliance, and had also been betrayed by his own direct disciple, nearly losing his soul. Now in this Eastern Domain demonic path, a young man at the late divine transformation stage casually bestowed upon him a perfect mid-divine transformation body. Alright, go back and refine the body first. Su Changqing looked at his soul form that was trembling so violently it seemed about to fall apart, knowing that keeping him any longer would be useless. Yao Qing nodded repeatedly, used his soul power to lift Tuoba Lei's body, and swiftly flew out of the hall, speeding toward the alchemy peak. After Yao Qing's figure disappeared beyond the hall's doors, Su Changqing withdrew his gaze and turned to look at Xianxia and Zuoqiu. He took the last blood pill, one that was even richer and darker in color than the previous two, and tossed it to Zuoqiu. The blood essence contained in that pill was the most immense enough to help her break through the divine transformation bottleneck. Swallow it and you can break through to divine transformation. Zuoqiu held the blood pill in both hands, her eyes slightly red. She had been stuck at the peak of nascent soul for too long, and now the threshold of divine transformation was finally within reach. Just as she was about to kneel and kowtow, Su Changqing interrupted her ahead of time. Enough, no need to kowtow at every turn. Your early breakthrough to divine transformation will be the best repayment to me. Zuoqiu nodded heavily and carefully tucked the blood pill into her bosom. Su Changqing's gaze shifted to Qing Xian, his expression much more serious than before. Qing Xian, I have an important mission for you. Qing Xian stepped forward, knelt on one knee, his expression calm and solemn. Master, please speak. Investigate the Black Lotus sect. Su Changqing spoke slowly, his fingers lightly tapping on the armrest. He recounted the information he knew one by one. The name Black Lotus sect had frequently appeared in the Eastern Domain demonic path in recent decades. Su Changqing had also clashed with their followers in his early years. Those people acted in secrecy, their techniques were bizarre, and all their divine abilities were invariably related to illusory Black Lotus shadows. Moreover, each of them was ruthless and would not hesitate to massacre cities and refine arrays to achieve their goals. According to his speculation, the Black Lotus sect did not seem to be a native force of the Eastern Domain. Most importantly, the techniques and divine abilities they practiced were extremely close to the Annihilation Black Lotus. He always felt that there must be a connection between the Black Lotus sect and the Annihilation Black Lotus. After all, their people had been able to accurately locate the place where the Annihilation Black Lotus was in Shuzhou. He already possessed one Annihilation Black Lotus. If he could follow the clues to find the Black Lotus sect's lair and locate the whereabouts of other Annihilation Black Lotuses, by then not only would his strength skyrocket, but his foundation for becoming an immortal would also be more substantial. Su Changqing pushed open the courtyard gate and saw a pure white rabbit lying on the stone steps of the pavilion. It was gnawing on a piece of emerald bamboo, making crisp crunching sounds, its long ears twitching with each chew, utterly focused on its meal. Hearing the sound of the gate, Xiao Bai merely perked up its ears and turned toward the entrance. After confirming that the visitor was someone familiar, it continued to bury its head in the bamboo. Changqing, you're back. Xiao Hanyue was sitting by the stone table. When she saw Su Changqing push the door open, an involuntary smile of delight appeared on her face, her eyes brightening noticeably. But before that smile could fully bloom, she realized she had been too obvious. Hastily composing her expression, she stood up with feigned composure and shifted the topic to Xiao Bai. Xiao Bai has successfully broken through to become a spirit beast. It's gnawing on a 10-year solitary bamboo. I only discovered upon returning that it has become a proper first-rank demon beast. Su Changqing walked over to the pavilion with interest, looking down at Xiao Bai, which was using its 2 rows of small teeth to crunch on the bamboo that was longer than its body. He asked casually, after eating this bamboo, will it awaken the ability to pole vault? Huh? Xiao Hanyue blinked, her face filled with bewilderment and confusion. What connection does a 10-year solitary bamboo have with pole vaulting? She thought hard, but remained utterly confused, completely unable to understand what this rebellious disciple was saying. Su Changqing looked at her bewildered expression, did not explain further, merely waved his hand, and turned his gaze back to her. All right, master. Don't forget what you promised me. I'm going to unseal you now, hee. Su Changqing rubbed his hands together, his blood-red eyes blazing with undisguised fervor, his laughter low and smug. Xiao Hanyue's face flushed, instantly burning from her cheeks to the tips of her ears, even her fair neck tinged with a faint pink. She instinctively stepped back half a pace, her hands unconsciously twisting together, her voice tinged with panic and shyness. Wait, let's eat first, okay? She raised her head to look at Su Changqing, her clear eyes glistening with moisture filled with pleading and nervousness, her body still trembling slightly. The delaying tactic was cliché but effective as long as it worked. Su Changqing, seeing her timid yet endearing expression, softened his heart a little after all. He stepped forward, not exerting much force, but the sound was crisp. Xiao Hanyue let out a shy and annoyed hum, glared at him with a look that was both fierce and aggrieved, but utterly harmless. She walked toward the kitchen with unsteady steps, muttering curses in her heart. He was too wicked, this rebellious disciple was simply rotten to the core. After cursing, she felt pathetic. It was he who wanted to unseal her, yet she had to cook for him first. Su Changqing sat down on the stone stool, and a small pitch-black pagoda materialized in his hand. The pagoda was no more than an inch tall, entirely black as ink with 9 tiers. Each tier was engraved with dense, ancient demon runes exuding a wild and archaic demonic aura. It was the demon refining pagoda seized from Yi Fan's Sea of Consciousness. He extended his divine sense into the pagoda and began to erase the residual soul imprint of Yi Fan. The small pagoda resisted desperately, for its original master was Yi Fan. The demonic pagoda had a spirit and was unwilling to change hands easily. Xianxia let out a cold snort, and both the immortal-slaying demon body and the world-destroying Black Lotus within him simultaneously released overwhelming demonic aura. 2 terrifying pressures capable of destroying heaven and earth pressed down on the demon-suppressing pagoda like 2 towering mountains. Under this double suppression, the small pagoda's resistance quickly crumbled, and it obediently submitted. A stream of information flooded into Xianxia's Sea of Consciousness. This pagoda was called the demon-suppressing pagoda, and its function was specifically to refine great demons. By casting a great demon into the pagoda for refinement, one could extract its essence to strengthen oneself, and even have a chance to obtain the great demon's innate bloodline divine ability. A gleam of satisfaction flashed in Xianxia's eyes. A good treasure, truly worthy of the son of fortune, full of treasures from head to toe. It seemed he could make a trip to Shiliang Prefecture in the near future. Demonic beasts were everywhere there, and even spirit transformation demon kings were not uncommon. If he could hunt a few and cast them into the demon-suppressing pagoda, the gains in physical strength and bloodline divine abilities would be immense. He withdrew the demon-suppressing pagoda into his dantian, and while Xiaohanyue was still busy in the kitchen, he sat cross-legged and began to circulate the devouring Tao demon scripture. He had already cultivated this technique to the great perfection of the first stage. He faintly sensed the bottleneck loosening, so he attempted to break through to the second stage. Perhaps due to the dual blessing of the world-destroying Black Lotus and the immortal-slaying demon body, the cultivation process went much more smoothly than he had anticipated. In less than half an hour, he slowly opened his eyes, a smile he couldn't suppress tugging at the corners of his mouth. The second stage of the devouring Tao demon scripture was achieved. Its effects were even more heaven-defying than the first. It allowed him to directly devour the foundations of other cultivators to enhance his own talent. When talent is lacking, think of your enemies. In other words, from now on his cultivation talent would only grow higher, his foundation only stronger, and his cultivation speed only faster. What surprised him even more was that after breaking through to the second stage, he also comprehended a new divine ability from the scripture, the Void Transformation Tao Art. Within a short period, he could completely void himself, merging into the void. Not only would ordinary attacks and magical techniques fail to touch him, even the most profound and mysterious great powers such as karma, fate, and curses could not harm him in the slightest. This was undoubtedly an ultimate life-saving technique. Combined with the Ding Xianyu, the one who could kill him in this world had probably not yet been born. Xianxia sat on the stone stool, letting out a low, pleased cackle. He was in excellent spirits now. His cultivation had broken through, his technique was perfected, the demon-suppressing pagoda was in his possession, and in the kitchen his master was preparing the last dinner before his unsealing. The aroma of food was already wafting from the kitchen, and the faint sounds of Xiaohanyue bustling around the stove could be heard. He leaned back in his chair, tapping his fingers idly on the stone table, feeling immensely pleased. After dinner it would really be time to unseal her. Xiaohanyue brought out the dishes one by one, arranging them across most of the stone table. This meal was far more sumptuous than usual, whether because Xiao Bai's breakthrough to a spirit beast deserved celebration, or for some unspoken reason. Xianxia sat down beside her, their shoulders nearly touching. As he sipped his soup, his hand grew restless, sliding from her back to her waist, then slowly upward, claiming it was a preemptive massage to help her relax, so she wouldn't be too nervous later. Xiaohanyue was so flustered by his touch that she could barely hold her chopsticks. She tried to pick up a piece of Kuan meat 3 times, without success, her cheeks burning red, as if about to smoke, yet she merely bit her lip, and dared not utter a word. After they finally finished the meal, Xianxia picked up Xiao Bai from her arms, placed it on a soft cushion in the pavilion, and set 2 tenir guju before it. Xiao Bai gnawed on the bamboo with great delight, utterly oblivious to what its master was about to face. He turned around and lifted Xiaohanyue into his arms, bridal style. She instinctively wrapped her arms around his neck, then immediately realized how forward that gesture was. She wanted to let go but feared falling, caught in a dilemma. Master, it's been so long. Time to fulfill your duties as a wife. His voice was low and resolute, carrying an expectation that brooked no refusal. Xiaohanyue buried her face in his chest, her voice muffled with a mix of shame and defiance. I never said I'd be your wife. The words left her mouth, and she instantly regretted them, wishing she could snatch them back from the air and chew them to pieces. Sure enough, Xianxia's eyes flared with crimson light, his blood-red pupils glinting with dangerous deep radiance under the moonlight. His voice, unhurried yet chilling, came with an interrogation that made her spine tingle. Master, say that again. Xiaohanyue's heart sank. She had only muttered those words out of sheer shyness, but now she had angered him again. The primal fear of being preyed upon by a beast instantly overpowered her shyness. She instinctively shrank deeper into his arms like a frightened rabbit and hastily changed her tune. Her voice was as faint as a mosquito's hum sob. I said I'm your wife, okay? No, master. Su Changqing shook his head, a meaningful arc curling at the corner of his mouth. His tone was as if correcting a crucial mistake. You should say I your master am your wife. Xiao Hanyue's eyes widened in disbelief. This demon wanted not only to defy his master in action, but also to force her to admit it verbally. But what could she do? She took a deep breath as if reaching a decision, and her voice trembled as she spoke word by word. I your master am your wife. Okay. The moment those words left her lips, Su Changqing became utterly exhilarated. His eyes blazed with crimson light, and he held his trembling master even tighter in his arms. The ultimate experience of the rebellious disciple was nothing less than this, making the lofty master admit with her own mouth that she was his wife. He carried Xiao Hanyue with long strides into the bedchamber and gently laid her on the soft bedding. Moonlight streamed through the window lattice, casting a hazy silver glow upon her jade-white skin. Her hair spread across the pillow, her hands clasped over her chest. She was as tense as a fawn placed upon an altar. Su Changqing was about to remove her armor when his long, slender fingers reached her collar, but she stopped him with trembling hands. I'll do it myself. Her voice was barely a whisper, yet carried a resolute determination. She gritted her teeth, slowly raised her hand, and her trembling fingers reached for her own garments. Her peripheral vision caught sight of Su Changqing staring at her unblinkingly, his blood-red pupils blazing like two burning flames. She sighed inwardly. For such a thing to happen between master and disciple was a great ethical taboo in the righteous path. She was the master, he was the disciple, the child she had raised since he was young. That year she had picked him out from the crowd of new disciples, held his little hand to teach him how to write stroke by stroke, personally taught him cultivation techniques, and when he was injured by a demon beast, she held him in her arms, crying while bandaging his wounds. He was her only disciple, the person on whom she had poured the most effort and emotion in this world. She had even regarded Changqing as her own child. Was what they were doing truly right? Her pure body, which she had preserved for over 700 years, was to be given to this rebellious disciple she had raised with her own hands. But upon second thought, if it was Changqing, perhaps it wasn't unacceptable. His feelings for her were genuine. He was stubborn, mad, cruel, and killed without blinking. But that couldn't be entirely blamed on him. He too had been abandoned, stabbed through the heart, and thrown into Hanyuan Valley to die. He had saved an entire town only to be falsely accused as a demonic cultivator by the very people he rescued. It was the world that had first wronged him, so he retaliated in this extreme manner. He might be cold as winter to others, but toward her he had always been wholeheartedly devoted. With his current status and power, he could have any woman he desired. A beauty like Suichio in her red dress. He hadn't even given her a single glance. His heart had always held only her, and she had promised him, spoken aloud, that she would give herself to him after they returned. If she were to break her promise now, wouldn't she be untrustworthy? After convincing herself layer by layer, Xiao Hanyue finally mustered her courage. With trembling fingers, she removed her armor piece by piece. Her sash loosened, her outer skirt slipped off, and her plain white undergarment slid down softly, revealing a vast expanse of fair, creamy skin. She wrapped herself in the bedding, leaving only her flushed little face exposed, her eyes tightly shut, not daring to open them. She lay rigid, striking a pose of resigned sacrifice. Su Changqing's eyes blazed with intense light. His master's whiteness nearly blinded him. Every inch was like the finest suet jade, flawless and sacred. He couldn't help but murmur in admiration, "Master is truly pure, utterly immaculate, and wholly even." He paused, his gaze tracing the tense curves of her body, as if confirming something, and then his tone grew even more astonished. "You possess the bearing of a legendary divine beast." Xiao Hanyue couldn't understand what he was saying with such wild words. She only squeezed her eyes tighter. She felt his breath drawing closer, carrying the familiar scent of pine, warm and domineering, enveloping her. He leaned in slowly, first sniffing gently at her neck. The fragrance of his master's body filled his nostrils, and he closed his eyes in satisfaction. Then he reached out and gently caressed Xiao Hanyue's burning cheeks, his movements as delicate as if touching a rare treasure. He lowered his head and placed a soft kiss on her lips, infinitely tender. Xiao Hanyue finally couldn't help but open her eyes aslit, stealing a quick glance at Su Changqing. One look, and her pupils dilated, instantly struck speechless by astonishment. She swallowed involuntarily. At most she had read some vague descriptions in obscure books. But those words in the books were nothing compared to Su Changqing. Like a drop in the ocean, a single hair from 9 oxen. Her mind went blank. Would she die? "Master, don't be nervous." Su Changqing gently stroked her silky hair, his fingers threading through her smooth tresses, and then lightly tapped her lips. How could I not be nervous about something like this?" Xiao Hanyue's voice trembled with a sob, like a cornered animal letting out its final cry. "I've never gone through this before." Her fingers clutched the bedding tightly, knuckles white, her whole body drawn taut like a bowstring. "Master, neither have I." Hearing this, a flicker of inexplicable joy passed through Xiao Hanyue's heart. Changqing had only ever been with her from beginning to end. This joy dulled some of her nervousness. She stole another glance at him, then quickly shut her eyes, resigning herself to fate. Su Changqing raised his hand and cast a shielding formation within the room. A faint dark red barrier enveloped the entire bedchamber, sealing off all sound, and external prying. He leaned down close to Xiao Hanyue's ear, his voice low and husky, carrying a desire too long suppressed. "Master, I'm about to begin." Sob, sob, sob. Xiao Hanyue let out a whimper that was neither protest nor surrender. She bit her lip hard and gripped the bedding beneath her. Outside the window, the moonlight was bright. The demonic chi of Yongning Mountain still churned slowly in the night breeze, but the bamboo grove in the courtyard grew still, and even the koi in the pond sank to the bottom. In the pavilion, Xiao Bai gnawed happily on a bamboo stalk, completely unaware of the dark red soundproof barrier around the bedchamber, nor of the celestial cultivation his master was undergoing. A colossal, brilliant moon hung high in the sky over most of the eastern domain, cold and pristine, several times larger than the full moon of an ordinary season. Countless cultivators and mortals alike looked up in amazement, marveling at the sight. The more knowledgeable and experienced among them declared it to be undoubtedly a celestial phenomenon, heralding the emergence of a supreme treasure. In an instant, forces from all directions stirred into action. Yet after scouring the eastern domain, they found no trace of any treasure, for the source of this anomaly was not the birth of a divine artifact. Once the turmoil in Shuzhou had completely subsided, several events spread like wildfire across the entire eastern domain. Su Changqing slew Peach Sword, True Lord of the Heavenly Sword Sect, and forced the sect's Grand Elder Cloud Sword, True Lord, to burn his lifespan in a desperate escape. He even slaughtered those from the Yinyang Pavilion, another demonic path sect. Jishio was impaled and killed above Shuzhou City, while Tuoba lay vanished without a trace, rumored to have fallen as well. The entire eastern domain was struck dumb by Su Changqing's terrifying combat prowess. Moreover, rumors spread wildly that the patriarch of the Yinyang Pavilion, a return to void mid-stage grandmaster who had lived for nearly 10,000 years, personally intervened to capture Su Changqing. Yet the two living individuals vanished into thin air right before his eyes, enraging the return to void venerable so much that he roared above Shuzhou skies for a full half hour. Simultaneously, a completely different narrative began to quietly circulate throughout the eastern domain. On the day of the Shuzhou massacre, a citywide slaughter formation ensnared nearly 1 billion mortals in black mist. It was Xiao Hanyue and Su Changqing who broke the formation, dispelled the miasma, and saved countless mortals and low-level cultivators. In contrast, the Heavenly Sword Sect's nascent soul elders who were nearby stood by idly until the treasure appeared before they leaped into the fray. In an instant, the Heavenly Sword Sect found itself at the center of a storm. Endless discussions erupted among rogue cultivators and small to medium sects. The sect's response was swift and ruthless. A declaration spread across the eastern domain, branding all accusations as slander, shameless lies defaming the righteous path. The city-slaughtering formation they claimed was Su Changqing's doing, a demonic array set up by that madman to refine billions of mortals. The two Heavenly Sword Sect elders had selflessly attempted to break the array and save the people. Yet they were brutally wounded by him. Peach Sword True Lord made the ultimate sacrifice, and Cloud Sword True Lord fought valiantly, without yielding. As for the so-called evidence, it was merely forged by demonic spies. Some rogue cultivators from Shuzhou angrily produced memory stones as rebuttal. But after speaking out, they vanished one by one, their voices silenced forever. Where they went, no one knew. In the demonic heaven hall, a small courtyard bedroom, Su Changqing slowly opened his eyes. Sunlight filtered through the bamboo blinds outside the window, casting dappled shadows across his face. He stretched lazily, every bone in his body emitting a satisfying crack. For 7 full days and nights, he had felt an unprecedented release. The primordial Yin of the Taiyin Saint body had sunk into his dantian like a bright moon, merging with his immortal slaying demonic yuan, and the Black Lotus origin, propelling him straight into the peak of divine transformation. His power had now ascended to a completely new level. If he were to face a character like Cloud Sword True Lord again, he wouldn't even need to summon the Netherblood Sea. His mere physical body would be enough to crush that old fool into dust. As the saying goes, it's the ox that gets exhausted, not the field. But this time it was the field that gave out first. He raised his hand and waved, summoning a gentle breeze that cleared the lingering sense of the past 7 days and nights. He looked down at Xiao Hanyue, still sleeping soundly beside him. She lay curled in the blankets, her hair scattered across the pillow, a faint blush lingering on her cheeks, and a slight smile on her lips, as if she were lost in a beautiful dream. In a corner of the bed, a dark crimson plum blossom was quietly imprinted on the bedding like a red plum blooming in the snow. He gently stroked Xiao Hanyue's cheek, recalling every moment of the past 7 days. At first his master had kept her eyes tightly shut, torn between pride and shyness, calling him a wicked, rebellious disciple throughout, not daring to look at him even once. But later, as passion stirred her body, proved far more honest than her words. Her slender arms wrapped around his neck and her burning cheek pressed against his chest. Those eyes, which had never dared to glare at him openly, finally met his in the darkness. After that she stopped scolding him. Xiao Hanyue's brow furrowed slightly, her eyelashes fluttered, and she slowly opened her eyes. Her gaze was still hazy, focusing for a moment before she recognized the face so close to hers. Instinctively she called out in a soft, affectionate voice, "Husband." Over those 7 days and nights, she had called him that every day, at first forced, then out of habit. The moment the words left her lips, she froze, and then her entire face flushed a deep red in plain sight. She tried to sit up in panic, but a sharp, indescribable ache shot through her, and she collapsed back into the bedding. Xianxia gently pressed her shoulder, tucking her back under the covers and adjusting the corner of the blanket. "All right, master, you rest well. These past few days have really worn you out." He hadn't been able to control himself either. The obsession that had been suppressed for over 200 years, once unleashed, had become an unstoppable torrent. He was simply too fond of Xianxia, loved her to the bone. Once he had her, he couldn't bear to let go, which had resulted in her being thoroughly overwhelmed for 7 whole days. Her face, not the actual face, swollen from the ordeal. Xianxia burrowed into the blankets, revealing only a pair of shimmering, watery eyes and a small, flushed face. As she relived every moment of the past 7 days, her blush only deepened, burning brighter. Some moments felt like they belonged to a different person, as she couldn't believe she had done those things. Unbidden memories surfaced of those risque novels she had secretly read before. Words she had hidden in the deepest corner of her storage ring, which had always made her heart race and face burn, had now become a part of her own reality. She had become completely Xianxia's. Yet she had no regrets. Xianxia was leaning against the head of the bed, savoring the pleasant sensation after his breakthrough, when a system notification chimed in his mind. "Ding, Xianxia's corruption value has reached 40. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the immortal rank secret technique, Heaven Demon Unbody Art." His expression slightly brightened. His master was truly obedient, giving him another loot drop. Heaven Demon Unbody Art, the strongest amplification technique in the world. First release, burn one's own essence and blood, increasing combat power 3-fold. Second release, at the cost of one's own bones and tendons being shattered, increasing combat power 10-fold. Third release, at the cost of one's own physical body being destroyed, increasing combat power 100-fold. Fourth release, at the cost of one's own divine soul collapsing, increasing combat power 1,000-fold. Friendly reminder, please use the fourth release with caution. The divine soul is the foundation of a cultivator. Once it collapses, one will completely dissipate from heaven and earth with no chance of rebirth or reincarnation. A slight frown creased Xianxia's brow, then slowly smoothed away. This technique was undoubtedly an overpowered trump card. The second release's 10-fold combat power alone would allow him to run wild within the transformation god realm. If he truly reached the point of desperate struggle, the third release's 100-fold combat power might even allow him to clash directly with those old monsters of the Void Return realm. But the cost of the fourth release was simply too great. Divine soul collapse meant completely vanishing from the world, not even having the chance for reincarnation. If a cultivator's physical body was destroyed, they could still be revived using heavenly materials. But if the divine soul was gone, that would truly be spiritual and physical annihilation. Nevertheless, a 1,000-fold combat power increase was enough to allow an ordinary transformation god cultivator to clash head-on with the Void Return realm. Such a suicidal technique would even make those old monsters who had lived for tens of thousands of years retreat in avoidance. However, when the impact on himself wasn't too significant, he could only use the second release at most. 10-fold combat power was already enough to handle the vast majority of situations. As for the third and fourth releases, those were things to be considered only when things truly came to mutual destruction. He silently comprehended the technique and slowly opened his eyes, his gaze falling on Xianxia, who was still curled up in the bedding beside him. She had curled into a ball wrapped tightly in the bedding, only revealing a flushed little face and 2 eyes shimmering with tears. Seeing his smug, satisfied expression, she felt even more embarrassed, her hands covering her entire face. A playful mood arose in Xianxia's heart. He leaned in and gently stroked her feverish cheek. Its texture was tender and smooth, though he had experienced even more tender places than her cheek. He, master, you are now shaped by me." Xianxia, upon hearing his triumphant declaration, slightly parted the fingers covering her face, revealing one eye filled with shame and indignation. In her heart, she had already cursed him 800 times. Stinky Xianxia, bad Xianxia, truly rotten to the core. She had clearly told him it hurt, and he had promised, "Master, be good, it'll be over soon," but then it was as if he had cast an acceleration spell. And now he was being so smug, just bullying her. She was his master after all. How could something like this happen between her and the disciple she had raised with her own hands? If this got out, where would her reputation go? There had been a cautionary precedent before. A pair of master and disciple who fell in love, then couldn't be tolerated by the sect, being condemned by the public, and ultimately both holding hands as they walked to their death together. The righteous path could not tolerate such matters between master and disciple, considering it an act against heaven and a corrupt wind of the demonic way. Whoever dared to engage in affairs between master and disciple would have their cultivation abolished and be expelled from the sect. But now the entire eastern domain knew she had been captured by Xianxia, and she probably couldn't return to the righteous path. The more she thought, the more ashamed she became, and her mother's teachings from long ago unconsciously surfaced in her mind. When she was very, very young, her mother held her on her lap, combing her hair, while softly instructing her. Chastity was the most precious thing for a girl, not to be given away casually, but reserved for someone who truly loved her and truly deserved her love. Before giving oneself away, one must think and think again. Never be so dizzy from a few sweet nothings that one carelessly gives one's body to someone. If that man turned out to be heartless playing with you, then discarding you like trash, wouldn't you be losing both the lady and the dowry? That would be a net loss. She peeked at Su Changqing's handsome face from between her fingers, that face so beautiful it seemed to defy the gods. His white hair languidly scattered over his shoulders, and on his angular jaw remained a faint reddish mark she had accidentally scratched during a moment of passion. His blood-colored eyes reflected her silhouette. She supposed she hadn't given herself away carelessly after all. Changqing had always been quite good to her. Although he was a bit domineering, a bit obsessive, and had many bad ideas, he truly protected her. He came to rescue her at all costs on the battlefield, blocked the Black Lotus attack for her, and wouldn't even let her touch the Annihilation Black Lotus's grudge. And he was someone she had raised from childhood. From that timid little thing clutching her sleeve, growing into this man who now stood protectively in front of her. She had watched him grow up. No. Why was she thinking more and more off track? Xiao Hanyue's face grew redder and redder, even her neck dyed, with a light pink hue, her whole person like a cooked shrimp. Su Changqing watched the various expressions shifting across her face. Frowning one moment, smiling foolishly the next, her little face flushed as if her mind's thoughts were about to overheat and catch fire. That slightly insufficient CPU was probably about to overheat. A mischievous smile spread across his face as he rolled over and pressed down on her again, his hands bracing on either side of her pillow, enveloping her entire body beneath him. Master, are you reminiscing? Why don't we continue? Xiao Hanyue's little face instantly fell, her hands pressing against his chest, as she pushed with all her might, her voice carrying a hint of panic and pleading. Her eyes were even slightly reddened. Changqing, don't. Give me a break. Although she no longer minded doing such things with him, and even felt a tiny bit of unspeakable joy deep in her heart, everything must have its limits. Right now she was still in pain, and even walking was difficult. If they went again, she would really cry. She, a dignified cultivator of the early transformation god stage, with the great Yin sacred body, being reduced to tears from such a thing. That would be far too humiliating. After resting for a while, Xiao Hanyue pushed open the door. Her steps remained unsteady, each movement carrying an unspeakable soreness that made her wince. Gripping the doorframe, she took a deep breath, trying to make her gait appear more normal. She didn't want that rebel disciple to see her like this, otherwise he'd flash that smug grin again. Sunlight bathed the courtyard as the bamboo grove rustled softly. Koi and the pond flicked their tails leisurely, everything as usual, as if those 7 days and 7 nights had merely been a long, absurd dream she'd endured. Yet the ache in her body reminded her it was no dream. A flash of white darted from the pavilion direction and pounced into her embrace, nearly knocking her a step backward. Xiaobai rubbed against her frantically in her arms, its long ears swinging and slapping about, letting out urgent chirping sounds, as if asking why she had vanished for so long this time. Xiao Hanyue quickly gathered it into her arms, stroking its soft fur, her face full of remorse. Sorry, Xiaobai. I made you hungry again. The moment the words left her mouth, her cheeks couldn't help but flush crimson. Those vivid images of 7 days and nights of intense battles flashed uncontrollably through her mind. Various positions, various angles. She hastily shook her head and retrieved a 10-year solitary bamboo from her storage ring, offering it to Xiaobai. Xiaobai joyfully snatched the bamboo, patted back onto its cushion, and began crunching away contentedly, utterly oblivious to why its master's face had grown so red. In the courtyard, Su Changqing sat cross-legged on a horizontal branch of an ancient pine tree, eyes closed in cultivation. Sunlight filtered through the pine needles, casting mottled golden edges across his black robes. White hair cascaded over his shoulders, swaying gently in the breeze. Xiao Hanyue quietly approached the tree and tilted her head upward to gaze at him momentarily, finding herself transfixed. Su Changqing was extraordinarily handsome. A delicately sculpted lad in childhood, he had now shed all traces of immaturity. His sword-like brows pierced his temples, his features sharp and defined as if chiseled by divine hands. There simply was no such person in this world. She abruptly snapped back to reality, retreating several steps. In her heart, she cursed herself thoroughly. Xiao Hanyue, oh Xiao Hanyu. How could you be so shameless, standing beneath a tree, gazing at your own disciple with stars in your eyes? What must the world think of you? He is still nominally imprisoning you. You are his captive, his prisoner. How could you actively find him handsome? Where has your sense of shame gone? Find that so-called conscience was long gone anyway. The demon had taken it from her piece by piece, starting from the moment he forced that kiss upon her. By now she had been completely reshaped by him, and nothing of her former shame remained. She sighed, finding a sunlit patch beneath the tree where she settled onto the ground. From her dantian, she retrieved the entirely celadon-hued Hanyue zither. The instrument's body was slender, gleaming with a lustrous sheen under the sunlight. Its 7 strings emanated a faint spiritual luminescence. She laid the zither across her knees, her delicate fingers lightly brushing across the strings, testing a few notes before beginning to play a melody she had once learned at Luoyun's sect. The piece had no name, composed by an unknown predecessor. Its melody was gentle and melodious, like moonlight spilling over mountain springs, like evening breezes rustling through bamboo groves. The soothing melody drifted slowly through the courtyard, passing through the bamboo, skimming across the water's surface. Even the koi in the pond rose to float quietly near the surface, suspended in the water to listen. Xianxia had originally been deep in meditation, demonic energy flowing gently through his meridians. Yet in restless demon thought persistently agitated within his heart, as if constantly provoked by something. However, when that zither melody entered his ears, like a clear spring flowing over scorching rocks, his agitated demon thoughts miraculously calmed. The circulation of demonic energy became smoother than ever before. He slowly opened his eyes, peering through the gaps in the pine branches at that white figure beneath the tree, playing the zither. An ineffable sense of contentment rose in his heart. What a beautiful master. Fortunately, she has already been claimed by me. He mused silently in his heart, then withdrew his gaze, and opened his system panel, discovering he still had 11586 Qi Yun points remaining. When better to draw than now. System, give me a lottery draw. Ding, 100 Qi Yun points have been deducted. Remaining Qi Yun points 1586. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining a world fragment. World fragment, a spatial origin fragment that existed since the dawn of chaos. After refining it, one can open an independent small world within the body. The small world will continuously expand as the host's cultivation advances and with the passage of time. It can accommodate mountains, rivers, the sun, moon, and stars. It can hold living creatures and can even naturally give birth to life and entire races. The world's ceiling is extremely high and can ultimately grow into a complete Dakian world. Xianxia gazed at the system introduction, his brow slightly raised. Though he had never heard of any world fragment before the system introduction appeared quite impressive. His storage ring, while not small in space, could only hold inanimate objects. A small world, however, could accommodate living people. That single point alone made this world fragment worthwhile. Without hesitation, he sank his consciousness into his body, channeling demonic energy to slowly envelop the fragment, glowing with hazy gray light in his dantian. Unexpectedly, the refinement process was far easier than he had imagined. Perhaps the immortal slaying demon body was inherently so domineering that even the world fragment dared not resist too strongly. Or perhaps the devouring Dao demon art's absorption properties could even accommodate spatial forces. In any case, in less than half an hour that fragment had completely merged into his dantian. His original dantian, which had merely stored demonic energy, had now been completely transformed. A vast, boundless small world had replaced the original chaotic dantian space. The edges of the world were shrouded in misty fog, and for now, it was only 10,000 li in size. Beneath his feet stretched endless desert with sand swirling through the air in the wind. Above there was no sun, moon, or stars, only a gray hazy void. Xianxia's consciousness probed into the small world, attempting to command this realm. Indeed, his will became the heavenly way of this small world. With a mere thought, the entire desert was smoothed as if by an invisible hand. Yellow sand receded, green grass burst through the earth, transforming in an instant into an endless expanse of verdant grassland. With another thought, several thousand zhang tall mountains rose from the edge of the grassland. Cloud and mist swirled around the peaks, while streams murmured between the mountainsides. With his current cultivation level and control over the world fragment, creating mountains and grasslands was already his limit. He could not yet manifest sun, moon, stars, or true life. But as his cultivation deepened, this small world would become increasingly complete. Just as he was immersed in the wondrous experience of opening the small world, he suddenly sensed an entirely new law of creation flowing gently through the depths of his divine soul. It was a law he had never felt before. It possessed no offensiveness whatsoever, and he could not perceive any specific function from it. Xianxia stilled his mind to carefully perceive it, yet discovered he was completely unable to categorize it within the law system of the divine wasteland realm. Since the divine wasteland realm's creation, there had been 3,000 Daos, the sword Dao, the spear Dao, the blood Dao, the Buddhist Dao, the karma Dao. Every Dao had its corresponding law of power. But the law he had comprehended was not among the 3,000 Daos. Or rather, there was no place for it within the 3,000 Daos. He only knew that when he created the small world, this law had naturally appeared, as if it existed specifically for the purpose of creating worlds. The eastern domain was truly too small. On the surface, there weren't even several return to void cultivators. If he wished to understand the true nature of this law, he would need to venture into far broader realms. Xianxia temporarily concealed this unknown law, sealing it in the deepest recesses of his divine soul. He slowly opened his eyes just as the melodious zither music beneath the tree also ceased. Xianxia gently pressed both hands on the strings, the lingering notes dissolving softly through the courtyard. She raised her head just in time to meet those blood-red pupils staring down at her from the branches. Xianxia leapt down from the tree, landing beside her. Without hesitation, he reached out and pulled both her and the Hanyue zither into his embrace. In the main hall of the Demon Heaven Temple, Xianxia sat upright on the black tiger skin throne at the head of the hall. With one hand propping up his chin, his white hair cascaded over his shoulders, and his crimson eyes reflected the subordinates standing in 2 rows below. His other hand idly toyed with a delicate snow-white hand. Its owner sat beside him, her cheeks slightly flushed, her gaze drifting as if she wished she could shrink into the chair. Xiao Hanyue cast a wistful glance at Xianxia. She had not wanted to come, but Su Changqing insisted that as his wife the lady of the temple must attend the Demon Heaven Temple Council. It was the rule. So he had pulled her to sit beside the main seat. In her heart she told herself that a righteous fairy captured by a demon lord had no right to resist, so she had no choice but to comply. Below stood several protectors along with Yao Qing, who had just refined Tuoba Lei's flesh. They bowed in unison, their voices perfectly synchronized. We pay respects to the temple lord and the lady of the temple. At the sound of lady of the temple, Xiao Hanyue's ears burned again. But since Su Changqing had already nodded in acknowledgement, she had no choice but to follow suit, giving a slight nod as a return gesture. She had lived for over 700 years, yet this was the first time she had experienced such a thing. Back when she was an elder of the Luo Yun sect, she had been nearly invisible during sect councils. The sect leader only needed her to raise her hand for votes. How different it was now sitting beside the main seat, being respectfully addressed as lady by a group of nascent soul and divine transformation cultivators. Su Changqing turned his gaze to Qingshuan, his tone returning to its usual cold severity. Qingshuan, the Black Lotus sect, I asked you to investigate. How far have you gotten? Xiao Hanyue froze for a moment, instinctively turning her head to look at Su Changqing. Before she could speak, Su Changqing squeezed her hand, leaned slightly closer to her ear, and lowered his voice. Your master's grudge is my grudge. I will avenge it for you. You are the one I love most. Those who have wronged you, not one will escape. Xiao Hanyue's cheeks flushed crimson, the heat spreading from her ears to her neck. Damn it, don't be so blunt. There are still several people standing below. Even though his voice was low, what if they overheard? Qingshian stared intently at the ants fighting on the ground, pretending he had seen nothing. He cleared his throat, stepped forward half a pace, and reported respectfully, My lord, after decades of investigation, I have discovered that the Black Lotus sect in the Eastern Domain is not a native force. They arrived in the Eastern Domain less than 1,000 years ago. Over this millennium, they have acted with extreme secrecy, rarely engaging in open conflict with the outside world, as if they are secretly searching for something. Through extensive inquiries, I found that the Northern Domain also has an organization called the Black Lotus sect whose scale and power far surpass that of the Eastern Domain branch. I speculate that the Eastern Domain Black Lotus sect is merely a branch of the Northern Domain headquarters, acting entirely under orders from the north. Su Changqing gave a slight nod. This deduction was reasonable. Those who dared to covet the Annihilation Black Lotus were no ordinary power. He even suspected that the Black Lotus sect might already have collected several fragments of the Lotus. After all, they had infiltrated from the Northern Domain to the Eastern Domain, spending 1,000 years searching in secret. It would be more unusual if they had found nothing. The fragment outside Shuzhou City was likely detected through some special means. They had spared no expense in setting up a citywide slaughter array, using the lifeblood of billions of beings to forcibly ripen the Annihilation Black Lotus for an early emergence. But no matter how meticulously they planned, they had overlooked one factor: Su Changqing's presence. My lord, I also have a matter to report. Zuiqiu stepped forward from the right side, her crimson dress starkly vivid in the dim hall. Her aura was several times more formidable than before, her early divine transformation cultivation now thoroughly stabilized with a sharper and more composed air about her brows. She raised her hand and produced a memory stone, infusing it with spiritual energy. Light and shadow projected onto the center of the hall. The image showed a boundless yellow desert with tents stretching across a desolate Gobi. Countless streaks of light darted to and fro, with innumerable cultivators bustling in and out in a grand spectacle. From the style of their robes, they were unmistakably the three righteous sects: Luo Yun sect, Tianjin sect, and Xianxia sect, assembled together. In the Beiliang province, these three righteous sects, Luo Yun, Tianjin, and Xianxia, seemed to be planning some major operation. Zuiqiu put away the memory stone, her words concise and forceful. Su Changqing's brow furrowed slightly. Whatever the righteous sects were up to, it was certainly nothing good for him, especially since two of these three sects were his mortal enemies. The Luo Yun sect went without saying. The Peach Sword True Lord of Tianjin sect had been killed by his own hand, and the Cloud Sword True Lord had been forced to burn his life force to escape. Both sects harbored a deep hatred for him. Though the Xianxia sect had no direct vendetta, as one of the four great righteous immortal sects, it stood in solidarity with Luo Yun and Tianjin, naturally placing it on the opposing side. The three sects joining forces meant their ambition was undoubtedly significant. Just then the Yingtian map within his sea of consciousness trembled slightly, and a glimmer of spiritual light appeared at the location of Beiliang province. The light was not blinding, yet it was exceptionally clear, a sign of a great opportunity emerging. A slow smile spread across Su Changqing's lips, and a cold red gleam flashed in his eyes. Righteous sects, your opportunity is now mine. He made an immediate decision, striking the armrest heavily with his finger. Zuiqiu, Qingshuan, take a squad of elite disciples and head to Beiliang province at once. Lie low for now, and do not alert the enemy. Yao Qing remained at the Demon Heaven Temple. Report any changes immediately. He paused, his tone carrying an unyielding coldness. I will arrive shortly. The group acknowledged their orders and dispersed. Yao Qing pinched the arm of his newly acquired flesh, feeling the mid-divine transformation cultivation flowing through his meridians, a smile spreading across his face. finally no longer a wandering spirit. This time he would defend the Demon Heaven Temple for his master. After everyone had left, Xianxia gently tugged at Su Changqing's sleeve, her face filled with barely concealed worry. Changqing, are you going to clash with the righteous sects again? For a moment, she didn't even know which side she should worry about. Worry for the righteous sects. But the Luo Yun sect had abandoned her, and the Tianjin sect had stood by and done nothing at Shuzhou, even turning on her. These so-called righteous sects had long chilled her heart. Worry for Su Changqing. Though his combat power was heaven-defying, 2 fists could not beat 4 hands. What if he got hurt again? Looking at her face, which was scrunched up in distress, he reached out and pinched her soft cheek. Pulling her into his embrace, he lowered his head and pressed a gentle kiss to her forehead. Don't be afraid, master. Whether righteous or demonic, no one can stand in my way. If anyone tries, I will destroy them. In Bailiang Prefecture, as far as the eye could see, stretched endless lush gullies and ravines, a vast expanse of desolate barrenness. Whenever a strong wind swept through, it would whip up billowing yellow sand, like countless brownish-yellow walls surging across the wilderness. In such harsh conditions, mortals could not survive at all, and even low-level cultivators, if they stayed too long, would have their meridians corroded by the baleful energy within the wind and sand. 2 figures, a man and a woman, appeared on this yellow earth. The surrounding sand howled toward them, but was blocked by an invisible barrier of spiritual energy at a distance of 3 feet, leaving not a speck of dust on their clothes. Master, is this Bailiang Prefecture? The environment is so different from Shuzhou. Ji Taimei gazed at the desolate scenery around him, curiosity shining in his eyes. Accustomed to lush mountains, clear waters, and vast fertile fields, he had never before set foot in such a barren Gobi desert, and everything seemed novel to him. Pei Yuxian nodded, her gaze sweeping over the vast expanse of land. She slowly spoke. Legend has it that 10,000 years ago, the founding emperor of the Great Li enfeoffed his brothers who had conquered the world alongside him, granting them the title of King of Bailiang. That King of Bailiang was a powerhouse at the divine transformation stage. He had followed the Great Li Emperor from south to north, from east to west, rendering meritorious service at every turn. He could be said to be the greatest contributor to the unification of the realm. But when the war ended and the throne was secured, the emperor cast him aside to this godforsaken land, bestowing the title of King of Bailiang as a mere dismissal. Naturally, he was dissatisfied. With his divine transformation cultivation and founding merits, he deserved at least a fertile fief like Qingzhou or Shuzhou. Why should he be confined to this desolate desert? Ji Taimei listened intently and couldn't help asking, what happened next? Later, 9,000 years ago, the King of Bailiang boldly led the Bailiang army in rebellion. They swept through all resistance, advancing from Bailiang Prefecture all the way into Xizhou with their blades pointed straight at Chanyang City. In the end, the Great Li Emperor intervened, personally battling him for 3 days and 3 nights before slaying him. The Bailiang army perished or fled, vanishing like smoke and dispersing. Bailiang Prefecture was once again under imperial control. But in the following millennia after the old emperor died, the Great Li royal family never produced another divine transformation cultivator, and the imperial rule gradually declined. Today, Bailiang is nominally still part of Great Li's territory, but in reality, demonic beasts roam everywhere. The only human force that remains here is the Huangquan Heavenly Palace, one of the 3 great demonic sects. Ji Taimei silently memorized this history he had never heard before, nodding with a hint of understanding. In the end, the 2 of them were summoned back to the sect by the sect master. The Grand Elder Yunjian True Lord held a grudge against Pei Yuxian for standing idly by during the Battle of Shuzhou. If not for the sect master's personal mediation, given Yunjian True Lord's temperament, she would have likely been severely punished. Now that the storm had temporarily subsided, some elders and disciples of the Heavenly Sword sect were dispatched to Bailiang Prefecture, where it was said a certain ultimate treasure would emerge. Ji Taimei scratched his head and finally couldn't help asking, Master, can you tell me what treasure the sect is looking for? Why mobilize so many people, even joining forces with other sects? I've never seen such a grand scale. As a disciple, he was not entitled to be informed. Pei Yuxian sighed, looked at her soul disciple, and after a moment of deliberation finally relented. All right, I'll tell you, but don't tell anyone else. I once heard the sect master mention that the reason we are going to Bailiang Prefecture is because someone predicted the inheritance of Liya Daojun is about to appear. Liya Daojun. Ji Taimei's eyes were full of confusion. The name was completely unfamiliar to him. Liya Daojun was a pinnacle powerhouse of the Eastern Domain countless years ago. The Western Kunlun he founded once ruled the entire western part of the Eastern Domain with a sphere of influence far beyond your and my imagination. In those days, the Eastern Domain teemed with experts. Divine transformation cultivators were everywhere, and even body integration cultivators were merely local overlords. How different from today's decline, where a divine transformation cultivator can swagger about unchallenged. Back then, the so-called 4 immortal sects and 3 demonic sects did not even exist. Liya Daojun was one of the few who stood at the very pinnacle of that era. If his inheritance were to emerge, it would drive any faction to madness. Ji Taimei took a deep breath, his heart shaking with awe. This trip to Bailiang Prefecture was indeed extraordinary. Suddenly a thought occurred to him, and he asked instinctively, Master, do you think that old Demon Su and Fairy Xiao might also appear here? Pei Yuxian was slightly startled, then shook her head. Probably not. The Shuzhou incident has just calmed down. Senior Su and Fairy Xiao should still be at the Tianma Hall. Moreover, Bailiang is currently within the sphere of righteous sects. If they came, it would inevitably stir up a storm of blood and chaos. Yet her tone carried a hint of uncertainty. Among the yellow sand, another pair of figures walked side by side. Xiao Hanyue glared at Su Chongqing beside her, her pretty face flushed red, rubbing her own rear with a mixture of embarrassment and annoyance. This wretched demon. Ever since they entered this yellow earth, his roving hand had kept sneaking to her rear no less than 10 times along the way, as if he had some peculiar fetish. She was so embarrassed she wished she could bury her face in the sand. Master, you've been very naughty lately. Su Chongqing's eyes glowed with a red light, all too familiar to her, his voice carrying a dangerous edge. Xiao Hanyue instinctively shrank her neck, her body reacting faster than her mind. Almost reflexively she blurted out, "Husband, I was wrong." The moment the words left her mouth, she wanted to bite off her tongue. Had she become so accustomed to calling him husband? Where was her former pride? Where was her past resistance? Well, pride had long been beaten out of her by this demon. Su Chongqing pulled her into his embrace with satisfaction, his large hand gently stroking her soft hair. "This is my good master." He lowered his head, about to plant a kiss on Xiao Hanyue's lips, when suddenly the yellow earth beneath them shook violently. With a deafening roar, the entire world seemed to tremble. The ground split open into deep, bottomless fissures, and countless rocks burst forth from the cracks. The sky-filling yellow sand was swept up by an invisible shockwave, forming dozens of sand tornadoes that connected heaven and earth, rampaging in all directions. Xiao Hanyue instinctively grabbed Su Chongqing's arm, while he wrapped his arm around her waist, shielding her in his embrace. His blood-red eyes narrowed as he coldly stared in the direction of the tremors. The ground trembled violently, and before the spiraling sand tornado that had shot into the sky could dissipate, the distant barren mountains fell victim once more. With a deafening roar that shook heaven and earth, 100-jong desolate mountain was mercilessly shattered into pieces, debris raining down like a torrential storm. Amidst the billowing dust and smoke, a colossal creature burst forth. It was a giant tiger standing 100-jong tall, its entire body covered in dark crimson, fur etched with flame-like patterns. What drew the most attention was the pair of enormous wings on its back, spanning over 200-jong and blazing with raging flames. Each flap stirred a scorching storm, turning the yellow sand beneath into glass-like crystals. It crushed half a hill under one paw, and its tail swept across a stone forest, snapping it in two with terrifying might. Su Chongqing raised an eyebrow, slightly swept his divine sense over the scene, and a peculiar expression flickered across his face. This majestic divine transformation great demon was chasing a stone. The stone rolled swiftly and nimbly, making sharp turns and sudden stops, narrowly evading the tiger's claws several times. The tiger, enraged, erupted with flames, its roar shaking the air. "Old bastard, if you keep running, I'll slaughter your entire clan." The rolling boulder clearly stiffened for a moment, but only paused briefly before resuming its frantic roll at an even faster speed, showing no sign of stopping. Su Chongqing watched with great amusement. A divine transformation demon king chasing a stone, and cursing. It was indeed a rare sight. He turned to Xiao Hanyue only to see her brows furrowed, clearly recognizing the origin of this great demon. "That is the double-winged blazing tiger." Xiao Hanyue stood beside him and spoke softly. "One of the great demons of Bailiang Prefecture, with a talent ceiling reaching the divine transformation stage. This one's demonic energy is extremely robust. It has already entered the divine transformation stage. In the past, Luoyun sect often sent cultivators to sneak into Bailiang Prefecture to steal its cubs, which once tamed became spirit beasts with high growth potential. However, the double-winged blazing tiger is ferocious in temperament, with a success rate so low that 1 success in 10 attempts is considered lucky." Su Chongqing planted a kiss on her cheek, praising her as "my erudite master." Xiao Hanyue let out a soft sound, long accustomed to such sudden affection, yet her cheeks still flushed uncontrollably with 2 rosy spots. Ever since he had unsealed her, this demon had grown increasingly audacious, sometimes waking her in the middle of the night during her sleep. Upon opening her eyes, she would find him busying himself over her, and she could only endure groggily, lacking the strength to protest. "Chongqing, perhaps we should avoid the edge for now." Xiao Hanyue glanced worriedly at the rampaging divine transformation tiger demon. Her implication was not that they couldn't defeat it, but that it was unnecessary to court trouble. "How must I avoid its edge?" Su Chongqing spoke as if he had heard a tremendous joke. He took out the small black pagoda from his bosom, weighing it in his palm. "Just in time. This pagoda hasn't been used since I got it. Master, I'll go slay that great demon. You intercept the stone. Anything that can make a divine transformation demon chase, it must be problematic." Xiao Hanyue nodded, silently channeling the power of the great Yin. In the next moment, Su Chongqing's figure vanished from the spot, reappearing above the double-winged blazing tiger. A colossal demonic hand spanning 1,000 zhong descended from the sky, its 5 fingers spread like a canopy, pressing the 100-zhong giant tiger fiercely into the ground. The ground within dozens of li sank, several zhong, countless cracks spreading like a spiderweb in all directions, and the shockwave flattened the surrounding sand dunes. Pinned in the center of the giant pit, the double-winged blazing tiger let out an enraged roar, its flames burning wildly, as its 4 claws dug frantically at the pit's bottom, struggling to break free from the demonic hand suppression. Xianxia hovered in midair, one hand behind his back, gazing down at the dying tiger demon with a cold laugh. Humph, a mere minor demon of the divine transformation stage dares to act insolent before me. His fingers curled slightly, and the power of the demonic hand surged again, unleashing a crushing weight of hundreds of billions of tons. With a crisp crack, the tiger let out a miserable wail, its flames instantly dimmed, and its burning wings collapsed limply to the ground, unable to move a single inch. On the other side, Xianxia made her move. She flickered and appeared before the still-rolling boulder, forming hand seals. The vast power of the great Een transformed into several azure spiritual energy chains coiling around the boulder like serpentine spirits, binding it tightly before hurling it at Xianxia's feet. Xianxia walked up to the boulder, raised his hand, and knocked on its surface, speaking coldly. "Come out now, or I'll smash this stone with you inside." The boulder trembled violently, its surface cracking with countless fine lines, then exploded with a bang. A giant creature 2 zhang tall, and composed entirely of dark gray rock, leaped out from the rubble. It had arms and legs with rough, yet distinct facial features, staring at the 2 humans in terror. Xianxia frowned slightly and nudged Xianxia with his elbow. "What in the world is this thing?" Xianxia, rarely having the chance to flaunt her knowledge before Xianxia, shot him a smug glance, and slowly flipped open the yellowed volume of Records of the Divine Wilderness in her hand. "Humph, you always call me an idiot, but in the end it's this well-read immortal who has to answer. This creature is called the Rockman clan. Their bodies are made of special rock belonging neither to the demon race nor the human race. They are an independent life form. They need no food, absorbing the essence of heaven and earth to grow. Their reproduction is even more peculiar. They lack reproductive organs, and the stones that fall off their bodies can under certain conditions transform into new rockmen. Moreover, the Rockman clan excels most in construction. Millennia ago they built a colossal tower for the heavenly court, more towering than a 10,000 zhang mountain. As for the purpose of that tower..." She turned to the next page, only to find a jagged remnant. "That page has been torn out." Xianxia raised his hand and retrieved the demon-suppressing pagoda. The palm-sized black pagoda spun swiftly in his palm, then expanded with the wind, transforming into a 100 zhang giant tower that crashed down, enveloping the pinned 2-winged flame tiger entirely. The ancient demonic runes on the pagoda's surface lit up one after another, and a savage, overbearing, refining force pressed down like a millstone. The giant tiger let out one last unwilling roar within the tower, then fell silent. After a few breaths, the demon-suppressing pagoda returned to its original size and landed steadily back in Xianxia's palm. The once arrogant great demon at the nascent soul stage had been completely refined within the tower. A surge of pure and vast energy flowed from the demon-suppressing pagoda, following Xianxia's arm meridians and merging into his limbs and bones. It was the purest essence of the great demon, containing the demonic power and bloodline force accumulated by the 2-winged flame tiger throughout its life. Under the overbearing refining of the extinguishing immortal demon body, it transformed into nourishment for the flesh. Xianxia could clearly feel his physical strength increase by a small margin. Although improvement at his level had become increasingly difficult, small gains would accumulate. As long as he refined enough great demons, his body would eventually grow strong enough to rival innate spiritual treasures. "This thing looks a bit familiar." Xianxia leaned in curiously, her gaze falling on the small pagoda, feeling she had seen it somewhere before. She thought for a moment, then suddenly widened her eyes. "Is it that Yi fans?" Xianxia nodded. "This thing is specifically for refining great demons. That child of fortune, though not strong in cultivation, carries some decent treasures. No wonder you killed him." Xianxia muttered, but didn't say much more. She had no connection with that Yi fan, so she felt no sympathy. Moreover, having stayed by Xianxia's side for so long, she had long witnessed his cold-blooded ruthlessness. Against enemies, he never left survivors. The eradicating the root was his principle. But fortunately, he still had affection for her, though that affection had long since transformed from master-disciple bond into romantic entanglement. It made her both embarrassed and annoyed, but deep down she knew that if not for this bond, she would have long turned into a withered bone like those enemies who died at his hands. Xianxia retrieved the demon-suppressing pagoda and turned his gaze back to the stone man. The aura emanating from the stone man was only around the nascent soul stage. The 2-winged flame tiger from earlier was at the early nascent soul stage, and logically, it could have smashed the stone man into rubble in one encounter. Yet the tiger had chased it for countless miles without catching it. This was inherently strange. "Why was that tiger chasing you? Confess honestly. Otherwise I'll send you to meet it." The stone man's entire rocky body trembled. He had witnessed with his own eyes how the 2-winged flame tiger that had pursued him for 3 days and nights was effortlessly taken into the pagoda by the white-haired demon cultivator, not even letting out a few screams before being turned into pure energy. Watching the demonic aura surging around Xianxia, he thought to himself, could this be a demonic cultivator from the human side? Legends said demon cultivators were all ruthless and cold-blooded, but now it seemed even more terrifying than the rumors. But then a glint of light flashed in his eyes as if he had grasped a lifeline. With a thud, he knelt on the ground, his voice trembling with excitement. Returning to you, Senior. I am Xianxia, the chieftain of the Rockman tribe. Our Rockman tribe has lived under this barren plain for generations. Though impoverished, it was peaceful. But decades ago, a group of two-winged flame tigers suddenly invaded our territory. Relying on their numbers and overwhelming strength, they enslaved our entire tribe. They made us build their lairs, then constructed various luxurious palaces, and later escalated their demands. They made us dig canals on this lush desert where even water sources were scarce. The old Rockman grew more agitated as he spoke, and a moist glint appeared in his stone eyes. But this is a lush desert. We couldn't even find groundwater, yet they forced us to dig day and night, killing those who didn't comply. I am the strongest of the tribe, but my strength is only at the nascent soul stage. Against a nascent soul stage demon king, I didn't even have the right to resist. I could only endure humiliation with my people. But they didn't treat us as sentient beings. A large number of my tribe have been worked to death, and those who died couldn't even produce offspring before turning into primordial stones. If this continues, within 100 years our Rockman tribe will be completely extinct. Helpless, I took advantage of the guards' inattention to escape, hoping to seek help from the Yellow Springs Heavenly Palace, which had ties with our tribe in the past. But I was discovered halfway by that two-winged flame tiger and chased all the way here. He paused cautiously, looking at Xianxia, a hint of tentative hope in his eyes. Senior, are you a demonic cultivator? Seeing Xianxia nod, the old Rockman's face showed excitement, and he kowtowed heavily again. Senior, I beg you to help us. As long as Senior is willing to save our Rockman tribe from suffering, we swear eternal loyalty, and will go through fire and water without hesitation. Xianxia wondered if his ears were playing tricks on him. This old stone knew he was a demonic cultivator, yet instead of fleeing in terror, he was excitedly begging for help. He was neither a philanthropist nor a merciful bodhisattva. Why would he take on a losing deal? He sneered with disdain. Why should I help you? Xianxia gritted his teeth as if making a decision and lowered his voice. Senior may not know, but a few years ago, while laying the foundation for the Flame Tiger clan, we accidentally unearthed a demonic supreme treasure from deep underground. The moment it emerged, it exuded a terrifying demonic might. The tribesmen who approached were instantly corroded by killing intent, turning into mad killers. Helpless, I could only use the sealing divine ability passed down through generations of the Rockman tribe, wrapping it layer by layer in rock to barely suppress the demonic might, and then buried it in a hidden place. Xianxia frowned. This description was exactly like the world-destroying Black Lotus. Suppressing the agitation in his heart, he asked expressionlessly, "What does that thing look like?" Returning to Senior, "It is a Black Lotus. The world-destroying Black Lotus." Xianxia's heart leaped, but his face showed nothing. He had just arrived in northern Liang province, and the clue to the world-destroying Black Lotus had delivered itself to him. This was too coincidental, but he had no reason to refuse a gift that landed in his mouth. As long as Senior can help us break free from our shackles, we will present that demonic supreme treasure with both hands. Xianxia said resolutely. Xianxia stared at him, then suddenly changed the subject. Does anyone else know about this? The old Rockman quickly shook his head. No, absolutely not. But Xianxia caught the hesitation and panic that flashed in his eyes. This old stone was lying, and news of the world-destroying Black Lotus had likely leaked. Xianxia didn't expose him, merely nodding calmly. Fine. Take me to the two-winged Flame Tiger clan. Xianxia hesitated. Senior, you only need to help us escape from here and regain our freedom. Xianxia smiled faintly, and the hint of killing intent in that smile seemed to lower the surrounding temperature. If I kill all the two-winged flame tigers, wouldn't that help you regain your freedom? Eliminating the root of trouble is the most thorough solution. As he spoke, a terrifying killing intent inadvertently leaked out, causing the Rockman's body to tremble violently, nearly falling apart. Xianxia rubbed her forehead. She knew Xianxia would do this. This demon always acted this way. Eradicating the root was ingrained in his nature, especially since the Flame Tiger clan had a nascent soul stage demon king. It was perfect for refining in the demon-suppressing pagoda, a convenient source of cultivation resources. Soon the two of them and the stone turned into 3 streaks of light, flying westward. After traveling nearly 1,000,000 miles westward across the lush barren, the scenery finally changed. On this desolate Gobi desert, an astonishingly luxurious palace complex suddenly appeared. Pavilions and terraces were arranged in perfect order, small hills and flowing waters complemented each other, and green spiritual plants swayed gracefully in carefully tended gardens, even more exquisite than the most picturesque human cities. If not for the endless yellow sand surrounding it, one might think this was a celestial cave paradise just by looking at the palace. At the edges of the palace complex, large, unfinished buildings were visible, and rockmen resembling Xianxia could be seen bustling on the construction site. They pulled massive boulders larger than their own bodies, carried thick stone pillars, and shuttled back and forth in the swirling dust. Many stone slabs stood on the site, inscribed with bold slogans in the demonic language. Work even if you die. Build a bright future for the Rockman tribe. With unity we can build a palace in 3 days. Long live Chieftain Xianxia. Sacrifice your life for the Rockman future. In this fervent atmosphere the Rockmen, barely standing from exhaustion, still gritted their teeth and persisted. Even some who had collapsed from exhaustion had a contented smile on their lips, as if sacrificing their lives for the tribe was a supreme honor. Xianxia watched this scene silently, turning his head away. His rough stone hand clenched into a fist. He didn't want this. He had deceived his own people using these hollow slogans to make them willingly labor for their enslavers. On this fervent construction site, there were no blazing fire tigers acting as overseers, but far more terrifying than any overseer were the slogans engraved on the stone tablets. Yet they had already been carved into the hearts of every stone man. He lied to his people, telling them they were building a home for themselves, and that their fallen comrades were glorious martyrs. But all of this was a lie. The palace was built for the blazing fire tiger clan, the canal was dug for them, and the stone men were merely expendable. When one batch was exhausted, another would replace them in an endless cycle. Yet for the survival of his race, to avoid being slaughtered by the two-winged blazing fire tigers, he had no other choice. Xianxia, held in Xianxia's arms, swept her gaze over the resplendent palace complex below. On this barren yellow earth desert, they had forcibly built a luxurious city, rivaling a human imperial capital at the cost of the stone men, who toiled from dawn to dusk without rest. Their stone bodies carried boulders larger than themselves, moving step by step under the scorching sun. Their eyes were numb and vacant, with only the smile etched by the brainwashing slogans lingering on their lips. She had thought oppression and exploitation only existed among humans, but she never imagined it was the same among the demon race, even more naked and unashamed. Xianxia gently set her down, squeezed her hand, and whispered, "Master, when the fight starts, hide nearby." Xianxia pursed her lips. Just moments ago, nestled in his arms, she had felt only warmth and security. Now that she was set down, a strange reluctance she couldn't quite name stirred within her. Suppressing this sentimental thought, she deliberately raised her head and asked, "Aren't you afraid I'll run away while you're fighting?" Xianxia turned back, and the light churning in his blood-red eyes made Xianxia's heart skip a beat. His tone was calm and earnest, as if stating an undeniable fact. If Master dares to run, no matter how far, I will bring you back. Then I'll cripple your limbs, lock you to the bed forever, day and night. Xianxia's eyes widened, and she instinctively stepped back half a pace. She had thought his possessiveness would ease after she gave herself to him, but now it seemed his bottom line had never changed. Everything could be negotiated except leaving him. That allowed no room for bargaining. She quickly waved her hand and said sheepishly, "I was joking, don't take it seriously." Xianxia reached out and ruffled her hair, then turned and walked toward the palace complex. Xianxia had already flown into the air, amplifying his voice with all his might, spreading it for 1,000 miles. "Fellow tribesmen, stop working. I found a senior willing to help us." On the construction site, tens of thousands of stone men paused their labor, staring blankly at the familiar figure in the sky. Xianxia waved his hand, his voice growing more fervent. "Fellow tribesmen, I've found a senior willing to help us. We no longer have to be beasts of burden for the blazing fire tigers." The entire site fell into a brief silence. They didn't have to continue these tasks anymore. No more moving stones, digging canals, and building palaces 12 hours a day without rest. No more watching helplessly as their comrades collapsed one by one on the site, turning into cold primordial stones. "How dare you!" A furious roar exploded from the deepest part of the palace, and a figure shot into the sky. It was a burly man with wings on his back, his muscles knotted and tiger stripes faintly visible on his skin. The demonic aura of the early divine transformation stage pressed down in all directions without concealment. He coldly swept his gaze over the agitated stone men on the site, his voice like iron scraping sand. "Stone men, have you grown tired of living? Dare to rebel, and I will slaughter your entire clan today." He raised his hand to unleash a blast of demonic fire, intending to make an example of the stone men on the site, using their blood to quell the budding rebellion. But his hand froze midair. A man in black with white hair had appeared before him without warning. He hadn't even sensed how he got there. Just as he was about to speak, Xianxia's fist was already upon him. A simple punch struck his chest. With the physical strength of the late divine transformation stage, and the enhancement of the immortal slaying demonic body, it directly blasted his upper body into a cloud of blood mist, even his bones ground to powder. A demonic soul fled frantically from the blood mist. Xianxia raised his hand, conjuring a massive demonic energy hand to capture it, and casually tossed it into the demon-suppressing tower. He flicked the remaining blood off his hand, a hint of unsatisfied disdain in his tone. "Too weak. Human, you seek death." Another roar thundered from the horizon, and another winged figure flew out from the deepest part of the palace. This one's demonic aura was immeasurably stronger than the previous, already at the peak of divine transformation. His wings were even larger, and the flames burning on them were a blazing white, dyeing the entire sky crimson. He spread his wings, transforming into a 1,000-jong giant tiger that blotted out the sky. Opening his tiger maw, he spat a fireball as massive as a mountain towards Xianxia, the space around it twisting and distorting from the heat. Xianxia stood motionless, but just before the fireball struck him, a massive gray-white vortex suddenly appeared before him. The awe-inspiring fireball plunged into the vortex without even a single spark escaping, devoured completely, without a trace. The expression of the thousand-zhang giant tiger visibly stiffened, its enormous tiger eyes filled with disbelief. Had its full power attack been swallowed just like that? He could even sense that after absorbing that energy the opponent's aura had grown slightly stronger. What kind of monster was this? Before Su Changqing's words had faded, a series of tiger roars echoed from deep within the palace complex, reverberating across thousands of miles. Their wings ablaze with raging flames painted half the sky a dazzling crimson, while waves of scorching heat surged outward in all directions, distorting even the air itself. At the forefront, the blazing Tiger King, a nascent Soul Peak powerhouse, unfurled its thousand-zhang colossal wings, its tiger eyes gazing down at the insignificant Su Changqing below, its voice thundering. Human, today, all of my clan's elites are gathered here. Let's see how you escape. Our double-winged blazing fire tiger clan has dwelt here for over 10,000 years. Even the garrison king of the north dared not provoke us back then. Do you truly think we are easy targets? Oh, all of your elites are here. A gentle smile curled at the corners of Su Changqing's mouth, spreading across his demonically handsome face, making him appear like a courteous and refined gentleman. Of course, that was only if one ignored the terrifying demonic aura radiating from him, which caused the very sky to change color. A growing sense of dread tightened in the blazing Tiger King's heart, but now the arrow had been loosed and could not be recalled. It lifted its head and let out a roar that shook the heavens. My warriors charge. A cacophony of roars filled the sky and earth. Thousands of double-winged blazing fire tigers beat their wings, simultaneously surging towards Su Changqing like a sea of flames, a sight that would send any nascent soul cultivator fleeing in terror. Su Changqing spread his arms wide and a low voice rumbled from the depths of his throat, abyssal blood sea. The law of blood exploded forth, instantly transforming a 1,000-mile radius into a churning, roaring dark crimson sea. The golden core and nascent soul stage fire tigers, without even a chance to scream, melted away like snow under the scorching sun beneath the erosion of the blood sea, becoming part of the bloody waters within 10 breaths. Their demonic souls were scooped up one by one by the invisible force within the blood sea and cast into the demon-suppressing tower, where they were refined into the purest energy to temper his flesh. You seek death. The blazing Tiger King's eyes nearly split with fury as it surveyed its surroundings. These were its finest clansmen, the foundation it had painstakingly cultivated for millennia, now devoured cleanly by this damned blood sea. Uttering a heart-wrenching roar, it hesitated no longer and lunged directly at Su Changqing. A tiger claw blazing with searing white flames tore through the void, carrying the terrifying force to shatter a 10,000-zhang mountain, and slammed viciously towards Su Changqing's crown. It bellowed, "You can devour demonic arts, but I don't believe you can nullify physical attacks." A dark golden spear materialized in Su Changqing's hand, its dragon carvings glowing in succession along the shaft. A cyan dragon of law coiled around the spear tip, emitting a sharpness that could tear the heavens and earth. The supreme void dragon-slaying strike. One thrust of the spear met the world-destroying tiger claw head-on. The seemingly minuscule spear tip pierced through the tiger claw upon contact, exploding the entire paw into a mist of blood. But the cyan dragon did not dissipate. Instead, it drilled along the wound into the arm, ravaging everything in its path, until the entire tiger arm was blasted into fragments. The blazing Tiger King let out a miserable shriek, its massive body staggering backward each step, leaving a deep crater in the ground. Su Changqing glanced down at the scattered fragments of the tiger paw, shook his head, and said with genuine regret, "What a pity. I wanted to taste tiger paw to see if it's any good." His eyes suddenly lit up, landing on the remaining 3 tiger legs of the blazing Tiger King, and he flashed a grin that made the king's scalp tingle. No matter, there are 3 more. The blazing Tiger King's fury reached its peak. This damned human had slaughtered thousands of its elite clansmen, and now he was discussing whether its paws were delicious. It stomped the ground with 3 legs, creating a 100-mile crater, and leaped high into the sky, its 1,000-zhang body soaring to 10,000 zhang. It roared, "Crow takes flight." Midair, the tiger adjusted its posture, curling its limbs as flames blazed around it. Its 1,000-zhang body slammed down towards Su Changqing on the ground like a meteor from the heavens. Su Changqing stood still, looking up at the approaching fireball, his white hair whipped by the scorching air. He said nothing, merely raising a fist. 3 evil demon god fist. The fist aura swelled in the wind, colliding head-on with the fiery meteor. In that instant, the world seemed to lose all sound. A light 100 times more dazzling than the sun burst forth from the center of the impact. A cataclysmic shockwave spread wildly in all directions. Had the blood sea not enveloped the entire sky and absorbed the impact, everything within thousands of miles would have been annihilated. Shi Yong had already led his people to pile layers of stone upon themselves, forming massive boulders without a single crack to withstand the shockwave. Xiao Hanyue, watching from afar, felt her skirt lifted by a violent gust of air. She quickly pressed it down, her face flushed with a mix of embarrassment and panic. Her gaze fixed on the center of the explosion, her heart pounding. Is Changqing injured? She bit her lip, hesitated for a moment, then disregarded the residual shockwaves and flew toward the epicenter. These aftershocks could not harm her, as the dust slowly settled the sight before her first made her sigh in relief, then nearly made her lose her composure. A thousand-zhang giant tiger riddled with wounds, its 3 remaining legs twitching faintly, lay in the center of a bottomless pit. Half of its wing was reduced to a skeleton, and even its breath carried blood foam. Su Changqing stood by the pit, nonchalantly brushing dust off his black robe, as if the earth-shattering battle had been nothing more than a light warm-up. He turned to see Xiaohanyue, a sharp light flashing in his eyes. In a flicker he pulled her into his embrace, chuckling eerily. "Master, were you worried about me?" Xiaohanyue gritted her teeth, her face reddening. This wretched rogue. She was indeed worried about him, but she did not want him to know that. Seeing that he did not even have a scratch, she realized he was perfectly fine. Su Changqing, still holding Xiaohanyue, glanced down at the dying blazing Tiger King in the pit, then suddenly turned to her and said, "Ah, master, since you're here, lend me your Xianhuang sword." Xiaohanyue looked puzzled, but retrieved the Xianhuang sword from her dantian and handed it to him. Su Changqing took the sword, casually swung a sword aura, and precisely sliced off the remaining 3 tiger paws. He cast a spell to reduce them to normal size, carefully wrapped them in oil paper, and stored them in his ring. Turning to Xiaohanyue with a triumphant smile, he said, "Master, let's go back and taste what tiger paw is really like. Let's see what tiger paw really tastes like. A peak nascent soul tiger's paw. Ordinary people have never even seen one, let alone eaten it." Xiaohanyue was taken aback by his train of thought, alternating between laughter and exasperation. Moments ago they were locked in a life-or-death struggle, and now he was already thinking about whether the tiger's paw was delicious. She pointed at the barely breathing blazing Tiger King in the pit, and asked, "Is it dead?" "It will die soon." Su Changqing replied casually, then took out the demon-suppressing tower. The small black tower grew in the wind, crashing down with a boom, and absorbed the helpless blazing Tiger King into the tower for refinement. He let out a long, contented sigh. His tone carried a hint of narcissism and emotion. "I'm such a good person. He wanted to kill me, yet I sent him to reunite with his clansmen inside. There are over 1,000 of them in there. He won't be bored. If I one day break through to the void return stage, the title the world bestows upon me will surely be Great Love, Immortal Venerable. After all, I am a man of great love." Master, what are you laughing at?" He looked down at Xiaohanyue, whose face was bright red, and whose lips were pressed tightly together, as if she was about to burst. The surrounding sea of blood slowly receded, contracting back into Su Changqing like a tide, revealing the devastated battlefield. The once luxurious palace complex had been reduced to rubble, the yellow earth for 1,000 li pitted and scarred by the corrosive blood sea, scattered with the shattered bones and charred remains of the blazing tiger clan. Shiyong staggered forward, his obsidian-like eyes wide with shock. The nightmare of so many years, the deity transformation great demons that enslaved his people, worked his kinsmen to death, and the arrogant peak deity transformation blazing Tiger King. Were they all gone, just like that? The double-winged blazing tiger clan was one of the major powers among the demon tribes of the Beiliang prefecture. Though they had no demon sovereign, their peak deity transformation chieftain and several deity transformation great demons allowed them to rampage unopposed through Beiliang, and even the Huangquan Heavenly Palace had to show them some respect. And this white-haired, black-robed human cultivator had wiped out the entire clan in one fell swoop. Su Changqing turned his gaze to him. Shiyong's stone body instantly felt icy cold, as if he were being stared down by a ferocious beast 1,000 times more terrifying than the blazing Tiger King. He fell to his knees with a thud, his voice trembling with post-apocalyptic excitement and reverence. "Thank you, Senior, for your immense kindness. Senior has removed this great scourge from our Stone Man clan, and my entire clan is willing to serve you like dogs and horses." Su Changqing waved his hand, his tone as indifferent as if speaking of a trivial matter. "Spare me these words. Just bring out the Black Lotus, and our deal is done." Shiyong's face flickered with hesitation, his obsidian-like eyes involuntarily darting in a certain direction for a moment. But he quickly felt Su Changqing's icy gaze like 2 invisible blades pressed against his throat, as if the slightest further delay would bring him the same fate as the blazing tigers. He hastily suppressed the hesitation in his heart. "Senior, I'll bring it out right now." He raised his rough stone hand, and an invisible aura of earth spirit emanated from his body, resonating mysteriously with the yellow earth vein beneath his feet. The ground dozens of li away suddenly split open with a loud crack, and a boulder, several zhang in diameter, flew out from deep underground, crashing heavily onto the ground near Su Changqing. The boulder was a dark gray, its surface covered with layers upon layers of sealing runes unique to the Stone Man clan. "Senior, this is the thing. It contains an extremely terrifying, baleful aura that erodes the minds of any living creature that approaches. I had to use my clan's innate divine ability to wrap it layer by layer just to barely suppress it." Su Changqing stepped forward, studied the boulder for a moment, then struck it with a crisp punch. The fist's energy precisely hit the boulder, exploding with a boom, sending fragments flying. Instantly, a towering demonic light burst forth from the rubble, shooting straight into the sky, dyeing the entire sky a deep dark black. A pitch-black lotus slowly bloomed within the demonic light, its 9 petals each inscribed with ancient patterns from the dawn of chaos, exuding a terrifying baleful aura that seemed to devour heaven and earth. The baleful aura was so intense that even Xianxia, standing at a distance, was forced back several steps the surface of his stone body, hissing and sizzling as it was corroded. The world-destroying black lotus within Xianxia's body trembled violently, as if long-lost kin had finally reunited, eager to merge with the counterpart before it. Xianxia gazed at the black lotus, a slow smile spreading across his lips. He hadn't expected such good fortune. Only just arrived in the Bailiang prefecture, and the world-destroying black lotus had come to him on its own. Xianxia stood beside him, looking from the black lotus to Xianxia, her eyes filled with disbelief. This luck is too good. The black lotus before her emitted the same aura as the one outside Shuzhou City, with the same source of baleful energy. She leaned close to Xianxia and whispered, "Xianxia, you're so lucky." "Of course," Xianxia replied, turning his head and murmuring in her ear with a hint of triumphant mischief, "After all, master brings fortune to her husband." Xianxia's face, which had barely calmed down, flushed red again. "Damn Xianxia, why does he always say things like that? Doesn't he care about the occasion? There's a stone man standing right there. Can't he save such embarrassing words for later?" Just then an unexpected change occurred. A shadow streaked from the distance at incredible speed, wrapped in a faint aura of death and decay, like a bolt of black lightning charging straight for the newly unearthed world-destroying black lotus. Xianxia snorted coldly, his right hand grasping empty air, and the void-drifting dragon spear materialized in his palm. He swung the spear in a reverse arc. With a loud bang, the shadow was solidly struck by the spear shaft, sent flying backward, and tumbled dozens of somersaults before barely stabilizing. The shadow dissipated, revealing a withered, haggard figure. It was an old man in a gray robe, his body as dry as a piece of dead wood, his face covered with deep wrinkles, his eyes sunken, and a faint aura of death emanating from him. Yet the cultivation fluctuation he emitted was terrifying. Though not yet returning to void, it far surpassed peak deity transformation, reaching the half-step returning to void realm. His face twisted with greed and desire as he stared at the world-destroying black lotus, then turned his gaze to Xianxia. His voice was hoarse and gloomy. "Young friend, you cannot take this black lotus." Xianxia sensed the terrifying aura of this man far beyond ordinary deity transformation, and her heart leaped. She instinctively drew the Xinhuang sword and stepped forward to shield Xianxia. Xianxia looked at her back, a hint of tenderness flashing in his eyes, then gently pulled her behind him. His gaze passed over the old man of annihilation and landed coldly on Xianxia behind him. "Xianxia, don't you have an explanation?" Xianxia's entire stone body trembled violently. He fell to his knees again with a thud, his voice filled with panic and guilt. "Senior, I had no choice." He dared not hide anything further and poured out the whole story. It turned out that this old man was the supreme elder of the Huangquan Heavenly Palace, the Old Man of Annihilation. Long before Xianxia's escape, he had secretly contacted the Old Man of Annihilation, promising that if the Huangquan Heavenly Palace could help the Stone Man clan break free from the control of the double-winged Blazing Tiger clan, he would offer the Black Lotus he had accidentally unearthed. His earlier escape from the Blazing Tiger clan was not accidental. He had been on his way to report to the Huangquan Heavenly Palace as planned, only to be discovered by the Blazing Tigers and chased for 3 days and 3 nights. Later he encountered Xianxia, and in desperation, he told the same story to Xianxia, thinking that if he bet on both sides, one would surely win. Xianxia looked coldly at Xianxia. "Hey, you wanted to play both sides? We'll settle this later." The Old Man of Annihilation stepped forward, his death aura surging, his voice carrying a suppressed urgency and sincerity. "Young friend, first come, first served. I've had my eye on this black lotus for a long time. It is my only hope to break through to returning to void. The lifespan limit of a deity transformation cultivator is 10,000 years. I am already over 8,000, and the injuries I suffered in my early years have reduced my lifespan further. My time is near. If I cannot break through, I will surely sit in meditation and pass away in the Huangquan Heavenly Palace within 100 years. I have cultivated for 8,000 years, and I am only one step away from returning to void. I hope that as fellow cultivators of the demonic path, you will yield this black lotus to me." Xianxia sneered coldly, his tone dripping with sarcasm. "What do I care if you live or die? I killed the Blazing Tiger clan, so this black lotus naturally belongs to me. You who hid in the shadows and watched the show dare to talk to me about first come, first served?" Rage flared in the Old Man of Annihilation's heart, but he had witnessed Xianxia's crushing defeat of the Blazing Tiger King. That peak deity transformation demon king hadn't even lasted a single incense stick before him, and thousands of his clan were wiped out in one sweep of the Blood Sea. Even he, a half-step returning to void cultivator, had no full confidence in subduing this man. He forcibly suppressed his anger, squeezed out a forced smile, and added a tone of entreaty and temptation. "Young friend, if you agree to yield this black lotus to me, I will give you any treasure you desire. The Huangquan Heavenly Palace's accumulated resources over tens of thousands of years, cultivation techniques, elixirs, artifacts. You may choose any. Moreover, I can swear a solemn oath upon my life and inner demon." Once I first break through to a returning to void venerable, I will use every means and resource to help you also step into the returning to void realm. Then with 2 returning to void cultivators joining forces, who in the entire eastern domain west would dare to oppose us? Hearing this, Su Changqing's heart was instantly filled with killing intent. First break through to returning to void, then help him break through. Such nonsense wouldn't fool even Xianxia, his foolish master. Su Changqing revealed a gentle smile like a refined and courteous young gentleman. He spoke unhurriedly. You said you'd be willing to trade for any treasure. Mieshing Elder's face lit up with joy, nodding hastily. The withered old face squeezed out a smile more painful than crying. Feel free to speak, young friend. After all this old man has cultivated for 8,000 years as the Grand Elder of the Huangquan Heavenly Palace. What demonic treasure haven't I seen? My Huangquan Heavenly Palace has treasures piled like mountains. Pills, cultivation techniques, magical artifacts. Surely something here will be of use to you, young friend. Su Changqing nodded, his smile unchanged. His casual tone resembled picking vegetables at a market. Very well, bring out a few items then. Bring an immortal-ranked divine technique or a supreme treasure. If not possible, produce a few 9th-ranked immortal pills. Mieshing Elder froze in place, his old face's smile crystallizing into a comically grotesque expression before he could retract it. Immortal-ranked divine technique. Supreme treasure. 9th-ranked immortal pills. Were these items something a mere half-step void reversion cultivator could obtain? Not to mention him, even the ancient ancestor who had been in seclusion for countless years deep within the Huangquan Heavenly Palace had no qualification to touch things of such caliber, let alone possess them. If he truly possessed such treasures, he would have used them himself. Why wait until his lifespan was nearly exhausted and resort to desperate measures to snatch a black lotus? His expression suddenly turned grim. A flash of irritated anger glinted in his murky old eyes. Young friend, are you making a fool of this old man? Su Changqing's smile gradually faded, replaced by undisguised mockery. He regarded Mieshing Elder with lofty disdain, his voice icy. You yourself said you've cultivated for 8,000 years. 8,000 years indeed. With such a long time, why not reflect on your own shortcomings? Have you truly dedicated yourself to cultivation? Unable to even produce a few 9th-ranked immortal pills, how dare you come to trade treasures with me? Mieshing Elder's face turned as dark as water, the veins on his forehead throbbing violently. For 8,000 years of cultivation, even void reversion honored ones would treat him with courtesy. Yet today he was publicly humiliated by a mere 1,000-year-old junior. He instantly understood. This young man had never intended to negotiate from the beginning. It was merely deliberate provocation. If that's the case, then we shall battle. Mieshing Elder's voice turned hoarse, and cold death energy swirling around him like seething magma. This is my sole chance to break through to void reversion. If you won't let me live, I'll kill you. His withered hand flipped, and a completely black soul banner emanating thick black mist materialized in his palm. The soul banner emanated an eerie and terrifying aura with countless distorted ghostly faces lurking on its surface, releasing chilling hair-raising wails. Master, step back. Su Changqing turned to Xianxia with a command, his gaze coldly sweeping over Shiyong, trapped in the spiritual energy cage. Watch the rock tribe. Don't let them escape. Later I'll settle accounts with him properly. Xianxia silently nodded, gripping her Xianhuang sword tightly. She whispered softly, Changqing, I'm sorry I can't help you. Be careful. She understood her early nascent soul cultivation couldn't contribute meaningfully in battles of this caliber. Forcefully joining would only hinder Su Changqing. She stepped back several paces, using her spiritual energy cage to firmly restrain Shiyong. Since Changqing had given the order, she absolutely could not falter in such a minor task. Shiyong, imprisoned within the cage, wore an expression of utter despair. His regrets consumed him completely. This group of ruthless demonic cultivators would undoubtedly show them no mercy. One carnivorous beast was driven away, only to be replaced by one that gnawed bones without leaving a morsel. In the high skies, Mieshing Elder violently brandished his soul banner, chanting sinister incantations. In an instant, the entire sky plunged into darkness. A howling cold wind swept across as countless ghosts wept in unison. The accumulated souls harvested and imprisoned within the banner over the years burst forth like a catastrophic flood. An eerie black mist transformed from countless specters engulfed the entire world, unmistakably a soul domain steeped in malevolent energy. Over 1 million spectral warriors arranged themselves in formation, unleashing the magical techniques of their former lives. A dense wave of ghostly green flames, baleful thunder, and soul blades cascaded towards Su Changqing like an overwhelming tide. Each individual strike merely matched the power of Foundation Establishment or Golden Core level. However, combined into a million-fold barrage, the overwhelming force would terrify even a deity-transforming cultivator. Su Changqing stood motionless, not even bothering to evade. Explosions roared in relentless succession. The yellow earth below was ripped open, creating a massive crater spanning hundreds of miles. Billowing dust surged skyward, eclipsing the sun. Yet as the dust slowly dissipated, Mieshing Elder's pupils contracted sharply. Su Changqing remained precisely where he had stood, not shifting even a fraction. Casually, he brushed the dust from his black robes. How laughable. A mere million souls dare to display their paltry skills before me. Su Chongqing raised his gaze, the swirling light within those blood-red eyes causing Niesheng Elder's heart to skip. I have slain more than you've witnessed in your entire existence. He spread his arms wide, his low voice grinding forth from the deepest abyss of the nine hells, abyssal blood sea blood god domain. The previously contained abyssal blood sea expanded mightily once more, but this time it revealed its true, formidable nature. No longer a mere undulating crimson ocean, the blood sea teemed with mountain ranges of corpses and forests of whitening bones. Countless distorted faces emerged and vanished within the bloody waves, their collective wails echoing billions of times over. These spectral faces belonged to cultivators, demonic beasts, mortals, densely packed across every corner of the blood sea. Numbering in the hundreds of millions, each represented a life extinguished by Su Chongqing's blade. The resentful spirits of the slain were imprisoned within the blood sea, eternally denied redemption. They became the purest nourishment for his blood Dao laws. Resentment, death, energy, een aura, malevolent chi. Diverse extreme een energies surged from the blood sea, interweaving into a terrifying killing intent capable of shaking heaven and earth. Niesheng Elder felt his soul tremble violently. The million-soul banner in his grasp shook uncontrollably under this overwhelming killing intent. Those previously menacing spirits now cowered within the banner, whimpering in terror, not daring to peek out. Such terrifying resentment. How many lives has this damned demon actually claimed? Niesheng Elder had cultivated for 8,000 years, killing no fewer than several million lives. He believed his sins were substantial, yet compared to this blood sea before him, his transgressions couldn't match even a single corner of its expanse. Examining this demon's bone age, he was clearly under 1,000 years old. Under 1,000 years, yet having slaughtered countless beings. What kind of monstrosity was he? Below, Xiao Hanyue gripped her Xianhuang, sword's hilt tightly, eyes wide with shock. Her heart surged like towering waves as she gazed upon the sky-obscuring mountain of corpses and blood sea. Such terrifying killing intent. Chongqing, just how many people have you slain? Since you have witnessed my blood sea, you shall become a part of it. Su Chongqing raised his hand and waved, and the boundless blood sea cascaded down upon Niesheng Old Man like a breached levee. Mountains of corpses and seas of bones churned within the blood waves, while countless twisted faces emitted a billion-fold overlapping wail. The entire heavens and earth were dyed a dark crimson by this blood sea, and even the blazing sun in the high sky appeared dim and lusterless beneath this blood radiance. Niesheng Old Man's pupils contracted sharply, but having lived for 8,000 years, he refused to fall here. He flipped his withered palm and retrieved a bizarre artifact from his storage ring. It was a skull with nothing but white bones, its eye sockets still flickering with two balls of eerie green ghost fire. He bit the tip of his tongue and spat a mouthful of essence blood onto the skull. The white bone skull abruptly opened its jaws wide and spewed a vast expanse of thick emerald green smoke. The smoke exuded a pungent stench of decaying corpses and rapidly condensed in midair into a wall of smoke 1,000 zhang thick, shielding Niesheng Old Man behind it. Su Chongqing watched this scene with a blank expression and said calmly, "Futile resistance." Before the words faded, the blood sea crashed into the smoke wall. A series of crackling sounds echoed incessantly. The seemingly indestructible emerald green wall under the onslaught of the blood sea could not even hold for 10 breaths before it began to shatter inch by inch. Niesheng Old Man's eyes nearly split with rage. He frantically poured his demonic essence into the white bone skull in his hand. The skull's mouth opened and closed wildly, spewing emerald green smoke as if it were free, desperately trying to fill the spreading cracks in the wall. But with a crisp sound of shattering, the entire white bone skull exploded with a bang, fragments flying in all directions. The two balls of eerie green ghost fire struggled for a moment in the blood light before being extinguished completely. Terrified, Niesheng Old Man's body shot back tens of thousands of zhang, but when he looked up, he froze completely. The entire sky was now covered in dark crimson blood light. Above and below, before and behind, left and right. Everywhere his gaze reached was surging blood sea. He had long been completely sealed within the blood god domain, with no way to ascend to heaven or enter the earth. Even burning his soul to escape had become a luxury. He gritted his teeth, a fierceness flashing in his eyes, and once again brandished the soul banner of 1,000,000 souls in his hand. This time he held nothing back. The remaining 1,000,000 souls within the banner were forcibly kneaded together by an invisible force like dough, compressed and fused into a colossal ghost deity 1,000 zhang tall. The ghost deity's face was hideous, its body covered with countless wailing human faces. It wielded a giant axe condensed from resentment and charged straight at Su Chongqing with a roar. Su Chongqing raised the Taiyu Yulong spear. On its tip a dragon of azure law coiled and circled, breathing out a sharpness that could tear the heavens and earth apart. He thrust out dozens of spear strikes at the 1,000 zhang ghost deity like lightning. Each strike carried the fierce might of the spear law, and the dense spear shadows poured down upon the ghost deity like a torrential rain. The 1,000 zhang ghost deity could not withstand such a concentrated and fierce assault. Huge penetrating holes appeared one after another on its massive body, and resentment gushed out wildly from the holes like air from a punctured ball. It let out a reluctant wail, its thousand-zhang body unable to hold on any longer. It exploded with a bang, and the million souls were utterly annihilated, not even a trace of remnant soul left behind. Su Changqing gave Miesheng Old Man no chance to catch his breath. He curled his 5 fingers slightly, and the surrounding blood sea surrounded Miesheng Old Man from all directions without any gaps. Miesheng Old Man's eyes were filled with terror and despair. He had cultivated for 8,000 years, rising step by step from an ordinary disciple to the position of Supreme Elder of the Yellow Springs Heavenly Palace. What storms had he not seen? What opponents had he not slain? Yet he had never felt fear like this before. He frantically opened his storage ring and threw out one magic artifact after another, accumulated over 8,000 years, detonating each one the moment it was released. For a time, the light of self-destructing artifacts flickered one after another within the blood sea, indeed temporarily halting its advance. But it was only a momentary halt. Under such frantic expenditure, the stock in his storage ring quickly ran dry. When Miesheng Old Man, trembling, threw out the last low-grade artifact to self-destruct, his fingers groped repeatedly over the storage ring, but could no longer pull out anything. The Supreme Elder of the Yellow Springs Heavenly Palace, with a lifetime of accumulation over 8,000 years, had been squandered completely in just a few tens of breaths. With no artifacts to block it, the boundless blood sea now had no obstacles. Like a dark, crimson giant beast, it pounced down upon him and swallowed him whole. Miesheng Old Man let out a miserable roar filled with pain, reluctance, and despair. But it lasted only a few breaths before being completely drowned out by the roar of the blood sea. When the blood sea slowly receded, Miesheng Old Man's body, already withered from insufficient lifespan, was now reduced to little more than a skeleton. His flesh and blood had been eroded away by the blood sea, leaving him in tatters. His aura was so faint it was almost undetectable, and he could not even stand steady. Su Changqing's figure appeared silently before him. The Taiyu Yulong's spear swung lightly, and a sharp spear light flashed past, sending Miesheng Old Man's head flying into the air. He raised his hand and activated the second level of the demon scripture of Devouring Tao. A domineering devouring force stripped and refined the remnants of Miesheng Old Man's foundation. The nascent soul that had just emerged had no chance to flee before he slapped it into pieces. Sensing the minute changes in his own foundation, Su Changqing frowned. This old waste had cultivated for 8,000 years, yet failed to break through to return to void. His foundation was so impure and inferior that it was appalling. Even seizing his foundation brought almost negligible enhancement to himself. As for his blood energy, he was already near the end of his lifespan, and his blood energy was dried up. After the blood sea's onslaught, there was virtually nothing left. Su Changqing snorted coldly and kicked Miesheng Old Man's remains aside. A true old waste, utterly useless. No wonder you've been stuck at half-step return to void for 8,000 years. With such a pathetic foundation, you still dared to come and snatch my Black Lotus. He withdrew the blood sea into his body, and with a flicker of his form, he returned to where Xianxia was. The Annihilation Black Lotus still hovered in midair, radiating a terrifying, baleful aura that could swallow the heavens and devour the earth. He reached out and grabbed the Black Lotus. The refining process this time was even faster than before, taking only half a quarter of an hour to complete. Deep within his sea of consciousness, the two Annihilation Black Lotuses slowly drew together, merging under the guidance of some mysterious force. The Black Lotus, after fusion, emitted an aura more than twice as powerful as before. The chaotic patterns flowing on the lotus petals were clearer and denser. Even just floating silently in the sea of consciousness, they caused the surrounding void to warp slightly. Su Changqing opened his eyes with satisfaction, only to find Xianxia standing not far away, staring at him in a daze. Her gaze was somewhat vacant, and her exquisitely beautiful face wore a look of bewilderment and complexity. It was the first time she had seen the complete form of that mountain of corpses and sea of blood. Those twisted faces covering every corner of the blood sea, those billions of overlapping whales. The terrifying killing intent enough to shake the minds of even half-step return to void cultivators left her momentarily unable to digest it. She knew Su Changqing had killed many people, but seeing the faces of tens of millions of souls with her own eyes, the visual impact far exceeded her imagination. Su Changqing stepped before her in one stride, pulled her into his arms, and gently stroked her soft hair with his large hand. The killing intent on his face from moments ago was gone, replaced by a tender and doting tone. "What's wrong, master?" Scared by the blood sea. Xianxia's eyes flickered slightly, and she stubbornly turned her head away. No. She would never admit that she had indeed been shaken by the terrifying sight of that mountain of corpses and sea of blood. Su Changqing smiled and did not expose her. He held her tighter, resting his chin lightly on the top of her head, his voice low and firm. "Don't worry, master. You are my beloved. No matter what I become, no matter how many I kill, I will never harm you." His fingers combed through her black hair, his movements as gentle as if caressing a rare treasure. "Every face in that blood sea was someone who once tried to kill me. And you, master, have been by my side all along." Xianxia did not speak. She simply buried her face in his chest, listening to the steady, powerful beating of his heart. After a long moment, she nodded lightly, almost imperceptibly. Su Changqing gently set Xianxia down from his embrace, then turned his blood-red eyes toward Shi Yong, who was trapped within the cage of spiritual energy. A piercing chill shot from Shi Yong saw straight to his crown, as if he were being stared down by a primordial beast. Even the earth spirit energy, circulating within him, seemed to stagnate. Having been confined within the cage, he had witnessed the entire battle from beginning to end. This white-haired demon had slain the supreme elder of Huangquan Heavenly Palace with just a few strikes, cutting down that half-step return to void old monster, as if he were nothing more than a clay chicken or a wooden dog, barely able to mount any resistance before being swallowed by the sea of blood. What was even more terrifying was that vast ocean of corpses and blood. He was merely a nascent soul-stage Rockman chieftain. Even though the sea of blood had never targeted him directly, the mere residual killing intent seeping through the cage nearly shattered his stone body on the spot. His rock-hewn face turned deathly pale, and only one thought remained in his mind: it was over. His entire clan would soon be granted a front-row seat in that mountain of corpses and sea of blood. The scale of that blood sea was so vast that even if he threw his entire clan of tens of thousands into it, they wouldn't occupy a single pixel. Su Changqing let out a cold snort, his voice like a wind scraping up from the depths of the underworld. Shi Yong, you are truly audacious. How dare you conceal something from me? It seems your Rockman clan wishes to take up residence in this mountain of corpses and sea of blood. Shi Yong frantically kowtowed inside the cage, his stone forehead striking the bottom of the spiritual energy cage with a dull thudding sound. Each knock was heavy and earnest. My lord, I was forced to resort to this desperate measure. I beg you to spare us, I beg you. If you are still not appeased, then kill me alone, but please spare my clan. Su Changqing watched the Rockman chieftain kowtowing like a pestle pounding garlic and began to calculate silently in his mind. He recalled that Xianxia had repeatedly reported to him that the mining efficiency of various ores under the control of Demonhood had always been low, especially for those rare mineral veins used to forge magical artifacts. The difficulty of extraction was immense. Ordinary mortal miners could not even chip at the ore rocks that were harder than gold and iron. And although the high-grade spirit mine guarded by Xianling had begun to yield output, it was also desperately short of hands capable of delving deep into the veins. He had already witnessed the engineering efficiency of the Rockman clan. These stone lumps were born for this work. If he could bring them under his command, Demonhood's or output would likely multiply several times over. He turned his gaze to Shi Yong, a cold and bone-piercing smile curling at the corner of his mouth as his killing intent once again radiated outward. I have pondered this thoroughly, and I feel that only by slaughtering your entire clan can I truly vent my anger. As his words fell, the sky gradually tinged with a dark crimson. The phantom of that mountain of corpses and sea of blood flickered faintly among the clouds, with countless twisted faces surging and wailing in the bloody light. Shi Yong was terrified out of his wits. His kowtowing frequency instantly doubled, and sparks flew where his stone forehead collided with the spiritual energy cage. My lord, please grant us a path to survival. We are willing to become your slaves. Our entire clan will serve you without question. We will go through fire and water, move mountains, and fill seas without any complaint. He poured out all sorts of pleas for mercy, from pledging eternal loyalty to offering generations of servitude. Only when he uttered that final sentence did the suffocating killing intent around Su Changqing gradually recede. Slaves for the entire clan. That is not bad. Su Changqing nodded slightly, his tone tinged with a hint of reluctant satisfaction. I can give you one chance. From this day forward, your Rockman clan is my personal property. Your lives, your souls, and every or you mine, all belong to me. Shi Yong felt as if a great pardon had been granted, and he immediately kowtowed heavily once more. Thank you, demon lord, for your mercy. Although he could not tell whether Su Changqing had actually stepped into the return to void realm in his eyes, this white-haired demon was 10 times more terrifying than any return to void venerable. He was fully worthy of the title Demon Lord. Shi Yong voluntarily forced a wisp of his earth-yellow life-bound soul flame from his brow, presented it respectfully with both hands, and placed it under Su Changqing's control. Once the soul flame was in another's grasp, his life or death lay in that person's single thought. Su Changqing accepted the wisp of soul flame with satisfaction. This life-bound soul flame was one of the best means to control others. As for a soul contract, a mere nascent soul-stage cultivator was not worth wasting 1,000 fortune points on. Then, Demon Lord, what do you wish us to do? Shi Yong asked cautiously, his voice laced with trepidation and probing. Su Changqing said flatly, mining. All kinds of spirit or mines and spirit material mines. Your Rockman clan should be best at this. He paused, his tone suddenly turning cold with an unyielding severity. I will not be lenient. After you return, you will work at least 8 shurchen every day, and you may rest only 1 day per month. He had already prepared for Shi Yong to show a troubled expression. After all, 8 shurchen of heavy manual labor every day would be harsh for any race. The mortal miners of Demonhood only worked 5 shurchen a day and rested 4 days a month. Even he felt that the standard he had set for the Rockman clan bore the mark of a heartless mine owner. Yet the next moment, Shi Yong's stone face showed not a trace of difficulty, but instead lit up with an incredulous joy, his obsidian-like eyes brightening. What is there to be happy about? Su Changqing asked with a frown, suspecting that the old stone man had been frightened out of his wits or had misheard. Shi Yong hastily knelt down, his voice brimming with heartfelt relief and gratitude. Demon Lord, I rejoice because you are treating us favorably. You are truly too kind. Su Changqing paused for a moment, and after confirming that he had heard correctly, he slowly spoke. Did you mishear me? I said 8 shurchen, not 8 hours. 1 shurchen was 2 hours, so 8 shurchen amounted to 16 hours. Could this old stone man have confused the units of measurement? Shi Yong nodded with absolute certainty, a bitter and reminiscent expression crossing his rough stone face. Demon Lord, you may not know, but when the twin-winged blazing tiger clan enslaved us, they made us build palaces and canals, working without rest for 12 shurchen a day. As for rest, there was none. Many of my clansmen were worked to death, and those who died had not even produced offspring before turning back into raw stone. Now we only need to work 8 shurchen a day, with the remaining 4 shurchen to rest, reproduce, and recover our strength. Such treatment, how could I not rejoice? As he finished, his voice carried a genuine ache of gratitude that moved him to tears. Su Changqing was inwardly startled. Working 12 shurchen a day without rest, that was essentially working until death. He had thought that setting 5 shurchen a day for mortal miners in Tianma, with 4 days off per month, was already standard exploitation. He never expected that the twin-winged blazing tiger clan had such a natural talent in this regard. Even he couldn't help but acknowledge their expertise. He shook his head. It seemed the demonic path still had a long way to go in this area. When the entire Rockman clan, tens of thousands strong, had assembled from the ruins of the palace, Su Changqing raised his hand and waved, and the entrance to the small world slowly opened on the Gobi Desert. The tens of thousands of rockmen formed a long line and walked orderly into the vast realm he had personally created. You've long harbored the thought of taking them back to mine, haven't you? Xianxia spoke quietly, her clear eyes tinged with a resigned understanding that saw through everything. She knew this wayward disciple well. From the moment he first witnessed the Rock clan's astounding construction efficiency, she knew he would never let go of these born miners. Su Changqing nodded, a look of absolute certainty on his face. Naturally, since they are useful, why not take them back? When I set my eyes on his mind. With that, his gaze shifted, his blood-red pupils fixed directly on Xianxia, his tone laced with an undeniable dominance. So master, you are also my exclusive possession. Xianxia's cheeks flushed slightly, and she told herself for the umpteenth time, forget it, forget it. This demon lord is beyond reason, beyond persuasion. Arguing with him about such matters would only ever end in her own loss. Seeing her flustered and resigned expression, Su Changqing's spirits soared. Suddenly struck by a thought, he asked, by the way, master, that book of yours, the Chronicles of the Divine Wilderness, contains quite a lot. Many secrets unknown to the outside world are recorded in it. From the extinction Black Lotus to the Rock clan, this miscellaneous book, bought for a few spirit stones at a roadside stall, was alarmingly accurate. Xianxia nodded, retrieving the yellowed ancient tome from her storage ring. Her fingers gently brushed the rough cover. I bought this a few hundred years ago at a market stall. At the time, I thought it was just a collection of fabricated oddities and tales, since the content was too absurd. Millions of years ago, tens of millions of years ago, written as if it were true. Yet I never expected that the extinction Black Lotus and the Rock clan recorded in the book were actually real. Su Changqing pondered for a moment, then suddenly asked, Master, does the book mention the Heavenly Court? He recalled the history Yao Qing had once told him. 1,000,000 years ago, the Heavenly Court emerged, seized the ruling spirit veins of the 4 domains, and erected the central domain barrier isolating the 4 realms. He had always been curious about this mysterious and powerful force. Since the Chronicles of the Divine Wilderness was so vast in its knowledge, perhaps it could yield some clues. The Heavenly Court. Let me look. Xianxia flipped through the pages, her fingers swiftly gliding over the yellowed script, and stopped at one page. Found it. 30 million years ago, the human race was in decline. At that time, great demons and ferocious beasts ran rampant, and humans were merely a weak race among the 100 clans. Then a genius among humans emerged. He founded the Heavenly Court, leading humanity to resist the 100 clans and fought against the alien races in the central domain for 10,000 years. In the end, the Heavenly Court triumphed. The alien races that had once oppressed humanity were either killed or driven away, and the entire central domain became a human domain. Later, he led humanity to conquer the other 4 domains, suppressing most of the alien races in those regions, and the entire 5 domains became dominated by humans. This man was called Wuxi, Immortal Venerable. Su Changqing listened, his brow furrowing deeper. 30 million years ago, that didn't match. Yao Qing had clearly told him that 1,000,000 years ago a behemoth named the Heavenly Court appeared in the central domain, sweeping across the 4 domains and seizing the ruling spirit veins. But the Heavenly Court recorded in the Chronicles of the Divine Wilderness had already existed 30 million years ago. The 2 versions of the Heavenly Court had a founding time difference of nearly 30 million years. This could not be reconciled. He pressed further, Master, does the book record anything about 1,000,000 years ago? Xianxia flipped through the book from beginning to end and shook her head regretfully. No. The strange tales and records in this book basically contain nothing from the last 2 million years. This long stretch of history seems to have been deliberately erased, leaving no trace behind. Su Changqing pondered. 30 million years ago, Wuxi, immortal venerable, founded the heavenly court. A million years ago, another heavenly court emerged out of nowhere. Either the ancient texts Yao Qing had seen were false, or for some reason the heavenly court had disappeared for a long time. But regardless of which, given his current strength, these remote secrets were not yet his concern. As long as he was strong enough, no one could threaten him. He snapped back to the present, pulled Xiao Hanyue into his arms, and planted a heavy kiss on her cheek. His tone carried a teasing concern. Come, let me see if you're hurt. His large hands began to roam again, ostensibly to check her body, but in reality, they wandered everywhere. Stop it, don't touch me like that. Xiao Hanyue's cheeks burned crimson, and she desperately tried to hold down his mischievous hands, but she could not. Just then, two blurry figures emerged from the distant dust, flying toward them on swords. As the two approached, Xiao Hanyue recognized them at once. Pei Yuxian and her disciple Ji Taimei. She frantically pushed against Su Changqing's chest, trying to break free from his embrace, but instead of letting go, he held her even tighter, as if showing off to outsiders. This bastard was definitely doing it on purpose. She knew he only grew bolder in front of others. Pei Yuxian sensed the intense spiritual energy fluctuations from afar. The aftershocks of the battle had reached tens of thousands of miles away. She had thought the righteous and demonic factions were clashing again in Beiliang Prefecture, so she hurried over with Ji Taimei to investigate. To her surprise, on this flattened wasteland, she ran into these two old acquaintances again. She watched Xiao Hanyue shyly nestled in Su Changqing's arms, while Su Changqing wore an air of absolute entitlement, as if holding his own wife was the most natural thing in the world. Indeed, this pair of fake master-disciple lovers flaunted their affection so openly wherever they went. She felt she was already full. Greetings, Senior Su, and greetings, Fairy Xiao. She cupped her hands in salute, her tone respectful yet resigned. Bastard, put me down, someone's here. Xiao Hanyue whispered through clenched teeth into Su Changqing's ear. Su Changqing raised an eyebrow, nonchalantly, not loosening his grip at all. Xiao Hanyue was so embarrassed she wished she could dig a hole and hide. In sheer desperation, she resorted to her tried-and-true trump card, her voice soft and coquettish, tinged with pleading. Husband, please. Su Changqing finally moved, giving her a light peck on the lips before releasing his arm from around her waist with satisfaction. Xiao Hanyue jumped out of his arms, straightened her rumpled robes, and glanced at Pei Yuxian with a flushed face. A bit embarrassed, she spoke. Fairy Pei, I didn't expect you to be in Beiliang Prefecture as well. Pei Yuxian smiled bitterly and shook her head, her tone laden with helplessness. It's unavoidable, a sect mission. Last time in Shuzhou, I already offended the Grand Elder. If I didn't come this time to make up for it, I'd likely face punishment. Su Changqing raised an eyebrow, slightly a little surprised. Considering the ways of those righteous hypocrites from the Heavenly Sword sect, they actually let her off. He had thought that after Peach Sword True Lord's death, Cloud Sword True Lord would vent all his anger onto Pei Yuxian. He recalled the scene he had seen in the recording stone, large numbers of righteous sect cultivators shuttling and gathering in the skies above Beiliang Prefecture, clearly searching for something. Now that he knew they were after the legacy of Luya Daojuan, he naturally wanted a piece of this fortune. He asked casually, by the way, what mission are you on in Beiliang Prefecture? This. Pei Yuxian's face showed some reluctance. After all, he was a demonic cultivator and one with a blood feud against the Heavenly Sword sect. Peach Sword True Lord had died at Su Changqing's hands, and Cloud Sword True Lord had been forced to burn his lifespan to escape. If she rashly revealed the sect's secrets, wouldn't she become a traitor? But if she hesitated and refused to speak, Su Changqing's temper would likely make him turn hostile on the spot. Her mind raced, trying to find words that would neither offend this fearsome man nor fully divulge the sect's secrets. However, Ji Taimei beside her could not wait to speak, his face brimming with eagerness to take credit. His voice was loud and clear. Senior Su, our Heavenly Sword sect together with the Falling Cloud sect and the Xianxia sect came to Beiliang Prefecture to seek the legacy of Luya Daojuan. Many elders and disciples have come, and it's said that even a peak nascent soul cultivator is personally overseeing the operation. Pei Yuxian's mouth fell open as she stared incredulously at her outspoken disciple. She was still agonizing over how to dodge the question tactfully, and this brat had blurted out every detail. He even revealed top-secret intelligence like the presence of a peak nascent soul cultivator. He might as well have handed over the sect's entire roster of elders. Su Changqing sat on a rock looking at Ji Taimei's face that seemed to seek praise and reward, and for once revealed a hint of approving smile. Not bad, quite sensible. This kid's cultivation might be mediocre, but his insight is far better than his master's. Ji Taimei was flattered by Su Changqing's praise, and with a mix of delight and surprise elbowed Pei Yuxian beside him, lowering his voice, yet unable to hide the smugness in his tone. Master, I didn't say anything wrong, did I? Pei Yuxian covered her face with one hand, speechless. Forget it, it's already been said. Oh, words can't be taken back. This disciple of hers was good in every way except that his mouth was faster than his sword, never thinking before speaking. Ji Taimei stole a glance at Su Changqing, his heart full of envy and admiration. This senior Su not only had cultivation reaching divine transformation, effortlessly maneuvering between the righteous and demonic paths, but his combat prowess was so terrifyingly formidable that even the Grand Elder couldn't last a few moves against him. What made him even more awestruck was Senior Su had actually taken the #1 fairy of the Eastern Domain, who was once his own master home, as his wife. He cautiously glanced at Pei Yuxian beside him, and a dangerous thought involuntarily surfaced in his mind. What if he also? No, he fiercely pinched his own thigh. Master was as kind to him as a mother. She had barely emerged from the shadow of that incident with Jixiao. How could he harbor such rebellious thoughts? This was even more demonic than the demonic path itself. Xiaohanyue and Pei Yuxian started chatting aside, talking about nothing more than their experiences and observations in recent days. Su Changqing casually found a rock flattened by the aftermath of battle, sat down, and flipped his hand to produce the Yingtian map. The light of Bailiang Prefecture on the map had not only not faded, but was even more blazing than before, like a fiercely burning flame. This meant that what those righteous cultivators were after was no ordinary thing. There truly was a great fortune to be found. Earlier he had thought the fortune indicated by the Yingtian map was the extinguishing Black Lotus he had just refined, but now it seemed the Black Lotus was merely an unexpected delight. The real prize was yet to come. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly. These righteous people were indeed qualified treasure-seeking rats burrowing wherever there was treasure, saving him a lot of effort in searching around. Pei Yuxian was talking with Xiaohanyue, but her gaze involuntarily lingered a few extra breaths on Xiaohanyue. Whether it was an illusion or not, the fairy Xiao before her seemed to possess an indescribable charm that was absent when they last met in Shuzhou. The usual coldness in her brows and eyes remained, but it was now tinged with a touch of softness and ease, radiating a gentle, mature aura unique to a woman of experience. Commonly known as the wife vibe. She silently sighed to herself. It seemed fairy Xiao had ultimately fallen completely into the clutches of that demon lord. Yet there was not a trace of sorrow in her eyes. On the contrary, her spirit was even more radiant than before, and her every movement exuded a calm and contentment that came from being carefully cherished. This was nothing like being imprisoned, as she was clearly spoiled to the bone. In the distant sandstorm, two figures emerged, their steps steady and their aura restrained. Pei Yuxian's expression immediately tensed, and her hand instinctively went to the sword hilt at her waist. Could it be other righteous cultivators? If someone from the Tianjin sect or Luoyun sect saw her this close with Xiaohanyue and the others, she would probably be branded with the crime of colluding with the demonic path on the spot. Although she had already grown disillusioned with the righteous path in Shuzhou, she still held the title of an elder of the Tianjin sect, so it was better to avoid trouble when possible. The two figures slowly approached, gradually becoming clear in the sandstorm. A man and a woman, none other than Zuoqiu and Xianxia. They knelt on one knee before Su Changqing in unison, their voices respectful and crisp. Greetings, Hall Master's lady. Xiaohanyue nodded slightly, her tone so natural that she herself didn't notice anything amiss rise. During this period in the Tianma Hall, she had been called Hall Master's lady countless times, from the initial discomfort to now being completely unruffled. She had thoroughly gotten used to it. Pei Yuxian's eyes widened, her mouth slightly agape. Hall Master's lady. Fairy Zhao's natural posture of accepting her subordinate's obeisance clearly confirmed her status. Her relationship with Su Changqing was not the prisoner and jailer dynamic she had imagined, but that of true Dao partners. She had thought that even if Su Changqing treated Xiaohanyue well, it would only be as a beloved concubine. Unexpectedly, he had directly given her the title of Hall Master's lady, and even these divine transformation experts under his command, whose aura far surpassed her own, were extremely respectful to Xiaohanyue. Seeing Pei Yuxian's stunned expression with her mouth agape, Xiaohanyue's cheeks flushed slightly, but she just lightly pursed her lips without explaining anything. After all, she was indeed already the Hall Master's lady. No amount of explanation could change that fact. Su Changqing raised a hand, signaling the two to rise. What is it? Speak directly. Zuoqiu's peripheral vision swept over Pei Yuxian, and after a brief hesitation, she returned to her normal composure. This person had fought alongside the lady in Shuzhou. Since the Hall Master did not avoid her, she must be trustworthy. She flipped her hand to produce a beast-hide map, and spread it before Su Changqing, her fingertip pointing to the outline of the westernmost mountain range on the map. Your subordinate and Qingxuan, after half a month of investigation, have discovered that the true purpose of the Righteous Path's expedition is the inheritance of Luya Daojun. Currently, the forces of the Luoyun sect, Tianjin sect, and Xianxia sect have fully converged on the Kunlun Mountains. Their numbers are considerable, with at least several divine transformation cultivators, among whom are not a few whose aura indicates the peak of divine transformation. The Kunlun Mountains are about 1,000,000 li from here, an extremely vast mountain range stretching for hundreds of thousands of li, with hundreds of 10,000 zhang peaks, and tens of thousands of hills of varying sizes. The terrain is complex and the spiritual energy is abundant. Su Changqing nodded with satisfaction. Zuoqiu had always been efficient in handling matters, and the intelligence she had gathered this time was far more detailed than what Ji Taimei had said. He stood up, brushed off the non-existent dust from his black robe, and gazed through the swirling sandstorm toward the direction of the Kunlun Mountains. A slow, chilling smile crept across his lips, causing both Pei Yuxian and Ji Taimei to shudder. Righteous path, your nightmare has arrived. The Kunlun Mountains, the highest range in the Eastern Domain. Thousands of miles of towering ridges sprawled across the earth like an ancient dragon with hundreds of peaks piercing the clouds. Countless mountains of varying sizes stacked layer upon layer, forming an insurmountable natural barrier at the end of the vast yellow sands. Even a divine transformation cultivator flying at full speed would require considerable time to cross this range. At this moment, atop the main peak of Kunlun, a dazzling yellow pillar of light shot into the sky, piercing through the sea of clouds and reaching the heavens. The brilliance was so intense that any being with sight within 1,000,000 miles could see it clearly. Such a celestial phenomenon naturally drew countless covetous gazes. The area around the Kunlun Mountains was already thronged with cultivators of all levels, from foundation establishment to divine transformation. Dense streams of light converged from all directions like a school of sharks scenting blood. Many rogue cultivators, drawn by the commotion, gathered in groups at the mountain's base, emboldened by their numbers. They rubbed their hands together, eager to rush into the mountains and seize the treasure. A nascent soul late-stage rogue cultivator stood on a high slope, gazing up at the pillar of light, his eyes filled with undisguised greed. He had cultivated for over 2,000 years and only barely reached the late nascent soul stage. With most of his lifespan already spent without a heaven-defying opportunity, he would never set foot in the divine transformation realm. This inheritance from Lord Luya was his only chance to turn his fate around. He licked his cracked lips and muttered to himself, "If I can seize this supreme treasure, I will surely advance further, and entering divine transformation will no longer be a mere hope." Before his words faded, he hesitated no longer. His figure shot into the sky, transforming into a long rainbow that streaked directly toward the main peak of Kunlun. He was far from the only one blinded by greed. In an instant, thousands of streaks of light rose simultaneously from the mountain's base, rushing toward the main peak in a frantic race. Even disciples and elders of minor sects grew restless, their eyes gleaming with avarice. Li Feng stood within the camp of the Luoyun sect, arms crossed, watching the rogue cultivators who were rushing to their doom with a cold sneer on his face. These fools! While the Luoyun sect, Tianjin sect, and Xianxia sect had joined forces and remained still, these unaffiliated rogue cultivators were eagerly paving the way. As expected, the moment the late nascent soul rogue cultivator approached the main peak, the entire Kunlun peak trembled violently. A cyan protective barrier rose from the mountain like an inverted jade bowl, enveloping the entire peak. The rogue cultivator crashed headlong into the barrier and was violently repelled, tumbling dozens of somersaults in the air before barely stabilizing himself. Enraged and humiliated, he refused to accept defeat. He drew his longsword, channeled his full spiritual energy, and unleashed a fierce sword aura thousands of feet long, slashing viciously at the cyan barrier. The sword aura shattered, but the barrier remained motionless, not even a ripple forming. The rogue cultivators exchanged glances, their faces darkening to the extreme. Forcing their way in was impossible, yet none were willing to retreat. They looked at each other, scanning one another, and finally arrived at the same timeless decision. The barrier would eventually break, but by then more treasure seekers would have arrived. It was better to eliminate the competition now. The late nascent soul rogue cultivator struck first, condensing a massive hand of true essence and slamming it onto an early nascent soul cultivator, instantly severely wounding him and causing him to spit blood. The other rogue cultivators followed suit, and soon the mountain base erupted in a chaotic melee of spells and flying artifacts. Li Feng watched the ugly battle with a disdainful shake of his head. The true players who had the right to claim this opportunity had yet to make a move. A cold glint flashed in his eyes as he silently vowed, "Su Changqing, if you don't show up, fine. But if you dare come, savor the grand gift we've prepared for you." And Xiao Hanyue, he was determined to take her back. He had coveted Xiao Hanyue's beauty for a long time. Ever since he first laid eyes on her in the Luoyun sect, he had been captivated, secretly fantasizing countless times about possessing her. But before he could even confess his feelings, Xiao Hanyue was abducted by that damned demon Su Changqing. At the thought, his teeth ground in hatred and his fists clenched. Just then a wild laugh echoed from high above, carried by billowing demonic energy that shook the mountains, causing rocks to rain down. What a lively scene. It's been far too long since the northern Liang province saw such excitement. A figure shrouded in demonic energy descended from the sky, the terrifying pressure of a peak divine transformation demonic cultivator radiating outward, without restraint, suffocating every cultivator below divine transformation. Luoyun sect, Tianjin sect. Have you forgotten that this place is the territory of my Huangquan heavenly palace? Trespassing onto another's land to seek treasures without even a greeting. You clearly hold my Huangquan heavenly palace in contempt. Li Feng's expression changed drastically. He recognized this man, the current sovereign of Huangquan Heavenly Palace, Zhou Wuchang. So Huangquan Heavenly Palace had indeed come. Zhou Wuchang sensed a gaze scanning him and turned to meet Li Feng's eyes. A contemptuous sneer curled at the corner of his mouth. "Oh, a divine transformation cultivator from Luoyun sect. What did they only send you, an early divine transformation to die, eh?" With that, he raised his hand and condensed a massive bone claw that blotted out the sky. 5 sharp fingers like blades wrapped in rolling death aura struck down toward Li Feng. Early divine transformation versus peak divine transformation. If that claw landed squarely, Li Feng would be either dead or severely crippled. His face turned pale, and he tried to dodge, but the surrounding space had been completely locked by the bone claw's aura. There was no escape. Just as he was about to be crushed into paste, a cold snort rang out from another direction. A 1,000-foot blade aura tore through the air, shattering the bone claw with a single strike. Li Ke, also a peak divine transformation cultivator, stood in the void with his hands behind his back, shielding his son. He asked coldly, "Feng, are you injured?" "Thank you, father." Li Feng, having narrowly escaped death, felt his back drenched in cold sweat. Li Ke turned to Zhou Wuchang, his tone indifferent and firm. "Zhou Wuchang, get out of here and go back where you came from." Zhou Wuchang laughed in fury, his demonic energy surging like boiling magma. "How you think you can threaten me?" Li Ke's expression remained unchanged as he added calmly, "Zhou Wuchang, I tell you this, the fellow Taoists from Tianjin sect and Xianxia sect are also here. Our three sects are united. Our target is not you. If you don't want to die, get lost." Zhou Wuchang laughed heartily, his voice dripping with disdain and arrogance. "Old dog, who are you trying to scare?" He flipped his hand and produced the communication stone of the Supreme Elder, the Extinction Elder, feeling confident. Even if the peak divine transformation cultivators of Tianjin and Xianxia were also present, so what? The Supreme Elder of his Huangquan Heavenly Palace was a half-step return to void, capable of contending with two peak divine transformation cultivators simultaneously. The Orthodox forces had mobilized so heavily, so the treasure they sought must be a heaven-defying opportunity. As the local power of the northern Liang province, how could Huangquan Heavenly Palace miss out? Pressing the communication stone, he shouted, "Listen, you old bastard. My Supreme Elder is nearby. Angering me will ensure none of you leave alive." But before he could finish, he suddenly froze. The communication stone was completely unresponsive. No matter how much demonic essence he poured and how he shook it, or how he cursed under his breath, it remained as lifeless as an ordinary piece of rock. Strange. Could the Supreme Elder be in secluded meditation, striving to break through, to return to void? As he held the stone, utterly baffled, a bone-chilling roar exploded without warning in the depths of his divine soul. "Get lost if you don't want to die." The voice was cold and majestic, carrying a soul force far beyond the divine transformation level, instantly shaking his sea of consciousness into turmoil. Zhou Wuchang's entire body trembled violently, his face turning ashen. A sweet taste rose in his throat, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. A return to void powerhouse. He was horrified. There was an Orthodox return to void expert station nearby. No wonder these Orthodox cultivators were so brazen, daring to openly trespass into Huangquan Heavenly Palace's territory. His face twisted with anger as he looked around, trying to locate the return to void expert. But no matter how he probed with his divine sense, he could not lock onto the figure. Gnashing his teeth in fury, he dared not linger a moment longer. With a wave of his sleeve, he transformed into a streak of demonic light and fled into the distance, utterly humiliated. Compared to fortune, life was paramount.